Daddy, I finally found you. Xu Yan never expected to become a father overnight. He stared at the exquisitely cute little girl outside the door, his face full of astonishment. The little girl carried a pink backpack, wore her hair in 2 buns, dressed in a beautiful princess dress with white children's shoes. She had big eyes and chubby cheeks, still retaining a bit of baby fat, looking very charming and adorable. Little girl, did you lose your parents? Xu Yan crouched down in front of her. Do you want Big Brother to take you home? Irresponsible parents these days. What if such a beautiful little girl wandered outside and got kidnapped by traffickers? The little girl spoke in a crisp voice. Daddy, what are you saying? Tong Tong doesn't understand. She had already found her daddy, so why was he trying to take her to find another daddy? Xu Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He was 18, just turned adult, a senior in high school. And this little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old. But on closer inspection, the little girl really resembled him. Do you miss your daddy? Xu Yan crouched down patiently. Big Brother will take you to find him, okay? He couldn't explain why, but the moment he saw her, he felt a subtle, yet inexplicable connection. An indescribable closeness, an uncontrollable urge to hold her in his arms. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps beautiful human cubs naturally evoke affection? You are my daddy. You are Tong Tong's daddy. Seeing no progress, the little girl pouted in grievance and opened her arms to throw herself into his embrace. In the past, when daddy came home, every day the thing he loved most was to lift her up high in his arms. Sometimes he would shower her soft cheeks with kisses. Her favorite thing was also to nestle in daddy's arms. What was wrong with daddy today? Xu Yan subconsciously dodged, causing her to lunge into empty air. The little girl was prone to tears. Perhaps she had been pampered all her life and never suffered the slightest grievance. Her eyes reddened instantly. Long lashes fluttered, tiny fists clenched tightly, teardrops pattered down. Daddy want Tong Tong anymore. The little girl looked pitiful and Xu Yan panicked. Don't cry, little friend, you. Who could tell him why an 18-year-old high school boy had a little girl calling him daddy? Hearing Xu Yan's words, the little girl cried even harder. Her reddened eyes and pitiful look resembled a frightened rabbit. Each sob felt like a dull hammer striking the heart. Daddy used to call me precious Tong Tong. Woo. She wiped her tears, forcefully hiccuping from crying. I want to find mommy. Mommy will make you kneel on the floor. Xu Yan took a deep breath. Tong Tong, right? I really am not your daddy. I have a photo. The little girl sobbed while taking off her backpack, hugging it, and began rummaging. A white rabbit pendant hanging from the side of the backpack swayed back and forth. Soon she pulled a small photo from a compartment of the bag. The photo looked worn, as if it had been kept in her backpack for a long time. Xu Yan took the photo helplessly. It was a small family portrait of 3. In the center was naturally the girl named Tong Tong, but looking younger, her smile, so wide her eyes nearly closed. Beside her stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She wore a white dress matching the little girl's, as if it were custom parent-child attire. Her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, her waist slender, her figure tall. A pair of bright almond-shaped eyes, slightly squinted red lips, pursed, adding vitality and charm to her cool face. Even without makeup, a mature, fresh aura radiated from her. Her appearance, posture, and temperament were all outstanding. It was easy to see she was a very happy woman. Xu Yan's gaze involuntarily lingered on the woman's face for a moment. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her. In his memory, he had never met such a beautiful married woman. But most importantly, the man standing by the side. He wore the simplest t-shirt and trousers, his face clean and fair, his eyes bright, looking mature and steady. It could be said that this family standing together seemed like Nuwa's graduation project. All were stunningly beautiful. Xu Yan stood frozen, as if in a dream. This man was even more familiar. He bore a 9/10 resemblance, but with less youthful spirit. Well, what kind of joke was this? A prank? Daddy can't pretend he doesn't recognize Tong Tong, now can he? This photo is... It was taken when Tong Tong was 5. Now Xu Yan had no choice but to examine the little girl's features. Even if it sounded like a fantasy, he had to admit. The little girl really looked like him, yet her face clearly carried the shadow of another woman. Even the standard dimples on both cheeks when she pursed her lips, a trait of the Xu family, had been perfectly inherited. The type that would be an adorable baby online. You? Xu Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm his wildly pounding heart. What's your name? Xu Miaotong. The little girl, still with tear streaks on her face, stood on tiptoes and said crisply, Meow, as in wonderful, Tong, as in tongue tree. And what are your parents' names? Daddy is Xu Yan, mommy is Wen Ning. It was probably because her parents doted on her greatly. The little girl spoke these names with a sense of satisfaction and pride. Wen Ning. Xu Yan's face finally showed astonishment. He looked at the photo again. The beautiful woman in the photo smiled gently, and her face gradually overlapped with an image in his memory, becoming more and more familiar. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw her. Wen Ning, the name most frequently murmured by the boys in his class throughout all 3 years of high school. She always wore her hair in a ponytail, dressed in a simple, clean school uniform, with a cool temperament, the quintessential pure campus belle. But the problem was, Xu Yan didn't even know her. Wen Ning was in the elite class, a candidate for a prestigious university, while Xu Yin was in an ordinary class, average at best. With graduation approaching, he hadn't exchanged a single word with this campus belle. He had only heard her name. Xu Yin looked stunned. You're saying my future wife is Wen Ning, and we have a daughter? Wait, even if this incredible thing was true, why would Xu Miaotong be here? The little girl found it hard to comprehend. She furrowed her delicate brows, looking troubled. Daddy was really strange today. And he looked a bit different from the daddy in Tongtong's memory. Like Daddy seemed more handsome. She couldn't figure it out, so she simply shook her head vigorously. Daddy, take me to find Mommy. Xu Miaotong's coquettish voice was soft and sweet like candy floss one couldn't bear to swallow. Her small soft fair hand tugged at Xu Yan's sleeve, swinging it back and forth. I haven't seen Mommy for days, I miss her so much. My own daughter, 8 years old. Is this still Earth? Was it a prank, or was she really a time traveler? Even though he had a faint premonition, Xu Yin still found it hard to believe. Not to mention the natural sense of closeness he felt when he saw Xu Miaotong. That couldn't be faked. Xu Yin had never felt such a strong blood bond, even with his own mother. Tongtong, why did you come here? I don't know. Xu Miaotong nervously fiddled with the rabbit pendant on her backpack. I woke up from sleep and I was here. If it really was time travel. Xu Yin didn't expect a little girl to explain clearly. Of course he preferred to believe it was a misunderstanding. Looking on the bright side, maybe she was old Zu's illegitimate daughter. The simplest solution was to get a paternity test. But the cost was high, and as a high school student he felt the pinch. Just then Xu Miaotong's stomach suddenly growled. She instinctively touched her empty belly. Daddy, I'm so hungry. The little bun's tone became aggrieved again. Xu Yin couldn't resist her coquettishness. Many times he had the urge to hold this little girl in his arms and rub her head. But he was not some perverted lolicon, it was more like a pure blood connection. Tongtong. Is that right? Xu Yin stepped aside slightly. Come in first. Zu's parents were usually busy with work, so he didn't live with his family. He rented a place on his own during high school. This saved some trouble. Seeing the change in Dad's attitude, Xu Miaotong's expression became happy again. Although her eyes were still red, her smiling crescent-shaped eyes gave off a strangely healing vibe. Sure enough, Daddy still loved Tongtong the most. Xu Yin took her backpack and closed the door. Xu Miaotong took off her shoes and stepped onto the bare floor in her little white socks. Probably experiencing a new environment for the first time, she hopped around looking everywhere, sticking to Xu Yin like a little tail. Her bright eyes were full of novelty. Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy anymore? Xu Miaotong asked innocently. You used to sleep together every night, didn't you? In her understanding, parents should always be together. So why did Daddy live alone? Did he quarrel with Mommy? Xu Yin couldn't answer that question. He opened the refrigerator and decided to cook a simple bowl of egg noodles for the child. A high school student living alone naturally wouldn't be too particular about food. Watching Xu Miaotong sit by the table swinging her legs and holding a bowl almost as big as her face, Xu Yin still felt like he was dreaming. She was probably really hungry, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. He really did feel like he had a daughter. Taking this opportunity, Xu Yin searched online for the cost of a paternity testing agency. It was indeed beyond his budget. Daddy, I can't eat anymore. After eating about half, Xu Miaotong patted her full belly. Then she neatly placed her chopsticks, sat obediently on the chair, and stared at Xu Yin with her beautiful big eyes without blinking. Xu Yin felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and reached for a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Xu Miaotong lifted her porcelain white face and coquettishly said, Daddy, wipe it for me. Xu Yin couldn't refuse this clingy little fairy, so he wiped her full lips. Xu Miaotong smiled so much that her eyes curved. Daddy really is the best to Tongtong. She jumped off the chair and tugged at Xu Yan's pants, climbing up. Daddy hug. To be honest, Xu Yin was curious about the girl's upbringing. An 8 or 9-year-old girl. Would she still be so clingy to her parents? Like a sticky candy. He remembered that when he was a child, he got beaten every day. Tongtong, I need to confirm some things. No, Daddy hug. Xu Miaotong's mouth drooped, her hands raised, and her lips quickly turned down. She looked like she was about to cry again. What a crybaby. Xu Yin quickly picked her up and placed her on his lap. Xu Miaotong wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy kiss. This little girl, Xu Yin, was meeting her for the first time today. In a sense, she was almost a stranger. Yet despite such an intimate act, Xu Yin felt no repulsion at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As if they had done this countless times before. Daddy, take me to find Mommy. Wen Ning. To be honest, this matter troubled Xu Yin. If it were an ordinary girl, it would be fine, but why did it have to be the famous school beauty Wen Ning? Wen Ning was universally acknowledged as the pure school beauty, and she was known for being reserved and aloof. Xu Yin didn't have her contact information. Even if he did, what should he say? She is your daughter, and you are my future wife. That would make him look like a lunatic. Daddy. Xu Miaotong tilted her head, a strand of hair sticking up. Did you really quarrel with Mommy? Xu Yin asked cautiously. Did Mommy and Daddy often quarrel? If everything was real. Then he was actually a bit curious about his future life. Xu Miaotong poked her pink lips with her finger. We quarreled a little bit sometimes, but Daddy quickly went to kneel on the board, and then Mommy wasn't angry anymore. Xu Yin. So the marriage was still happy. just a bit henpecked afraid of his wife. But if Xu Miaotong really was a time traveler, then things were more complicated. Finding the child's mother was indeed the top priority. After all, she was a little girl, and Su Yin had too many inconveniences in daily life. Bathing, sleeping, and so on. Even if he was her biological father, it wasn't appropriate for him to do these things. Su Yin asked, "Tong Tong, can I borrow your family photo?" Mom remembered to return it to Tong Tong. The little girl naturally wouldn't refuse her daddy's request. She hugged her backpack and nodded obediently and vigorously. "This is my favorite photo." Su Yin was not an indecisive person. He decided to go find the legendary pure school beauty, Wen Ning. Anyway, the first time he saw this little girl and this family photo, he felt a shock to his heart. He wondered what Wen Ning's reaction would be when she saw the photo. "Mom, send me some money." Su Yin slipped on his shoes while calling his mother, playing the dutiful son. His family was well off, though not extravagantly wealthy. His living allowance was decent, but after covering rent and meals, the remaining sum was still insufficient to afford a paternity test. "Didn't I just send you 2,000 a couple of days ago?" Lin Hu's voice carried a hint of impatience. "Are you a money-devouring beast?" Still, she knew her son wasn't one to squander money. As a mother, however, a routine inquiry was necessary. Xu Miaotong obediently stood behind him with her hands clasped, her big eyes blinking. "Dad, is that Grandma?" She flashed a sweet smile. "I miss Grandma so much." Lin Hu's vigilance instantly spiked. "What's that strange noise I hear?" "I hear a child's voice in the background." Su Yin hesitated for a moment. "There's something I don't know how to tell you. It seems you're about to become a grandmother." Though he had no solid evidence beyond a photo, he had a nagging suspicion that things were exactly as he guessed. Or rather, from the very first moment he saw Xu Miaotong, a powerful premonition struck him. This little girl must share an unbreakable bond with him. A father-daughter connection. That was the only way he could rationalize it. A long silence hung on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of shattering glass. "You wretched thing, what did you say?" Lin Hu's voice trembled with barely contained panic. "Say that again. Who did you get pregnant? How many months?" She felt the ancestral graves of the Xu family might be about to smoke. 8 years old. Silence reigned once more on the other end. After a long pause, Lin Hu's voice came through icy and flat. "Do you take me for a fool, eh?" "I don't know," Su Yin replied earnestly. "Send the money. After you, do you want seem like one?" "Get lost." Lin Hui snapped in exasperation. "Go play somewhere else." With that, she hung up decisively. 8 years old. Why not say 18? Yet it was clear she still doted on her son. She promptly transferred a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. "Fortune blossoms. Next time you ask for money, come up with a reason that doesn't make your mother look like a fool. Tong Tong, give me one of your hairs." With afternoon classes ahead, Su Yin had no choice but to leave her alone at home. He gazed at the soft, adorable little girl, still uneasy. "If you're bored, watch some TV. They'll be back tonight." Xu Miaotong pouted reluctantly. "Where are you going, Dad?" "To school." "Can't I come with you?" "No, we'll bring you some treats tonight." With everything still uncertain, Su Yin dared not take her to school. Xu Miaotong looked aggrieved, twisting her fingers anxiously. Yet she murmured a soft mm and said, "Tong Tong will be good." Su Yin took the photo and left the house. Looking back, he saw Xu Miaotong straining on tiptoe, peeking through the window with half her head visible, her big eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. Though they had only met today, her attachment to him was utterly heartfelt. At times it left Su Yin slightly overwhelmed. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry. If everything Xu Miaotong said was true, this little girl who had suddenly barged into his life carried more troubles than he had imagined. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Su Yin arrived at the classroom. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, so he grabbed a piece of paper to write something during the lull. What to write? "Classmate Wen Ning, you're my future wife. I have a daughter with you." It looked too much like a confession. Number 1 High was a key school with strict discipline, and the academic affairs office cracked down harshly on early relationships. If Wen Ning showed it to her homeroom teacher, he'd be mortified on the spot. After mulling it over, Su Yin crumpled the paper in frustration. He decided to write nothing. Seizing the moment when the hallway was nearly empty, he left the classroom and headed upstairs to the key class. The room was crowded with students either napping at their desks or buried in practice problems. With less than 4 months until the college entrance exam, it was crunch time. "Excuse me," Su Yin called out to a boy by the window in the back row. "Is Wen Ning here?" The boy glanced around and shook his head. "She's not." Su Yin paused for a moment. "Which seat is hers? I have something to give her." At that, the boy's gaze turned slightly peculiar. Wen Ning was the school beauty of number 1 High, the dream girl of countless boys. Her youthful ponytail and faded blue and white uniform made her a natural embodiment of the pure moonlight ideal. "She sits in the 4th row, innermost seat." "Thanks." Su Yin ignored his odd stare and walked into the classroom. Wen Ning's desk was immaculately tidy with books stacked neatly and a test paper spread out. Her handwriting was delicate and elegant, covered in clear notes. Beside it sat a sky-blue water bottle. Clearly she was a girl who took her studies very seriously. Moreover, her grades consistently ranked in the top 10 of the grade. She was not only beautiful, but a true academic prodigy. Su Yin tucked the photo under the pen holder. Then he tore off a piece of scratch paper and wrote down his name and class. He paid no heed to the bewildered stares from the other key class students. As long as he felt no shame, he was invincible. This was likely the first interaction between him and Wen Ning in all 3 years of high school. If not for Xu Miaotong's appearance, Xu Yan felt that even at graduation he and Wen Ning would remain strangers. They probably wouldn't even end up at the same university. So how could it be possible? Wen Ning as his future wife. After finishing, he quickly left. During the lunch break, the wandering monsters of the academic affairs office were on the prowl. There was a risk of getting caught. The afternoon classes passed as usual, and soon it was 5:30. You want to play some ball? Chen Hao approached holding a basketball. The boundless energy of adolescent boys needed an outlet, and basketball was the perfect release. No. Xu Yan didn't look up from correcting his mistakes. Don't waste your dad's time trying to get into a top university. Stop studying, it's over. Chen Hao rolled his eyes and tossed the basketball over. He and Xu Yan had similar grades. After 2.5 years, they still hovered around the undergraduate admission line. Average students in the middle tier. Could these last 4 months change everything? Top university. That was a rather niche term. Xu Yan caught the ball effortlessly. I've decided to take my talents to a top university. But in truth, he was waiting for someone. He felt a bit uneasy, unsure how Wen Ning would react when she saw the photo. Just then, Chen Hao beside him fell silent, stepping back and staring fixedly at the classroom door. Oh, Xu Yan. He's here. A girl on cleaning duty pointed. See the one at the very back of the room. Yan, someone's looking for you. Xu Yan got along well with everyone in class, so he could chat easily with both boys and girls. Xu Yan looked up. Standing at the classroom door was a girl in a blue and white uniform. She wore a simple high ponytail, her face pure and delicate, with long straight legs. But the striking contrast came from her eyes, alluring and slightly exotic. Her eyes tilted slightly upward at the corners, tinged with a faint redness resembling fox eyes. Thus, amid her innocence, she carried a hint of enchanting beauty. Chen Hao's gaze instantly fell on his good friend, filled with disbelief. Dude, how many dishes did you have today to get this drunk? Xu Yan had to admit upon seeing Wen Ning in person, one fact became clear. If the photo was real, then she was the woman in it. In her youth, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Xu Miaotong. Those eyes were practically identical, a pair of large and small fox eyes. Wen Ning seemed to be visiting another class to find a boy for the first time. She appeared uncomfortable with the stares of the other students, her face stiff and unnatural. Xu Yan, come out for a moment. Her voice was crisp but cold, laced with suppressed anger. I need to talk to you. Xu Yan, I think we don't know each other right. At the corner of the corridor, Wen Ning turned around. She took a deep breath to calm herself, her chest heaving slightly. Is this kind of prank really amusing? It was only when he got a closer look at the school beauty that Xu Yan once again marveled at her beauty. With no makeup and no adornments, just a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet, she couldn't conceal her inherent charm. No wonder everyone whispered that she was born with a moonlight saint aura. Xu Yan countered, so you think it's a prank, don't you? What else could it be? Wen Ning frowned deeply. Aren't you going too far? She was beautiful and reserved by nature. It wasn't the first time someone had secretly slipped her a love letter, but it was the first time someone had given her a family portrait. Returning to the classroom after the lunch break, Wen Ning immediately spotted the photo tucked beneath a book. In an instant, her gaze was captured by the woman in the picture. The woman's features and figure were more mature, and on her face was a gentle smile that Wen Ning herself never wore. Yet an uncontrollable thought surged in Wen Ning's heart. That's me. It was a very peculiar feeling. Then she couldn't help but study the little girl and the man standing beside her in the photo. Wen Ning didn't recognize the man, she just thought he looked like a very comforting uncle. But that overly beautiful doll-like little girl, why did she feel a sense of closeness to her? Was it a computer-generated composite photo? Though Wen Ning believed it was a malicious prank, her mind couldn't stray from the photo for the entire afternoon. She drifted through 4 classes in a daze. She didn't even pay attention during lessons, and was called out by the teacher twice. Xu Yan, this is already harassment, so please explain yourself. Wen Ning's voice grew heavier, her lips pressed into a thin line, clearly displeased. Where did this photo come from? In her hand, she clutched the family portrait, waiting for an explanation. Well, your reaction is within my expectations. After all, Xu Yan had the same reaction when he first saw the photo. I know you might not believe this. Xu Yan pointed at Xu Miaotong in the photo. This little girl calls me dad. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, confused. You're in high school and have a daughter this old. Adopted? No, she says she's my biological daughter. She also said her mother's name is Wen Ning. Wen Ning's beautiful eyes widened slightly. The pure school beauty opened her mouth, instinctively a look of bewilderment and adorable innocence on her face. Now Wen Ning had to consider another possibility. You? Is the pressure of senior year too much? How long has this been going on? Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't say such things. You're quite polite, Wen. Xu Yan sighed helplessly, but imperfectly sane. Wen Ning was dumbfounded. Even more bizarrely, she felt that Xu Yan wasn't lying. Perhaps it was because the boy's eyes were too clear, or because the 3 people in the photo bothered her too much. Looking closely, the boy in the photo looked almost exactly like Xu Yan. Only now he had a more youthful aura with a lingering trace of immaturity on his cheeks. No. Wen Ning snapped back, shaking her head vigorously. What are you talking about? This was simply too absurd. I didn't believe it either at first, but this photo was given to me by Tong Tong. Su Yin was very patient. Once you meet that child you might have a different perspective. That feeling of blood ties couldn't be faked. I don't believe it. Wen Ning gradually calmed down her tone, turning hard again. A photo proves nothing. Even if the photo was real. That little girl might just look a bit like me. Can you wait for me at school for a while? Su Yin was also a bit troubled. Just a short while? Whether you believe it or not, see her for yourself. Wen Ning was probably still in a daze. Su Yin couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. A normal person's first reaction would probably be anger, right? Yet Wen Ning managed to stay calm. That she came to find him today at all proved that the photo had stirred something in her as well. Without another word, Su Yin slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the school. Wen Ning stood still, her face blank, her hand resting on the railing as her ponytail swayed slightly in the breeze. That boy didn't seem like a weirdo. Being able to get into No. 4 high school was proof enough that he must have received a decent upbringing. He didn't seem like the type to pester people with ridiculous lies. But what Su Yin said, even on April Fool's Day, it would be a terrible joke. About 20 minutes later, Su Yin returned. In his hand, he held a delicate little girl with long, glossy black hair, as cute and beautiful as a porcelain doll. This pair naturally drew attention as they walked through the school. The moment Wen Ning saw Xu Miaotong, she was utterly at a loss. She stepped back instinctively as if to escape, but could not tear her eyes away from the little girl. Why do I feel this urge? To hold her in my arms and kiss her. Mommy! Xu Miaotong's eyes lit up. She opened her arms and rushed toward Wen Ning. Mommy hasn't hugged Tong Tong in days. As a daughter, she was actually closer to her father. After all, Daddy never scolded her while Mommy, though usually gentle, sometimes put on a stern face and lectured her. But Tong Tong loved Mommy just as much. Both Mommy and Daddy are the people Tong Tong loves most. I am not your mommy. Wen Ning tried to dodge, but the little girl hugged her long, slender legs tightly. That porcelain-white, milky pretty face looked up beaming. Mommy, why are you so beautiful today? Wen Ning froze completely. She instinctively wanted to push the little girl away, but she couldn't bear to. Xu Miaotong continued innocently, Mommy, give me a kiss. Wen Ning was at a loss, looking to Su Yin for help, only to find him standing far away. Su Yin squinted, taking in the two beauties, one grown, one small. Wen Ning was simply dressed and plainly adorned, while Xu Miaotong was as delicate and lovely as a little princess. Standing together, they looked like a pure and beautiful painting. There was no denying that Xu Miaotong bore too many of Wen Ning's features. She was like the perfect fusion of Su Yin and Wen Ning, taking the best traits from both in appearance. Little one. Wen Ning knelt down, meeting her bright eyes. I'm not your mommy. You are my mommy. Xu Miaotong couldn't understand why her parents suddenly didn't recognize her. Having never suffered such grievance, she instantly turned into a crybaby, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. It was a sight that would melt anyone's heart. Wen Ning panicked, feeling her heart clench. Flustered and clumsy, she wiped the little girl's face with her hand. Don't cry, don't cry. At that moment, she finally understood what Su Yin meant when he said she would feel different after meeting the child. Why, when she called me mommy, did I feel so happy and fulfilled? Half an hour later, Su Yin and Wen Ning were seated in the cake shop. Su Yin ordered 2 glasses of lemonade and a mango millefeuille for the little girl. Tong Tong looked overjoyed, sitting beside Su Yin, her short little legs swinging gently. Even the stray strand of hair on her head seemed to sway like a tiny antenna. Wen Ning, sitting across, felt an impulse to smooth it down. What an adorable baby, said the young waitress as she placed the cake before Tong Tong. Her curiosity piqued. Are you her brother and sister? She looks so much like you both. Wen Ning fell silent. Su Yin smiled and nodded. Yes. Xu Miaotong savored the sweet cake, humming a faint, unknown nursery rhyme in her soft, sugary voice. A smear of cream clung to her cheek, making her even more endearing. Truth be told, both Wen Ning and Su Yin found themselves utterly defenseless against this adorable child. Su Yin shifted his gaze. May I just call you Wen Ning? Wen Ning clutched her lemonade with both hands, striving to stay calm. Yes, you may. Honestly, even now she couldn't accept it. The notion of time travel was too astonishing. No one would believe it if told. Yet when Tong Tong had hugged her, the tremor in her heart was undeniable. I think we need to resolve this as soon as possible, Su Yin said, taking a sip of lemonade to clear his throat. My idea is to get a paternity test with Tong Tong. It was the simplest and quickest method to determine whether this was all a farce or something truly beyond ordinary understanding. Wen Ning had no objections, her gaze never leaving Tong Tong. Watching the little girl devour her cake with the satisfaction of a hamster, Wen Ning felt her heart mending. Too adorable. Wen Ning hesitated. If the results turn out to be true, what do we do? Today was the first day she had met Su Yin. If this had been yesterday, she couldn't have imagined discussing a paternity test with a boy in a cake shop booth. Fortunately, Su Yin wasn't some strange person. He seemed quite approachable. Thus, Wen Ning's tension gradually eased, and she began to contemplate how to handle the situation. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, she comforted herself inwardly. But her woman's intuition told her that coincidence was unlikely. I don't know, Su Yin answered honestly. 2 high school students lack the means to raise a child, especially during the critical period of preparing for the college entrance exams. They exchanged glances, then their eyes simultaneously fell on Tong Tong. Seeing the cream on Xu Miaotong's face, Wen Ning instinctively pulled out a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth. The little girl cooperatively tilted her cheek up, basking in her mother's care. Only after finishing did Wen Ning suddenly realize. Just now, I really seemed like a mother doting on her daughter. Mommy, the innocent little girl asked, don't be mad at Daddy anymore, okay? Let's all go home together. What? Wen Ning looked at Su Yan in bewilderment. She thinks you're not coming home because we had a fight, Su Yan explained helplessly. I didn't know how to explain, so I just went along with it. All right. Wen Ning accepted that explanation. She pondered for a moment, her fingers tightening slightly around the lemonade glass. The cost of the test. Su Yan placed his phone on the table. It's about 2,000 in total. I think we should split it. After all, this wasn't just Su Yan's concern. Nor was he the only one eager to uncover the truth. Sorry, I might be a bit strapped. Wen Ning hesitated, her voice softening. My usual allowance isn't very much. 1,000 yuan was no small sum. How about I cover it for now? Su Yan thought it over. You can pay me back when you're more comfortable. Lin Hui had just given him 1,000 plus his 2,000 allowance, enough to manage. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. If Tong Tong truly was his daughter, then Lin Hui would become a grandmother overnight. Spending money on a granddaughter. What's wrong with that? Thanks. Wen Ning's voice carried a hint of shyness. They'll pay you back as soon as I can. But her nature was rather cool, making it hard for her to show much tenderness or softness. The weight of being a parent was too heavy suddenly thrust upon them. Frankly, both felt the pressure. Mommy, you're talking so strangely. Xu Miaotong tilted her head, her voice crisp. At home it's Mommy who manages the money. Why would you need to give Daddy money? It was only then that Wen Ning and Su Yan realized a point they had overlooked, or rather both had deliberately avoided. The two of them might very well be husband and wife in the future. Su Yan's words caught in his throat. Wen Ning turned her head away, unsure how to respond to the little girl, a faint blush barely perceptible at the roots of her ears. The sense of reality was faint. She and Su Yan had no interaction in high school. Why would they marry in the future? Su Yan looked at the school beauty, Wen Ning across from him, pure and clean like a little white flower, and found it equally hard to imagine that scene. Tong Tong, do you know how Mommy and Daddy got together? Su Yan asked. Was it through matchmaking or something else? Xu Miaotong didn't quite understand, her little brows furrowing as she let out a forceful Tong Tong doesn't know. Sometimes Mommy and Daddy argue about who liked who first. So it wasn't matchmaking. They had walked from love all the way to marriage. And was that really arguing? That was showing off their affection in front of the child. Wen Ning felt her scalp tingle. She could hardly imagine herself having such a day like the woman in the photo, smiling gently and happily. I need to head back now, she said, glancing at her watch, awkwardly seeking an excuse to leave. I can't be home too late. She needed more time to digest today's events. Su Yan, tell me as soon as the results come out. Wen Ning pulled out her phone. Let me add you on WeChat. Contact me directly if anything comes up. Compared to Xu Miaotong, she might find it harder to accept the boy before her. Okay, give me a strand of hair. They added each other on WeChat and filled in their notes. After that, Wen Ning prepared to leave, her gaze lingering once more on Xu Miaotong's face. Mommy isn't coming home with us. Xu Miaotong suddenly found her cake less appealing, a hint of tears welling up. Does Mommy not like Tong Tong anymore? How could that be? Su Yan's voice was gentle. Mommy has something very important to do. Tong Tong needs to be understanding. Wen Ning paused mid-step, then clutching her school bag fled without a word. She stood a full 168 meters tall among girls with long straight legs that invited endless imagination. If the Wen Ning in the photo resembled a fully bloomed crabapple, mature and full of charm, then the present school beauty Wen Ning was like a bud yet to open, pure and clean. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yan sensed she was actually quite flustered. And only Wen Ning knew that as a girl her feelings were even stronger than Su Yan's. Even without the test results, the moment she saw Tong Tong, she felt, this must be my daughter. But that brought up another issue. Her future husband actually also attended one high school. However she thought about it, it was just too strange. The results of the expedited identification came out quickly. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yan received 2 reports on WeChat. The professional testing agency indicated that the probability of Xu Miaotong's parent-child relationship with the two reached 99. 99. That is to say, Xu Miaotong was indeed their daughter without any doubt. When Su Yan's message arrived on Wen Ning's phone, she was huddled over her desk doing homework. Having just taken a shower, her hair was still damp, so she hadn't tied it up in a ponytail, which simply cascaded down, carrying a pleasant fragrance of shampoo. Tong Tong's beautiful hair was also a perfect inheritance from her mother. At this moment, Wen Ning's heart finally settled. She accepted the fact that her daughter had traveled from the future. Yet surprisingly, there was not much turmoil within her. Perhaps the moment she saw Tong Tong, she had already confirmed it. Su Yan sent another message. What do we do? You're Tong Tong's father, and you're asking me. Are you going to be an irresponsible woman? Don't be ridiculous. Wen Ning felt a headache coming on as she stared at the blank test paper. The entire evening she hadn't written a single word. Her mind was filled with the image of that unbearably adorable little girl and the clean, handsome Su Yan. What are they doing now? Thinking this, Wen Ning slapped her cheeks forcefully and got up to leave the room. In the living room, her father, Wen Ximing, was lounging on the sofa watching TV. Wen Ning stood at the doorway of her room hesitating for a long time. Dad. Xiao Ning, what's wrong? Wen Ximing withdrew his gaze and turned down the TV volume. Is something the matter? Dad, can you give me some more living expenses? Wen Ning bit her lip. 1,000 yuan. Before Wen Ximing could speak, another woman's voice came from the kitchen. What do you need so much money for? The stepmother's voice was piercing, making Wen Ning's temples throb faintly. You eat at home every day and don't live outside. 1,000 yuan. Where do you plan to spend it? Is it for clothes? Or something else? Ximing, don't give it to her. She's in the most important time of high school. She should focus on her studies. Wen Ning didn't know how to explain. She remained silent, just standing there stubbornly with her head down. The words sounded like concern, yet they were grating. Xiao Ning, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Go back to your room and wait. When Ximing lowered his voice, he'll bring it to you in a moment. Wen Ning didn't want to stay in the living room any longer. With drooping eyes, she returned to her room. She stared blankly at the test paper. Somehow she couldn't write a single word. About 10 minutes later, Wen Ximing knocked on the door holding a stack of cash. Dad. Wen Ning quickly stood up. I'm sorry, It's okay. If you don't have enough money, you must tell me. Wen Ximing smiled. Xiao Ning is a grown-up girl now. If you see a pretty dress or something, go ahead and buy it. Wen Ning didn't know what to say, just nodded silently. She reached out to take the money. How are your grades at school lately? I ranked 6th in the year in the last exam. You've always been my pride. Wen Ximing smiled, about to ask more. Dad? Mom. Wen Ning's half-sister called from the next room. The doll I bought with my friends yesterday. Where did you put it? I think it's in the cupboard. Wen Ximing hurriedly walked out. Look for it yourself. Dad, help me find it. I want to sleep with it tonight. Alright, I'll find it for you. From the next room came the stepsister's coaxing and the father's slightly helpless but deeply indulgent voice. Wen Ning clutched the stack of bills in her hand and lowered her long lashes. The words, "Thank you, Dad," hadn't yet left her lips. When she was young, her father had spoken to her in that same tone. At that time, Wen Ning was also the little princess of the Wen family, showered with endless love and enjoying a very happy family. But ever since her mother passed away, her father found a new woman and a stepsister joined the family. Everything changed. They favored the stepsister, who was still in middle school, more. Dad was still Dad, and he was good to her. But it was no longer like before when he loved her wholeheartedly. As for the stepsister and stepmother, Wen Ning didn't want to dwell on it. The family finances were managed by the stepmother, and the stepsister's monthly allowance was probably more than double hers. The stepsister was the stepmother's biological child, so it was only natural for her to be biased. Yet sometimes there was a sense of regret. It seemed that since her mother left, she could no longer act spoiled and unreserved with her parents like her stepsister did. Wen Ning carefully placed the 1,000 yuan in her school bag, picked up her phone, and replied to Su Yan. What are you doing now? There was no response for a long time. He was probably busy. Wen Ning didn't wait idly as she held the pen and worked on some problems. She was an excellent student. Often when she brought home a stunning report card or a competition award, her father and stepmother would be very pleased, feeling proud. Every time the stepmother attended her parent-teacher meeting, she would wear a smile. But after the brief joy passed, everything remained the same. The whole family still revolved around the stepsister. Around 10 o'clock at night, Su Yan finally replied. At the mall. She only has one set of clothes now. This little girl loves rabbits and insisted on buying one. He also attached a photo. Wen Ning opened it. In the center of the mall was Xu Miaotong wearing a white bunny pajama set. The pajamas had a fluffy hood, and when worn, 2 floppy bunny ears hung down. The little girl was laughing joyfully, her eyelashes long, her eyes curved like a playful little elf. Wen Ning held her phone, feeling the faint gloom in her heart instantly dissipate. It was cute enough to be a phone lock screen wallpaper. Ding. Su Yan sent a few seconds of voice message. Xu Miaotong's sweet voice came through the phone. Mommy, I'm a bunny now. So cute, right? Wen Ning listened again. Mommy. So Tong really is my future daughter. Wen Ning had never been one to show her emotions on her face, as she always kept them hidden inside. But even she didn't notice the rare tenderness in her eyes at that moment. Wen Ning bit her thin red lips, lowered her head, and typed a reply. Super cute. Daddy, Mommy said I'm adorable. Tong is indeed very adorable. Su Yan brought the little girl home. Glancing at the bags in his hands, he then checked the balance on his bank card. Remaining amount, 499. 2 yuan. To be honest, Tong was indeed well-behaved and endearing, yet she had one flaw. Her upbringing must have been exceptionally privileged. She was a true little princess. Whenever she saw something beautiful she liked, be it clothes or dolls, she would tug at her father's hand and coax him into buying it. They say daughters grow closer to their fathers. Once she started cooing softly and pleading with Su Yan, he felt an overwhelming urge to buy the entire mall for her. Tong, how big is the place where you usually live? Su Yan hung his coat on the rack and asked casually, is it bigger than here? Xu Miaotong was still fiddling with the 2 rabbit ears on her head. The fluffy ears drooped down, bouncing with every movement. Here. She surveyed the surroundings and replied, about the size of the bathroom at home. While Su Yan was now certain, in the future his career would be immensely successful. He would be a complete, doting father willing to pluck stars and moons for his daughter. But for now he was just a broke high school student. Forget raising a daughter. He was the kind of person who spent ages comparing prices on toilet paper at the supermarket. Wen Ning, from what he could tell, wasn't exactly a wealthy heiress either. This was trouble. How much did it cost to raise a child? Though Lin Hui had never skimped on material things for her son growing up, she often jokingly called him a money-devouring beast. Food, clothing, shelter, tuition, various interest classes. In short, with his current high school student capabilities, he couldn't afford it. Thinking about the balance in his card, Su Yan's head ached. Where was the system? His daughter had traveled through time. Shouldn't there be a doting father system, or a Tong Tong wants your dad to succeed system? Su Yan looked down, and met Xu Miaotong's bright big eyes. The little girl squeezed the rabbit ears, then tilted her head, and flashed a cute, goofy smile at her father. All right. Even with nothing, he had to find a way to provide for her. This was his future daughter. Tong Tong, come brush your teeth, wash your face, and then sleep. Su Yan grabbed a small stool, and pulled a children's toothbrush from the bag, squeezing toothpaste onto it. Xu Miaotong stood on the stool, wrinkled her little nose, leaned in to sniff, and said, strawberry flavor. I bought it especially for you. Daddy is the best. Xu Miaotong brushed her teeth noisily. I want to sleep with Daddy tonight. When she was little, she used to sleep with her parents. Mom on the left, Dad on the right. She could snuggle into whoever's arms she wanted. But after starting elementary school, she got her own room. It was pink, big and beautiful, with a bed so soft she could bounce on it. But somehow Mommy wouldn't let Tong Tong sleep with them anymore. Su Yan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the hopeful, pleading look in his daughter's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Don't steal Daddy's blanket. Su Yan didn't even notice how naturally he had started calling himself Daddy. Yage! Xu Miaotong nearly jumped for joy. Su Yan wrung out a hot towel, and Xu Miaotong obediently leaned in, rolling her soft cheek against the towel in his hands. Tong Tong wants to sleep on the inside. Xu Miaotong hopped onto the bed, buried her head in the blanket with her bottom in the air, and said, smells like Daddy. It was clear she was thrilled to sleep with her father. Su Yan quickly washed his hair, stood at the doorway drying it, and watched Tong Tong roll around with her pillow. Tong Tong, you're so adorable. But just then his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Wen Ning's low voice came through. Su Yan. It's me. Su Yan was a bit worried about his daughter, and reminded her, Tong Tong, be careful not to fall off. Wen Ning paused on the other end. You two are home. Yes. Su Yan replied, I don't know how to buy clothes for a little girl, so I just picked out a pair of pajamas. Find a chance to take her to the mall. He felt that this kind of thing should be done by the child's mother. Tong Tong seemed to have a particular fondness for rabbit-patterned toys and clothes. She couldn't walk past them without stopping. He wondered who she inherited that from. All right, let's find some time this weekend. Wen Ning's voice seemed a bit awkward. It's not convenient for me here, so. I live alone. Tong Tong can stay with me. Su Yan paused. But Tong Tong seemed really happy when she saw you. Of course, Wen Ning could tell. In that brief time together, her mind had been completely occupied by Tong Tong, that soft, adorable little ball of cuteness. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Tong Tong's smile. Wen Ning took a deep breath. Su Yan, let's meet up sometime tomorrow. Her voice was low with obvious unease and embarrassment, as if she were sneaking around. Su Yan could almost picture her holding the phone, looking around cautiously. Though he wasn't sure why she was being so careful. Probably because in all her life this was the first time she had asked to meet a boy. And the reason was absurd. They needed to discuss matters concerning their daughter. Find a place with no people. I know. Su Yan casually wiped his hair, and said, our aloof school beauty has never been involved in any rumors. Wen Ning fell silent. The remark seemed to annoy her, and she let out a soft, displeased hum. Just kidding. Su Yan chuckled. Contact me whenever you're free. Then. Goodbye. Don't you want to talk to Tong Tong? Hearing her father's words, Xu Miaotong's eyes lit up, and she chirped, is it Mommy? Tong Tong wants to say goodnight to Mommy. The voice on the other end froze. Then came a small gasp, followed by the clatter of what sounded like a knocked-over water glass. Su Yan could even hear the school bow ties, slightly rapid and uneven breathing. Forget it. Though Wen Ning tried to stay calm, the end of her sentence trembled slightly. She hung up as if fleeing, while on the other end she quickly stood up and grabbed a tissue to wipe the spilled water off the table. Her chest heaved violently as a deep blush spread from her neck, quickly claiming her translucent earlobes and porcelain-white cheeks. Tong Tong's words, I want to say good night to Mommy, echoed in her mind. I'm only a senior in high school. A future husband and adorable daughter. This is just too strange. Upon waking in the morning, Su Yan felt a small, soft weight resting upon him. Opening his eyes, he saw Xu Miaotong sleeping soundly, draped over her father, a trace of crystalline drool at the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks, still bearing a hint of baby fat, were pressed flat. Su Yan savored the tranquil atmosphere for a while, before gently lifting her off, striving not to wake her, as he rose to wash up. Afterwards, he went downstairs to buy breakfast. By the time he returned, Xu Miaotong was already awake. She seemed not yet fully emerged from her dreams, sitting dazedly on the bed in a kneeling position. Her soft black hair was slightly disheveled, with a single adorable silly cowlick sticking up. Daddy. She pouted her face, puffing with displeasure. Give Tong Tong a kiss. Su Yan set the breakfast on the table, Tong Tong is a big girl now, you can't be so clingy with daddy. Oomph. Xu Miaotong seemed very upset, tugging forcefully at the rabbit ears on her head. Hateful daddy. Su Yin was slightly taken aback. He pondered somewhat slowly for a moment, wondering what he had done to make her angry. This was the first time he had heard Tong Tong say she hated daddy. This girl. Could she have morning crankiness? Come eat breakfast. Okay. Sitting by the table, Xu Miaotong was still in a huff. Su Yin observed her with interest. Does Tong Tong not like daddy anymore? Morning crankiness was not a good thing. The Xu family didn't have such a habit, so who could she have inherited it from? Humph. Xu Miaotong pouted her lips. After breakfast, she fully woke up and gradually returned to normal. From a furious little puffer fish, she transformed back into the soft, adorable little dumpling she had been before. However, Su Yin had to go to school. She looked somewhat aggrieved. Daddy Tong Tong is so bored at home alone. Children of this age were the most lively and active before she had had so many friends in elementary school. Can Tong Tong bear it for 2 more days? Su Yin put on his shoes, then crouched down to pat her head. You'll make new friends soon. Daddy will come back at noon. If you're hungry, there are strawberries in the fridge and snacks on the coffee table. Xu Miaotong was very sensible. She opened her arms and planted a wet kiss on her father's cheek. Tong Tong will be good at home. Daddy must bring mommy home quickly. The little girl's soft, warm lips brought Su Yin an inexplicable sense of peace. He hugged his daughter, then left the house. Indeed, he couldn't leave her home alone all the time. Figuring out how to get Tong Tong to school was a very important matter. During morning reading, Su Yin was a bit listless, yawning continuously. His mind was constantly preoccupied with Tong Tong at home. Suddenly having a daughter waiting for him to come home was a strange sensation. Yanzi, explain yourself. During the break, Chen Hao approached with a stern face to interrogate his good buddy. His eyes were filled with the grief of betrayal, like a wronged wife threatening to hang herself if not given an explanation. Su Yin glanced at him. What do I need to explain to you? Chen Hao put his hands on his hips, interrogating a cheating scoundrel. What's your relationship with Wen Ning, the school beauty? You completely abandoned me yesterday. No relationship. Su Yin flipped open his math test paper. We have a daughter. Chen Hao. Just kidding. I'm the life committee member, and Wen Ning is the math representative for the advanced class. It's just some business with the teacher. Su Yin said casually. She's the school beauty. Would she fancy someone like me? Don't overthink it. That satisfied Chen Hao. Although he didn't see the connection between a life committee member and a math representative, it was common knowledge that good brothers could share hardship, but not success. Why couldn't she fancy you? The girl next to Su Yin said without looking up, Yin, you're actually not bad looking. Her name was Li Yuyu, with short hair and a petite frame, but a forthright personality. She was also a good friend of Su Yin and Chen Hao. Who? Chen Hao scoffed. Are you talking about Yanzi? They have been classmates since elementary school all the way through middle and high school. In a way, they were childhood friends. Haven't you noticed? Li Yuyu thought for a moment. If Yin dressed up, he has the potential to be a pretty boy. I reckon ladies 50 years older would love this type. Su Yin was the epitome of a typical adolescent boy. He didn't bother to dress up, his hair long and half covering his eyebrows, and he liked to wear a huge black-rimmed pair of glasses on his face. It was like sealing away his looks. Coupled with his low-key demeanor, he had never been very noticeable in class. But setting all that aside, his bone structure was outstanding. Not dazzling, but definitely within the realm of excellent human design. Moreover, his skin was so fair that it sometimes made even girls envious. When did you go blind? Chen Hao said gloomily. You don't have a crush on Yin, do you? If you say my best buddy is ugly, I'll attack your parents. But if you say my best buddy is handsome, then I'll attack you even harder. Go play somewhere else. Li Yuyu frowned. What I meant is, Haozi, you're the ugliest. What did you say? Chen Hao's eyes widened. 4 eyes, say that again. Su Yin drank water, calmly watching the two trade insults about each other's looks. Under the immense pressure of the college entrance exam, they indeed needed something to relax their strained nerves. The first class was math. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, handed back yesterday's test papers. Since it was a regular quiz, it was a simple 100-point system. The questions this time were quite difficult. Su Yin only scored 80. Glasses girl, what did you get? Chen Hao casually tossed his paper aside and leaned over to check his good female friend's score. Li Yuyu coldly pressed her paper under her book. Scram, what are you looking at? Among the three, Su Yin and Chen Hao came from similar family backgrounds, comfortable but not extraordinarily wealthy. So the college entrance exam was one of the most important things in their lives. But Li Yuyu was different from the two of them. She had to consider whether the college entrance exam was her only chance in life. If she didn't do well, she would have to go back and inherit the family business. From the starting line of life, she would leap straight to the finish line. Yes, she was a little rich girl. A true little rich girl. Li Yuyu's father owned over a dozen chain restaurants, and their business was booming. When the Su family hosted banquets for the new year, they always did so at Li Yuyu's family restaurant. But this girl was a study fanatic, like someone practicing the 9 manual in reverse. Basically, whenever Su Yin saw her, she was holding a book. Even while waiting in line for lunch, she would have an English vocabulary book in hand, memorizing words. Su Yin felt that even the students in the advanced class didn't study with 1/10 of her diligence. It was as if she were somewhat obsessed. Li Yuyu herself had said she studied 12 hours a day, wishing she could split every minute into two. Her level of effort was unmatched throughout the entire first high school. Chen Hao glanced over. Li Yuyu's score was 72. Chen Hao fell silent. The questions were hard this time. What did you get? Li Yuyu said with dissatisfaction. You haven't been studying lately, have you? I saw you went to the internet cafe to play League of Legends yesterday. Old was been on your case. Did you fail? Chen Hao was the typical smart student who didn't like to study. Yeah, I haven't been studying much lately. I've slipped. Chen Hao quietly picked up his paper. A bright red 75. Li Yuyu looked at the basketball player poster on his desk, then at her own desk cluttered with dense review books. It's okay. Chen Hao comforted. You've worked hard enough. Li Yuyu became agitated. Who are you calling an idiot? She was triggered, ready to flip the table. Damn it. I study 12 hours a day and still can't outscore Chen Hao, who never reviews outside of class. Study my ass. At noon, Wen Ning sent him a message asking where to meet. Su Yin thought for a moment and decided to meet at the entrance of the small shop at the end of the alley behind the school. Fewer people there. After waiting about 5 minutes, Wen Ning arrived. She was dressed as usual. A simple clean ponytail, the blue and white school uniform, and a pair of spotless white canvas shoes on her feet. What was most striking were her fox-like eyes with slightly upturned corners. The contrast with her pure appearance was so strong that even Su Yan's gaze lingered for a long time. In his memory, this school beauty, Wen had always dressed like this at school, clean as a white flower. Yet even so, she firmly held the top spot as the dream girl of all the boys at No. For high school, her appeal was too high, there was simply no criticizing it. Su Yan handed her a bottle of water. Do you have morning crankiness? Wen Ning was taken aback, her expression slowly shifting. After a long moment, she hesitated. How? Did you know? Her morning crankiness was extremely severe. It was the kind where she found everything annoying in the morning, would kick any passing dog, and would press a button to destroy the world if given one. So Wen Ning got up very early every morning to leave home to avoid upsetting her stepmother and stepsister. But this was her biggest secret. Even her father didn't know. Then Tong Tong inherited it from you. Su Yin confirmed. When Tong Tong got mad at me this morning, I didn't even dare to make a sound. Wen Ning. Su Yin felt that Tong Tong's father must have a very tough time every morning in terms of family status. Of course, that was his future self. Su Yin pondered for a moment, then said in as polite a tone as possible, this habit isn't really good. Wen Ning was a bit displeased, her lips tightening into a line. It's innate. Can't change it. If you don't like it, don't marry her. Then you deserve to suffer through the morning crankiness. Perhaps it was Wen Ning who found it harder to adapt than Tong Tong. After all, the blood bond between Tong Tong and her was undeniable. However, between her and Su Yin, there was none of the journey from courtship to the altar. There were no experiences that would allow two people to love each other deeply without reservations. In fact, this was only the second day since they had met. The mere thought of marrying this boy in the future made Wen Ning feel an overwhelming strangeness. She had no idea how she should interact with him. I need to go back at noon and worried about Tong Tong being home alone. Su Yin asked, it's not far. Do you want to come? Wen Ning hesitated. Was she really going to his place on their second meeting? Yet surprisingly, despite her embarrassment, she felt little resistance. Perhaps it was because the adorable and obedient Tong Tong was there, or maybe Wen Ning knew her own nature. In the future, if she hadn't truly fallen in love with Su Yin, she would never have married him. She finally said, accepting the bottled water. Let's head back early. I still have exam papers to finish. Su Yin nodded. Okay, let's go. We'll take the bus. There weren't many people on the bus at this hour, or rather in this day and age few people took the bus anymore. They walked to the back row, and Wen Ning, after a moment of shyness, sat down beside him. They both spoke at once. Su Yin closed his mouth, gesturing with his eyes for her to go first. After I got back, I thought a lot about Tong Tong's matters. Wen Ning pulled a notebook from her backpack. It was filled with neatly listed items written in a careful and beautiful hand. A true scholar, she could organize everything systematically. It was nothing like the crooked sorcery-like scrawls in Su Yan's notebook. Wen Ning took a deep breath and pointed the tip of her pen at the first item. First and foremost, you need to keep track of all the money you spend on Tong Tong. Her expression was serious. Half of that money is my responsibility. My monthly allowance isn't much, but I will pay you back. Su Yin was taken aback. He hesitated. You? Are you really thinking about these things? Wen Ning looked puzzled. Isn't the test result already out? That's not what I meant. Su Yin explained. Most people would go through the stages of shock denial and then avoidance. But you seem to have accepted the fact that you are Tong Tong's mother very quickly. Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. Tong Tong. Since she is indeed my daughter. After a moment, Wen Ning turned her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. To run away would be too cruel. Then, according to your logic, Su Yin thought for a moment, you don't need to give me the money. I'm Tong Tong's father, it's natural for me to earn money to support my wife and child. Don't talk nonsense. Wen Ning whipped her head around and shot him a fierce glare. Who's your wife? But her ears unavoidably turned slightly red. It was a physiological reaction she couldn't control. Su Yin gave a dry laugh. Go on. I'm living with my family now. I can't tell them about this. Wen Ning's voice dropped a little. So Tong Tong will probably have to stay with you. Maybe when I get to college, I'll move out. It seemed there was nothing she could help with regarding Tong Tong. No matter how much she thought it over, everything that seemed troublesome to her ultimately fell on Su Yan's shoulders. It's not a big deal, Su Yan nodded. But Tong Tong really wants to see you. Try to spend time with her every day. Although the campus belle one appeared aloof and pure, he found that her inner self was not exactly cold on the outside and warm on the inside, but certainly more complex than she seemed. Wen Ning pursed her lips and after a long while slowly nodded. And Tong Tong's identity. She finally brought up the most critical issue. To integrate into society and grow up like an ordinary little girl to go to school, she needs an identity. This was also the most troubling and difficult problem for Su Yan. In this society, an extra little girl appearing out of nowhere would go unnoticed by no one. But truly wanting her to grow up healthy and well was not so simple. For now Tong Tong had nothing. Su Yan closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead as he thought. Wen Ning didn't disturb him, lowering her gaze to the notebook in her hands. Her slender fingers unconsciously twirled a pen, and a jumble of random thoughts kept surfacing in her mind. She had never read much science fiction, and her understanding of time remained at the most basic level. If life followed its normal course, she would marry Su Yan someday and give birth to Tong Tong. But now? What about now? Tong Tong had come back from the future, and she and Su Yan had met early. Had their life trajectories already been altered? Would they still get married and have Tong Tong in the future? Wouldn't that mean there would be two Tong Tongs? Wen Ning couldn't figure it out. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. After an unknown period, Su Yan opened his eyes. He'll handle this. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, still looking dazed. What? About Tong Tong's identity? Su Yan affirmed, he'll find a way. A high school student. Could he really come up with a solution? Wen Ning unconsciously licked her lips. Will it be very troublesome? Su Yan shook his head. Just a little. Anyway, let me take care of it. Don't overthink. Wen Ning had a strained relationship with her family and couldn't tell her father about Tong Tong. Compared to Su Yan, she as Tong Tong's mother seemed utterly inadequate. Feeling disheartened, she took 1,000 yuan from the inner pocket of her bag. The money for the test. Here. Su Yan didn't refuse and accepted it directly. He still had to support Tong Tong, and making money was already giving him a headache. Finally, the bus arrived at the stop. They walked together toward the rented apartment. When Su Yan opened the door, the little girl, like a sprite, came running out of the room. When she saw Wen Ning standing gracefully behind her, eyes lit up. Mommy! Xu Miaotong immediately threw herself into her arms. Welcome home. Wen Ning's expression was very awkward, but she couldn't help crouching down and reaching out to hug her. Xu Miaotong stood on tiptoes and pecked her mother's right cheek, then ran over to her father and did the same. Watching Su Yan look for slippers for her, a strange thought suddenly struck Wen Ning. Somehow this felt a little like an old married couple. Su Yan's home was much cleaner than Wen Ning had imagined. It wasn't the messy place of a man living alone, instead it was tidily arranged. 2 potted plants on the windowsill swayed gently in the sunlight. Noticing this, Wen Ning felt a sense of relief. What did Tong Tong do at home this morning? She avoided her daughter's bright gaze, asking in as gentle a voice as possible. Watching TV. Xu Miaotong clung to her mother, unwilling to let go, and said in a childish tone, and then I waited for Mom and Dad to come home. Su Yan went to the kitchen to wash his hands, glancing at the TV, which was playing the classic show Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. He didn't know what future cartoons would be like. As long as Tong Tong wasn't bored, that was fine. He smiled and said, Tong Tong, do you know how Pleasant Goat ends? Xu Miaotong immediately asked, What? Eaten by Big Big Wolf. Xu Miaotong was stunned for a long moment. Then her lips quickly drooped, and she looked on the verge of tears. Don't talk nonsense. Wen Ning couldn't bear to see her daughter on the verge of crying. She glared at him and quickly hugged Tong Tong. He's lying in the end. Pleasant Goat drives Big Big Wolf away. Really? Xu Miaotong cheered up again and made a fierce face at Su Yan. Bad dad, go away. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't he getting along well with his daughter? When Su Yan came out of the kitchen again, mother and daughter were already sitting on the sofa. Xu Miaotong, a child who loved to act cute, hadn't been close to her mother for days, and now clung to Wen Ning's arms, unwilling to leave. Wen Ning, however, looked a bit tense, holding Tong Tong with her arms to prevent her from falling her back straight. Clearly she wasn't entirely comfortable with such close contact, but it was evident she didn't reject it either. Watch TV with her a little longer. Su Yan took strawberries from the fridge and placed them in front of the mother and daughter. Have some fruit first. Thank you. Wen Ning picked the leaves off a strawberry and put it in Tong Tong's hand. Mommy. Xu Miaotong's cheeks flushed, looking adorable. Tong Tong slept with Dad yesterday. Clearly the naive little girl was easy to fool. She had completely forgotten how Su Yan had tricked her about Pleasant Goat being eaten. Perhaps infected by her mood, Wen Ning couldn't help but smile. Tong Tong is so happy. Super happy. Xu Miaotong blinked her big eyes. Before Mommy wouldn't let me sleep with Dad. Wen Ning was also curious about her future self. Is that so? So it seemed. I might be a rather strict mother. Yeah, Mommy is so stingy. Xu Miaotong protested. Mommy always fights with Tong Tong over Dad. Su Yan, listening casually from the kitchen, chimed in. So Tong Tong, aren't you mad at Mommy? I am mad, Xu Miaotong said innocently. Then mommy asks dad if Tong Tong and I fall into the water, who would you save first? Su Yan paused for a moment. And then, he had a bad feeling. The question itself was meaningless. Because the moment someone asks it, they've already decided that no matter what your answer is, they'll take your life. Then dad was punished by mommy to kneel on the board. Xu Miaotong stretched out her hands to show a size. A board like this used for washing clothes. Su Yan abruptly turned his head to look at Wen Ning, the school beauty, sitting on the sofa. At the same time, he wore a very subtle, cautious expression. In truth, he was relatively chauvinistic. At home, unlike his henpecked father Su, he was a good lad, who often fought for family status with his mother Lin Hui. Although he usually lost when Lin Hui brought out the tactic of threatening his next month's allowance, this spirit of resistance meant Su Yan would never be a slave. Afraid of his wife. Would he suffer such treatment in the future? This woman. Wen Ning. Tong Tong, you're just talking nonsense now. Although there's a saying that a daughter is her father's little lover, she didn't believe her future self would be jealous of her daughter. Nor did she believe she would make Su Yan kneel on a board. Kneel on a washboard. Why are you looking at me? Wen Ning said with a straight face. Now you know what kind of person I am. Su Yan nodded cautiously. I see. Wen Ning felt that Su Yan's gaze toward her was like facing a great enemy. This strange look made her a bit angry. What did he mean? Did he think she was the kind of woman who would make her husband kneel on the floor at the slightest disagreement? Su Yan stopped talking to the mother and daughter and went back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wen Ning watched TV with Tong Tong for a while, seeing the little girl's eyes sparkling as if she were about to fall into the sheep village. She didn't disturb Tong Tong anymore and quietly got up to check the kitchen. After all, she was a guest now, and also Tong Tong's mother. Just sitting there without helping would make her feel uncomfortable. Su Yan glanced back at her, but didn't say much. He was at the sink cleaning the shrimp he had bought that morning. Tong Tong had said she wanted shrimp. Let me help. Wen Ning tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Su Yan didn't look up. No need, just spend more time with Tong Tong. Wen Ning was quite embarrassed. Su Yan, have you ever handled fresh seafood before? From his movements, it was clear he usually cooked at home. There was the smell of cooking oil in the house. But his skill level was at best a bronze, nothing higher. Probably just capable of boiling noodles or making egg fried rice. It was painful to watch. Su Yan paused. He organized his words. I know that putting shrimp into a pot turns them into cooked shrimp. And then, before they die, shrimp are alive. Isn't that all nonsense? Wen Ning sighed. Before Su Yan could respond, she naturally took the SpongeBob apron hanging on a nearby hook and tied it around her waist. She skillfully undid her ponytail and twisted her hair into a bun with her hand. Then she used a rubber band to secure it into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her swan-like fair neck. With her pure and lovely face, this was the ideal image of a virtuous wife and loving mother. We need to get back to school later, so let's hurry. Su Yan felt a little belittled by her. Fine, Wen Ning. Wicked woman, where do you think you are? This is my home. Wen Ning glanced at him and began skillfully handling the raw shrimp. Go sit outside and keep Tong Tong company. Tong Tong was right after all. Su Yan pushed aside, fell into thought. Regardless of whether he and Wen Ning would end up together in this life, it seemed the family hierarchy was already hinting at its shape, wasn't it? Wen Ning knew what he was referring to and felt a bit stifled. Then in this life, you better be careful not to end up in my hands again. She forced a straight face, her lips pressed into a thin line, her tone cool. Or else I'll make you kneel until you die. Wen Ning moved swiftly. After deveining the shrimp and steaming them, she also found time to stir-fry a plate of tomato and egg sautéed garlic with meat, and quickly prepared a simple seaweed and dried shrimp soup. Growing up in her environment, she was not a spoiled girl who knew nothing. Doing these tasks felt very natural. In other words, it felt like being in her own home. Tong Tong, come eat. Mom. Xu Miaotong leaned over the edge of the table, poking out half her head. Wow. Seeing her daughter's sparkling, shimmering eyes, Wen Ning felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Su Yan took a bite and gave a very insincere review. It's just so-so. About the same as what I make. Wen Ning couldn't be bothered to respond, lowering her head to pick food for Tong Tong. Mom, I want to eat that. Okay, Tong Tong, eat a bit slower. Perhaps even Wen Ning herself didn't notice that when she looked at Tong Tong, a soft emotion would unconsciously appear on her face. The mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance. A pair of beauties, one large and one small. One adorable and lively, the other quiet and gentle. This reaction was also within Su Yan's expectations. A daughter like Tong Tong no parent could dislike. Su Yan always ate quickly. Soon, he carried his empty bowl toward the kitchen. Wen Ning looked up sensitively. What are you doing? Su Yan said suspiciously, getting more rice. If you can't finish, don't force it. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, wiping Tong Tong's mouth. If you eat too much later, you'll blame me. What's wrong with you? No. Su Yan said, I just genuinely didn't get enough to eat. Wen Ning fell silent and continued eating. She ate very quietly, hardly making a sound, and never reached too far for dishes. Basically, she ate whatever was placed in front of her. This was a habit cultivated from childhood. When eating at home, because of her stepmother and stepsister, she had always been like this. Her deftness and skill in household chores also stemmed from this. At home, Wen Ning tried her best to help her stepmother with tasks. After her mother left, she had thought about getting along well with her stepmother. She sought to earn her affection through grades and chores. Unfortunately, after all these years, her stepmother and stepsister still didn't like her much. Why are you only eating the tomato and eggs? Got a grudge against them? Su Yan directly moved the other plate of sautéed meat in front of her, finished the rest too. Wen Ning lowered her eyes. Thank you. Half an hour later, the meal with its slightly awkward atmosphere was finally finished. Wen Ning got up to wash the dishes. Su Yan felt his family status was once again challenged. He put on a cartoon for Tong Tong and voluntarily went to help in the kitchen. Are you coming over tonight? Su Yan dried a plate. Wen Ning shook her head. I can't go home too late every day. Otherwise her father would make her stepmother and stepsister wait for her to eat. They would be unhappy. All right then, Tong Tong, and I will eat out. Su Yan didn't mind and maintained a proper distance with restraint. Wen Ning was indeed very beautiful, and she was his future wife, no doubt. But for now the two were essentially strangers, connected only because of Tong Tong. Although the sight of Wen Ning in an apron washing dishes with her clean hands was hard to look away from, unfortunately, even Tong Tong didn't know how her parents ended up together. Su Yan, there's one more thing. Wen Ning asked cautiously, how are your academic grades? Her hesitant tone seemed to be afraid of hurting Su Yan's pride. But in reality, it was even more damaging to his self-esteem. I'm around the level of an average undergraduate, won't drop, but can't rise either. Su Yan said generously, can't compare to you. Jiang province was a major hub for the college entrance exam, but it hadn't yet embraced the reform. So it still followed the traditional arts and sciences division. Both Su Yan and Wen Ning were in the science track. Wen Ning's last monthly exam ranked 6th in the school, firmly the top student below the top 5. Citywide, she was among the top 50 elite students, and with a bit of luck, she could compete at the highest level. I see. Wen Ning slowed her dishwashing, as if pondering something. Tong Tong's appearance brought another issue. Her parents were now at the most critical point of their lives, the college entrance exam. And in college, they might head in different directions. What would happen to Tong Tong then? Fine, an average undergraduate is the same wherever I study. Su Yan said naturally, ill prioritized Tong Tong. What I mean is. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, her ears visibly flushed. It's best if we're in the same city. She turned away from Su Yan's gaze, looking at Tong Tong, lying on the sofa eating strawberries and watching cartoons. Su Yan wouldn't misunderstand something strange, would he? I really don't mean anything by it. I'm just saying a child can't be without a father or a mother. Though saying it this way does sound even stranger. Anyway, I mean we need to consider Tong Tong. I know. Su Yan was silent for a moment. He sighed. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but it seems I'll have to get into a university in the same city as you, preferably the same one. Wen Ning. Su Yan. Are you secretly looking down on me? No. No secret looking down. Wen Ning's expression was awkward. It might be easier if I try to get into the same city as you. Your verbal jabs are a bit sharp, campus beauty one. Are you treating me like a fool? Just a 6th place student in the grade, a candidate for a top university. What was your score last time? 688. What? Such an unfamiliar number. Jiang province's college entrance exam hadn't been reformed yet, with a 60-point optional module, so the total score was 810. 688, 40 points more than 648. Was that even a number that could appear on a report card? She was a prodigy destined to study in Shanghai or the capital, a standout among thousands in the exam. But this made Su Yan focus on another issue. If not for Tong Tong's appearance. Su Yan couldn't help blurting out, with 688 points, why did you marry me who scores under 600? How did a bronze and a king end up in the same voice chat? He's so annoying. Wen Ning got a bit angry again, letting out a low hum. How would I know? How would I know how the future me was tricked into coming? After lunch, the two spent some more time with Tong Tong before preparing to head to class. The little girl was naturally reluctant, and Wen Ning had to comfort her for quite a while, promising to come back and accompany her tomorrow. Xu Miaotong clung to her mother's long legs, refusing to let go. When mom and dad used to go out, they would always kiss Tong Tong. Wen Ning had no choice but to lean in and plant a kiss on her soft, tender cheek. Xu Miaotong's eyes curved into crescents, and Dad. Su Yan could only mimic Wen Ning brushing his lips against her other cheek. Mom and Dad come home early, okay? Tong Tong will miss you. Both of them felt a subtle shift in their hearts, as if they were truly a couple about to leave for work, bidding farewell to their daughter. Tong Tong is very sensible. Su Yan pulled out his keys to lock the door, but leaving her alone at home is too cruel. Although Tong Tong never showed any sign of distress, and always said the cartoons were wonderful, he could see the deep reluctance in her eyes when they were about to leave. He could imagine Tong Tong staying home alone, counting down the hours on her fingers, waiting for her parents to return. It was a pitiful sight. Wen Ning thought for a moment, at least tomorrow is the weekend. I plan to take Tong Tong to visit my aunt's place. Facing her puzzled look, Su Yan explained, my unclean law works at the police station. I want to ask him about Tong Tong's situation. It was just a bit troublesome. Going to school required an identity, and identity involved household registration. If only Tong Tong were a bit older, Su Yan sighed. I could just say she's my sister old Z's illegitimate daughter. But now the ages didn't match. How was he supposed to explain the relationship between Tong Tong and himself to his aunt? Su Yin knew that the moment his aunt saw Tong Tong, she would recognize her as one of the Su family. All the Zus had two adorable dimples at the corners of their mouths when they smiled, an inherited trait that made people want to reach out and poke them. This very feature had kept Chun Hao teasing Su Yin for 10 years. How could a grown man have such a feminine thing? Wen Ning hesitated. I'll go with you. All right. Su Yin agreed without overthinking. Since it involved Tong Tong, she should naturally come along. They took the bus back and planned to part at a stop some distance from the school. Wen Ning pulled the zipper of her school uniform up a bit, standing there delicately, as if she wanted to say something. Meeting Su Yan's questioning gaze, she finally spoke. Can I take a look at your last month's exam paper? There were still 4 months left, and there was plenty of room for improvement. As long as the foundation wasn't too weak and there were no major subject imbalances, raising the score by 30 or 40 points was achievable. Marrying someone who scored less than 600 points would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Of course Su Yin understood, she didn't mean that. Considering Tong Tong's situation, the higher Su Yin scored, the more options they would both have when choosing schools. Otherwise Wen Ning would have to settle for less. Alright, you can take a look when you come over tomorrow, Su Yin said. But no matter how hard I study, I'll never reach your score. Just keep that in mind. Wen Ning nodded, then I'll head back. After parting with her, Su Yin walked toward his classroom. The room was already quite full. Li Yuyu was sitting in her seat working on a test paper, while Chun Hao was napping on his desk. Su Yin sat down and reviewed some of his mistakes. English and Chinese were his weak points. His attitude toward studying was decent, but he couldn't be called particularly diligent. With his parents often away and him being a day student, there was no one to supervise him once he got home. In the eyes of his teachers, he was the type of student with a bit of cleverness, but a lack of discipline, yet obedient in other ways. Simply put, a background character. TSK. The English vocabulary gave Su Yin a headache. 688 points. Even if I studied as hard as I'd never get there. Unless of course his precious Tong Tong really did awaken a system that made her father a top scorer. Li Yu, the subject of his muttered comment, looked up sharply. Is there really something going on between you and the school beauty one? Only one person in the entire first high had a total score of 688. Nothing much, Su Yin scribbled on a piece of paper. I'm not interested in women. Li Yu adjusted her glasses, sensing something was off. Then what are you interested in? Studying. It was hard to imagine hearing those words come out of a Yan's mouth. It was a rare occurrence. So, Li Yu pondered. You're trying to pursue the school beauty when in a weird way. Like surpassing her in academics. That was supposed to be surpassing her in studies. Please don't leave out the crucial words. However, Su Yin decided not to explain his strange relationship with Wen Ning. Mainly because even he couldn't quite figure it out. They hadn't known each other for long, but because of Tong Tong, many of their interactions had already gone beyond the typical boundaries between male and female classmates. Yet they weren't lovers. You let me ask you something. Su Yin changed the subject. Is there any way for a high school student to make money? If all else failed, he would have to look for a part-time job. But on the other hand, he also needed to spend time with Tong Tong, which made things complicated. Li Yu was taken aback. Are you short on money? Su Yin explained, there's a family matter that requires some funds. Before he could finish, Li Yu had already pulled out her phone. How much do you need? He'll transfer it to you right now. No, I didn't mean to borrow money from you. Raise a daughter with someone else's money. What kind of person did they take him for? Besides, even though you're a little rich girl whose family owns over a dozen restaurants, how much pocket money can a high school student have? I've saved over 200,000 from my New Year's money and allowance over the years. Li Yu pulled up her good buddy's Alipay account on her phone. Is that enough? Seriously, sis. What kind of wealthy family are you from? Should I just become your maidservant? The college entrance exam is coming up. Why are you thinking about making money instead of studying? Li Yu frowned. I'm asking you, how much do you need? She thought something bad had happened in Su Yan's family, leaving him in a tight spot. No need. Su Yan ultimately shook his head and refused. He'll come to you when I really need it. Although his relationship with Li Yu was indeed very close, almost as close as with Chun Hao, he still wanted to try on his own first. Since the future him could provide Tong Tong with such a comfortable life, there was no reason why the current him couldn't achieve anything, let alone borrow money from others for Tong Tong's sake. Are you sure you're okay? Li Yu knew his character well. Su Yan wasn't the type to be stubborn, but he was very independent and always had his own ideas. Since he said it, it meant he truly didn't intend to borrow money from her. Alright, then let's go out for barbecue tonight. Li Yu put away her phone. My treat. Basically, every Friday night the three of them would have a meal together. It was a way to relax, a rare moment of leisure amidst the pressure of senior year. Su Yan had also planned to take Tong Tong out to eat, and he thought about it for a moment after hearing her words. Can I bring someone along? Su Yan added, my 80-year-old cousin is staying at my place recently. It would be a good chance for Tong Tong to get to know his life. Since she had already returned to the present, she had to live in this era anyway. Starting with Li Yu and Chun Hao. No problem, it's just the three of us anyway. Li Yu had no objections and turned back to her test paper. After school, Su Yan went home to pick up Tong Tong. The little white dress she had worn through time was already washed, but luckily, she knew how to change clothes. An 80-year-old child shouldn't need her parents' help with such a simple task. However, Xu Yin didn't know how to do hair, so he could only tie a simple little ponytail for her. Xu Miaotong stood there gracefully playing with her ponytail with her fingers calling out "Dad" in a soft, sweet voice. Now she looked even more like Wen Ning. It was like having a miniature version of the pure school beauty standing right in front of him. Xu Yin couldn't resist taking a photo and sending it to Wen Ning. She really was like a little princess. My daughter is so beautiful. Spending time with Tongtong easily brought out an old father's heart. When he brought Tongtong downstairs, Li Yuyu and Chunhao had already been waiting for a while. What took you so long? You're as slow as a woman. Chunhao grumbled impatiently. I'm starving. I swear I could eat a whole pig right now. But soon he noticed the little girl Xu Yin was holding and his voice trailed off. What a beautiful little girl. He had never heard of a Yin having such a young cousin. Uncle Chunhao, Auntie Yuyu. Xu Miaotong bounced over beaming. Long time no see. Hey, Uncle, how come you suddenly have hair? Li Yuyu. Chunhao. When did I ever lose my hair? And calling me uncle right off the bat, little girl, where are your manners? Chunhao cast a resentful glance at Xu Yin. Did you teach her that? He had reason to suspect that Xu Yin had instilled some strange ideas into this cousin of his. For instance, that Chunhao was a peculiar bald uncle. Xu Yan's face froze in shock as he stared at the thick hair atop Chunhao's head. Only he knew just how much weight Tongtong's words carried. Middle-aged baldness. Balding. Hiss. How's he sure is a formidable one. Cousin. Li Yuyu also studied Xu Miaotong with curiosity. She looked like a doll kissed by an angel, utterly adorable, in every way stirring an irresistible urge to hold her in one's arms. Not really. Li Yuyu shook her head. Xu Yin paused, meeting her slightly scrutinizing gaze. This was his first time bringing Tongtong out to meet friends. Moreover, from Tongtong's reactions he could tell that in the future he would still be good friends with Chunhao and Li Yuyu. Thus he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He worried that Li Yuyu, with her keen perception, might notice something off. What's wrong? She must be your biological sister. Li Yuyu stated with certainty. Xu Miaotong had inherited all the best traits from Xu Yin and Wen Ning, yet her face bore clear traces of both of them. Xu Yin breathed a sigh of relief and admitted openly, true, but she's not my sister. He crouched down and hugged Tongtong. She's my daughter. Of course Tongtong looks like daddy. Xu Miaotong happily wrapped her arms around Xu Yan's neck. Li Yuyu's expression went blank. Oh, cut it out. All right, let's go eat. Chunhao rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense are you teaching the kid? Her real dad wouldn't knock your teeth out. He assumed the siblings were just playing a prank to amuse them. Xu Yan's face was serious. She really is my daughter. Don't you think we look alike? That's enough. Even Li Yuyu couldn't take it anymore. Sure, being hugged by such a cute and pretty little girl was enviable. But showing off a bit was fine. Dragging out a make-believe game with a kid endlessly. Suit yourselves if you don't believe me. Xu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Their disbelief was expected. Humans truly were strange creatures. If he had been secretive about Tongtong's identity, they might have suspected something. But when Xu Yin stated it so openly, they refused to believe it instead. The place Li Yuyu had chosen was a newly opened shopping mall. Since it was newly built and had promotional sales, it was bustling with activity, most of the crowd consisting of students. Tongtong held her father's hand tightly, her bright, sparkling eyes taking in everything around her. The little girl who hadn't gone out with her dad in a while hopped and skipped joyfully, her eyes curving into crescents. Daddy, I want that. Xu Miaotong pointed at a claw machine, unable to move. Xu Yin glanced at it. Inside were small, fluffy white rabbit plushies, very cute. After we eat, Daddy will bring you to catch one. Catch two. One for Tongtong and one for Mommy. Xu Yin vaguely recalled that Wen Ning's backpack also had a small rabbit plush dangling from it. When she walked, the rabbit plush would sway back and forth. Earlier today on the bus, she had unconsciously tugged at the toy's rabbit ears from time to time. This habit was exactly the same as Tongtong's. It seemed mother and daughter shared similar tastes. Chunhao, walking ahead, asked with a smile, "Little girl, who is your mom?" "Mommy is Mommy." Uncle Chunhao's question is so weird. Xu Miaotong's childish voice was soft. Called uncle by an 80-year-old girl again, Chunhao's face stiffened. "Call me big brother, and he'll catch a doll for you." No. Xu Miaotong wasn't having it. "Little sister, don't mind him." Li Yuyu couldn't resist pinching her soft cheek. "This uncle isn't a good person. Stay far away from him from now on." "Yeah, I'm not a good person." Chunhao shoved his hands in his pockets, speaking lazily. "I wonder who back in elementary school got bullied and came crying, tugging my sleeve, calling me brother Chunhao. That was ages ago." Li Yuyu grew flustered. "I was young and foolish." In elementary school she was short, dark-skinned, and quite introverted. She also suffered from severe rhinitis back, then often with a runny nose, making her look like a messy little girl. So the boys and girls in her class constantly picked on her, calling her snotty. No one wanted to play with her except Chunhao, who always took her along to run around. Back then she was truly that little girl following behind him, calling him brother Chunhao. But as she grew older, Li Yuyu refused to acknowledge it. Whenever someone brought it up, she'd get furious. Her address for him changed from brother Chunhao to that jerk. "You little ingrate." Chunhao's tone was chilly. "When you wiped your snot on my sleeve, did I ever say a word?" "Shut up." Li Yuyu angrily pulled out a red banknote and slapped it into his hand. "Go buy some mouthwash to rinse that mouth of yours." "Fine." Chun Hao almost laughed in anger, grabbed her hood from behind, and stuffed the 100 yuan bill inside. Don't come crying to me if you get bullied again. Li Yuyu stumbled from the pole. She pursed her lips and let out a displeased snort. Xu Miaotong looked left and right, then cautiously whispered to her father, Daddy, do uncle and auntie still argue every day? Their fates clash. Su Yin shook his head. What do you mean by still Tong Tong? They used to argue every day before too. Xu Miaotong blinked innocently. Sometimes they'd even fight and Daddy had to mediate. Su Yin felt something was off. Arguing every day. Were those two still glued together even after graduating from college? When they sat down at the barbecue restaurant, Xu Miaotong asked sweetly, Annie, why didn't Minmin come today? Li Yuyu was puzzled. Who's Minmin? Xu Miaotong paused and blinked. Uncle Chun Hao and Auntie Li Yuyu's daughter. Also her best friend. Chun Hao was drinking water and nearly choked on the spot. Li Yuyu was startled too, then flushed with embarrassment and reached out to pinch Su Yan's face. What on earth do you teach the kid? Su Yan spread his hands. I really didn't teach her that. Don't gross me out. Li Yuyu imagined that scene and instinctively shuddered. Seeing his face every morning would make me throw up. Who do you think you are? Chun Hao squinted at her. Plenty of girls chase after me. I'm not interested. Oh, then watch yourself. Li Yuyu nodded. After all, you're old and ugly. They might just be lacking fatherly affection. Chun Hao wanted to retort, but seeing the little girl across from him, he swallowed all the curses back down. He gave a thumbs up, suppressing his temper. Impressive. They still hadn't made up by dinner time, eating with cold faces. Su Yin was used to their behavior and ignored them, focusing on getting Tong Tong her favorite foods. The little girl's lips were smeared with oil, looking plump and shiny, utterly adorable. Afterward, as promised, Su Yin went to the claw machine to catch a rabbit plush for Tong Tong. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that he led his daughter out of the mall. Tong Tong cradled 2 fluffy rabbit plushies in her arms. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she couldn't help rubbing her soft cheek against the rabbit's face. You're so cute. After that, the father and daughter parted ways, with them walking home hand in hand. Tong Tong, is what you said true? Su Yin asked as he walked, patting her head. Uncle Chun Hao and Auntie Li Yuyu have a daughter named Minmin. Huh? Xu Miaotong was still focused on the rabbit plush, tugging its ears as she said sweetly, Yes, Minmin is my best friend. Tong Tong knew many things that hadn't happened yet, but at the same time Su Yin felt a twinge of worry. Would those futures change because of Tong Tong's arrival? For instance, he and Wen Ning had met early because of Tong Tong. Chun Hao and Li Yuyu now knew their future daughter's name was Minmin. There was a term for it, the butterfly effect. But then he thought, with something as absurd as time travel already happening, why overthink it? Others brought systems and golden fingers. A reincarnator as embarrassing as Tong Tong would be kicked out of any group next door. The February weather was bitingly cold, and Su Yin couldn't help tightening his coat. Tong Tong, time to go home. Daddy, carry me on your back. All right. The next morning, at 8:30, Wen Ning arrived at Su Yan's doorstep. Since it was the weekend, she wasn't wearing her school uniform. Just a simple beige knit top and blue jeans, her long straight legs looking youthful and radiant. She had the typical features of a Jiangnan native, pleasing and delicate to the eye. Though she wasn't smiling, the corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, exuding an alluring and beautiful curve. Even Su Yin paused briefly, his gaze lingering on her face as he opened the door. He ran a hand through his messy hair. So early. Tong Tong isn't up yet. Come on in. Then he walked into the living room without waiting. Wen Ning felt this guy was a bit too relaxed. He hadn't seemed particularly nervous when she visited yesterday either. She changed into slippers and entered the living room to find Su Yin in the kitchen pouring water. On the coffee table lay 2 white rabbit plushies, fluffy with short tails, leaning together in a dazed way, one big, one small. Wen Ning's gaze was instantly captivated. She stared for a long while before resisting the urge to pick them up and play. She pursed her lips with difficulty and slowly looked away. Just then her eyes met Su Yan's as he walked out of the kitchen with a cup of water. Did you buy those for Tong Tong? What? Su Yan yawned before realizing what she meant. He casually picked up one of the rabbit plushies and handed it directly to Wen Ning. For you. Su Yan, still drowsy, said nonchalantly. Tong Tong said you like rabbits too and insisted I catch one for you. For me. Wen Ning hugged the rabbit, momentarily at a loss. She didn't know whether to refuse or accept, so she just held it tightly. Truth be told, she had felt drawn to the rabbit plush the moment she saw it. They'll go wake her up. Have a seat. Su Yin didn't pay much attention to her expression and walked straight into the bedroom. Tong Tong, time to get up. Mommy's here. Bad daddy. Xu Miaotong's sleepy but clearly displeased voice came from the bedroom. Her words carried a hint of sulkiness, the tone rising slightly at the end. Clearly she was venting her morning grumpiness at her father. Wen Ning then looked down at the rabbit plush in her hands. The little rabbit looked a bit dazed, round and soft. It truly was adorable. So much so that Wen Ning couldn't help but hold the rabbit plush and secretly rub her cheek against it. Her eyes held a gentle softness, a look of delight almost identical to Tong Tong's. You're so cute. It had been a very, very long time since anyone had given her a little rabbit plush. The small rabbit toy on her backpack was one her mother had bought from a street stall when she was in preschool and had personally hung on her back. It cost 5 yuan, but it was the thing Wen Ning treasured most since childhood. She had changed many backpacks over the years, but that little rabbit plush had dangled from her bag for so long. So long that nearly a decade had passed, and every time Wen Ning tugged its ears, she could still recall her mother's face. She loved rabbits, loved them dearly. After breakfast, Xu Miaotong listlessly lay in Wen Ning's arms, her mouth almost puckered up to the sky. She was as angry as a puffed-up pufferfish. Although Wen Ning had no idea what exactly she was upset about, she felt a bit awkward. The little girl's morning melancholy was indeed no different from her biological mother's, especially when she had just woken up. She often exhibited irritability, temper, and emotional instability. Even the pleasant goat playing on TV would be met with a martial arts routine. Tong, aren't you happy to see mommy? Wen Ning still wanted to coax her. If you pout like that, you won't be pretty at all. I'm not happy. Xu Miaotong buried her head into her arms. Mommy woke me up. Wen Ning bit her lip, feeling inexplicably stifled. Her ears burned as if slow to react. Tong's current state was exactly the same as hers when the alarm clock woke her up. Suyin witnessed all of this. I told you this little girl has a big temper in the morning. Suyin gave a wry smile. I wonder who she learned that from. Wen Ning's face stiffened for a moment. After a long pause, she said coldly, then remember that lesson, never marry a woman with morning temper. All right. Suyin lowered his head to pack his school bag. I'll set a family rule: whoever throws a morning tantrum at me gets a spanking. Wen Ning snorted. Tong, daddy said he'll spank you. Suyin immediately denied it. I wouldn't dare spank Tong. Then who would you spank? Wen Ning felt that his lazy demeanor was especially annoying. About half an hour later, Xu Miaotong finally recovered from her just-woken-up state. Her temper came and went quickly, and she giggled non-stop in her mother's arms. When the little girl laughed, 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her even cuter. Wen Ning's fingers itched to touch them. She couldn't resist poking them gently to play with Tong. Suyin crouched by the coffee table, packing the game console and scattered discs into his school bag. You two play a bit longer. They'll go out for a while and be back soon. He shouldered the bag. I made an appointment with my aunt for the afternoon. Take Tong to buy some clothes in the morning. You're a girl, so you'll be better at picking them out. Wen Ning was stunned. Where are you going? To sell the game console and discs. Suyin casually responded, while putting on his shoes at the door. The college entrance exam is coming soon. I won't have much time to play. Might as well sell them while they're still worth something. Wen Ning didn't know much about boys' electronics or games, so she didn't think much of it. Soon the sound of the door closing echoed. Only mother and daughter remained in the living room. It wasn't until then that Wen Ning belatedly realized something. Tong, does daddy really like playing games? He loves it. Tong answered innocently in her babyish voice. There are so many game consoles at home. Daddy wipes them with a towel several times a day. Tong loved sitting on daddy's lap and watching him play games. Wen Ning looked at the empty coffee table and said nothing. Indeed, it was for Tong. He loved those things so much, yet he pretended not to care in front of her. Wen Ning had never truly understood him. She had never understood this boy whom she had met years earlier than expected and might fall in love with in the future. Because of her mother's early death and an unpleasant new family, Wen Ning had always been rather indifferent to emotions. She never thought she would love someone passionately, nor did she expect anyone to love her deeply due to her stepmother and stepsister. But now Wen Ning suddenly felt, no matter what she thought of Suyin now, at least in Tong's world, she must have truly loved him deeply. She loved this boy who was actually very sensitive, but slightly awkward due to his chauvinism. Thinking of this, she gently pinched her daughter's cheek. Tong, from now on, don't be mad at daddy in the morning, okay? Hearing her mother's words, Tong's face immediately scrunched up. She didn't want to be mad at daddy either. He was the best daddy in the world. But mornings were just so annoying, especially when daddy had to wake her up early for breakfast before leaving. Then mommy and Tong pinky swear. Xu Miaotong extended her little finger. From now on, even if Tong and mommy are really annoyed in the morning, we won't be mad at daddy. Wen Ning was taken aback. Her mood suddenly became subtly complicated. Tong's words implied that the future her would also often vent her morning temper on Suyin. After a long moment, she extended her finger and hooked it with her daughter's. Suyin wasn't gone long. He returned in less than half an hour. He hung the empty bag on the rack and looked at the mother and daughter sitting on the sofa watching TV. What were you talking about? At the sound of his voice, Wen Ning and Xu Miaotong both turned around. What are you looking at me for? Suyin touched his cheek suspiciously. Is there something on my face? It's a secret, daddy. Xu Miaotong jumped off the sofa and rushed into his arms. Her big watery eyes sparkled. Tong and mommy just pinky swore. 100 years no changing. Suyin looked at Wen Ning. Am I a secret? Wen Ning turned her head away, her ears inexplicably warm again. Can't tell you. For some reason, Suyin felt that the school beauty seemed a bit uncomfortable. Write down all the money you spend on Tong. All right. Suyin paused, but didn't ask further. Let's go. First buy clothes for Tong, then meet auntie in the afternoon. Wen Ning knew how to braid hair, so she spent about 10 minutes making 2 cute braids for Tong. Then the 3 of them left together. Suyin chose the nearest shopping mall, holding his phone and checking the balance in Alipay as he walked ahead. The game console and discs were in excellent condition, selling for over 3,000 yuan in total. That should be enough for daily expenses even after buying clothes for Tong. But Tong would eventually need to go to school. He was calculating something in his mind, so he appeared somewhat silent. Meanwhile, Wen Ning walked behind, holding Xu Miaotong's hand, her face unusually soft. Seeing her daughter happy, her mood also inexplicably lifted. The pair of beauties, one big and one small, drew quite a bit of attention on the street. Wen Ning had dressed a bit more carefully today, wearing jeans that accentuated her straight, slender legs, making her look more youthful and vibrant than usual. The clumsy, blue and white school uniform had somewhat concealed her beauty. But what Wen Ning never expected was that she would run into an acquaintance on a weekend morning. And it was someone she least wanted to see at such a moment. Just as she was holding Tong Tong's hand, she heard a female voice from not far behind. Wen Ning. The voice was familiar with its usual softness. Wen Ning turned around stiffly. She saw a group of middle school girls, all dressed loudly, each holding a cup of milk tea. And Wen Xiong stood in the center, wearing a light green pleated skirt. She had an eye-catching sweet appearance, and she wasn't low-key. She even wore a touch of light makeup, making her stand out among the group of girls. However, her expression showed obvious confusion, especially when she saw Tong Tong in Wen Ning's hand, and Su Yin standing beside her. Her smile slowly faded. Qiang, do you know her? One of the girls asked in surprise. What a beautiful girl. A pure beauty that would only appear in magazines. Yet her eyes gave her a kind of glamorous allure, a look that would make any girl envious. Wen Ning lowered her eyes and said nothing. She only tightened her grip on Tong Tong's hand slightly. She's my sister, Wen Xiong frowned. But not from the same mother. But hadn't she told Mom this morning that she was going to the library to study? Wen Xiong was well aware of just how stunning her stepsister, who shared no blood relation with her, truly was. Ever since her first day of high school, she had unwaveringly held the throne as the school's belle. And it was evident that she had put some effort into her appearance before leaving home today. She rarely wore a cashmere knit sweater paired with light blue jeans. If you're coming to the mall, why didn't you just tell Mom you were hanging out with friends, eh? Wen Xiong frowned, her voice carrying a coquettish yet displeased tone. Even if you wanted to relax over the weekend, Mom wouldn't have said anything. Why did you lie and say you were going to the library? Wen Ning let out a perfunctory mmm, clearly not eager to dwell on the topic. Sis, who is he, eh? Wen Xiong pressed further. And this little kid? Where did she come from? She glanced at Tong Tong, who looked like a little princess, and couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the girl's cuteness. Xu Miaotong glanced at her, then immediately buried her face in her mother's arms, looking a bit sullen. Wen Ning's face remained expressionless as she said softly, a friend. I'm just asking you, stingy thing. Wen Xiong clearly didn't believe her. She brushed her hair back, intrigued, and continued to pester. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. The main thing was there was a guy next to her sister. After all, in all these years, this was the first time she had ever seen her sister out with a boy. A boyfriend. Or was he chasing after her? Wen Ning remained silent. An awkward tension filled the air, so much so that even the middle school girls who had come with Wen Xiong could sense the delicate dynamic between the two sisters. Gradually, their noisy chatter died down. Feeling embarrassed in front of her friends for having her goodwill rebuffed, Wen Xiong found the situation humiliating. Do you have to keep this up all the time? Wen Xiong clicked her tongue in annoyance. We're family too, you know. There's no need to keep everything from us. Why do you always have to give me and Mom the cold shoulder? Wen Ning found her words somewhat amusing. To be fair, she didn't really dislike her stepsister. After all, Wen Xiong had grown up pampered, spoiled by her father, and indulged by her mother in everything. She had never known a single worry since birth. Consequently, her personality was lively and self-centered. She couldn't read the room well, and was quite a spoiled girl. Wen Ning was different. Though they lived in the same blended family, their personalities were polar opposites. After her mother passed away, Wen Ning went from being the apple of her parents' eye to a girl living under someone else's roof. She had no right to be willful or self-assertive. In front of her stepsister, she could only refrain from competing or grabbing for anything. Even with her stepmother Xiao Ziqin, it was only natural that she doted on her own daughter and gave her the best things. Wen Ning had understood this since she was very young. Xiao Ziqin was a good mother, just not destined to be hers. Wen Ning didn't dislike them, but it was also hard for her to feel much fondness for them. Actually, it would have been fine if you told them. Wen Ning took a deep breath and said patiently, I'm 18 now, an adult. I can have my own life and my own friends. Wen Xiong's lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, she just stomped her foot in a huff. Fine, do whatever you want. I can't be bothered with you. With an attitude like that, no wonder Mom and Dad don't like you. Nobody will ever like you. How infuriating. Wen Ning said nothing. It was only then that Su Yin, who had been playing on his phone the whole time, looked up and glanced at Wen Xiong. After a moment, as if realizing something, he couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, the faint sound lingering in Wen Ning's ears. Even Wen Ning turned to him in confusion, feeling quite exasperated. Was it really that funny? Su Yin chuckled for a while before saying, I never knew your sister had such a sharp tongue. Psycho, I didn't insult her at all. Wen Xiong, with her keen ears, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Little girl, you should watch your mouth. Su Yin gave a sardonic laugh. At such a young age, acting like a nagging old woman. Aren't you ashamed? What did you say? Wen Xiong had never heard anyone speak to her like that to her face. Though it contained no curse words, the insult was potent enough to make any girl furious. Sis, who is he? Wen Xiong's cheeks flushed bright red after being inexplicably scolded. Facing Su Yin, who was a head taller than her, she showed no fear and even tried to push him. But Su Yin didn't budge an inch. Instead, she stumbled back a step. Wen Xiong looked up and met Su Yan's thoughtful gaze. It was only then she realized the vast difference in physique between her, a middle school girl, and him. Su Yan often played basketball with Chun Hao. He was tall and slender, standing at 1.78 meters. Standing before Wen Xiong, who was probably not even 1.60 meters, it was somewhat intimidating. From Lin Jiang, no. To middle school, right? Su Yan wasn't angry. He just reached out and patted her shoulder. Get along with your sister from now on, and don't go around bullying her all the time, got it? Wen Xiong looked up at him, feeling his hand on her shoulder tighten slightly. Su Yan was wearing a simple black jacket. His hair was long, and he had a pair of very plain black-rimmed glasses on his face. But his pupils were strikingly dark. Back when I was in middle school, and used to bully others, you weren't even a thought. Wen Xiong's heart tightened at his gaze, and she instinctively took a step back. She keenly sensed that despite the boy's expressionless face, he exuded an inexplicable pressure. After all, she was just a girl in middle school. See, that's better. Be a good girl, and your sister will buy you tasty treats. Su Yan's expression softened, and he slowly broke into a smile. All right, it's nothing serious. Go play with your friends. Hearing him talk to her like a child, Wen Xiong's lips moved, but she wisely chose not to argue further. Finally, she returned to her friends without a word. Is that your sister's boyfriend? I don't know, let's just go. Wen Xiong's face was grim. Wen Ning, holding Tong Tong, finally snapped back to reality. She glanced at Su Yan and said in a weak voice, just now. Honestly, she had been a bit frightened. She had even thought for a second that Su Yan was about to reach out and slap Wen Xiong's mouth. With a face that looked so innocent and harmless and his usual laid-back demeanor, he had that side to him too. I only held back because I was afraid she'd go home and tattle, making things hard for you at home. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with a middle school girl. All spoiled rotten habits. Wen Ning held Tong Tong's hand and muttered under her breath, why did you suddenly get so fierce? Back in middle school, I used to run wild with Chun Hao, killing without blinking. Su Yan spread his hands, but I turned over a new leaf later. It was the truth. Wen Ning was a bit stunned, then complained softly after a moment. But she really didn't insult me just now. Su Yan glanced at her and said casually, no, she said no one likes you. Wen Ning froze, a clear daze on her delicate face. No one likes me, so why are you angry? The words were too strange, and Wen Ning felt her ears burning with a belated flush. Before she could even process what Su Yan meant, she heard him continue. Isn't that insulting, Tong Tong? Oh, Wen Ning realized her misunderstanding. She suddenly felt a surge of sulkiness and blurted out, Then how heartless would you have to be to end up liking me in the future? Su Yan. Was that even human speech? Su Yan felt that after getting familiar with this girl, he would discover another side of her. Sometimes her thought process seemed to be on a different frequency from ordinary people. The things she said made her seem a bit slow-witted. It was hard to imagine she was a top student with a score of 688. Time was almost up, and afterward the two of them took Tong Tong and spent the entire morning picking out clothes for her. The mother and daughter shared similar tastes. The children's clothes that Wen Ning found beautiful, Tong Tong also liked. As for Su Yan, his daughter looked beautiful no matter how she was dressed. Why don't you two try this one? The sales assistant, a slightly older young woman, felt her heart melt at the sight of Tong Tong. This little girl was truly remarkable. Cute was no longer enough to describe her stunning appearance. Moreover, beside her stood the beautiful Wen Ning, the campus belle, whose beauty was impossible to ignore. Wen Ning followed her gaze and looked at the sky-blue long-sleeved shirt hanging on the wall. The material was decent. It could be worn out or used as loungewear. What was this? Parent-child matching outfits. And there were 3 of them. I think they'd suit you perfectly, the sales assistant said, glancing at Su Yan, who was playing on his phone in a chair. Brother, you should take this a bit more seriously. Su Yan, mistaken for the brother, looked up and saw that the clothes had a cute, whimsical pattern. Each piece featured a different kitten. The children's outfit had a little white milk cat, the mother's had an elegant rag doll, and the father's had a chubby orange tabby. Me, a man who wouldn't flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. How could I possibly wear something like this? He made a gesture like Wang Jingza. I'm not wearing it unless I jump from here. Daddy Tong Tong likes it. Xu Miaotong began to act coy. Su Yan reasoned, but Daddy would be laughed at by Uncle Chun Hao if he wore such childish clothes. No, Daddy is the best, Xu Miaotong's soft, milky voice pleaded, grabbing her father's hand and shaking it relentlessly. The sales assistant standing nearby felt her bones nearly melt from the cuteness. Buy it for her, just buy it for her already, you idiot. Tong Tong has already learned this trick at such a young age. Su Yan pinched her nose. When you grow up, who knows how many boys you'll trick into being lovesick fools. Wen Ning watched Tong Tong clinging to her father's arms, feeling an inexplicable subtlety in her heart. Tong Tong had mentioned before that Mama always asked Papa who he loved more, her or their daughter. At the time, Wen Ning thought it was impossible. Her own personality. How could she ever say something like that, actually being jealous of her own daughter? Would she become that kind of vulgar and troublesome woman after falling in love? But now she suddenly understood a little. Tong Tong was such a little charmer, even more clingy than a lover. You 3 can try them on first, it's fine if you're not satisfied. The sales assistant wore an auntie-like smile the whole time. These two high school students were really playing house with the little girl. Papa, mama, daughter. How adorable. We have a camera in the store. Even if you don't buy it, would be nice to leave a photo as a keepsake. That was the cunning trick of sales. Once they took the photo, there was a high chance they would buy the clothes. Since she had offered it for free, Xu Yan and Wen Ning couldn't refuse. Come to think of it, since Tong Tong had returned from the future to the present, they hadn't taken a photo with their daughter yet. An 80-year-old daughter and two 18-year-old parents. This misalignment of time held many moments they couldn't afford to miss. Tong Tong would slowly grow up. If they forgot her smile now, because of the passage of time, it might be a regret. 10 minutes later, Xu Yan changed clothes and stood before the mirror in the hall. After a while, Wen Ning led Tong Tong out of the women's changing room. Even Xu Yan's gaze lingered on her for a long time. Wen Ning's temperament was naturally cool and elegant with exquisitely beautiful features. She hadn't tied her hair back, but simply looped the hair tie around her wrist. Her jet black hair cascaded smoothly down the back of her head, making her overall demeanor suddenly much more languid. Though she wore clothes leaning toward a cute style combined with her somewhat enchanting eyes, it added a charm that made it hard for even Xu Yan to look away. She now resembled the Wen Ning in the photo, the one who had already given birth to Tong Tong, full of the softness typical of a Jiangnan woman. Stop staring at me. Wen Ning avoided Xu Yan's gaze, awkwardly twisting a strand of hair that had fallen by her ear. It's just to make it easier to take off this outfit later. It looks nice. Xu Yan paused. So after you married me, you kept this hairstyle at home. Was it also to make it easier to take off your clothes? Of course, he didn't utter such reckless words that would get him killed by Wen Ning on the spot. The sales assistant was once again amazed by the beauty of the two girls, one big and one small. This family was just too good looking. Come over quickly for the photo. She set up the camera with glee. It feels like you're not just playing house, you really look like a family. The three stood before the lens and were captured in a perfectly composed photograph. Soon the sales assistant sent the photo to both of their WeChat accounts. Xu Yan glanced at the photo on his phone, said nothing, but ended up buying the matching outfits. Wen Ning also received it. She lowered her head and opened it. Tong Tong was still incredibly adorable. And in the photo she stood beside Tong Tong, her hair casually loose, her skin fair and translucent. Her eyes were slightly lowered and the corners of her lips curled into a very subtle, almost imperceptible arc. It softened her usually cool temperament, making it even more gentle. Wen Ning hesitated. Did I look this happy when the photo was taken? And Xu Yan in the photo was still his usual self. He seemed completely carefree, his hand resting on the back of Tong Tong's head, smiling lazily. This was a family photo of three that was supposed to be taken when Tong Tong was 5. But now it had arrived more than a decade early, appearing before her. Wen Ning created a new album in her phone and placed the photo inside. Then she named the album Tong Tong. After doing this, she turned off the screen and put the phone in her pocket. When she looked up, she saw Xu Yan walking ahead, one hand holding the bouncing Tong Tong, the other carrying all the things they had bought for their daughter. After a few seconds, Wen Ning took out her phone again. She opened the album and slowly deleted the word Tong Tong. She changed it to Tong Tong and Xu Yan. But then she absolutely couldn't let anyone else see it. They'll set a password that only I know. From now on, only I can view this album. After lunch, Xu Yan first went home to put things away. The 3,000 yuan still warm in his pocket was now less than half. Since it was still early, he decided to stay at home for a while before heading to his aunt's place. Wen Ning took out the hair ties and accessories she had bought today and led her daughter to the bathroom. Tong Tong, sit here. Mommy will tie your hair. Okay. Tong Tong wants a little bun. A little bun meant a top knot. Following the image in the photo, Tong Tong had brought Wen Ning tied her daughter's hair into an adorable bun and pinned a small bow on it. Tong Tong feels like she should live with you instead. Xu Yan leaned nearby, drinking water slowly. Some things need a mother's touch. Tying hair, changing clothes, bathing. Tong Tong was clever enough to bathe herself, but she loved playing with water and blowing bubbles, spending over half an hour each time. Xu Yan would have to knock on the door for a long time before she reluctantly came out. This was the inconvenience of being a father. If it were Wen Ning, she could simply push the door open without hesitation. Wen Ning carefully tidied her daughter's hair. When I go to university, I'll move out on my own. Once she entered university, she could finally have a life of her own, no longer living under someone else's roof, cautiously watching others' expressions. Then Tong Tong can live with me. A 19-year-old college student, single, and with a child. Xu Yan couldn't help but imagine the scenario. Then you probably won't be able to date in college. Wen Ning glanced at him, but said nothing. Clearly she had no interest in this topic. Due to her childhood experiences, she didn't harbor the same romantic aspirations as ordinary girls. She had never expected to meet a boy she would deeply adore, nor did she believe anyone would love her with fervent passion. So even without Tong Tong, Wen Ning had no intention of dating in college. Seeing her silence, Xu Yan thought his words had upset her. Don't take it so hard. It's not like you can't date at all. He seemed amused by her reaction and couldn't help but laugh. When he laughed, he looked exactly like Tong Tong. A soft exhale from his throat, cheeks sinking into two shallow dimples. Wen Ning couldn't help but take another look. What I mean is, if you want to date, Xu Yan pointed to his own cheek, you'd probably have to date me. Wen Ning actually pondered this very seriously. After a long moment she finally replied, then I'd rather not. Tong Tong said you'd deliberately kneel on the washboard, so I wouldn't do the laundry. That sounds really annoying. What a deliberate kneel. The grand documentary The Legend of the Washboard continues to air for you. Su Yin suddenly felt that this campus belle Wen Ning could be quite exasperating sometimes. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and after a pause said, just you wait. Then he turned and walked away. Where are you going? To throw away the washboard. Su Yin said grumpily, there won't be such a thing in my house anymore. Wen Ning couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. So silly. If you throw it away I can just buy another. No. Wen Ning, who had inexplicably been led astray by Su Yin, suddenly composed her expression. Soon it was 2 in the afternoon. Su Yin sent a message to his aunt on WeChat in advance, and the three of them left the house again. Maybe I shouldn't go. Wen Ning squinted against the glaring sun. Just take Tong Tong to your aunt's place. Although she was still concerned about Tong Tong's identity, going to Su Yan's aunt's house felt a bit awkward. It's no big deal. She's my aunt, not my mother. Su Yin looked down at his phone and said casually, it would be stranger if I went alone with Tong Tong. For now he didn't know how to tell his family about Tong Tong. Time travel was too shocking. Too many people knowing might not be a good thing. Alright then. Wen Ning nodded and instructed, just say Tong Tong is my sister and I asked you to help. Whatever you do don't let your aunt and uncle find out. Huh. Su Yin looked up at her. Next time you speak remember not to leave out key words. What? Wen Ning was puzzled. Was there something wrong with what I said? That's called don't let your aunt and your uncle find out. Su Yin yawned. Don't get too familiar. You're not my wife yet. Wen Ning decided to ignore him. She felt he was still holding a grudge over the washboard incident and was trying to annoy her. Half an hour later they arrived at a residential area. Ban Ban is here. The door was opened by a very elegant woman in a white nightgown, as if she had just woken from a nap. This was Su Yan's aunt. Her name was Su Lingling, a rather childish name. Her appearance was also sweet and charming though she was actually over 30. Her relationship with her uncle had always been stable, and she was reportedly preparing for pregnancy this year. Why did you suddenly think to visit me? Su Lingling reached out and poked her nephew's cheek with a sweet smile. Ban Ban, do you want your aunt to take you out to play? Ban Ban was Su Yan's childhood nickname. He learned to walk late and often tripped, and his aunt had always led him by the hand while walking and running. So she had always called him Ban Ban. Annie, you're how old now? Stop acting like a little girl. Su Yan looked a bit helpless. You're about to have a child. Be a bit more mature. This is called keeping a childlike heart, okay? Su Lingling put her hands on her hips a bit willful. It keeps a woman young forever. It was hard to imagine this was a woman over 30. But before she could continue she suddenly paused. Because she saw the girl standing behind Su Yan. Su Lingling didn't know who she was, only that she was incredibly beautiful. Fair-skinned as if made of water, the kind of striking beauty that would stand out even on a TV screen. Before she could ponder the girl's relationship with her nephew, she saw Xu Miaotong holding her mother's hand. The little girl's eyes lit up and she let out a tinkling laugh. So Dad brought me to see little grandma. Actually when Tong Tong was younger she used to call her great aunt. But Su Lingling thought it didn't sound good, so she had Tong Tong change it to little grandma. Su Lingling stared at the deep dimples on her face, and her expression slowly froze. Why does she look like one of our Su family's kids? Before Su Yin could explain, he saw his aunt's face grow unusually stern. Is she your father's seed? What is aunt thinking about? Could my dad really have given birth to such a beautiful child? Although Su Yan's words seemed to wound his father while diminishing himself. That's true. Su Lingling finally realized. She had initially thought both the older and younger beauties were of the Su bloodline, but after a moment's thought the ages didn't match. Then Ban Ban, who are they? My friend and her sister. Su Yin said, and I have something important to discuss today. Don't make us stand outside. Oh, come in first. Su Lingling quickly stepped aside. I'll get you some slippers. Why would Ban Ban bring friends to see his aunt? She was brimming with questions for her nephew, but suppressed them considering the presence of outsiders. The Su family's tradition of doting on the younger generation was passed down. Since childhood, Su Lingling had cherished this nephew the most. Thus, she didn't believe he would bring any unsavory characters home. It was likely something serious. Wen Ning held Tong Tong's hand as they sat on the sofa silent, only daring to stare at their own feet. Have some water. Su Lingling wore a smile, trying her best to ease the girl's tension. This young woman was truly stunning. Even more beautiful than those so-called campus queens online. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Aunt Su. Wen Ning was as nervous as a girl visiting her boyfriend's parents for the first time. In truth, Su Yin knew her concerns. It was all for Tong Tong, regardless of whether he and Wen Ning would eventually marry and have children. Tong Tong needed a healthy family. The Su family members were all genuine family to Tong Tong. It would be cruel to hide certain matters and prevent Tong Tong from acknowledging her loving grandparents and great-aunt. Speaking of which, your grandmother called me today. Su Lingling, full of suspicion, shot her nephew a meaningful glance. Then, as if remembering something, she headed toward the room. You all wait here for a moment. I need to talk to my aunt. Seeing Wen Ning's anxiety, Su Yin proactively reassured her, it's nothing major. After Su Yin left, Tong Tong finally couldn't help but blink her big eyes. Mommy, why can't Tong Tong call her little grandma? Little grandma had been so kind to her. Because little grandma isn't your little grandma yet. Wen Ning set her daughter on her lap, gazing into her bright, delicate eyes. She will be in over a decade. Xu Miaotong bit her finger, clearly not understanding. Wen Ning stroked her daughter's head. When Tong grows up, she'll understand. This was something that needed to be gradually revealed to Tong. Coming to a familiar yet strange environment was her misfortune. She knew everyone, but those who once loved her did not recognize her. Yet at the same time it was Tong's fortune. With her youthful eyes, she could witness many bygone moments she had missed. Seeing her young parents, seeing little grandma before she had children. Meanwhile, Xu Lingling followed her nephew into the room and directly locked the door. Spill it. Her expression carried a hint of scrutiny. Who are those two girls, the older and the younger? And you might not believe this. Su Yin looked her straight in the eyes with utmost sincerity. That little girl is my daughter. Huh. Xu Lingling was utterly bewildered. After a moment, she belatedly rolled her eyes at her nephew and said with exasperation, go play somewhere else. When she was born you hadn't even started puberty yet. Your aunt has checked. Fine. Su Yin remembered that his aunt did enjoy pulling down his pants when he was little. He knew his aunt didn't believe him. Everything requires a process of acceptance. Even if his aunt was his closest relative, it still needed to be gradual. So who is that little girl? Xu Lingling put her hands on her hips. Tell me now. Her sister was snatched away by human traffickers shortly after birth and was only recently found. Su Yin spoke off the cuff. She has no household registration, can't go to school, you know. Isn't Brother Meng at the police station? She asked me to inquire. This was a story he had prepared in advance. What Brother Meng? Show some respect. Xu Lingling tugged at her nephew's ear. He's your uncle now. Thinking of this, Su Yin also looked displeased. But I used to call him Brother Meng, I can't change it now. Aunt, you're a cradle robber. His aunt was a full 7 years older than his uncle. His uncle was named Meng Yufei and lived in the same neighborhood as Su Yan's family. When Su Yan was in elementary school, Meng Yufei was in college. He was handsome, tall, and had a good personality, so all the kids in the neighborhood, including Su Yan, liked this kind older brother. Calling him brother all the time, Meng Yufei also looked after this little buddy. Simply put, although Meng Yufei was older, they were of the same generation like brothers. At that time his aunt was already in her 20s and working, only coming home on weekends. Somehow the two of them hit it off, creating a real-life May-December romance. A more down-to-earth version would be a short drama called My Nephew's Friend is Really Handsome. Or My Brother's Aunt. I wanted to be your brother, but you wanted to be my uncle. Su Yin remembered that back then his aunt and Meng Yufei didn't dare let the family know. They used the excuse of taking Su Yin out on weekends to secretly go on dates. What cradle robber? Su Lingling's face flushed red. What do you, a little brat, know about matters of love? You two would dump me at the arcade for the whole afternoon and go watch movies. Su Yin clicked his tongue. And when we got home at night you made me lie to the family, saying aunt took me somewhere fun and fed me delicious food. Is that something a human does? You still remember? Su Lingling's face paled a bit guilty. It's been so many years. I remember everything. Su Yin curled his lip. I just can't be bothered to argue with you. Alright, asking your uncle for help and still being so self-righteous. Su Lingling waved her hand, quickly changing the subject, but since it's her family matter, why are you so invested? Su Yin reached out a hand. Don't ask about a simp's business. Aunt and nephew stared at each other. Fine. Su Yin looked helpless. She's my girlfriend. Why didn't you say so sooner? Su Lingling's expression relaxed. Ban has made something of himself, huh? Got such a beautiful girlfriend. Wait, wasn't Ban about to take the college entrance exam? Dating such a gorgeous girl at this time, wouldn't it affect his studies? So don't tell my parents. Su Yin seemed to read her thoughts, shushing her. Aunt, don't say anything when you go out either. The girl is shy. She wouldn't have come here today if it weren't for her sister. Su Lingling hummed in acknowledgement and began to think seriously. Snatched by traffickers, no household registration. Though it sounded a bit far-fetched, it wasn't impossible. But then she recalled the little girl's appearance. But the more I look, the more she looks like one of our Su family. Right? I feel a connection with her too. Su Yin asked, Aunt, can this be arranged? What about her elders? Su Lingling didn't answer and continued. Why is the sister bringing the younger one here? That girl looked about the same age as Ban, also around the age for the college entrance exam. Shouldn't matters like this be handled by the elders? Her mother passed away and her father started a new family. Su Yin explained, her stepmother is, well, you know, Aunt. That poor girl. Su Lingling thought for a moment. Is there any documentation to prove the little girl's identity? Simply put, proof that she didn't just appear out of nowhere. Su Yin shook his head. But Tong had indeed appeared out of nowhere. Without a trace of a past life. Except for a photo, she brought nothing else. But a paternity test couldn't be shown to just anyone. Who knew what the consequences would be? Without anything, it's definitely impossible. You don't even need to ask your uncle. Su Lingling shook her head, speaking with certainty. Society is very strict now. Even if she was taken right after birth, there would still be a birth certificate or something. Otherwise, where would all the unregistered vagrants come from? Under his aunt's subsequent explanation, Su Yin roughly understood. Actually, there was a simple way to handle this, and he had already done it. A paternity test proving blood relation could serve as identification, preferably from the parents or at least the grandparents. But this was indeed very troublesome. The test could prove Tong Tong was indeed his biological daughter. But how to explain the age? No. Ban, you're definitely hiding something. Su Lingling watched her nephew deep in thought, and keenly sensed something amiss. In the past her nephew had asked her for help before. For instance, in middle school he got into a fight with other boys, and the teacher called for his parents. He didn't call anyone else, he called his aunt. At the time Su Lingling was reluctant to go. Though she loved her nephew, it was still embarrassing. And her nephew's response back then was, "If you can't handle it, then nobody lives." Overturn the table. How could it be this silent silence now? So, who is that little girl really? Well, and a friend of mine. Su Yin was silent for a moment. So my friend and a girl, they were like dry firewood meeting a flame, unable to restrain their passion. Su Lingling. And then they had a daughter. Su Yin spoke cautiously. And do you think that's an appropriate way to put it? Su Lingling looked incredulous. So today you came to turn yourself into your uncle? It wasn't me, it was a friend of mine. Su Yin explained. Don't let that little girl's mature appearance fool you. She's only 3 years old. How could this be 3? Su Lingling felt that her nephew's tongue was particularly sharp today. Whenever she brought up that young woman and the little girl, it seemed impossible to pry any truth from him. But in truth, Su Yin had already told his aunt the truth from the start. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. Su Lingling didn't want to keep the guest waiting any longer. Anyway, I've told you all the methods. You'll have to talk to her yourself. All right. Su Yin nodded. He wasn't worried that his aunt would tell the family. Actually, even if she did, it wouldn't matter. Tong Tong would have to meet her grandparents someday. It's just that Su Yin hadn't yet figured out how to tell them. Ban, you're an adult now. Su Lingling opened the door, turned back to look at her nephew, her smile fading slightly. And he can choose not to ask, but no matter what you do, you must consider the consequences yourself. Su Yin remained silent. What I mean is, I've watched you grow up bit by bit. Su Lingling's tone turned serious. No matter what happens, you can always trust your aunt. Su Yin nodded. I know Annie loves me the most. Su Lingling's smile returned. She reached out and patted her nephew, who now stood a head taller than her. When the two emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still sitting properly on the sofa. Seeing the aunt and nephew come out, she looked a bit nervous. As for Tong Tong, having waited so long, she lay nestled in her mother's arms looking drowsy. Perhaps because they had been shopping all morning, and it was now that sleepy afternoon hour. Tong Tong's head bobbed up and down like a little chick. Auntie, there's one more thing. Su Yin didn't want to wake his daughter, so he instinctively lowered his voice. Auntie, since you're a Chinese teacher at Chaoyang Primary School, could this little girl attend school for a while? At her age, she can't just stay at home all day. Even if she couldn't enroll officially, just sitting in on classes or making friends would be good. Elementary and middle school are the most crucial times for shaping a person's life. No, she needs a guardian's proof. Su Lingling shook her head. Besides, I'm on leave right now. I haven't been to school for almost a week. Su Yin was taken aback. As if a thought struck him, he looked somewhat surprised. Su Lingling touched her flat belly, her face full of happiness. Auntie is pregnant. For a woman, this marks the beginning of a whole new chapter in life. I'm sorry, miss. I might not be able to help you. Su Lingling looked at Wen Ning, a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing. Will you stay for dinner? It's okay. Wen Ning's voice grew softer. He'll think of another way. Was she about to say we just now? Su Lingling's curiosity grew even stronger. Why did it feel like the two of them were really raising a child together? Why did I get the feeling I was talking to my nephew's future wife? Auntie, I told you about her family situation. Su Yin pondered for a moment. Her parents are irresponsible and don't care about her. She has to prepare for the college entrance exam and has no time to look after the child during the day. We can't just leave the little girl alone. Su Lingling couldn't help but look at Wen Ning. The extraordinarily pretty girl nodded obediently, not saying a word. Auntie, how about this? Su Yin said, since you're a teacher, you could teach her to read and write during the day, take her out to play, and we'll pick her up in the evening. This way Annie could spend time with Tong Tong. Later he would teach Tong Tong what to say in front of Annie. Once Annie got used to it, he could slowly reveal the truth about Tong Tong. Auntie was younger than Su Yan's parents. She was also more likely to accept and understand certain things. No problem. Su Lingling agreed without a second thought. Your uncle is always busy with work anyway, and I have nothing to do at home alone. But as she spoke, her eyes never left Wen Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. It was as if she was speaking directly to her. Wen Ning's expression was clearly uneasy and the tips of her ears were slightly red. She didn't know what Su Yin had told his aunt, but it was obvious that since they came out of the room, Su Lingling's gaze towards her had changed. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "Thank you, Aunt Su." Su Lingling just smiled. "It's nothing. Auntie is very good with kids, don't worry." She's even blushing. What a pure girl. Besides being beautiful, she has such long legs. Just then the sound of a door opening came from outside. Meng Yufei walked in carrying several bags. He was tall and sturdy with heroic features and wore a neat uniform, making him look very spirited. There was a noticeable height difference between him and the petite Su Lingling. She probably had to stand on tiptoe just to kiss him. Yan's here. He changed into slippers and walked into the living room. Stay for dinner tonight. Brother Ming, congratulations. Su Yin smiled. In the blink of an eye, you're about to become a father. I can't wait to hold your baby. But what I never expected was that I would become a father before Brother Meng. What Brother Meng? Call me uncle. Meng Yufei instinctively looked at the girl on the sofa, a bit puzzled. Are you a Yan's friends? Wen Ning said slowly, hello uncle. Andy, we should get going. I still have exam papers to finish. Should I bring Tong Tong over tomorrow morning? Su Yin picked up Tong Tong, who had dozed off, and casually shifted her to a more comfortable position in his arms. Her name is Tong Tong. How adorable. Su Lingling poked the little girl's nose. Tong Tong frowned slightly, murmured daddy in her sleep, and hugged Su Yan's neck tightly, a glistening thread of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Then Su Yin and Wen Ning put on their shoes, said goodbye to the couple once more, and left together. Su Lingling watched them walk away, a charming smile on her face. I have a feeling that girl might just become our old Su family's daughter-in-law one day. What do you mean? Meng Yufei looked thoughtful. Why did that kid run off as soon as he saw me? As a police officer, his instinct was to find something off about those two. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. From now on, don't walk around the house in your uniform all the time. Su Lingling glanced at him and snorted, you're scaring people. Meng Yufei was a bit confused. Who is that girl and the child? Su Lingling gave a rough explanation, not hiding anything from her husband. Kidnapped by traffickers. And you're supposed to babysit. Meng Yufei found it absurd, and also sensed something was off. You need to register at the police station. And what about that girl? I don't know. She says she's his girlfriend. Girlfriend? Meng Yufei recalled the girl's pure and lovely features. Having worked as a police officer for so long, he had seen all sorts of petty thefts, fights, and quarrels. He always got suspicious when he encountered someone acting strangely. Su Yin had seemed very strange today. Something was definitely up. And wasn't Su Yin renting a place on his own now? No, I have to bring that kid back and question him. Meng Yufei's expression grew serious, his brow deeply furrowed. He bent down to put on his shoes. Forget the little girl for now. Su Yin is about to take the college entrance exam. What's he doing dating at a time like this? A teenage boy is at the peak of his youthful vigor, and with no family to keep an eye on him. That girl was far too beautiful, and she seemed gentle and quiet. Su Yin was a fearless troublemaker, bold and audacious since he was a child. What if he got out of hand and brought the girl home? Get back here. Su Lingling grabbed her husband's arm, a bit angry. Are you interrogating my Ban? That's not what I meant. Meng Yufei's bravado instantly deflated, his voice weakening. But we need to get the details about the little girl straight. Su Lingling, fiercely protective, retorted, Ban is an adult. What's the big deal about two young people dating? It's just, I'm worried it might affect his studies. Meng Yufei explained weakly, they're still in school. You were still in school when we were dating. Su Lingling grabbed her husband's ear. When you came to stay with me on weekends and crawled into my bed, why didn't the police arrest you then, Officer Meng? Meng Yufei panicked. That hat's different. Su Lingling squinted at him. How is it different? Well, Meng Yufei's face flushed red, and after a long pause he stammered, wasn't it you who made the first move? On the way back, Wen Ning's face wore a hint of worry. If even Su Yan's aunt couldn't manage it, Tong Tong might remain without proper registration forever. Clearly this was something neither she nor Su Yin could accept. Although as a mother her own life and family were now in disarray, Wen Ning's thought was simple. She hadn't had a happy childhood and knew what that felt like. So, when she became a mother, she would give Tong Tong the best of everything. Don't overthink it. It's not that it can't be done, the timing just isn't right, Su Yin said, noticing her troubled expression. He recounted his aunt's explanation to Wen Ning. It sounded simple. Just prove the blood relation, but in practice it would be difficult. It comes back to the same problem. Tong Tong's age can't be explained clearly, Su Yin said, holding Tong Tong as he pulled up her hood to let her comfortably wrap her arms around his neck. Though she was an 80-year-old girl, she wasn't heavy in his arms. But there's no rush and we still have 4 months, Su Yin said, meeting her beautiful eyes directly. Once we graduate from university and decide on the city and school, we can find a school for Tong Tong then. Tong Tong definitely wouldn't want to be separated from them. He figured they wouldn't want to leave Tong Tong elsewhere either. Wen Ning found his reasoning quite sound and gradually relaxed. Before, her plan for the future was simply to live independently after college, to stand on her own without having to tread carefully around her stepsister's moods. But in truth, she hadn't had much hope for the future. She studied aimlessly every day, staring at one impressive grade after another on her report card, unsure of what it was all for. But now, because of Tong Tong's arrival, she had slowly begun to look forward to the future. It was as if something important had suddenly taken root in her heart. Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Don't let your mind wander, Su Yin said, raising an eyebrow slightly. With grades as good as yours, you can get into the best schools in the country. Don't let this affect you. Wen Ning glanced at him. What about you? Su Yin chuckled. A top university scholar discriminating against a regular undergraduate. Wen Ning turned away, refusing to engage. But after a moment, she turned back, her voice cool. When we get back, give me your last month's exam papers. It was already 4 in the afternoon when the two returned home with Tong Tong. The little girl was still drowsy, half asleep. Su Yin laid her on the bed to let her rest. Wen Ning wasted no time. She took his papers and sat at the desk, scrutinizing them carefully. After a long while, her expression gradually softened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, it was better than she had imagined. Xu Yan had a solid foundation in the sciences and could generally solve the problems he was supposed to. It was just English and Chinese that were weak. It was clear he had guessed randomly on the English multiple-choice questions. This was a common flaw among many boys. It wasn't that it was difficult, they were simply lazy and preferred to play. "They'll take the papers back for a closer look," Wen Ning said, carefully folding the crumpled sheets he had dug up from somewhere and placing them neatly in her backpack. "They'll pick some questions for you and bring them on Monday." Xu Yan, who had been lazily scrolling through his phone across from her, finally lifted his gaze. "Why are you so concerned about my grades?" Even his parents hadn't pushed him this hard. After all, Xu Yan had been notoriously poor in junior high. It was only in his third year, spurred by some events, that he had settled down and started studying seriously. His sudden awakening to get into a top high school and even reach the undergraduate cutoff had his parents thinking it was a miracle. Wen Ning didn't answer, simply saying, "I need to go." She checked the time and packed her bag. She had been out all day, and Wen Xiong was probably home by now. "Hey, campus beauty one," Xu Yan called out as she put on her shoes. "Don't meddle in my affairs too much. What if your own grades slip?" "Then let them slip a little," Wen Ning said, carefully tying her shoelaces before standing up. Her strikingly bright eyes met Xu Yan's as she pressed her lips together. "If I score too high, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up." "Oh, no need for that." Xu Yan paused for a moment. Then he laughed again. "Didn't I still catch you when I scored over 500? I meant the score." "Oh." Wen Ning shot him one last glance before leaving with her canvas backpack. When she left his place, the sky outside had darkened. Since it was a bit far, she waited for a bus downstairs and sat at the very back. There weren't many passengers on the bus, and Wen Ning quietly gazed at the scenery outside the window. After a while, she pulled the rabbit plushie from her backpack and held it in her hands. Everything that had happened in the past few days left her almost dizzy. Tongtong's appearance, meeting Xu Yan. So many things had landed on her without warning. In Tongtong's description, her future was so beautiful that any girl would envy it. A wealthy family, a sweet and adorable daughter, a love with her husband that hadn't faded in over a decade, a remarkably stable relationship with her in-laws. Even now, she felt that surreal sensation spreading in her heart. It was as if when she opened her eyes again, all of this would vanish without a trace. She didn't know if Xu Yan, the boy she might not fall in love with until she was 27 or 28, was truly the one she would love no matter what age she met him. Yet Wen Ning still felt happy about it. Just like when she was 5 years old, when her mother had personally hung a rabbit doll on her backpack. "Mom." "So many years have passed," Wen Ning murmured, squeezing the plushie's ear. "Besides you, someone else has given me a little rabbit." Half an hour later, the bus arrived. Wen Ning carefully placed the rabbit plushie back in her backpack and got off to go home. She stood at the door for a moment before taking out her keys to unlock it. But the moment she stepped inside, she sensed something was off. Only her stepmother Xiao Ziqin was sitting alone in the living room. Wen Xiong's door was tightly shut. The TV volume was also turned very low. Hearing the door open, Xiao Ziqin turned to look at her. Wen Ning greeted her softly and headed toward her room with her backpack. "Xiao Ning," Xiao Ziqin called out to her. "Come sit here." Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, then obediently sat down on the sofa. Wen Xiong must have told her about today's events. Given her nature, Wen Ning had anticipated the outcome when they ran into her at the mall. Seeing that her stepmother remained silent, Wen Ning spoke up first. "Where's Dad?" "He had work at the company today and won't be back," Xiao Ziqin said, muting the TV entirely. "Where have you been all day?" Wen Ning remained silent, unsure how to explain. "I remember you told me this morning you were going to the library to study." Xiao Ziqin looked over her nominal eldest daughter, her tone unreadable. "But your sister came back at noon saying you were actually out with a boy." Wen Ning did not deny it. "It's with a boy." In truth, aside from her partiality, her stepmother seldom interfered in this aspect of her life. Or rather, she simply could not be bothered. Wen Ning knew that if she refused to admit it, her stepmother would likely have little interest in pressing further. Yet for some reason, Wen Ning was reluctant to conceal anything regarding Xu Yan. Xiao Ziqin, taken aback that she had actually confessed, fell into an unusual silence. Perhaps encountering such a situation for the first time, she was uncertain how to treat this daughter who was not her own. After a long pause, she continued, "Are you seeing someone?" Wen Ning lowered her eyes. "No, I'm not. But Qiang told me that boy is a bit disreputable." Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her for a long moment before speaking in a low voice. "Xiao Ning, how could you befriend a boy like that?" In truth, when Wen Xiong returned home today, she had recounted these matters in a tearful tone. She even claimed that her sister's friend had bullied her. However, Xiao Ziqin was not entirely unaware of her younger daughter's temperament. Spoiled since childhood, she often embellished events with exaggeration. Thus Xiao Ziqin believed only half of what she heard, and for now she did not give Wen Ning a harsh look, her tone remaining quite calm. That's not true. Before her stepmother, Wen Ning had always adopted a submissive and obedient demeanor. Essentially whatever her stepmother said she would do. But now her tone was unusually earnest. "He is not a disreputable boy. I haven't told your father about this yet." Xiao Ziqin frowned, displeased by her attitude. "Don't make him worry about you. From now on you are not allowed to see that boy again, understand? At least not until you graduate high school." She knew just how beautiful Wen Ning had grown. It was unlikely that any boy approaching her harbored no ulterior motives. Because her father Wen Qiming possessed excellent genes, her younger daughter Wen Xiong was also quite charming and adorable. But she simply could not compare to Wen Ning. Standing beside her, everyone's gaze would only fall upon Wen Ning, making her own daughter seem utterly ordinary. And this was a point of great resentment for Xiao Ziqin. Wen Ning's mother had been an exceptionally rare beauty. Even when she saw her photograph, it was difficult not to feel a sense of inferiority. My grades are excellent and stable. Wen Ning fell silent for a moment, then involuntarily clutched the canvas bag resting on her lap. And I am already an adult. I have the ability to discern who is suitable to befriend. You, Xiao Ziqin was genuinely angered. Can't you tell good advice from bad? I'm afraid you'll be deceived, don't you understand? Wen Ning did not know how to explain her relationship with Su Yin to her stepmother. In truth, she had previously considered asking Tong Tong about her future self and her family ties. From Tong Tong's fragmented words, Wen Ning could imagine the blissful life awaiting her when she married into the Su family. Moreover, judging by Su Yan's carefree and casual demeanor, one could infer the kind of family he came from. They must all be exceptionally wonderful people. But her daughter had never mentioned the elders of the Wen family, including her maternal grandfather to whom she was bound by blood. Though she could vaguely guess the outcome in the end, Wen Ning dared not voice the question. After the college entrance exams you can go wherever you please, but not now. Mom, I am not your mother. Xiao Ziqin in her anger spoke without thinking. I have no obligation to indulge your every whim, understand? Then she suddenly realized how inappropriate her words were. Her lips moved, but she said nothing more. Thus the two sat in silence on the sofa. Except for the silent images flickering on the television, everything seemed to have been pressed on pause. Please don't be angry. Take care of your health. Wen Ning stood up, clutching her school bag, her head bowed, and long hair cascading down. Her voice betrayed little emotion. When I take the exams, I will not bring shame to you or father. That earlier utterance of Mom seemed as if it had never been spoken. Her address had also changed to the more formal you. Xiao Ziqin wanted to say something, but the words remained lodged in her throat. She knew just how hurtful her words had been. Even though Wen Ning was not her biological child, she had raised her for over a decade. She wished to say something to ease the tension, but the words simply would not come. In the end, she could only watch as Wen Ning walked into her own room and gently closed the door. In truth, Xiao Ziqin often recalled the first time she had met Wen Ning. At that time she had been just a little girl of 9. Having just experienced the death of her mother, she had seemed withdrawn and introverted. Yet upon their first meeting, the little girl had obediently tugged at her sleeve and softly called her mom. Xiao Ziqin could understand why a 9-year-old girl would adopt such a fawning attitude toward her. When her father brought home a new aunt, she had felt utterly insecure, afraid that her father would abandon her just as her mother had, like discarding an unwanted rag doll. At that time, Xiao Ziqin had not been without thoughts of treating her, while raising her as her own daughter. But not long after when Xiong was born, Xiao Ziqin poured nearly all her love into her younger daughter. Gradually her relationship with Wen Ning began to grow strained and distant. In her heart she knew that over the years Wen Ning had hardly caused her any worry, always being sensible and obedient. She never competed with her willful sister for anything fun or delicious. On the contrary, she even adopted a rather ingratiating attitude toward her sister. But every time Xiao Ziqin saw Wen Ning's increasingly beautiful face and those eyes, she found it difficult to suppress the memory of Wen Ning's deceased mother, her husband's late wife. And besides, after all, she had not carried Wen Ning in her womb for 10 months. Sometimes she simply could not control her temper. For some reason, she simply could not dote on her as she did her own biological daughter. When Wen Ning occasionally made mistakes, she could not help but scold her with a stern face. Whenever she thought of the little girl who had once followed her around tirelessly calling her Mom, Xiao Ziqin could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. If Wen Ning's biological mother were still alive, she would surely be cherished by everyone and live a happy life. Wen Ning is a very good child, but she is not my daughter. After all these years, I simply cannot bring myself to love her. What can I do? On Monday morning, Su Yin took Tong Tong to his aunt's house. Last night, he had spent a full 4 hours explaining the concept of time travel to her. The concept itself wasn't all that complicated. To make it clear, he even showed her several episodes of Doraemon. Tong Tong. When they arrived at the aunt's building, Su Yin knelt down in front of her. Do you remember everything Daddy told you last night? It was still the tail end of winter, so the weather remained a bit chilly and bleak. Worried that his daughter might catch a cold, he had dressed her in a fluffy coat before leaving in the morning. He also wrapped a sky blue scarf around her neck. As a result, Tong Tong looked rather round with her hands tucked into her sleeves, resembling a little penguin. Tong Tong is Doraemon. Xu Miaotong's cheeks were flushed red from the cold wind. I came from the future in a time machine to help Mom and Dad realize their wishes. Was that considered understanding? Perhaps she had grasped a little bit of the concept. Su Yin knew that Tong Tong was very intelligent, possessing a wisdom beyond her years. But Tong Tong, you must promise Daddy one thing. He reached out and pinched her cheek. This is Tong Tong's biggest secret. You can't tell anyone except the people closest and most trusted. This matter had already been sealed with a pinky promise between father and daughter the night before. Su Yin knew that leaving Tong Tong with his aunt carried some risk. Children inevitably say things they shouldn't, and it wouldn't be surprising if his aunt discovered the truth one day. But he couldn't possibly keep it a secret forever. His aunt was also Tong Tong's blood relative. Hearing her nephew's knock, Su Lingling quickly came to open the door. "Why are you alone?" She looked behind him. "Where's that girl?" "Her home is far away, so she entrusted the little one to me last night," Su Yin said casually. "Tong Tong, say hello." "Little grandma." Tong Tong greeted cheerfully. "Good morning." Su Lingling was a bit surprised. She didn't understand why this little girl seemed so familiar with her. "Did you teach her that?" Su Yin explained with a smile. "I wasn't sure what to call you, so I just let her use the same address as my own daughter." Su Lingling thought about it, and didn't mind. The address actually sounded quite nice. Moreover, she felt a natural affinity for this little girl. Perhaps it was because she really did resemble the children of the Su family. It was just that she was a bit too pretty. Even at this age, one could tell she would grow up to be a great beauty. "Tong Tong, play nicely with little grandma today, and be good." Su Yin finally let go of his daughter's hand. "He'll come pick you up tonight." Xu Miaotong hummed softly in agreement, obediently walked over to Su Lingling's side, and took her hand. The smile on her face was still cheerful and relaxed. It was clear that she had a good relationship with her little grandma in the future as well. "And could you also teach her to read and write when you have time?" Su Yin looked at his aunt. "This child is at the age for elementary school." Su Lingling nodded with a smile. Looking down, she saw the little girl looking up at her. Noticing her gaze, Xu Miaotong grinned sweetly. "Little grandma Tong Tong's grades are really good." "Tong Tong, is that amazing?" "The teacher gives me little flowers every day." Su Lingling couldn't help turning to stare at her nephew. "Didn't you say she was kidnapped by traffickers?" "She's been to school." Su Yin didn't know how to explain. He spread his hands. "Maybe. Even traffickers understand the importance of compulsory education." "You're the one who looks like a trafficker." Su Lingling gave her nephew a helpless look. "All right, you better get to school." Su Yin gave a few more instructions before zipping up his school uniform jacket, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and leaving. His aunt was indeed good with children, and since she was a primary school teacher, Su Yin felt at ease, leaving Tong Tong with her. "Tong Tong, come inside." Su Lingling handed her a pair of slippers, and then helped her remove the scarf from around her neck. "What's your full name?" "Xu Miaotong." "You're surnamed Su." Su Lingling's attention was immediately caught. Looking closely this time, she increasingly felt that Tong Tong resembled Su Yin as a child, especially when she smiled. Unfortunately, the eyes weren't quite the same. Tong Tong's eyes instead looked like those of the girl who had come with him that day. Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Lingling suddenly found it absurd. Meanwhile, Su Yin returned to school and continued with his regular classes. He was fairly good at math, physics, and chemistry, maintaining above-average scores, but his Chinese and English were as messy as if they'd been chewed up by a dog. "I probably won't be able to come to your place this week. Please apologize to Tong Tong for me." Su Yin thought it over and figured it was no big deal. After all, she was an elite student in the accelerated class, so it was normal for her to be busy. He casually replied with an "okay," and continued reading his grammar book without giving it much thought. "I picked out some exercise books and sorted out some materials for you. He'll give them to you together. Let me know when you're free and he'll bring them over." Su Yin hadn't expected her to be so quick. A top student truly was a top student. She never procrastinated even a bit. "How about after school?" "No, my dad is picking me up today." A high schooler still needing a parent to pick her up. Su Yin seemed to recall something, a look of realization dawning on his face. He guessed her stepsister must have been spreading nonsense again. "They'll have a girl pick it up." After replying, Su Yin put away his phone without waiting for her response. Only then did he notice that Li Yuyu next door was staring at him with burning intensity and an unreadable expression. As for Chun Hao, his seat was empty. He was probably visiting another class during the long break. "I didn't mean to." Li Yuyu paused and explained proactively. "I wanted to ask you about a math problem, but you were too focused, and I couldn't help sneaking a peek." "It's fine, as long as it wasn't that resentful Chun Hao who saw." Su Yin had saved the school bowtie's contact named simply as Wen Ning. So although Li Yuyu knew it was wrong to snoop, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Mainly because of that line, "I probably won't be able to come to your place this week." Li Yuyu had a feeling that if she kept reading, she might stumble upon something not suitable for minors. "Yuyu, can you do me a favor?" Su Yin asked without any guilt. "Could you go upstairs and find Wen Ning? She has something to give me." Li Yuyu licked her dry lips, raised an eyebrow, and answered off topic. "Did you sleep with her?" "Not yet." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Yin felt something was off. He quickly added, "No, she's just a regular friend." Li Yuyu stared at him, clearly unconvinced. "If she's just a regular friend, shall I mention this to Chun Hao?" "No. Isn't she just a regular friend?" Su Yan's expression gradually turned serious. "You don't meddle in a simp's affairs." "A simp? Someone as cocky as you could be a simp. But you two seem to get along well." Li Yuyu remained highly skeptical. "Doesn't seem like it." "Well, aren't there levels to being a simp?" Su Yin replied calmly. "Most don't even get a seat at the table, but occasionally some get to eat the leftovers." Though she found it absurd, Li Yuyu kindly warned him. "I and simps and nice guys are in the same boat. Keep that in mind." I told her that too, but she wouldn't listen. Su Yin sighed helplessly. But she's a girl. If people found out she was simping for me, how embarrassing would that be? Li Yuyu said nothing, her face dark as she returned to her seat. What the hell? Could he be any more shameless? In the end, Li Yuyu generously lent a hand. Much like how the girls in class would pass notes for boys to another pretty girl, it was a gesture devoid of tangible gain, but enough to earn a completely obedient good son. Li Yuyu dropped a weight here and went upstairs. As a girl, her only impression of the famed school beauty Wen Ning was her ranking 6th in science across the entire school. Soon she had another girl call Wen Ning out. Wen Ning appeared somewhat drowsy, as if she hadn't slept well last night. Ian sent me. Li Yuyu rubbed her hands together, sizing up the girl in the school uniform with curiosity. It wasn't because Wen Ning was too beautiful. Li Yuyu had little interest in such matters. Rather, it was because Wen Ning had scored 688 on the last monthly exam. Standing before her, Li Yuyu, whose score was even lower than Su Yan's, and who harbored an almost obsessive fixation on studying, felt immense pressure. Oh, okay. Wen Ning quickly handed her the items. Thank you for your trouble. Li Yuyu discreetly glanced at the bundle. Just a stack of books, likely practice workbooks. She couldn't help but complain this is totally unnecessary. Wen Ning was taken aback. What? If you two want to get into the same university, relying on Ian's efforts alone won't cut it. In truth, Wen Ning had been quietly observing this short-haired girl in glasses. She knew little about Su Yan, but it was clear this girl shared a close bond with him. Finally, she couldn't resist asking, are you a friend of Su Yan? Yeah, a childhood friend. Li Yuyu smiled. There's another guy too. We've been hanging out together since elementary school. Su Yan's laid-back nature meant he rarely got angry, even when talked about behind his back, so their relationship had always been good. As for Chen Hao, just thinking about him irritated Li Yuyu. How could there be such an annoying jerk? But Ian has changed a bit lately, Li Yuyu remarked. He never used to study much, was especially bad at some subjects, and would nap during morning self-study. These past couple of days, though, he's been reading and memorizing words as soon as he arrives. Wen Ning unconsciously curved her lips, but said nothing. Perhaps he was spurred on by her words, that she feared he couldn't keep up. Well, I should head back now. Yeah, thank you. No need to thank me. Li Yuyu's voice dropped, tinged with envy and admiration as she glanced at Wen Ning. She was so beautiful and excelled academically. Wherever she stood, she was the standout. And at about 169 meters, she was quite tall. Her legs were so long they made even a girl drool. Damn it. Ian, you really don't deserve this. In contrast, Li Yuyu was barely 1.6 meters, appearing quite petite. Yet at the same time, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Among the three who grew up together, Su Yan was average in all aspects at 1.78 meters. Chen Hao was even taller, reaching 1.83 meters. Over the years, Li Yuyu's parents had tried feeding her supplements to help her grow taller. But around middle school, she basically stopped growing. Chen Hao often called her potato mine, like the plant in Plants vs. Zombies that buries itself in the ground and pops up to explode. Every time she thought about it, a pang of discomfort struck her heart. Lost in such thoughts, she returned to the classroom. Chen Hao was sitting in his seat, turning around to chat with Su Yan, cursing under his breath. Because he was so tall, he casually stretched one leg into the aisle, looking very relaxed. You know that girl from the next class? Chen Hao mentioned a name, his tone impatient. The one with long hair. Yeah. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids. Your little girlfriend, right? I see you two together in the cafeteria every day. Little girlfriend. She's just a friend I get along with. Chen Hao pointed at his phone, his expression sour. She's been texting me all the time lately asking how I am, but when I press her, she says she only sees me as a friend. Bro, am I being played? Aren't you always? Su Yan took a sip of water. What kind of fishing line catches fish like that? Setting aside bias, Chen Hao was actually quite handsome. With his sunny, outgoing personality and loyalty, many girls in his grade liked him. During class basketball games, girls from other classes would come to watch. Chen Hao was also quite sociable. He had many close female friends, but none were officially in a relationship with him. He was the typical popular high school guy. If you're not serious about relationships, you'll go bald. Su Yan glanced at him. How's he? Be careful. Are you crazy? Chen Hao imagined it, and felt nauseous. Can you not gross me out? Su Yan patted his shoulder and said nothing. For some reason, Chen Hao felt that Su Yan's gaze held a hint of pity, sending chills down his spine. Before they could continue, a stack of books was slammed heavily onto Su Yan's desk with a loud thud, startling both of them. The noise drew the attention of the entire class. Brought them for you. Li Yuyu said casually, remember to buy me a soda next time. With that, she shot Chen Hao a cold glare and returned to her seat without a word. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Yan wasn't sure if she had overheard their conversation. Hey, can't you be quieter? Chen Hao said impatiently. You're all grown up, stop being so reckless. Mind your own business. Li Yuyu's face was cold. Recalling their earlier chat, she felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. What? Chen Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his temper. Did I provoke you this early in the morning? No. Li Yuyu's lips curled downward, clearly unhappy. Move your leg, you're blocking people. My legs are long, I like it, so what? He defiantly stretched his leg under her desk. Then he hooked her stool with his toes and shook it arrogantly, making it impossible for Li Yuyu to sit still. Her irritation grew. Chen Hao, Unable to bear it anymore, she turned around. If you kick my stool again, I'll ask the teacher to change seats. Chen Hao froze. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his leg. Li Yuyu lowered her head and continued reading with a blank expression. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long while, Chen Hao touched his nose. He leaned over and tugged at Li Yuyu's sleeve. I was just joking. You're in high school, now don't sulk like a kid. Li Yuyu said coldly, I like it. Don't be mad. He'll play badminton with you in PE class later. Who wants that? Su Yan sighed softly from behind. He had witnessed their endless arguments countless times. You two just keep at it. Su Yan could not fathom the nature of their relationship. They had bickered and squabbled through the years, occasionally reaching a point of flushed silence where neither would speak to the other. Their personalities were too vastly different. Chen Hao was a roamer without boundaries, getting along effortlessly with everyone, while Li Yuyu was a sensitive, twisted girl with secrets of her own. Su Yan could to some extent discern Li Yuyu's feelings. Though they were all childhood friends, her attitude toward Chen Hao was entirely distinct from her attitude toward him. Perhaps it was genuine mutual aversion. Or perhaps she simply wished to conceal something she did not want others to discover. According to Tongtong, they would eventually end up together. But Su Yan felt the journey would be fraught with turbulence. Comparatively, his relationship with Wen Ning, though also complex, might prove easier to navigate. Because between them, there was still Tongtong. Su Yan cast aside other thoughts, lowering his head to study the materials Wen Ning had compiled for him. Most of it was fundamental. Subjects like English and Chinese offered no real shortcuts. However, among them was a grammar booklet Wen Ning had organized over the years. Though she was a top student, her notes were remarkably accessible, progressing from simple to complex with clear logic and a gradual pace. Moreover, her handwriting was exquisite. It was the kind of advanced manual that graduates would sell directly to underclassmen for money. But then Su Yan suddenly recalled something and pulled out his phone with a hint of suspicion. Did you not return my monthly exam papers? The reply came swiftly. Wen Ning. Wen Ning. The bell rang. Wen Ning, pay attention in class, don't play with your phone. Then she stopped responding, as if truly focused on her lesson. Su Yan chuckled. He didn't really care about those exam papers. They were destined for the trash anyway. What concerned him was Wen Ning's attitude. The girl seemed gentle and unhurried. But in front of him, she could be subtly assertive. Su Yan didn't bother provoking her further. He tossed his phone carelessly into the drawer and began to listen attentively in class. However, over the following days, Wen Ning indeed did not visit his home again. She merely compiled practice problems and key knowledge points, having Li Yuyu deliver them to him. Occasionally after school, Su Yan would spot her beneath the teaching, building her expression weary. In short, Wen Ning seemed to be under strict control at home. Su Yan sensed that her pressure stemmed from more than just academics. This was not a good sign. Nevertheless, she called every evening to hear Tongtong's voice. She listened as Tongtong shared stories of her daily life beside her father and little grandmother. Little grandmother taught Tongtong how to write daddy and mommy's names today. Wen Ning glanced at the photo on WeChat. It was a meticulously written childish script in regular style. Su Yan's name was easy. Tongtong could already write it beautifully and neatly. But the two characters for Wen Ning were more complex with many strokes, and it was clear Tongtong had practiced for a long time. Though somewhat awkward, she had still written them. Tongtong is amazing. Facing her daughter, Wen Ning's voice softened involuntarily. But want your aunt suspect anything? It's nothing. Su Yan's voice came through the phone. Annie asked some questions, but Tongtong is clever. She didn't slip up. However, sometimes when he picked up Tongtong in the evening, his aunt's gaze carried a hint of subtle ambiguity and hesitation. There were certainly things she hadn't figured out yet. Like why the older sister was surnamed Wen and the younger sister Su. Or why Tongtong was so close to both her and Su Yan. Wen Ning saved the photo to her private album. Though seeing Su Yan and Wen Ning written together felt a bit odd. Mommy, when will you come see Tongtong? Her daughter's pitiful sniffling voice came through the phone. I miss you so much. I miss Tongtong too. Wen Ning's voice grew softer, unsure how to comfort her daughter. Give mommy a little more time, okay? Her father had spoken to her once about the events of that Saturday. His tone wasn't harsh, but the message was clear. He hoped she wouldn't get too close to any boys before university. She remembered his words clearly. Xiao Ning, Dad knows you've been blaming me all these years. You blame me for starting a new family, for disliking Aunt Xiao and your little sister. This is my fault, but no matter what, Dad still wants you to be well. If you're unwilling to accept it, he'll have to ask the teacher to contact that boy's parents. In truth, she didn't. Wen Ning didn't think her father had done anything wrong. Her mother's passing had been a tremendous blow to him as well. Finding a new happy family and having a cute, lively little daughter was his fortune. She didn't blame him for moving on from the past. It was just that she herself couldn't move on. She didn't know how to handle her relationship with her father, nor how to explain matters concerning Su Yan. And she had no way to stop her father from contacting Su Yan's parents. Su Yan, Before she could say more, her father Wen Qiming knocked on the door. Ning, get some rest early. His tone was gentle. Don't make phone calls so late. Whatever it is, talk about it tomorrow morning. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Su Yan's voice came through. Hang up. Tongtong is fine with me. Take care of yourself. Before she could respond, he ended the call. Only then did Wen Ning put down her phone and turn around. Okay, Dad. This tense life lasted an entire week. The tail end of February passed, and a spring rain washed over the few plane trees beneath the teaching building hinting at green. On Friday evening, when Wen Ning returned home from school, the living room was empty. She didn't mind looking down at her phone as she walked toward her room. Even if she couldn't see her in person, being able to see Tong Tong's photos and hear her voice every day was enough. But Suyin hadn't replied to her messages since yesterday, and he didn't answer her calls either. He'll come see Tong Tong this weekend. After sending this, she added another line below. Is that okay? There was still no reply from Suyin. Wen Ning grew uneasy. Just then Wen Qiming called her. Ning, are you home? His voice sounded tired. Today is your birthday. The gift is on your desk. Happy birthday. Wen Ning belatedly realized that today might be her birthday. If her father hadn't reminded her, she would have completely forgotten. Though her ID said she was an adult only after this birthday, would she truly be a year older? Stepping into her 18th year. Thank you, Dad. She pressed the phone to her ear. Where did you all go? Dad is accompanying Annie and your little sister back to their hometown. Grandma isn't feeling well as she's in the hospital now. Wen Qiming sighed softly. We'll probably be back very late. Wen Ning was silent for a moment. Which grandma? Qianqian's grandma. Wen Qiming sounded a bit awkward. I wanted to bring you along, but Aunt Xiao said you have a heavy workload, so we didn't ask you to come. Wen Ning hummed in acknowledgement. Take care and rest. Sorry, Dad wanted to celebrate your birthday with you. It's okay. Thank you for the gift, Dad. Wen Ning said softly. I'm already very happy. After hanging up, she returned to her room. Her father's gift was a pair of pure white women's sneakers with a note on the box, wishing her a happy birthday. Wen Ning looked at it for a while, then placed the box in a cabinet. She had never cared much about birthdays anyway. If her father hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered. After doing some homework at her desk, she picked up her phone again. Still no reply from Suyin. Can I come over now? After sending that message, Wen Ning lost the will to continue with her exam papers. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the phone in front of her. The recent tension had left her exhausted. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep leaning against the headboard. When the ringing of her phone woke her, the sky outside the window had already darkened completely. Her eyes were bleary and she stared dazedly at the buzzing device. It took her a long moment to sluggishly reach out and pick it up. What are you doing? Suyan's voice came through the phone with a hint of impatience. I've called you several times, and you didn't pick up. I accidentally fell asleep just now. Wen Ning rubbed her eyes vigorously, feeling scolded, a little displeased. You were the one who never replied to my messages. It's still early, get up. Tong Tong, hold on tight, don't wobble when you walk. A soft, slightly annoyed voice came from the other end. I know. Can you come out now? Suyin continued. Wen Ning lay on the bed, utterly bewildered. Still groggy from sleep, her thoughts were exceptionally slow. Where are you? Hurry up and wash your face, get dressed. Suyin pressed on, then come downstairs and wait for us. How did he know where I lived? That was the first question that crossed Wen Ning's mind. Gradually, though, the memory came back to her. Last Saturday, when she was leaving his place, Suyin had indeed asked where she lived. After hanging up the phone, Wen Ning rose and walked to the bathroom, slowly wiping her face with a towel. She still hadn't fully processed what was happening. Yet she didn't linger. She tidied her hair, grabbed her coat from the rack, and headed downstairs. Soon she spotted Suyin and Tong Tong sitting on a bench by the flower bed chatting. The dim yellow glow of the street lamp fell upon them, stretching their shadows long and far into the distance. Wen Ning stood frozen, gazing at them in a daze. Mommy! Tong Tong, easily distracted, spotted her immediately. The little girl bounced over with a skip, extending her chubby hands. Happy birthday! May you stay as young as yesterday on every birthday. Wen Ning embraced her almost instinctively, still lost in a haze. Suyin stood nearby, holding a transparent box tied with a blue ribbon. As her gaze met his, he nodded. Happy birthday. I bought you a cake. Wen Ning murmured. How did you know it's my birthday today? Tong Tong told me. Suyin explained leisurely. The little girl insisted on celebrating your birthday since she woke up yesterday morning. She's been keeping me quite busy these past 2 days. Wen Ning instinctively held her daughter tighter, a wave of guilt surging through her like a tide. At a loss for what to do, she crouched down and smoothed the hair behind Tong Tong's ear. Tong Tong. Don't you blame Mommy for not visiting you for so long. Xu Miaotong blinked, but Tong Tong came to see Mommy. Gazing at her daughter's innocent and lovely face, the emotions Wen Ning had been holding gradually gave way to something else. It was as if something she had never dared to hope for had suddenly appeared before her. The persistent sense of unreality seemed to recede like a tide at that moment. Wen Ning's nose tingled, her lips quivered slightly, but no words came out. Mommy, we need to blow out the candles before eating the cake. Xu Miaotong, like a kitten, nuzzled her soft cheek against her mother's. Then she pulled a pack of colorful candles from her pocket. Daddy said Tong Tong is Doraemon, here to make Mommy and Daddy's wishes come true. Wen Ning lowered her eyes and sniffled softly. All right, Mommy will make a wish. Suyin placed the box on the bench and opened it, revealing a small cake. It was shaped like a rabbit's head, looking a bit childish and odd, with 2 red strawberries for eyes and a carrot for a nose. On the cake, written crookedly in cream, were the words, Happy Birthday, Wen Ning. It was written by Tong Tong. So that's why she had been practicing her handwriting so earnestly. to prepare a birthday cake for me. Wen Ning couldn't tear her eyes away, her vision blurring. She crouched beside the bench, staring unblinkingly at the cake like a little girl with a new toy. Xu Miaotong also squatted next to her mother, propping her chin in her hands, her eyes crinkling with a smile. After a long moment, Wen Ning said slowly, "So you can bake cakes after all." She remembered that Su Yan's place was a fully furnished small apartment, and the kitchen indeed had everything, including a built-in steam oven. "Don't talk nonsense." "I can't," Su Yan denied on the spot. "I bought it from a shop. I'm a grown man. I don't have the patience to bake a cake." "Why did you use a carrot for the rabbit's nose?" "Couldn't find anything else." "No, I told you I bought it from a shop. Where could you buy such an ugly cake?" Wen Ning suddenly wished that everything before her could be slowed down frame by frame like a film and saved forever. Perhaps in the future she would receive other birthday cakes. Perhaps one day she would have the confidence to walk into a roadside bakery and pick out a cake she liked for herself. But she knew she would never forget the very ugly cake she received on her 18th birthday. Su Yan took the candles from Tong Tong, lit them, and stuck them into the cake. Against the street lamp's glow, the candle flames were feeble, flickering, as if they might go out at any moment. Yet they still illuminated Tong Tong, and Wen Ning crouched before the candles, and Su Yan standing beside them. Wen Ning suddenly felt reluctant to cut it. "Su Yan," she ventured softly, "can I take a picture first before making a wish?" "Sure." Su Yan naturally didn't refuse. "Take as many as you like." Wen Ning captured the unrefined cake with her camera and carefully saved it in her private album. She realized that in just a short time the album was already filling up with photos. And there would surely be many more. "Mommy, make a wish quickly." Tong Tong tugged at her mother's hand, coaxing. "If the candles go out, it'll be too late." Wen Ning snapped back to reality, glanced at the dying flames, and hurriedly closed her eyes. At that moment a strong urge to make a wish surged within her, a wish she had never dared to make, or even hope for in over a decade. "I want to study hard, go to a university I love, and have a life that is entirely my own. I want to meet someone who loves me, someone worth loving, and then have a real home that belongs to me." When she opened her eyes again, Tong Tong puffed out her cheeks and blew out the candles with a whoosh. "That was close." She patted her chest with her little hand. "Almost went out." A smile crept onto Wen Ning's lips. She stroked her daughter's head, but couldn't find any words. "Mommy, let Tong Tong cut the cake." "All right, Tong Tong, be careful not to cut its eyes." Wen Ning winced as she watched the rabbit cake being sliced into pieces. Su Yan, not fond of sweets, picked up the carrot and munched on it, watching the mother and daughter sit on the bench eating their cake. Wen Ning was quiet, taking small bites of her cake. Tong Tong, on the other hand, swung her legs happily, her mouth stuffed full with cream, occasionally smearing at the corners. Su Yan found it amusing. "Tong Tong, why do you always shove everything into your mouth at once like a little hamster?" "It's adorable." Wen Ning gently wiped the corner of her daughter's mouth with the back of her hand. "What wish did you make?" Su Yan asked casually. "Tell me." Wen Ning instinctively turned her head. He was lounging lazily on the bench, his posture relaxed, his eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. With his slightly long hair, he looked rather languid. Wen Ning suddenly noticed that despite the dim streetlight, Su Yan's features were actually quite refined and handsome. The kind of good looks that grew on you the more you spent time together. Perhaps it was because he wasn't wearing his glasses today. Wen Ning had always thought his black-rimmed glasses were particularly ugly. As if sensing her gaze, Su Yan looked over unexpectedly. Wen Ning didn't flinch. She licked the cream off her lips. "But if I tell you, won't it not come true? Do you still think you're a little girl in kindergarten?" Su Yan yawned, looking sleepy, and blurted out, "If you don't say it, how am I supposed to make it come true?" Wen Ning was stunned. She swallowed the cake in her mouth. She felt a strange warmth behind her ears spreading to her cheeks. She felt that something about Su Yan's words was off. Very off. After a moment, she asked hesitantly in a small voice, "What did you just say?" "I said," Su Yan, having also realized, crunched on the carrot, "if you don't tell this doryman, who came from the future in a time machine, how can it make it happen?" Wen Ning hummed in acknowledgement, lowered her head, and silently stabbed a piece of cake with her fork, popping it into her mouth. The sweet, silky flavor melted instantly. Seeing she was reluctant to share, Su Yan didn't press further, idly watching Tong Tong stuff cake into her mouth. In the quiet night, the twinkling stars in the sky gave the illusion that time itself had slowed down. An indefinite time later, a voice as light as a distant breeze reached his ears. "My wishes. That next year on my birthday, I can still make a wish by the candles, just like this." It didn't sound too difficult to achieve. However, by this time next year, both of them would already be in university. The future was uncertain for anyone, but one thing was for sure: with Tong Tong around, neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan could regard the other as just an ordinary friend. "All right then, we won't even need a cake. Just bring a pack of candles." Su Yan stood up and stretched. "You're a pretty easy to please girl. Saves me trouble." Wen Ning frowned, her tone displeased. "Who said we don't need one? Okay, let's sit a little longer, and then we'll head back." Su Yan stopped joking. "Tong Tong is young, if she can't stay up too late." Wen Ning hummed in agreement, and slowly finished the piece of cake in her hand. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen Su Yan for several days. Although it was just a simple birthday cake, nothing particularly delicious, and perhaps a bit too much sugar, Su Yin and Tong Tong had come all the way to celebrate her birthday. Wen Ning felt, on this 18th birthday, she was truly happy and at peace in her heart. By the way, Wen Ning suddenly remembered something. She glanced at Tong Tong, who was clinging to her side, and lowered her voice unnaturally. Su Yin, do you plan to date anyone in university? Su Yin was a bit surprised. Why are you asking? Wen Ning pursed her lips. She felt that asking this question given their current relationship was a bit strange. But it was a problem that needed to be addressed. You know, Tong Tong's appearance was an accident, but she is indeed our daughter. Wen Ning patted her daughter's head before continuing. So before Tong Tong grows up enough to understand, I hope you won't find a girlfriend. Tong Tong firmly believed that her mom and dad loved each other deeply and that their bond was the best in the world. But unfortunately, the mom and dad she had met now, their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. So there was a rather interesting phenomenon. The two of them called themselves parents, yet they weren't lovers. Su Yin didn't speak, just looked at her with interest. Wen Ning met his gaze without any guilt. Of course, I'm not trying to stop you from dating. I just hope we can avoid hurting Tong Tong. If mom and dad were to eventually separate, Tong Tong would be the one who couldn't accept it and would be the most heartbroken. It might even leave a scar on the child. Su Yin hummed noncommittally. By now, Wen Ning's expression had turned serious. On my end, I definitely won't find a boyfriend. You can rest assured about that. At least until Tong Tong could understand the complex relationship between her parents. Only then could they consider other possibilities. Of course, there was another solution. The one Su Yin had mentioned, she could only date him. At the thought, Wen Ning's breath unconsciously hitched. Still, she tried her best to suppress that strange feeling, keeping her expression calm and her voice steady. She appeared completely composed. Well-reasoned. Su Yin nodded. I can accept that argument. But just as Wen Ning was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly changed his tune. However, this puts me in a difficult position too. Huh. Wen Ning immediately fixed her gaze on him. Difficult? Were you planning to cheat on Tong Tong? No. So you really want to date in university? Who is it that said Tong Tong comes first in everything? I don't care about it myself. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. But my mom has given me a direct order. I have to bring a girl home to meet her in college to be our family's daughter-in-law. Wen Ning choked. Really? Yes. Su Yin just smiled. Otherwise, I might not even be allowed through the door during New Year's. She'll kick me to sleep under a bridge. What do I do then? Though exaggerated, the hierarchy in his family was rather feudal. Her Majesty was indisputably first, Yuan second, and Su Yin third. As for his father, he was basically non-existent. Oh, Yuan was Lin Hu's ferocious beast, a chubby ragdoll cat. Wen Ning's mind was a mess. She felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint the flaw in Su Yan's words. So she slowly averted her gaze and fell silent. Say something. Su Yin wasn't about to let her off the hook. Come up with a solution for me. Wen Ning felt stifled and uncomfortable. After a long pause, she whispered then, what should we do? Yeah, what should we do? Su Yin looked her up and down, his expression thoughtful. How about? Wen Ning's brow twitched rapidly. She didn't know how to handle this and could only steel herself to appear calm. How about what? Just finish what you were saying. Ever since Tong Tong's arrival, this topic had been rather sensitive. Both Su Yin and Wen Ning had tacitly avoided bringing it up. But now it felt like something was about to be pierced, and Wen Ning's heart suddenly fluttered with panic. She waited in silence for Su Yin to speak, already thinking of a tactful reason to refuse him. I can't possibly pretend to be your girlfriend and go see your mom. Our relationship isn't there yet. In the end, Su Yin didn't say anything more. A full few minutes passed before she heard his voice suddenly relax. How about I take Chunhao home instead? My mom's always suspected we were a couple anyway. Wen Ning's lips, which had been tightly pursed in nervousness, slowly straightened. She lifted her eyes, her voice cool. Chunhao. Though she didn't know him, she had seen him a few times in the cafeteria, the boy who walked beside Su Yan. Then she met Su Yan's slightly teasing gaze. What were you thinking just now? Wen Ning suddenly realized. His talk about bringing a girl home sleeping under a bridge, it was all made up. He hadn't been troubled from the start, he was just messing with her. Wen Ning's face stiffened and her stubborn temper flared up. I wasn't thinking anything. Is that so? Then why is your face red? It's from the cold wind, not. I'm not blushing. Seems like you're not. Su Yan nodded. Guess I saw wrong. How could there be such an annoying person in this world? Tong Tong, tell mommy the truth. Wen Ning pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Does future mommy often feel the urge to commit domestic, still thinking about hitting someone? Su Yan pushed his bicycle out of the residential area, his earlier bravado completely gone. I was just kidding around with you. He simply felt that Wen Ning had been under a lot of pressure lately, and he wanted to lighten the mood. Wen Ning walked beside him, holding Tong Tong's hand, her face still taut. It seemed she wasn't terribly angry, just oddly suddenly embarrassed by his teasing. After a long pause, Wen Ning spoke calmly. That's Chunhao. Are you too close? You're like brothers. Su Yan answered without thinking. There's also Yu, you've met her. From what Tong Tong says, after I got married, we still got along well. In fact, Wen Ning had often seen Su Yin and Chunhao together. At the cafeteria during water breaks between classes on the basketball court. That boy named Chunhao with a casual air was slightly taller than Su Yin. He would probably be the type that girls of this age would like. However, Wen Ning wasn't really fond of boys who were overly familiar and could get along with everyone. Comparatively, she felt more comfortable with someone like Su Yin, who seemed laid back, but maintained a certain distance in dealing with others. Of course, Wen Ning had no interest in Su Yan's close friend, mainly because, "Are you two really a couple?" Wen Ning asked. "I see you two together every day, inseparable even for meals and bathroom breaks." "What the hell are you talking about?" Su Yin frowned a bit displeased. With preconceived notions, Wen Ning felt he seemed a bit irritated and embarrassed. "Then why did your mother say that?" Wen Ning said slowly. "Wouldn't normal parents be really angry?" Anyway, as a girl, she couldn't understand. She didn't have many friends. It was hard for her to have such an intimate relationship where almost any privacy could be shared. It's just, Wen Ning deliberated, two 18-year-old boys always arm in arm. Wherever they go, it does look a bit ambiguous. Su Yin found it absurd. "What about my Yu? My big Yu, can't you see her?" He pointed to his face. "Do you know why I usually wear glasses? And keep such an ugly hairstyle?" Wen Ning was startled. The hairstyle actually wasn't that bad. Su Yan's front hair was a bit long, hanging over his eyebrows, but not too extreme, and his hair texture was good. Maybe he just didn't style it much, making it look a little messy, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. As for the glasses, because, Wen Ning thought, "You're nearsighted." "Because I'm embarrassed to show my face," Su Yin said grumpily. "Back then people would say we were gay just walking down the street. Who could stand that?" Wen Ning let out an "oh," and understood. His glasses had ridiculously large frames, almost half the size of his face, with yellow anti-radiation lenses. When he wore them, you could barely see the eyes behind them, truly ugly to look at. So only today did Wen Ning realize he actually had a very clean and handsome face. Quite good-looking. No wonder Tong Tong had inherited everything outstanding from her parents. So now no one talks about it anymore. Long gone. People ship handsome guys, not gloomy furried nerds. It was actually quite realistic. In middle school, Su Yin had many friends too. Whenever they went out, it was a big crowd, including Chun Hao. But the other friends were very ordinary looking, so they were automatically ignored by others. To outsiders, it seemed like Su Yin and Chun Hao were always together. Especially among the girls, quite a few wrote romantic stories about them. This matter had disgusted not only Su Yin, but also Chun Hao for a long time. Wen Ning slowly withdrew her gaze. After hearing his explanation, she felt much more at ease, although she didn't understand why this kind of thing mattered so much. "Then should we add another rule?" Seeing his very displeased expression, Wen Ning deliberately paused for a second, then slowly said, "When you're in college, you're not allowed to find a boyfriend either." "Fine." Su Yin was almost amused by her. "Going to college, can't find a boyfriend, can't find a girlfriend. They'll see if I can go study abroad in Thailand tomorrow." Wen Ning couldn't help pursing her lips, a smile forming. Finally, the three reached the entrance of the neighborhood. Su Yin picked up Tong Tong and placed her on the back seat of the bicycle. To prevent her from falling, he used the seat strap to tie it around her waist. "Don't see us off, just stop here." Su Yin turned back. "We're going back. It's late, you should rest early too." After saying that, he paused for a long time before continuing, "Don't make Tong Tong worry. If anything happens, you can tell me." Wen Ning nodded. These days her mood had indeed not been particularly good. Wen Ning wasn't surprised that Su Yin could tell. But him saying that wasn't very surprising either. She bent down, reached out, and touched Tong Tong's head. "Tong Tong, listen to Dad, and be happy every day." Xu Miaotong hummed firmly. But she was still very reluctant, sniffing hard. "Mom, will you come home tomorrow to stay with Tong Tong?" Home. Wen Ning knew her daughter meant Su Yan's home. But facing her daughter's pitiful, aggrieved expression, Wen Ning couldn't bear to correct her. "And Dad will miss Mom a lot too." Xu Miaotong held her hand, refusing to let go. Before, no matter how busy Dad was with work, he would pick Mom up every day. Hearing this, Wen Ning instinctively looked up. Su Yan's fingers, which were typing on his phone, clearly paused for a moment. But he didn't say anything, acting as if nothing happened, continuing to reply to messages on WeChat. "Tong Tong is good, every day, very obedient." Xu Miaotong's nose was red, the corners of her eyes drooping, her eyes slowly reddening. "It's just missing Mom so much." Every day. Although she had Dad and little grandma with her every day, she wanted to eat Mom's cooking, wanted Mom to tell her stories. And it had been so long since she had slept next to Mom. "Tong Tong, don't cry." Wen Ning's heart ached. She couldn't help pinching Tong Tong's little cheek. "Mom promises you." She proactively reached out and hooked her little finger. "Tomorrow Mom will definitely come home." It was already 9 in the evening when he returned home. Su Yin helped Tong Tong wash up and coaxed her into bed. The girl was probably tired, for she soon fell into a deep sleep, clutching her pillow. Su Yin quietly picked up his laptop and left the room, settling down at the dining table. As a student under the pressure of college entrance exams, part-time jobs were too time-consuming and business was not his forte. But he couldn't keep asking Lin Hui for money every day. However, over the past few days, Su Yin had found his own path. He had started using computers around the age of 10. Back then he only played web games and watched anime. As he grew older, his interest gradually deepened. More than playing, he was curious about the logic behind games and websites. Over the years, he had read countless books on computer science, often teaching himself through pirated online courses. In middle school, he had even won first place in a youth software design competition organized by the city. That certificate still hung in the Xu family living room. Recently, he had been helping college computer science students with their project designs online. As he typed away, Xu Yan mused, are college students these days really this incompetent? They can't even handle such simple stuff. He felt that in a few years it wouldn't be surprising to see a pig sitting in a university lecture hall. The living room was silent, time slipping away with the sound of the keyboard. When he finally lifted his aching neck, it was nearly midnight. Xu Yan logged onto WeChat and sent the files in a package. Buddy, it's done. Run it on your computer and see if there are any issues. The other party immediately accepted the files and replied quickly, clearly surprised. Done so fast. You said you needed it by tomorrow, so I stayed up to rush it. The other party was probably checking the work, and Xu Yan didn't mind leaning back in his chair to rest while waiting for a reply. About 10 minutes later, a voice call came through. Not bad, bro. You're pretty skilled. Which university are you from? To his surprise, the voice on the other end was female, sounding casual and straightforward. I ran it, and it seems fine. In the background, there was the frantic clicking of a mouse, likely from gaming. A female computer science student who loved gaming and had a northeastern accent. Xu Yan had a vague understanding. Are you free now? He asked. I need to explain a few things in case the professor asks you questions you can't answer. Sure, go ahead. The woman was very forthright with a tone of casual generosity. I'll add some extra money later. The keyboard sounds continued, and Xu Yan didn't mind going over the program and pointing out some issues. Suddenly, her irritable voice burst through the microphone. Gank. Gank. I said gank, are you deaf? Flash. Oh, sorry, where were you? About your project. What project? The design and implementation of a campus online food ordering system. What system? After a moment, she finally realized. Oh, so that's my project. Xu Yan felt like he was wasting his life. What the hell? She didn't even know what her own project was. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll confirm the payment. The woman sounded impatient. I'm going back to my game. Hit me up if you need more work. Wait. Xu Yan quickly said, I've marked some comments in the code. Make sure to read them and delete them afterward. But he realized she had already hung up. Moments later, he received a notification, order complete, 100 yuan credited to his Alipay account. She was probably really eager to get back to her game. Whatever. You can't stop someone from seeking their own doom. Since the money had come through, Xu Yan decided not to bother about her fate. There were plenty of lazy, foolish college students. Calculating his income, he figured he could support Tong Tong without much trouble, so his living expenses were barely covered. But between studying and earning money, he had little free time for anything else. He closed his laptop, took a shower, and went to bed. He had actually asked Tong Tong what her father did for a living in the future. Tong Tong didn't know. All she knew was that her father worked in front of a computer. Given Tong Tong's affluent background, Xu Yan suspected he wouldn't end up as just a bald programmer. The specifics probably depended on his college experiences and opportunities. The next morning, Xu Yan yawned as he got up to buy breakfast downstairs. He didn't usually bother, but he did it for Tong Tong. While waiting, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Meng Yufei sitting at a stall in casual clothes, a half-eaten plate of rice noodle rolls in front of him. Even without his uniform, he sat upright, radiating vitality. What are you doing here? Xu Yan was a bit exasperated. Is the rice noodle roll here better than the one near your place? What are you saying? Don't you greet people first? Meng Yufei beckoned him over. Come, let your uncle talk to you. Xu Yan had no choice but to walk over reluctantly. Every time you say that, I get goosebumps. Why did you have to go after my aunt? Although Meng Yufei was older, he had once been a close friend of Xu Yan and Shun Hao. What do you mean go after? It's mutual affection. Meng Yufei stared at him for a moment. Alright, spill it. What's going on? Xu Yan felt a strange sense of déjà vu, like being caught by him after a fight in middle school. What do you mean? Xu Yan wasn't nervous. He casually stuck a straw into his soy milk. That little girl, that girl. Who is she to you? Meng Yufei narrowed his eyes, studying his reaction. Don't think you can just brush this off. You've been dropping her off at your aunt's place every day for her to look after. Did you think I wouldn't notice? It had been a whole week. Every evening, Xu Yan came to pick up the little girl on time. Meng Yufei had seen it all, and he wasn't stupid. Something was off. I'm just in a relationship. A relationship? Meng Yufei clearly didn't believe him. In a relationship, and you're also babysitting a kid. Just helping out. Xu Yan took a slow sip of his soy milk. Her family situation is special. The girl has nowhere to stay, so she asked me to take her in for now. Ran away from home. Meng Yufei pondered. Then we need to contact her parents. Xu Yan was a bit annoyed. Why does it feel like you're interrogating me? Meng Yufei realized he might be overreacting. After all, the little girl didn't seem like some wild child. On the contrary, she seemed like a child from a well-to-do family with refined features and demeanor. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt he needed to get to the bottom of it. I'm not interrogating you, just looking out for my nephew. Meng Yufei tapped the table with his chopsticks. Either tell me the truth, or give me the girl's contact info, and I'll ask her myself. So you've been stewing over this, thinking I have something to hide. Xu Yan shot him a sideways glance. Fine, wait here. Let me call my aunt first. Meng Yufei was taken aback. Why are you calling your aunt? To tell her you're bullying me. Xu Yan pulled out his phone, scrolled to his aunt's number, and hovered his finger over the call button. Meng Yufei's expression shifted slightly. When did I bully you? Asking for my girlfriend's number. Isn't that bullying? You little brat, twisting my words are you? Fine, go ahead and call. Meng Yufei wasn't particularly intimidated. It's only because it's you that I bothered to come. Anyone else I wouldn't give a damn. There were plenty of messed up things happening in society every day, far more absurd than this. As a beat cop, he couldn't possibly handle them all. It was precisely because of his decade-long friendship with Su Yin and his relationship with Su Yan's aunt that Meng Yufei was so concerned. Then I'm really calling. Go ahead if you dare. Meng Yufei snorted. A grown man still running to tattle. If it were Chun how I'd beat him up first and ask questions later. Su Yin quickly dialed his aunt's number. Auntie. He held the phone to his ear and said innocently, Brother Meng just said he wanted to hit me. Meng Yufei. Immediately he heard Su Lingling's furious voice through the phone. Meng Yufei, have you lost your mind? Lingling, let me explain. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Meng Yufei fumbled to take the call. He really hadn't expected that kid to be so unscrupulous. Explain what? Su Lingling's voice was soft and girlish, but it carried little real menace. Yet to Meng Yufei's ears it sent a chill down his spine. Ban was raised like a cherished member of our family. Are you bullying him? I'm not bullying him. Meng Yufei still tried to salvage some dignity, but his voice had noticeably weakened. I just wanted to ask about that little girl. Tong Tong. She's my grandniece. Su Lingling snorted. What do you need to investigate me to? At her age, pregnant and about to become a mother, she had an abundance of maternal instincts with no outlet. Coupled with Tong Tong's beauty, charm, and talent for acting coy. Clearly after a week with Tong Tong, she had been thoroughly won over. In fact, Su Lingling often lamented why Tong Tong wasn't her biological grandniece. Su Yan silently gave his own daughter a thumbs up. Well done, Tong Tong. Win over little grandma first. Lingling. No honey, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Su Lingling began to sound aggrieved, her voice sweet and plaintive. Meng Yufei, do you not love me anymore? How could that be? Meng Yufei quickly said. How would I dare bully Ban? I was just joking with him. I don't care. You did bully him. Su Lingling sobbed. I'm upset. You only explained, but you want comfort me. Alright, Lingling, I'm coming home right now. Wait for me. It's too late to make up. It took about 10 minutes before Meng Yufei hung up, flustered. He held Su Yan's phone, his earlier arrogance completely gone, looking somewhat frightened. This outwardly upright officer Meng was truly as docile as a lamb before his wife. Brother Meng, you're incredible. Su Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then he added fuel to the fire, a 6-foot man so afraid of his wife. I've never seen anything like it. You're being a troublemaker, huh? Meng Yufei glared at him. You always tattle to Auntie. Next time try a different trick. As long as it works. Su Yan just smiled. Who told you you're my unclean law? You only call me that when it suits you. Meng Yufei handed the phone back, snorting. This isn't being afraid of your wife, it's called spoiling her. What do you know? She married me. If I don't spoil her, who will? Though theirs was a relationship with an older woman and younger man, Su Lingling's personality was actually quite girlish. Acting coy, pouting, being cute, getting angry, and demanding hugs and kisses, she did it all effortlessly. Thus it was often the younger Meng Yufei who indulged her. Strangely enough, over the years their relationship only grew stronger. They were as inseparable as glue. Even after marriage and expecting a child, they were like young lovers, just starting out. Sometimes Su Yan found it nauseating. Still, it was nice. Though Su Yan spoke bluntly, he was genuinely happy for his aunt. It was rare for her to remain like a little girl, capricious and willful before her beloved, preserving that anticipation for love. After all, not everyone could spoil their wife with endless patience and tenderness like Meng Yufei did. Alright, Brother Meng, you should head back. Su Yan picked up his rice noodle roll. They'll call Auntie later and make sure she doesn't lock you out. Do I need you for that? Meng Yufei said irritably. Your aunt wouldn't really be mad at me. And I can handle my own wife. Why are you butting in? So you're secretly looking forward to it, aren't you? How could these two, after nearly 8 years of dating, still be so clingy? That little girl. Is she really okay? Only then did Meng Yufei finally turn serious. Xiao Yin, you know, I didn't mean anything else. No. Su Yan nodded. When the time is right, I'll tell you and Auntie. Meng Yufei stared at him for a long moment before finally lifting his chin slightly and snorting. Then unclean law will trust you this once. Thanks. Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. For New Year's I'll sneak you some of the vintage Maotai my mom hid for my wedding. She'll kill you. It's fine. He'll just say Dad drank it. Meng Yufei then remembered that being afraid of one's wife seemed to be a tradition in the Su family. He straightened his collar, stood up from the chair, and added a few more words of caution. Study hard. After the college entrance exam you can do whatever you want. You're more nagging than my mom. Su Yan scratched his face. Got it. Take care of yourself too. Chronic gastritis is still a disease. Though Meng Yufei was just a neighborhood cop, he was usually quite busy, sometimes handling trivial matters like domestic disputes. And he had a strong sense of responsibility. When busy, he often lost track of time and forgot to eat. As a result, his stomach was never in good shape. Because of this, Annie checked on him every mealtime now. If she found out he hadn't eaten, she'd bombard him with accusations of not loving her. Now that sounds like something a human would say. Meng Yufei snorted with a hint of pride. When I was dating your aunt, you were only about 5 feet tall. I watched you grow up. Would your unclean law ever do you harm? This kid, he's 18 this year. He could only advise him to focus more on his studies. There wasn't much else to say. Xu Yan nodded. Calling him unclean law was indeed a bit awkward. Of course it wasn't because he had any issue with Meng Yufei and his aunt's relationship. Actually, it was because Meng Yufei had always been a wonderful older brother figure. Back then, all the kids in the neighborhood loved playing with him. He always shared good food, drinks, and fun, thinking of the younger ones first. He was a gentle, sunny guy with incredible patience and a wonderful temper. It wasn't surprising that Annie fell for Meng Yufei, who was so much younger. And since Xu Yan was an only child, he had always considered Meng Yufei a half-brother. Alright, I just came to check on you today. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Meng Yufei seemed to remember something and finally smiled, patting his shoulder. Your girlfriend is beautiful. She seems like a really nice girl. Time flies. You've grown up, you little rascal. Meng Yu flew away. It was evident he still harbored some concern in his heart, but in the end, he didn't ask further. Xu Yan carried the breakfast upstairs, then went to the room to wake Tong Tong. The little girl glanced at him with sleepy eyes, then, as if in a fit of pique, covered her ears with a pillow and turned her head away, ignoring him. Xu Yan tugged at the blanket. Your mother will be here soon. Tong Tong snatched the blanket back, pulled it over her head, and then turned her back to him. Dad, I want to sleep. Get up now. With no other choice, Xu Yan had to lift her directly out of the blanket, as if grabbing a kitten by the scruff. How could she be so utterly unadorable the moment she woke up? It took him 10 minutes to dress and wash his still sulking, completely silent daughter. By the time Tong Tong finished the rice noodle roll in front of her, Wen Ning had also arrived. She changed her shoes and walked into the living room, only to see Tong Tong throwing phantom kitty punches at her dad. Xu Yan wasn't angry. He sat on the sofa playing with her. What's going on? She was woken up by me this morning and is unhappy about it. Xu Yan pressed his palm against Tong Tong's forehead, amused as he watched her flail her tiny fists at the air. Wen Ning wanted to laugh, but she pretended to be stern. Tong Tong, didn't you promise mommy? Tong Tong pouted but stopped her tantrum and ran over to throw herself into her mother's arms. Xu Yan couldn't be bothered to move, sitting on the sofa watching her. Wen Ning's outfit today was also quite simple. She still wore straight-leg light blue jeans, but she had put on the matching family outfit they bought at the mall last time. Because her figure was quite developed, the ragdoll cat printed on her chest was stretched a bit, making it look even plumper. Wen Ning noticed his gaze. For some reason, she always felt his eyes were a bit strange. She paused for a moment, then said calmly, I already bought it. Xu Yan raised an eyebrow. Who asked you? How come you could come out today? Dad took my stepmother and stepsister back to their hometown. It seemed the elderly person's health was indeed a bit off. Last night when Ximing called and said they wouldn't be home until tomorrow. So Wen Ning also saved herself the trouble of explaining to her family. Today she brought all her papers with her, ready to spend the whole day with Tong Tong and go home in the evening. Is there anything left in the fridge? Wen Ning glanced at the empty dining table. They'll make something delicious for Tong Tong at noon. Xu Yan thought for a moment. It seemed there was nothing left at home, so he got up to go to the supermarket downstairs. Besides, Tong Tong loved strawberries, so Xu Yan bought 2 boxes home every day. They'll go with you. Wen Ning immediately said, let's bring Tong Tong to see what the little girl likes to eat. Xu Yan hummed in agreement, taking a jacket from the rack. Across the street downstairs there was a large supermarket. Besides various daily necessities, it also had a full range of fresh vegetables and various meats. This was also the first time Wen Ning had taken her daughter grocery shopping. Seeing Tong Tong hopping around happily, she found it quite novel. Xu Yan pulled a shopping cart and walked behind. His shopping style also opened Wen Ning's eyes. Basically, whenever Tong Tong sweetly said she wanted something, Xu Yan would just toss it into the cart. Wen Ning, however, was different. She didn't have much allowance, so her daily life wasn't particularly affluent. When she went grocery shopping, she would stare at the prices for ages. She might even go back and forth for a long time just to buy a bottle of shampoo. Dad, Tong Tong wants chips. Xu Miaotong's eyes sparkled. I want tomato flavor. And seaweed flavor. As a result, the moment Xu Yan picked up a bag of chips, Wen Ning snatched it away. Her face was taut, a bit displeased. This usually gentle and mild-mannered campus beauty, Wen Ning, when her slightly upturned fox eyes narrowed inexplicably, became cold and stunning. Why are you buying this for her? Xu Yan hesitated. But Tong Tong likes them. She likes them, so you buy them for her. She turned and put the chips back on the shelf. It's not good for kids to eat too many snacks. They'll easily get fat. Also, it's not very healthy. In this regard, Wen Ning was quite insistent. Tong Tong was in the fastest stage of growth. If she turned into a chubby little girl, she might never be able to lose the weight. You spoil her too much, you can't do that. Be more careful from now on, don't let her eat junk food. When you take strawberries out of the fridge, let them sit for a while before giving them to her, otherwise they're too cold. Tong Tong listened, feeling very wronged, her lips pouting. But it was clear that when her mother put on a stern face, it had a certain deterrent effect on her. Dad, Tong Tong wants them. Dad is the best. Tong Tong, don't be spoiled with daddy. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek, then took her hand. Xu Yan, you just carry the things, Bill decide what to buy. Xu Yan. When Wen Ning had walked a distance with her daughter, she realized he had stopped and hadn't followed. Turning around, she saw him tossing several bags of chips into the cart. I'm buying them for myself to eat. Xu Yan glanced at her. I'm not Tong Tong, you can't boss me around. You like chips too? No, I don't. Wen Ning felt Su Yin could be quite petty sometimes. It seemed he had some kind of obsession with his status in the family. Anyway, whenever this issue came up, he liked to go against you. If you told him not to buy something, he would insist on buying it, as if to prove he was the boss of the house. When you eat them, Tong Tong will get greedy and pester you for them. Wen Ning thought for a moment, then patiently explained, and you spoil her so much if she acts cute with you, you'll definitely give her some. It's fine. Su Yin nodded. Wait till eat them in front of Tong Tong, and you'll see if I share any with her. Tong Tong's lips quivered, and she suddenly felt like crying. Daddy was mean too. Wen Ning's brow twitched. This guy, how could he act like a child too? However, after this period of getting along, she had some understanding of Su Yan's personality. He was a classic case of being amenable to soft persuasion, but not hard pressure. Su Yan. Wen Ning took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said in the softest tone she could muster, if you want to eat something, he'll cook it for you at noon. Let's just skip the chips. The sudden softening of her tone and attitude made Su Yan's hand pause very noticeably. Then Wen Ning added softly, okay. Su Yan silently took all the chips out and put them back on the shelf. Yeah, what you said makes sense. How did it feel? Like he was being manipulated by her. After that, it was Wen Ning who took the daughter shopping the entire time. A mother's way of taking care of a child is vastly different from a father's. Or rather, she was more meticulous and earnest about life. Even when buying a head of cabbage, she would hold one in each hand and compare them for a long time, exuding a certain domestic charm. Of course, this was also related to Wen Ning's upbringing. Although she excelled academically, she was not a bookworm who knew nothing. More often than not, she had to take care of herself. Put the groceries in the kitchen, then play with Tong Tong for a while. After returning home, Wen Ning tied her hair up, skillfully fastening an apron. I'll cook. Su Yin thought she had come all this way, so he didn't say much. Tong Tong lay on the sofa swinging her legs while eating strawberries and watching cartoons, occasionally plucking off a leaf and feeding it to her father. Su Yin watched alongside her for a while, finding it a bit dull. Just as he was about to turn on the computer to write some code, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed Lin Hui. Mom. Su Yin glanced at Wen Ning in the kitchen and answered casually, I'm hanging up if it's nothing. That first sentence nearly made Lin Hui lose her composure. What a unique opening line for answering a call. Kid, how are you talking? Lin Hui was a bit annoyed and said impatiently, get up right now, I'm downstairs. Su Yin was stunned. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Do I have to report to you when I come to see you? Lin Hui scoffed. We made dumplings at home today, so I'm bringing you some so you don't have to eat takeout every day. Su Yin figured she must have made them specially for him since it wasn't a holiday, and also taking advantage of the weekend to visit her long-lost son. But Lin Hui always had a sharp tongue and wouldn't admit to caring about her son. Mom. Su Yin felt a bit touched at the thought. Maybe you should turn back now while there's still time. Lin Hui's tone carried a hint of absurdity. Is that a human thing to say? No, I'm not home today. Open the door, I can hear the cartoon from here. Su Yin fell silent. He glanced at Tong Tong lying on the sofa, then at Wen Ning cooking in the kitchen, feeling inexplicably like he had been caught red-handed. While he was dazed, Lin Hui outside started knocking open the door now. Hearing the noise, Wen Ning came out and looked at Su Yin with some confusion. My mom is here. Wen Ning's expression finally changed. She glanced down at her outfit. What should we do? Su Yin answered, honestly, I don't know. The apartment was so small that once Lin Hui had blocked the door, there was no place to hide. And with Tong Tong there, hiding was impossible. Just act natural, say you're a classmate visiting. Lin Hui's knocking grew louder. Su Yin had no choice but to open the door. When he finally opened it hesitantly, Lin Hui stood outside in a coffee-colored trench coat. Though in her 40s, she looked quite stylish with a head of winered wavy hair. A rather elegant aunt. I've been waiting for ages, can't you open the door for your mother? Lin Hui picked up a bag disdainfully and walked in. Did you just get up? What time is it? Were you up late doing handiwork last night? Su Yin took the dumplings, then pushed Lin Hui by the shoulders to turn her around. Okay, Mom, you can go back now. The dumplings are delicious. Hey, you little brat. Lin Hui was genuinely a bit angry. Now you won't even let me into the house. Su Yin had no choice. Lin Hui changed into slippers and walked into the living room, still grumbling. A grown man watching cartoons, your neighbor's cousin over 30 still lying at home watching anime, without a job. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped, frozen in place. Hey Annie, hello. Wen Ning stood gracefully at the kitchen door, wiping her hands on her apron, unsure how to explain. Lin Hui stood there seemingly unable to process why a beautiful girl dressed like a cook was in her son's home. Even if a little chef named Chun Hao had come out of the kitchen, she would have found it more plausible. Did I walk in wrong? Lin Hui's gaze instinctively drifted behind her to a table full of dishes. The house was filled with a rich aroma, and the range hood in the kitchen was still humming violently. A very cute little girl was lying on the sofa laughing softly while watching cartoons. Have I time traveled? Why does it feel like a family of three? The moment Tong Tong saw her grandmother, she wanted to jump off the sofa and call out. Mom, she's greeting you. Oh, hello, hello. Lin Hui finally snapped out of it and quickly asked, you two are? I'm Su Yan's classmate, and that's my sister. Looking at this elegant aunt, Wen Ning felt inexplicably nervous, her fingers lightly gripping the apron. We came over to play. Classmate. A classmate comes to a doghouse to play and even cooks for the dog. Young lady. Gazing at her face, which was hard to look away from Lin, we slowly realized something. Have I seen you somewhere before? She was a girl so beautiful that one would remember her just from a glance on the street. Mom, she's Wen Ning. You saw her at the school commendation assembly when you came for the parent-teacher meeting. Su Yan reminded you, even said back then, what a pretty girl, long legs and a slender waist, and talked about it the whole way home. Wen Ning. Lin Hui's expression gradually changed, ranked 6th in the grade. Wen Ning felt a little embarrassed, her ears warming. Then Lin Hui finally remembered completely having seen her once from afar at the assembly. At the time she had thought if this girl were the daughter-in-law of the Su family, how adorable and beautiful the granddaughter would be. Such a pretty girl cooking for her son in his home. Could these two be in a relationship? Lin Hui's face darkened instantly. There are still 4 months until the college entrance exam. Why are you wasting time now? Lin Hui's tone turned very serious. How can you be friends with someone like this? Even after the exam you can't go for such a type. Su Yan frowned immediately. Mom, how can you talk about her like that? In his memory his mother wasn't such a sharp-tongued person. Go look in the bathroom mirror. Lin Hui rolled her eyes, looking disgusted. Who said that about her? I was talking about you. Su Yan. Young lady with your grades, and looks you have a bright future ahead. Lin Hui turned around, her lips curling into a very kind smile. She advised earnestly, right now you should focus on preparing for the college entrance exam and not think about anything else. With your standards you can find any boy you want. Don't let this little brat fool you. Su Yan. Auntie. Wen Ning's expression was awkward. Su Yan is actually a pretty nice person. To be honest, she had never experienced a mother like this before. Every word was blunt and straightforward, not particularly pleasant to hear. Yet her words somehow eased the tension in Wen Ning's heart considerably. Moreover, despite her constant complaints about her son, Wen Ning could sense that the bond between mother and child was actually quite strong. This was a rather endearing auntie. He hasn't bullied you, has he? I mean, hasn't gotten handsy. No, he hasn't. Wen Ning replied softly and obediently. There's a traitor among us. Su Yan grumbled discontentedly. Why are you so dismissive of me? Don't you remember all the nonsense you pulled back in middle school? Lin Hui's expression grew even more disdainful, a cold sneer on her face. Did you expect me to be nice to you? Su Yan waved his hand dismissively. Well, you gave birth to this little rascal yourself. Setting aside the facts, you're half responsible too. Lin Hui couldn't be bothered to respond. I came to bring him some dumplings. You two can have some together for lunch. She said with a smile. What a cute little girl, just as pretty as her sister. Hearing the compliment, Tong Tong peeked out from behind her mother, her voice crisp. Grandma is very pretty too. My. Lin Hui's smile didn't waver. Grandma. Well, she's just very affectionate. Wen Ning pulled Tong Tong into her arms, explaining. Whenever she sees a pretty Annie, she likes to call her grandma. Pretty Annie. That phrase made Lin Hui's smile even brighter. However, her gaze lingered on Tong Tong's face for a long moment, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes. There was something about this little girl. She looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. She walked over and placed the dumplings on the dining table, her eyes subtly scanning the large spread of dishes. There was a bit of everything. Almost 6 dishes and a soup as lavish as a holiday feast. How this girl had quite the skill in the kitchen, very domestic. However, Lin Hui felt that her timing today was off. She would ask her son about it later on WeChat. I didn't come for anything special, just to bring some food. Lin Hui returned to the doorway, her smile unchanged. You two have fun, I'll head back now. She felt that her presence made Wen Ning a bit nervous. Like a young bride meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. Hearing this, Wen Ning felt it was inappropriate, and said softly, Annie, why don't you stay for a meal? Although saying this to Su Yan's mother only made things feel stranger. It was as if she were the lady of the house. No. Lin Hui bent down to put on her shoes, and said quickly, I already ate before I came. With that, Wen Ning couldn't insist further. She rested her hands on her apron, looking incredibly docile. Su Yan glanced at her, inexplicably feeling that at this moment, she resembled the Wen Ning in Tong Tong's photos. She was the kind of gentle woman who at first glance seemed destined to be a virtuous wife and loving mother. You just got here, why are you leaving so soon? Seeing Lin Hui in such a hurry to leave, Su Yan was a bit displeased. His tone was less than amiable. You came all this way just to drop off some dumplings. If you wanted to see me, you could have just called, and I would have gone back. Lin Hui said nonchalantly. If you come home, you'd only stay one night, and you have class on Monday. It's too much trouble going back and forth. And it's not trouble for you to come here. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Lin Hui wanted to give some advice, but thought it would be too sentimental. In the end, she just snorted. You should count your blessings having such a pretty girl as your friend. Don't you dare bully her. As if I could bully her. Su Yan started putting on his shoes too. They'll walk you out. Fine. Lin Hui didn't refuse this time. Although her son was an adult, he was still a high school student. Getting too close to a girl as a mother, she did have a few things to ask him. Wen Ning twisted her apron nervously and whispered, Goodbye, Auntie. Tong Tong reluctantly waved her hand. Goodbye, Grandma. Grandma and Grandpa had always been so kind to her. Sometimes when her parents were busy with work, it was her grandparents who took care of her, picking her up and dropping her off at school every day. But back then, Grandma's hair was much grayer. Now she looked so young and beautiful. Goodbye, little one. Lin Hui smiled, not paying it much mind. Su Yin accompanied her into the hallway and pressed the elevator button. She's really just a classmate. Nothing else going on. A classmate who comes to your place and cooks for you. And she's also. Lin Hui paused for a long moment before continuing. A dog lover. As for whether it would affect her son, she truly wasn't too concerned. After all, that girl was ranked 6th in the grade. Comparatively, it was more likely that her own son would be the one to influence her. To put it bluntly, how much further could his grades even fall? It was already a stroke of luck that he could get into an undergraduate program. If she's just a classmate with her good grades, she can help you study. That's great. Lin Hui thought about it and felt uneasy. Don't get handsy just because she's pretty. I wasn't joking earlier. Don't ruin her chances of getting into a top university, you hear me? Do you think your son is some kind of thug? Su Yin accompanied her out of the residential complex feeling helpless. You came all this way, and I didn't chase you out. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Then who was it that wouldn't let me in just now? A ghost. It would have just been having a meal with us. Su Yin frowned. If you came all this way just to stay for 10 minutes, then why bother coming at all? Since the start of senior year, he hadn't been home. It had been a full month. Lin Hui was usually busy with work, so she rarely called him, only making sure to transfer his allowance on time each month. So even though Lin Hui hadn't said a single nice thing to him since she arrived, and kept scolding him, Su Yin was actually quite happy. Do I have a screw loose? Lin Hui pulled open the car door and said casually, your female classmate is over. Why would I stay there to be a nuisance? Play the role of a wicked mother-in-law. Besides, if she stayed, that girl would look so nervous. All right, go on up and eat. Don't keep her waiting. And remember to eat the dumplings. Lin Hui waved her hand. I'm off. She had always been a mother with strong opinions, assertive and decisive, so Su Yin had no choice. He could only watch helplessly as she started the car. Don't do anything foolish before graduation. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Lin Hui rested her hand on the car door. You're not a kid anymore. You know what you should and shouldn't do. And then she drove off looking utterly carefree. When Su Yin returned home, Wen Ning was walking out of the kitchen again holding a spatula. Her expression was still a bit tense. Did your mother say anything? Su Yin shook his head. No. Just then a new message arrived on his phone. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager had transferred 3,000 yuan to him. Don't be stingy, big guy. Let me know if you need more. Oh. Su Yin generously showed her his phone. My mom transferred me some money. Wen Ning tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned in to take a closer look, then murmured, what does your mother mean by this? Su Yin was also pondering what Her Majesty Lin meant by this. Well, March 8th is coming up. He hesitated. Maybe she wants me to buy you a Women's Day gift. Wen Ning simply pretended not to hear that. To be honest, meeting Lin Hui was somewhat different from what she had imagined. In fact, Lin Hui herself was quite unlike an ordinary mother. She didn't put on airs of maternal authority or seniority in front of her son or his classmates. In this regard, she was almost the complete opposite of Xiao Ziqin, who was equally strong-willed. Even Wen Xiong couldn't speak to her mother with such casualness at home. Therefore, Wen Ning actually envied the relationship between Su Yin and his mother. Both of them could say whatever they wanted without holding back. In short, even though she had only met her once, Wen Ning felt she quite liked this aunt. Although she knew she shouldn't think this way, Wen Ning couldn't help but have a rather strange thought. Being her daughter-in-law should be quite a pleasant thing. Tong Tong's words had already proven this. Wen Ning touched the back of her ear, blushing slightly as she averted her gaze. Let's eat first. But to be honest, this school beauty was truly born to be a perfect wife. With simple ingredients, she made ordinary home-cooked dishes, but Tong Tong ate with immense joy. Even the little strand of hair on top of her head started bouncing along. Su Yin also felt that her skill in this area could rival Lin Hui's. Of course, it might also be that this pure and beautiful school beauty, sitting across from him with her head down, quietly eating, satisfied both his appetite and his eyes. After lunch, Su Yin voluntarily went to wash the dishes. Wen Ning played with Tong Tong for a while, then took the little girl to the room to coax her into a nap. When Su Yin walked out of the kitchen, Wen Ning was just tiptoeing to close the bedroom door. She's asleep, Wen Ning said, raising a finger. Let's keep our voices down. How did it feel like? A couple putting their child to bed and sneaking off to another room for some intimacy. What are we doing this afternoon? Su Yin wiped his hands with a towel. Previously, when they spent time together, Tong Tong was always in between them. But now that Tong Tong was napping and they were alone, Su Yin really didn't know what to do. Doing test papers, Wen Ning gave him a strange look. I even brought my school bag. It was the perfect chance to check if he had been diligently memorizing grammar and vocabulary this week. English is a cumulative subject. Oh, as long as you persist, you'll see results. Show me the papers you've done these days. Wen Ning sat down at the clean dining table and took out her things from her bag, placing them on the table. Seeing Su Yin not moving, she couldn't help tapping the table with her pen. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up. When it came to studying, she felt quite confident in front of Su Yin. Su Yin. She was 100 points ahead of you. She definitely had the qualifications to be your teacher. Thinking this, Su Yin had no temper left and took his papers for her to check. Wen Ning examined them very carefully, occasionally tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The afternoon time felt quite quiet. Not bad, she said, her expression relaxing after finishing the review. She could tell that Su Yin had put in effort. He was clever and had a good memory. Although his English paper was still a bit of a mess, it was much better than last time. Are there any questions you got wrong that you don't understand? Wen Ning asked seriously. I can explain them to you. Su Yin leaned back lazily in his chair, twirling his pen with a very arrogant nod. I generally don't make the same mistake twice. So impressive, huh? Wen Ning asked doubtfully. Then why are your grades so poor? Scoring around the undergraduate threshold was considered below average at No. 1 high school. My mom doesn't really supervise me. I just go home and game until midnight, so when would I have time to study? Su Yin sat up straight and started flipping through the papers beside him. Of course, Lin, we didn't have high expectations for him either. Do you really like playing games? It's okay, Su Yin said casually, just to kill time. Wen Ning was silent for a moment, lost in thought. She remembered that day when Su Yin carried his backpack to sell his game console and discs. Actually, it must have been something he really loved. Are you going to study or not? Su Yin imitated her and tapped the table hard. If you want to look at me, just say so. No need to use studying as an excuse. Turning the tables on her. Who was looking at you? Wen Ning snapped back. I was just daydreaming. Your eyes were practically glued to me, and you say you weren't looking. That's not. Wen Ning said slowly. I've just never seen anyone below 600 points act so cocky. Su Yin felt insulted and griped, pen in hand. Just wait, I'll crush you in the next monthly exam. Wen Ning wasn't angry at his deliberate omission of words, or instead, she found it amusing. Sometimes he was mature, but when his stubborn streak flared up, he was quite childish. Anyway, he was quite cute. No, quite an interesting guy. But I got 688 points, you know. Wen Ning couldn't help but curl her lips. It was rare for her to joke with him. Then he'll wait for you to crush me. Don't just say it if you can't do it. Wen Ning paused, enunciating each word. Big tough guy. All right. Hearing the score of 688, Su Yin instantly quieted down. He wasn't some enlightened immortal who could achieve sudden epiphany. He could already foresee the outcome of the next monthly exam. Sorry for not satisfying Miss Wen. After that, Wen Ning stopped joking and seriously began explaining the wrong answers to Su Yin. Although she was a top student, she was very patient. Even with things that were simple for her, she didn't show any impatience. Instead, she broke them down thoroughly for Su Yin. Her explanations were very clear, even comparable to his own teachers. Moreover, her voice, though gentle and slow, was actually very pleasant to listen to, so Su Yin felt he absorbed things particularly quickly. It just goes to show that a woman's beauty has advantages in every aspect. Similarly, when Ning discovered that Su Yin hadn't been bragging earlier, his comprehension was extremely strong and his memory was astonishingly good. Once when Ning explained something to him, he could repeat it fluently when asked later. With such intelligence scoring so low, he really hadn't been paying attention in class at all before, had he? Thinking this, when Ning felt a bit regretful. This guy was actually quite impressive. And when they both came back to their senses, the clock on the wall was already pointing to evening. When Tong Tong stumbled out of the room, rubbing her eyes, when Ning was already packing her school bag. After snuggling in her mother's arms for a while to wake up, Tong Tong asked drowsily, Mommy, where are you going? Mommy has to go home. When Ning pinched her cheek. I can't very well compete with Tong Tong and Daddy for the bed. Although her family wasn't home today, she couldn't stay too late. Tong Tong was a little unhappy, grumbling. I thought Mommy was going to sleep with Tong Tong tonight. Daddy is here, that's fine. Mommy will come see you another time. But once Mommy leaves, it'll be so long before Tong Tong sees Mommy again. Tong Tong's nose was red, her soft cheek pressed against her mother's chest, and Tong Tong loved snuggling in Mommy's arms. Wen Ning pursed her lips, clearly softening. Sleeping with soft, fragrant Tong Tong must be very comfortable. Perhaps when Tong Tong was naughty, she tried her best to play the strict mother. But in reality, she found it hard to resist Tong Tong's pleading and sadness. Besides, she had just promised Tong Tong yesterday to spend good time with her. This week her stepmother and stepsister weren't around. After this, there might never be such an opportunity again. Su Yin, who had been playing on his phone, couldn't help but look up. Tong Tong, be good. No. Tong Tong hugged her mother tightly. Tong Tong wants to sleep with Mommy. I'm a girl. Wen Ning hesitated. Staying at your place isn't quite appropriate, is it? She wasn't worried about Su Yin doing anything. For some reason, after all this time together, she trusted him completely. It's not appropriate. Su Yin gave her a strange look, feeling her tone wasn't very firm. And I only have one bed. Go home now, or I'll have to see you off if it gets late. So tonight. Wen Ning bit her lip, looking at Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong pouted, perfectly whining sweetly. Mommy is the best. So tonight. Wen Ning paused. The living room is yours. Su Yin. What nonsense are you talking about? The living room has always been mine. I rented this apartment for several thousand. Su Yin found it absurd. Given our current relationship, do you think this is appropriate? So I'm supposed to roll over and sleep on the couch before we're even married? Am I supposed to swallow this insult? Wen Ning pinched Tong Tong's little cheek. Then he'll stay to accompany Tong Tong, and Tong Tong will help Mom, right? She wasn't really worried about this. As Lin Hui put it, if Su Yin wanted to cause trouble, he would have done it long ago. He had plenty of chances. But from the time they met until now, although Su Yin occasionally teased her, he rarely had any physical contact with her. What if you can't control yourself in the middle of the night and want to do something bad? Su Yin was half doubtful. My mom told me today to make sure you don't get handsy with me. Your mother said that. Wen Ning looked at his height of 1.79 m and found it ridiculous, and I could force you. Su Yin thought for a long time, hesitated, and finally blurted out, but you just said it yourself. Tong Tong would help you, right? The two of us together could force you. Wen Ning felt as if he had led her astray. Dad. Tong Tong, seeing her father trying to ruin her good thing, also panicked. Don't bully Mom. Su Yin fell silent. He wasn't actually that opposed to the idea. After all, if a girl wanted to stay over to be with her daughter, she should be the one feeling embarrassed. The main issue was, he felt that Wen Ning seemed to be a bit too unwary around him. Although it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even Su Yin himself found it strange. Where did this trust of hers come from? But Tong Tong was very persistent, clinging to her mother's hand and refusing to let go. The little girl, seeing her mother agree to stay with her, stuck to her, like a little tail following behind her, looking extremely happy. She bounced around like that until evening, and the smile never left her face. Su Yin sat on the sofa holding his phone and replying to Chun Hao's messages, occasionally lifting his eyes to watch Wen Ning sitting at the table teaching Tong Tong to write. In fact, although Wen Ning's personality was gentle, because of her eyes her appearance was actually a bit cold and alluring. So at school, although everyone called her the embodiment of the white moonlight, there were actually very few who dared to openly say they liked her. To outsiders, she was a somewhat aloof school beauty. But at this moment, with her eyes lowered and her voice soft and patient, between her brows was truly a fullness of water-like tenderness. Tong Tong, the stroke you wrote here isn't right. Then Mom, hold my hand and teach me. Okay. The two beauties, big and small with somewhat similar features, big hand, holding small hand, really gave Su Yin the illusion of a home. Or rather, it wasn't entirely an illusion, because Tong Tong was indeed connected to him by blood. And Wen Ning, from the moment Tong Tong appeared, had become entangled with him in a complex web of relationships that couldn't be untangled. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Tong Tong finally began to feel sleepy, her eyes half closed as she yawned continuously like a drowsy kitten. Wen Ning then packed up her things and led Tong Tong to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yin thought for a moment, got up, and went to the cabinet to get her a new toothbrush and towel. You're not taking a shower. I just took one yesterday. Wen Ning gently wiped Tong Tong's face. I'll just brush my teeth, wash my face, and wash my feet in a bit. This is Tong Tong's foot basin, you can just use it. Su Yin felt there was nothing else to do, so he went back to the room, took the blanket he had used before, and brought it to the living room. Then he took a new blanket from the cabinet and prepared it for Wen Ning to sleep with. It was clear that Tong Tong was very happy. It wasn't just that her mother was willing to spend more time with her, it was more that this home now had both her parents at the same time. For her, a home with both Mom and Dad was complete. After washing up, Wen Ning let her hair down. She thought for a moment and wrapped the hair tie around her wrist so it wouldn't be easily lost. Then, we'll go in first. When she led Tong Tong into the room, Su Yin only then looked up. The room door wasn't closed yet, and Wen Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, while Tong Tong lay in her arms half asleep, but still insisting on a bedtime story. Wen Ning's voice was soft, and her smooth long hair cascaded down. Indeed, mothers are always more attentive when taking care of children. Mom used to tell me stories every day about when you were with Dad. Tong Tong mumbled drowsily. Why aren't you telling them today? Because those things haven't happened yet. When will they happen? Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek, but said nothing. It took about another half hour before Tong Tong fell into a deep sleep. Even in her dreams, her face still carried a sweet smile, holding her mother's hand, as if it were a precious treasure. Wen Ning carefully withdrew her hand and came over to close the door. Tong Tong and I are resting now. You should get some rest too. Remember to lock the door. Su Yin sat on the sofa playing with his phone, casually saying, that way if you open the door in the middle of the night, he'll hear it. Wen Ning didn't want to respond to him anymore. She directly pressed the door lock and returned to the bed. In the darkness, Wen Ning felt her daughter's warm and soft body tightly hugging her, murmuring Mom in her sleep. In the living room outside, there were occasional faint sounds of movement, but obviously they were deliberately softened. These subtle sounds, along with her daughter's gentle breathing, gave Wen Ning an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps even at her own home, she wouldn't have felt this kind of peace. Although it was a very unfamiliar environment, Wen Ning, holding her daughter, fell asleep surprisingly quickly. When she woke up again, it was already late at night. Outside the window, it was pitch black, and everything around was so quiet it seemed devoid of any sound. Wen Ning felt a burning sensation in her throat. She was very thirsty. She lay in bed for a while, but could no longer bear it, so she slowly and carefully moved Tong Tong's hand aside. She prepared to go to the kitchen to get some water. Because her mind was still groggy, Wen Ning didn't think much. Tiptoeing out of the room, she didn't look toward the sofa at all, and walked lightly toward the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Su Yin hadn't gone to sleep yet. He was sitting at the dining table typing on his keyboard, and only turned around when he heard the sound. Su Yin looked at her for a moment with a meaningful expression. Maybe you should go back and wait a bit. I just came out to get some water. Wen Ning finally became a bit more alert. Late at night, Su Yin didn't tease her much, just nodded. Help yourself. There's warm water in the bottle. After pouring water, Wen Ning looked at the computer screen. Why aren't you asleep yet? It showed a black interface with dense strings of code. It looked complicated, not like something a high school student of his age would be doing. Su Yin didn't explain much, he just rubbed his hair and typed rapidly, looking a bit tired. Are you working? Not really, just making some simple little thing. Su Yin said lazily. Easy and quick money. When Tong Tong starts school, it will still cost a lot. Wen Ning was stunned. The light from the computer screen stung her eyes a little and her expression was somewhat dazed. This was the first time she felt that the long gap between the two timelines had truly disappeared. It looked real, yet it felt unreal to Wen Ning. Although Su Yan's face was much younger, it seemed. In that instant, under the dim light, he truly overlapped a little with the gentle middle-aged man in Tong Tong's photos. Go get some rest first. As Su Yan was still typing, a hand suddenly pressed down on his keyboard. It's very late. In a bit you go to sleep first. Tong Tong is my daughter too. Wen Ning pursed her lips and murmured, when she starts school, it'll help support the family. And then, what I owe you, I will definitely repay. Support the family. Wasn't it just supporting Tong Tong? Were you planning to support me too? Alright, go to bed. Seeing that it was about time, Su Yin didn't argue with her. He shut down the computer and stood up. Then you'll have to earn more money. Tong Tong said my worth will be quite high in the future, afraid you won't be able to afford me. Who said I'd keep you? Wen Ning only then recalled her own words, realizing they were problematic. She inexplicably felt her momentum falter, wanting to retort. Then, you should learn more talents like singing and dancing. After standing in silence for a long while, she finally squeezed out, otherwise I'd be at a loss. Dream on. Su Yin washed his face at the sink. I sell my body, not my art. Wen Ning had no comeback for that. She picked up her water glass and returned to her room. Su Yin didn't mind, and after washing up he lay down on the sofa to rest. He wasn't one to have trouble sleeping in a new place, so he quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning. The morning sunlight streamed across his face, stinging his eyes. Su Yin grabbed his phone from the coffee table and checked the time. It was 9 o'clock. The bedroom door was shut tight, and the living room was utterly silent. To maintain Tong Tong's healthy routine, Su Yin reluctantly sat up. Yet when he returned from buying breakfast downstairs, the mother and daughter still hadn't gotten up. What time was it? In the room, Wen Ning held the soft Xu Miaotong like a comfortable doll, her lips pressed together as she sank into dreams. Vaguely, she heard a knocking at the door. I bought you breakfast. Get Tong Tong up. Didn't you say your family is coming back today? We need to head back early. It was Su Yan's voice. Wen Ning didn't want to move or respond. Yesterday, after returning to her room, she hadn't slept well in the latter half of the night. She only managed to fall asleep near dawn. Now she felt utterly exhausted, her eyelids too heavy to open, almost dragged back into dreams by drowsiness. But about half a minute passed, and the knocking continued. Even Tong Tong in her arms grew annoyed. Mom, go open the door. Tong Tong frowned groggily, pulling the blanket over her head. So noisy, so noisy, so noisy. Wen Ning felt extremely irritable too. In her half-asleep state, a surge of frustration welled up. She coldly scrambled out of bed and walked over to open the door. At that moment, Wen Ning was only wearing the set of matching plush cat long-sleeve pajamas. Since they were thin, Su Yin noticed that the campus belle's figure wasn't insignificant. Of course, it might also be because her waist was so slender that it accentuated certain features. Why didn't you say anything for so long? Su Yin studied the red mark on her face from sleeping. You don't seem like a lazy person. Oh, what time is it? Wen Ning glanced at him, turned without a word, and walked back into the room. Then she lay back in bed, mimicking Tong Tong by pulling the blanket over her head. Su Yin stood frozen. What, you're throwing a tantrum too? How can a grown woman act just like Tong Tong in the morning? A classic painting, one big and one little grumpy pout. However, early in the morning, Su Yin really couldn't be bothered to provoke her. Good daughter, time to get up. He walked over, reached into the blanket, and hooked his hands under Tong Tong's armpits. Effortlessly, like pulling a carrot, he yanked his daughter out of the warm bed. Dad's so annoying. Tong Tong, anyone not up by this hour is a lazy dog, a waster. Of course, this wasn't directed at Tong Tong. As for whom it was aimed at, the grown woman in the blanket could figure it out herself. Wen Ning, after sulking under the covers for a while, couldn't take it anymore. Su Yin. She threw off the blanket and sat up, her chest heaving as she took 2 deep breaths. No wonder Tong Tong gets mad at you every morning. You are really annoying. Su Yin wasn't happy either. A growing child can't skip breakfast. I'm not thrilled about going downstairs to buy it every morning either. Because his reasoning was too sound, Wen Ning couldn't argue. Her sleep was already light and of poor quality. Now that she was woken up, there was no chance of falling asleep again. She had no choice but to get out of bed and quickly put on her jacket. The mother and daughter went into the bathroom to wash up, brushing their teeth side by side in front of the mirror in silence. Wen Ning's morning grumpiness was a bit different from Tong Tong's. She had tied her loose hair into a ponytail, her face expressionless, but her lips were pressed into a straight line. This gave her a much colder and more aloof aura. Through the mirror, Wen Ning noticed Su Yin leaning outside, drinking water and occasionally glancing at her. After washing her face, the irritation in her heart had subsided considerably, but she still didn't feel like talking. It wasn't until she led her daughter to the dining table and saw the still warm milk and corn that she belatedly realized something. The lingering frustration in her heart vanished instantly. A sudden pang of guilt hit her. Don't think you can pretend it didn't happen, Su Yan said with a half-smile. You just snapped at me. I was just... Wen Ning's ears grew hot as she instinctively wanted to say something nice, but the words stuck in her throat. Her voice immediately softened. I didn't sleep well last night. I wasn't trying to snap at you. No, I bought you breakfast, and you gave me attitude first thing in the morning. Su Yan poured milk into 2 glasses, added a few scoops of cereal, and said slowly, I'm upset. Huh? Wen Ning lowered her eyes and forced herself to say, it's just... I couldn't see clearly when I woke up, I didn't realize it was you. The implication was that if she had known it was him, she wouldn't have gotten angry. Fine. Su Yan stared at her for a moment, then said lazily, so you can play tricks now, huh? How about this? Wen Ning licked her dry lips. Next time you get up in the morning, just ignore me, or you can snap at me too. You want there to be a next time? Su Yan was almost amused by her. I don't have that habit. You two are exactly alike. Am I a dog getting kicked by you every morning? I can't control it when I'm woken up. Wen Ning was unusually guilty and nervously tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her flushed ears. This was indeed her fault. She had even made a pinky promise with Tong Tong, but as a mother she couldn't keep it. Treating Su Yan like that wasn't right. Then, Wen Ning hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. How about you pinch my cheek like when you scold Tong Tong in the morning? I won't resist. Can we stop being mad? Alright. Su Yan never expected the cool and aloof campus belle to speak to him in such a soft, almost pleading tone. Are you treating me like Tong Tong? Su Yan sat in silence. After a long while he pushed the 2 cups of prepared cereal milk toward her. Made these for you too. Drink. For Wen Ning this weekend had actually been quite eventful. She had spent time with Tong Tong and observed Su Yan's current study habits. After that, once her family returned, she would no longer have such freedom. Although Xiao Ziqin did not favor her eldest daughter, she had still raised her for over a decade. It might not be familial love, but at least it was the debt of nurture. So after breakfast, she slung her backpack over her shoulders ready to head home. The next time she would see Tong Tong would likely be the weekend. Meanwhile, for the coming week, Su Yan decided to begin practicing the 9 manual in reverse. The remaining time was scarce, only a few months. For him, it was a matter of memorizing and doing as much as possible. It wasn't that he aimed for exceptionally high scores. Since Tong Tong's arrival, the future had already begun to change. This included the universities Su Yan and Wen Ning would attend. So Su Yan still hoped that when choosing schools his own low scores would not influence Wen Ning's decisions. This was perhaps a matter of a man's dignity. At noon, Liu had just returned with her lunch. She spotted Su Yan sitting in a corner eating while reading a book. What's gotten into you lately? Liu sat down, pulling out her own small vocabulary book. Before you wouldn't study, even if we forced you. Now why the sudden interest in English? Isn't it just my rebellious phase, eh? Su Yan said casually. It's only fun to study when even the English teacher thinks I'm hopeless. Liu sighed. You really are. These days she felt Su Yan was even more obsessed with studying than she was. Not just during breaks, but even while walking he was flipping through the daily vocabulary app on his phone. Had he gone mad? I've actually been meaning to ask you something. Su Yan took a sip of egg drop soup. When we were choosing our streams, why didn't you pick the liberal arts? Liu silently bowed her head, eating and reading. She knew she wasn't very bright, as she was slow in many ways. Her logical thinking and ability to draw inferences were virtually non-existent. Studying math, physics, and chemistry was extremely difficult, pure torture for herself and her teachers. She put in more effort than others, relying on rote memorization just to barely keep up. Hey, why are you two hiding here to eat? Chunhao, carrying a tray, spotted them as he passed. Su Yan said nothing because behind Chunhao stood a girl. She wore a simple school uniform with bangs like a manga heroine, large eyes, and a charming smile that was both bright and adorable. Su Yan vaguely recognized this girl. She was probably from one of the liberal arts classes. In any case, she got along well with Chunhao. I'm eating with my friends. Chunhao smiled at her. Go find them over there. It's fine, let's eat together. The girl held her tray, blinked her eyes, and took the initiative. Do you mind? Liu lifted her gaze to glance at her, then quickly looked down again. She completely ignored everyone as if nothing happening around her concerned her. I know you, Su Yan nodded. Chunhao's been talking about you every day lately. Chunhao looked visibly confused. When had I ever mentioned her? Really? She was clearly surprised, her smile growing even brighter. Ahao and I are just good friends. We met when he was playing basketball on the field. Su Yan said earnestly. He said you're a very cute girl. Thanks, but not really. Miss Lin Yu. The girl froze instantly. My surname is Su Qianshan from class 11. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Su Yan was silent for a moment. Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else. He said flatly. Chunhao probably never mentioned you. Cough. Liu, who had been eating a boiled egg, nearly choked at this. She coughed violently, her face turning bright red. She wanted to laugh, but dared not, so she kept her head down, suppressing the corners of her mouth, secretly blushing. Feeling too embarrassed to stay, the girl murmured, "I'll go over there," and carried her tray to her classmates. "She's a girl. Was that too harsh?" Chunhao didn't mind and sat down casually. "Just met her in PE class yesterday. She's from the liberal arts section." "I know," Suyin said lightly. "Don't go messing with her." "How is that messing with her?" Chunhao leaned back nonchalantly. "I went to play basketball with the guys in their class. She came to ask for my WeChat. Didn't she seem happy? Then don't bring her around us." Li Yuyu pulled a tissue from her pocket, handed half to Su Yin, then wiped her mouth and continued. "You change girls every half month like you change clothes. You have the time, but we don't have the energy to keep track. Since we were kids, you're the only one who dares to talk to me like that." Chunhao pointed at her. "Bad temper. You seem in a good mood today." Li Yuyu's face was expressionless. She packed up her tray, stood up, and said to Su Yin, "I'm heading back. You keep him company." Then without waiting for either of them to respond, she turned and left. "What's her problem?" Chunhao was a bit annoyed. "She seemed to be chatting happily with you just now, but as soon as she sees me..." It was as if they couldn't stand each other at first sight. Back in elementary and middle school, Yu had been so cute, following him around, like a little tail, calling him Brother Chunhao. Su Yin recalled the question he had asked Yu earlier. "How's he? Why do you think Yu chose the science stream back then?" "How should I know?" Chunhao bit into a chicken leg. "She's got a terrible temper and won't listen to reason. I tried to talk her out of it so many times, but she insisted on picking science." This guy, Su Yin, also felt helpless. Could these two ever really? Chunhao was a good friend in every way, loyal, warm, and generous. But as for the rest, Su Yin didn't feel like saying more. Right now we're young, so things seem casual and no big deal. Su Yin shook his head. "Later on there will be regrets." "Exactly," Chunhao agreed wholeheartedly. From childhood, her bad temper and slow reactions meant she was never quick or sharp. Oh, she was always a step behind in everything. She was clearly not cut out for the science stream. But she loved writing and reading all sorts of books, studied extremely hard, and had particularly beautiful handwriting. If she had chosen the liberal arts, she might have soared long ago. "I wasn't talking about you," Su Yin sighed, patting his shoulder. "I was talking about you." Chunhao was somewhat of a conspicuous anomaly at No.1 high school. He was careless with his studies and lacked diligence, spending his free time either at the internet cafe or playing basketball. Almost every teacher who had taught him remarked on his lack of focus, insisting that if he would only apply himself, his current state would be vastly different. Yet Chunhao merely paid lip service to their advice, refusing to change. Li Yuyu returned to the classroom and slumped over her desk to read, pushing aside thoughts of the girl she had encountered in the cafeteria. Suddenly the hood of her sweatshirt was yanked from behind, pulling her backward with force. "Reading with your head on the desk? Do you want to ruin your eyes, eh?" After finishing his meal, Chunhao stood behind her with his hands in his pockets. "Sit up straight." Li Yuyu felt a tightness in her chest, her face flushing even redder. "Let go. I'm about to get angry. How many times have I told you not to write hunched over the desk or read lying in bed?" Chunhao brushed off her protest. "Don't you know how to protect your eyes? Are those thick lenses really that appealing? Why do you have to meddle?" Li Yuyu grumbled under her breath. "Whether it's appealing or not has nothing to do with you." Still she straightened up. Because of their height difference, he had a habit of grabbing her hood and holding on like a stubborn turtle, refusing to let go. Chunhao finally sat down beside her, casually shoving the items on the desk aside. "Lend me your notes from this morning." He turned and tapped on Su Yan's desk. "Hurry up, I haven't written a single word yet." Su Yan, busy replying to Wen Ning on his phone, didn't even bother to look up. "Figure it out yourself." Cursing under his breath, Chunhao turned back to Li Yuyu. "No way." She warily shielded her notebook with her hand. Unfazed, Chunhao grabbed her arm with one hand and effortlessly snatched the notebook with the other. The notebook was filled with elegant, beautiful handwriting, each entry neat and orderly. Li Yuyu had practiced calligraphy as a child, and despite her average grades, her penmanship was surprisingly exquisite. "I tell you, why is your temper so bad?" Chunhao copied the notes as he spoke casually. "Back when we were kids, I was so good to you, treating you like a little sister. Why don't you remember any of my kindness?" Yet when she interacted with Su Yin, she was perfectly normal. Sometimes when teased, she would even squint and smile. Perhaps she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but at least in her moments of joy, she had a captivating charm. Once accustomed to her features, her smile could easily brighten one's mood. Li Yuyu curled her lips in annoyance. "You've been harping on that one little thing for years. Isn't it tiresome? Have a little conscience," Chunhao retorted, shaking his pen as he wrote. "I have plenty of friends, both guys and girls. You're the only one who dares to give me the cold shoulder every day." Li Yuyu scoffed. "So where are they now, eh?" Chunhao instinctively wanted to argue, but realized she wasn't entirely wrong. Over the years through middle and high school, only Yuyu and Su Yin had remained by his side. "With such a sharp tongue, who's going to marry you when you grow up?" Chunhao returned the notebook, studying her eyes behind her bangs. "By the time you're 30 and still unwanted, you'll be crying alone at home." Li Yuyu ignored him, lowering her eyes to continue reading. She knew she wasn't pretty, and most boys preferred beautiful girls. Someone like Wen Ning, both attractive and intelligent, would always be the most popular. Deep down, she felt a faint pang of unhappiness. There was no way for her to transform into a pretty girl, so she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Seeing Little Potato ignore him, Chunhao grew bored. Restless by nature, he found it hard to sit still, so he leaned in to talk to Li Yuyu again. Hey, I was just joking. Are you mad again? No. Li Yuyu's face was expressionless. I have a bad temper, and am not good looking. What you said isn't wrong. During the lunch break, the old-fashioned speakers played a soothing melody, but the gentle tune only agitated her heart. Chunhao was taken aback. I only said you'd never get married because of your bad temper, not that you're not good looking. But I'm just not pretty, Li Yuyu said matter-of-factly. That's the truth. How about this? Chunhao said, nudging her stool with his bent leg. If you're still single at 30, I'll reluctantly marry you. Li Yuyu looked up disdainfully. Even if you haven't tricked anyone into marrying you with that face by 30, I'd never consider a jerk like you. With that, she propped up her textbook again. Hearing this, Su Yan's hand trembled, and his pen left a blot of ink on the paper. Don't be so absolute. Don't make such obvious declarations. Still, Su Yan realized that based on his daughter's age, he and Wen Ning had also married in their 30s. According to Tong Tong's account, their relationship had weathered many trials, a long, enduring journey. He still couldn't figure out how two people with no connection had fallen deeply in love after college and walked into marriage. Su Yan took out his phone and sent a message to the school beauty Wen Ning. Ning, I have a question for you. Wen Ning. Su Yan had never addressed Wen Ning so intimately before. Perhaps his tone was unusually serious, so Wen Ning replied swiftly. Yet unsure of his intent, she simply sent a curt question mark back. Do you know who pursued whom between us? Wen Ning. Wen Ning back then. You mean in the future, right? Referring to Tong Tong's timeline. Wen Ning hesitated for a long time before responding. How would I know? You'll have to ask Tong Tong. Su Yan thought back, recalling every word Tong Tong had told him over the past few days, and finally reached a conclusion. Tong Tong said you always fight with her over me. From that it seems you were the one who pursued me fervently so much so that you ended up jealous of your own daughter. A logical deduction. But Wen Ning fell silent. The top of their WeChat chat showed typing. As if stuck. After a long pause she replied. Tong Tong also said you'd kneel on a washboard without complaint when I told you to. Why couldn't it be you pursuing me? Given Wen Ning's personality, if she didn't truly like someone, no amount of pursuit would win her over. In 3 years of high school, there had never been any rumors or boys by her side. She didn't believe she would ever fall so deeply for someone as to pursue them like an infatuated girl. Of course, Su Yan thought the same. I'll ask Tong Tong tonight. Alright, get the facts straight. They both sent a message simultaneously. Su Yan, it definitely wasn't me. Wen Ning, it definitely wasn't me. Upon returning home that evening, Su Yan inquired about the matter with Tong Tong. It was evident that Tong Tong's mother often recounted tales of the past to her daughter. The love story of her parents was something she had heard countless times. When Mom was in school, many boys liked her. Tong Tong boasted, but Mom didn't like any of them until she met Dad after graduation. Su Yan switched on the speakerphone. On the other end of the line, Wen Ning quietly awaited her daughter's response. Regrettably, even Tong Tong was unaware of who had pursued whom. Mom says Dad liked her first, and he pursued her for a long time before she agreed, Tong Tong said, biting her finger. But Dad says that on the day they got together, Mom made the first move and stood on tiptoes to kiss him. Both of them fell silent. So even after they formed a family, this remained an unsolved mystery. Were these two tsunderas in love? One could sense a hint of it. After a long pause, when Ning decided to take the offensive, she said slowly, to have pursued for so long, you must have been quite persistent. It's nothing, Su Yan replied lazily. The day you confessed you had to stand on tiptoes to kiss. Truly a labor of love. When Ning sulked in silence. She found it hard to imagine herself taking such an initiative. But given the height difference between her and Su Yan, if he didn't lower his head, she would indeed need to stand on tiptoes slightly. Su Yan, on the other hand, was also perplexed. Pursued for a very long time before agreeing. Tong Tong, are you sure Dad is the wolf that got knocked away by a frying pan? Of course, Su Yan didn't think Tong Tong was lying. Perhaps neither of them knew what they would be like when they truly fell in love. In the following days, although they called each other daily, their meetings became infrequent. One was busy with demanding studies while the other had to consider family obligations. Until one day near the end of March. That day, Su Yan suddenly felt a sharp discomfort in his abdomen. Initially he thought it was something he had eaten, but soon he sensed something amiss. The pain intensified, accompanied by nausea and queasiness. He also seemed to have a fever. He felt dizzy and in poor condition. Realizing he was ill, Su Yan decided to go to the hospital after school. Chun Hao and Li Yuyu were startled to see him pale, with lips white from pain, drenched in sweat, and unable to rise from his chair. They immediately accompanied him like family members. You've got to hold on. Chun Hao supported his close friend, eyes brimming with tears. How will I live without you? Stop your damn lamenting, Su Yan grimaced through the pain. I want die? At the hospital, after registering, the doctor ordered an X-ray. So young, what a pity, the doctor said after reviewing the film. Remove it. Su Yan was taken aback. Your appendix, the doctor finally smiled. Don't worry, young man, it's nothing serious. You came in time. The diagnosis was acute appendicitis, common among young people with various triggers. Thanks to the timely visit, the issue was minor. The surgery would take less than 2 hours with minimal risk. A few days of rest and dietary control would suffice. You really scared me earlier, Li Yuyu sighed in relief. He'll go pay the fees. Chun Hao, call Ian's aunt. Wen Ning only learned of this the next day. Suyin hadn't told her, considering it trivial. It was Tong Tong who called, crying, saying her dad was ill. Her sobbing made it hard to understand, and Wen Ning's heart clenched, her breath catching. Having lost her mother, she was acutely sensitive to words like hospital and illness. After learning the hospital's name, she rushed there by taxi right after school. In the simple ward, Su Yin was half reclining in a white hospital gown, looking exasperated. Tong Tong lay beside the bed, holding her father's hand, her voice hoarse from crying. Tong Tong, be good, stop crying, Su Yin said, pinching her cheek. Dad is perfectly fine. Just then Su Lingling entered with a basin. Hearing Tong Tong's sobs, her nose tingled with emotion. Then she too began to cry. Ban Ban, seeing you like this breaks my heart, Su Lingling sniffled. You've never been seriously ill since you were little. How did this happen? You are the only man in our family. Su Yin paused. Auntie, it's just an appendectomy, not a vasectomy. Su Lingling sobbed, but a cut on the stomach hurts so much. I had anesthesia, it didn't hurt at all. Even the needle for anesthesia is long and painful. With that she cried even harder. Just then Wen Ning burst through the door, anxious. Su Yin was propped up on the bed, looking well enough, but with pale lips and an M4 in his hand. What happened to you? She asked, alarmed. Last week you were fine. It's just appendicitis. Su Yin turned to her with slight surprise. The little girl got scared, easily thinking something serious happened. Wen Ning bit her lip. And your aunt? Su Yin chuckled. She's still a little girl too. It wasn't until Su Yin showed her the X-ray that Wen Ning relaxed. It took a long time for Su Yin to calm his aunt and Tong Tong, convincing them he was perfectly fine. Tong Tong, stay at Auntie's for a couple of days, okay? He pinched his daughter's ear. Really, I'm fine. If you keep crying, you'll be sad. With his aunt present, he dared not call himself dad in front of Tong Tong. Auntie, you're pregnant. Take Tong Tong home to rest. Wen Ning glanced at the dark outside, and then at the many missed calls on her phone. Before coming, she had only told her father and stepmother she was visiting a classmate at the hospital. She sent her father a text, locked her phone, and put it in her pocket. He'll stay with him tonight. Su Lingling hesitated. Are you sure it's okay? Wen Ning nodded. It's fine. Only if him here will Tong Tong feel at ease, right? Tong Tong still ready nodded. Su Yin glanced at her, but said nothing. After Su Lingling left with Tong Tong, he checked the time, 9:30 p.m. Wen Ning, you should go too, he said. You have class tomorrow. Text me when you get home. Wen Ning ignored him. She simply took off her coat, placed it on the accompanying chair, and prepared to fetch some hot water. It seemed she was determined to stay. Didn't you say your family has been strict lately? Your stepmother and stepsister will give you trouble. Su Yin frowned. It's really nothing serious, a few days of rest, and he'll be fine. Wen Ning paused. She turned to look at him, her heart inexplicably heavy. When I was 7, the day my mother left, she said quietly, she told me the same thing. Su Yan's throat tightened, he didn't know what to say. That night she told me to go home. Wen Ning's voice was soft. She said that after I woke up, she'd be healthy and fine. So she had always been afraid of hospitals. As a child, she had spent years in one with her mother. Only those who had experienced it would understand. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Xiong wouldn't. Su Yan didn't want to remind her of those memories. Didn't you say your family doesn't want you hanging out with boys before graduation? He sat up trying to smile, but the movement pulled at his wound, causing pain. What if your stepmother reports me for early romance at school? Then just say I pursued you. Wen Ning smiled too. Since that's what you've always thought. I want leave until you're fully recovered. Wen Ning did not give him a chance to refuse. After speaking, she turned and went to the bathroom to fetch hot water. Once in the corridor, her phone finally vibrated. It was her father calling. Ning, where are you? Wen Kaiming's steady voice came through the phone. Dad is coming to take you home. I'm at the hospital. Wen Ning looked back at the ward. Su Yin was leaning against the bed, head down, sending a message to someone, paying no attention to her. After a long moment, Wen Ning withdrew her gaze. My classmate is sick. He's helped me a lot, so I wanted to take care of him. Is that the boy from before? Wen Ning said nothing. But this is not something a student like you should be doing. Wen Ximing said patiently, he has his family, people who care about him. You're just a high school student now, the most important thing is studying. But Dad, I'm graduating in a few months. Wen Ning interrupted him. After that, what will be the most important thing for me? Wen Ximing was speechless. Dad, don't worry. Wen Ning clutched her phone, her voice soft. There are some things. I just don't know how to tell you. Since childhood, Wen Ning had always wished that her father would favor her just once when making choices. But from the day he brought Aunt Xiao directly into her life, to Wen Xiong's birth, and now, not once had he done so. Wen Ning truly didn't know how to bring up Tong Tong's matter. Her father and Su Yan's family were different. He had his own wife, his family, and a daughter in 7th grade. Consequently, he probably had to consider their feelings more. Not hers. Aiming you. Wen Kaiming's daughter had always been silent and reserved. She rarely made requests and never contradicted him or Xiao Ziqin. This was the first time he heard her speak in such a tone. Wen Ximing knew that Aining had always been a stubborn child. Perhaps it was because her childhood with her mother had been so happy and wonderful. So if she realized she wasn't her parents' sole and unwavering choice, she would rather not depend on anyone. In this respect, Aining was exactly like her mother, be it in family or love. And only now did Wen Ximing truly feel something. His daughter had grown up. She was beginning to make choices for herself, not for her stepmother and stepsister. The call ended only after half an hour. Wen Ximing didn't know what to say to her. All he could utter was that at her age she should focus on studying. Both of them sadly realized that somehow the rift between father and daughter had reached such an extent. What's wrong? Su Yin looked at Wen Ning as she entered from outside. You were gone a long time. Wen Ning shook her head, called my dad, and bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel. She put down the bag in her hand and didn't mention it further. I asked the nurse earlier. Wen Ning poured hot water into the basin and tested the temperature. You need to rest in bed today, and tomorrow only eat liquid food. Also for 2 weeks after discharge, no strenuous exercise, and the wound must stay dry. It wasn't a serious illness but still needed care. Are you hungry? Wen Ning asked casually. Want something to eat? No, just sit beside me and read. Su Yin shook his head. And bring me my laptop from the bag. What do you want to do? A job I took, still haven't finished. No. Annoyed by his disobedience, Wen Ning grew a bit frustrated. The nurse said you must rest in bed. Why are you always so stubborn? No phone either. After wiping your face, lie down immediately. Taken aback by the scolding, Su Yin was stunned. Then Wen Ning snatched his phone, locked it, and placed it on the small table nearby. Hey! Su Yin was baffled. You've been pretty bold in front of me lately. You're not my wife yet. True. Wen Ning wrung out the hot towel and spread it open. I really love bullying fragile patients. Come on, bring your face over and roll it in the towel. Fragile. Su Yin took the towel, disgruntled. I'll do it myself. After washing up, Wen Ning emptied the water and sat down on the accompanying chair. If you need anything, just call me. She turned off the light and took her coat from the rack. Su Yin turned his head to watch her settle onto the chair, rustling as she draped her coat over herself, then tucked her feet in, leaving only her head exposed with one hand free to play on her phone. The faint glow of the screen illuminated her face. Wen Ning's features were naturally somewhat cold and glamorous, making her look even more aloof. This motion was practiced, like she had done it many times before. She had slept on hospital accompanying chairs many times before. As a child, Wen Ning could probably curl herself into a tight ball under her coat. Now she had grown up, and the person she needed to stay under that coat guarding night after night was no longer there. Thinking of this, Su Yin felt a strange tightness in his chest. Wen Ning, sensitive, looked up. Get some rest. You have class tomorrow. Not wanting to stir her sad memories, Su Yin lay down without saying more. It wasn't until deep in the night that he woke up again, thirsty. The ward was silent, with faint moonlight streaming in from outside and occasional footsteps in the corridor. Without much thought, Su Yin sat up to get some water. Because they were in the hospital, Wen Ning was sleeping lightly and was instantly startled awake. What's wrong? Just getting some water. Go back to sleep. But as he was about to get out of bed, Wen Ning was already standing. Thirsty, and you can't call someone. Wen Ning walked to the table. Don't you know you're a patient? That tone. Su Yin was a bit displeased. Are you imitating me? Wen Ning ignored him, placed a warm cup of water in his hand, and returned to the chair to lie down again. Later in the second half of the night, Su Yin sneaked up again. Once more he met Wen Ning's beautiful eyes. I'm going to the bathroom. Do you need to help? Wen Ning closed her eyes again and pulled her coat up. Go ahead then. Early the next morning, Wen Ning prepared to go to school. Have some porridge later. You can read in the morning, but no computer. She shouldered her backpack and instructed, He'll come back at noon. Su Yin nodded. Go to class. You don't have to come so often. I'm not a child. Wen Ning glanced at him, folded the accompanying chair, and put it aside, then left with her backpack. At noon after school, she checked the time, bought a meal on the way, and took it to the hospital. When she arrived, she found that an elderly man had moved into the ward. A middle-aged woman sat beside him, presumably his daughter. Su Yin was chatting casually with the old man. Sir, how old are you this year? 52. The woman helplessly peeled him an apple. If you're 52, should I call you dad or brother? The old man chortled, looking full of energy, nothing like a patient. Wen Ning paid no attention, walked in, and placed her backpack on the table. Have you eaten? She pulled the curtain aside a bit to let sunlight fall on Su Yan's blanket. Yes, my aunt came by earlier. Wen Ning nodded, opened her lunchbox, and sat down to eat. She ate quietly, but not slowly. The old man suddenly smiled. Young man, is this your wife? Wen Ning's hand paused mid-bite. She glanced at Su Yin and swallowed her food. No. Sir, she's not my wife. Su Yin laughed. Just a good classmate, came specially to see me. Oh, not married yet. The old man nodded. A girl who treats you so well. You should hurry up and bring her home as your wife. Su Yin. Wen Ning. My father has some dementia. The woman, embarrassed, quickly shoved the apple into his hand. Dad, she's his friend, not his wife. Not his wife. You're the one with dementia. Your whole family has dementia. The old man was angry. I can tell at a glance. This girl is his wife. No. Wen Ning still wanted to struggle a bit. But the old man clearly wasn't listening, convinced that the two of them were a couple sitting on the bed and chuckling foolishly. When are you two getting married? Sir, we're still kids. Mom, it's time to have a child. The old man nodded. If your relationship is stable, hurry up and have a chubby little boy. How adorable. Wen Ning couldn't bear to listen anymore. She wanted to explain, but felt it would be futile. Facing this talkative but harmless old man, she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. Wen Ning stuffed a boiled egg into her mouth and muttered, Who would want to give him a chubby little boy? Oh, so you like girls, huh? The old man laughed heartily. Girls are good, they're more obedient, well-behaved, and affectionate. Su Yin also smiled. That's right. Wen Ning couldn't take it anymore and going back. She packed up the lunchbox, tossed it in the trash, and prepared to take the garbage downstairs. In truth, coming over at noon left her with little to do. This made her actions seem like she just came to check on Su Yan and eat a lunchbox beside him. It was admittedly a bit strange. No wonder the old man misunderstood. But by noon on the third day, Su Yan was discharged from the hospital. He had a good constitution and recovered well, resting at home for 2 days, then returning to get stitches removed, and there would be no major issues. So you're leaving already? The old man felt a bit reluctant as he watched them pack. Being elderly, he genuinely enjoyed chatting with people, but his children were often busy. So these days Su Yan had been keeping him company. Yeah, I've got to get back to school. Su Yan slung his bag over his shoulder. Take care, sir. Get well soon. You two need to treat each other well. The old man's face was full of smiles. When you get back, have a child soon. Life, you know, it's better when you're young. No. After being nagged for 2 days, Wen Ning couldn't hold it in anymore as they were about to leave. Sir, please stop. We're going back to get a divorce. Su Yan wanted to laugh, but the wound on his abdomen still hurt when he held his breath. He also found it refreshing to hear such words from her. After leaving the hospital, Wen Ning stood by the roadside to hail a cab ready to take Su Yan home. You should go back to school. Su Yan took his things. He'll be back to class normally tomorrow morning. It was only a few days, so his studies wouldn't fall too far behind, especially since they were in the final sprint. As for Wen Ning, who had been running to the hospital frequently these past 2 days, Su Yan was a bit worried it might affect her. Wen Ning seemed lost in thought and casually replied, "It's fine, I'll manage." Seeing her insistence, Su Yan didn't say anything more. When they got home, the two skillfully took slippers from the rack and walked into the living room. Having been away for days with Tong Tong staying at Su Lingling's place, the house felt a bit quiet. Wen Ning sat at the dining table and pulled a stack of sticky notes from her bag. She carefully checked her phone while writing something on them. What are you doing? Su Yan lounged on the sofa watching her leisurely. Notes. Wen Ning replied, you're not allowed to have anything cold, spicy, or greasy for a while. In short, all stimulating foods are off limits. Also, it's best to drink porridge for a few more days. It was a minor surgery, not too risky, but post-op diet and rest were important. They'll stick this on the kitchen door, so you'll see it as soon as you open it. Then Wen Ning thought for a moment and stuck another one on the top left corner of the computer screen. No computer use after midnight. Another one went on the shoe cabinet. For 2 months, moderate activity is fine, but no intense exercise. In short, Wen Ning jotted down anything she deemed important and placed it where it was most visible. Watching her walk around sticking notes, phone in hand, and looking thoughtful, Su Yan felt a bit dazed. It gave him a strange sense of temporal displacement. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years this scene would be something he saw every day. He wondered if the Su Yan and Wen Ning from Tong Tong's world ever thought like this. By then they would have entered the bonds of marriage with a sweet and beautiful daughter, living happily ever after. But maybe. At times amidst their honeyed life and moments of leisure, they might feel a trace of regret. They had missed each other's prime years and never shared each other's youth. But now, when Su Yan snapped back to reality, Wen Ning was standing before him, backpack on, ready to leave. Were you even listening to me? Huh? Su Yan shook his head honestly, no. Wen Ning sighed and pulled out another sticky note from her pocket. She quickly wrote something with her palm as support, then tore it off. One more. Let's put it right here. Su Yan felt something cool touch his face, and then a sticky note was plastered on his cheek. I'm heading back now. Wen Ning shouldered her bag. If nothing comes up, I might not come by much. You'll have to take care of yourself. Su Yan paused, then took the note off his face. The handwriting was elegant and beautiful. No staying up late, no eating junk, and no getting sick again. Besides the exclamation mark, she had drawn a simple rabbit head in the bottom right corner. Wen Ning must have practiced. With just a few strokes, she captured the rabbit's angry expression. Its ears stood up, looking quite furious. As Wen Ning sat down to put on her shoes, she heard Su Yan's low laughter from behind. Probably because of the wound on his stomach, he didn't dare laugh too loudly, sounding like he was holding it in painfully. It really does look like me. Wen Ning didn't know what he was laughing at and hesitated. I think I seem like your mom. My mom was never this attentive. Su Yan laughed softly, speaking unhurriedly. I mean, it really does look like my wife. Wen Ning was visibly flustered. Faintly, she could see the dimples on his cheeks as he smiled. Almost identical to Tong Tong's. Mainly Wen Ning also felt her behavior had that kind of flavor. She really needed to rebut that. What wife? It seems like your condition is a bit like that old man's. Wen Ning unconsciously licked her lips. Are you getting a bit senile too? Su Yan felt that this girl was indeed a bit too sensitive. Why did she get so upset? After that, the tail end of March passed completely. The early spring of April arrived, stepping softly on the green buds sprouting from the trees. A minor illness did not affect Su Yan's life much. Every day as usual, he went to school and came back, then picked up Tong Tong in the evening. Wen Ning visited less frequently, but every time Su Yan opened the refrigerator, he could see the sticky notes she had left. Later, Su Lingling once again brought up the idea of sending Tong Tong to school. Mainly after getting to know her, she found Tong Tong to be incredibly smart and clever. An 80-year-old girl, arithmetic problems for 3rd and 4th graders were no challenge for her. Ban, I asked someone to help pull some strings at the school. One day when he came to pick up Tong Tong, Xu Lingling handed him a set of school uniforms and a badge. I can arrange for Tong Tong to sit in on classes to study and attend lessons with the other kids. Really, Su Yin had always wanted Tong Tong to go to school mainly because she needed to integrate into society. Besides having parents and grandparents, she also needed friends of her own. But it's only temporary, Xu Lingling nodded. A few months is fine, but if it drags on for years, it might affect the little girl's future. The aunt's meaning was quite clear. They should resolve the child's identity issues before the summer break ended, so she could enroll in September. Any further delay would not be good. Su Yin didn't know if his aunt had sensed something, but this was exactly what he had planned. By then his and Wen Ning's college entrance exams would also be over. Maybe he would have to take the child to college. Aunt, did you spend any money? Not much. Xu Lingling said casually, just paid for some textbooks, nothing else. Su Yin nodded, then crouched down and asked his daughter Tong Tong, do you want to go to school? Yes, I do. Tong Tong held her father's hand, blinked her big eyes, her almond-shaped eyes as beautiful and moist as grapes. The concept of reincarnation or time travel was too mysterious, but after going through this period, she had been dazedly thinking for a long time and could vaguely understand some things. She was different from other children. This was a very important secret that she couldn't casually tell anyone except her parents. So when others were around, she was well-behaved and clever and didn't call out daddy loudly. Since Tong Tong was willing, Su Yin didn't say anything more. The next day, Xu Lingling arranged for Xu Miaotong to sit in on second-grade classes at Shuyang Elementary School. The homeroom teacher, surnamed, who was also a woman in her 30s and a good friend of Xu Lingling's. Teacher who immediately took a liking to the little girl, exclaiming with admiration, "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful little girl." Xu Lingling just smiled. Her sister is even more beautiful. Xu Miaotong wore a white dress today. Children her age rarely wore white clothes because they got dirty easily. But she was spotless, her soft long hair braided into two pigtails, dressed like a little princess. Plus, she was a transfer student, so after the first class ended, many classmates gathered around her, chattering and asking questions. Because she was pretty and had a lively, outgoing personality, the kids in the class especially loved playing with her. Xu Lingling watched this scene, then left the school with peace of mind. Tong Tong, your braids are so pretty. My little grandma braided them for me. Your clothes are so beautiful too. Mom bought them for me. Xu Miaotong smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, and took out bunny-shaped gummy candies from her bag, handing them out one by one to everyone. When she reached the last row, she saw a messy-looking girl with unkempt hair. She was thin, and her clothes looked dirty. She had short hair, and sat alone in the last row, writing without a desk mate. No one talked to her during breaks. My name is Xu Miaotong, you can call me Tong Tong. Xu Miaotong placed a candy on her desk, her voice soft and sweet. It's tasty, soft and sweet. The little girl glanced at her silent, and simply pushed the candy back. Xu Miaotong was a bit disappointed, but didn't want to give up. She generously grabbed a handful of gummy candies from her bag, and continued asking, what's your name? The scruffy little girl instinctively lifted her eyelids. What came into view were Xu Miaotong's bright, watery eyes, her chubby cheeks fair and delicate, her eyelashes long and curled. Seeing her looking over, Xu Miaotong showed a clean, pure smile. The little girl suddenly stood up and slapped her palm hard. Then she ran straight outside. Some sharp-eyed kids immediately noticed. Yu Yao, you're bullying again. Tong Tong, don't play with her. She doesn't even have parents, she's a bad kid. Xu Miaotong looked at the clear red mark on her soft hand, feeling very wronged. It seemed she didn't like me. But at the same time, she felt the name Yu Yao was strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. But Tong Tong tilted her head and thought for a long time without recalling. During the last activity class, a group of kids played hide and seek on the playground while waiting for their parents to pick them up. After playing for a while, Xu Miaotong turned around and saw Yu Yao standing far away. She was crouching alone in the distance, not playing with the other kids, holding a piece of chalk and drawing something on the ground. Xu Miaotong hesitated for a moment, then walked over on her short legs. Yu Yao was drawing very seriously, simple elementary school-style pictures. A small house, a river, a meadow, white clouds, and a sun in the sky, and a family of 3 holding hands with smiling faces. Yao, what are you drawing? Yu Yao was startled and instinctively turned her head. When she saw it was her expression changed drastically, and she instinctively tried to shield the chalk drawing with her body. Yao, let's play together. Xu Miaotong blinked, her almond eyes curving into a smile. Or I can draw with you, okay? Yu Yao didn't answer, her eyes instead showing some wariness. When Xu Miaotong tried to crouch down beside her, she suddenly stood up. Then she pushed her. Xu Miaotong lost her balance, stumbled, and hit her head on the nearby wall. After getting up, she felt a sting in her nose. The other kids immediately gathered around looking panicked. Tong Tong's nose is bleeding, go tell the teacher. Yu Yao pushed her. I saw it. She's bullying. Don't let her leave. Xu Miaotong belatedly touched her nose, her hand came away wet. Her eyes reddened, but she held back her tears. Since it was Tong Tong's first day of school, Su Yin and Wen Ning were both worried, so they came to pick her up together after school. I'm so sorry, I didn't take good care of Tong Tong. Teacher who kept apologizing to them. Xu Miaotong, with her appearance and demeanor, looked like a little princess from a wealthy family, and Xu Lingling had specifically asked her to take good care of Tong Tong. Having something like this happen on her first day of school made teacher who feel embarrassed. But she hadn't expected that the ones picking up Xu Miaotong would be two high school students both wearing the school uniform of No. 1 high school. Wen Ning quickly crouched down and carefully examined her daughter. Tongtong's nose was still stuffed with two tissues faintly stained with red blood. But this little crybaby was surprisingly calm today, not crying or fussing, just blinking her big eyes and leaning quietly and obediently into her mother's arms. Su Yin roughly learned the situation from teacher Hu. The messy little girl who had bumped into Tongtong was named Yu Yaoyao. Her parents worked in other cities and sometimes couldn't even come back for New Year's. She usually lived with her grandmother, what people called a left-behind child. She was usually quiet, didn't talk much, kept to herself, and always walked alone. She was a very solitary and disobedient wild child. Even the other kids in the class didn't want to play with her. At this moment, the small, thin Yu Yaoyao stood beside teacher Hu. She kept her head down and didn't say a word. Alas, her parents don't care and her grandmother is old and in poor health. Teacher Hu sighed. It's actually quite sad that the child's personality turned out this way. Yu Yaoyao lowered her head even more. Su Yin noticed that because of the teacher's words her eyes had quietly reddened. Su Yin reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair. Tongtong, did anyone bully you today? Tongtong glanced at the silent, messy little girl and whispered no. Really? Tongtong rubbed her face a little guiltily. I just bumped my nose while playing with the kids. Su Yin studied his daughter's expression, thoughtful. Tongtong looked a bit nervous and timid. Tongtong, you can't lie. Wen Ning's voice was gentle, or your nose will grow longer. Aye. Tongtong's ears turned red. Yu Yaoyao accidentally pushed me. She looked exactly like her mother when she was embarrassed. Tongtong was very brave today. She didn't cry. Su Yin pinched his daughter's soft cheek a little harder. Give me your backpack. Let's go home. Say goodbye to teacher and Yaoyao. Tongtong finally smiled, ran over to Yu Yaoyao on her short legs, took her slightly dirty hand, and slapped her palm. Yaoyao is not good, not good. Xu Miaotong's face was very serious. Tongtong is angry today. He'll be your good friend again tomorrow. Yu Yaoyao stared at this princess-like, beautiful, and noble girl, clearly stunned. Then she snatched her hand back as if shocked. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Yaoyao. After his daughter said her goodbyes, Su Yin smiled, took her hand, and left with Wen Ning. Teacher Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yaoyao, is your grandmother picking you up today? But when she looked down, she saw that Yu Yaoyao's gaze was fixed in the distance, a glimmer of longing shining deep in her pupils. Following the little girl's gaze, she saw the three figures already walking away. Tongtong probably wanted to be held, hopping and stretching out her soft little arms. Su Yin couldn't resist his daughter's coaxing, so he handed the bunny backpack to Wen Ning, bent down, and picked her up, letting her comfortably wrap her arms around his neck. Wen Ning smiled and took the backpack, casually picked a white flower from the side, and tucked it into her daughter's hair. The girl's almond eyes instantly curved like a crescent moon, holding a pool of clear water. Her soft, sweet laughter tinkled like wind chimes. Such a naive, happy, and adorable sight. Yu Yaoyao silently withdrew her gaze and opened her hand. When Tongtong had slapped her, she had secretly hidden a little bunny gummy candy in her palm. Yu Yaoyao had initially believed that she would be just like the other children. At first they would approach her with curiosity, but gradually they would begin to dislike her. That was how everyone was. Yet to her surprise, the next day, Xu Miaotong seemed to have completely forgotten about the incident. During the break, Yu Yaoyao remained seated in her spot, practicing her handwriting. The noise of the other children playing around her couldn't disturb her at all. Then a soft, milky voice rang out above her head. Yaoyao, I brought strawberries today. Tongtong leaned over her desk, holding a box of washed strawberries. Let's eat them together. The strawberries were vibrant in color, the kind of fruit that Yu Yaoyao's grandmother would rarely splurge on. This was the third time. The first time Tongtong had shared candy with her only to have her hand slapped away. The second time Tongtong had tried to draw with her only to be pushed away. Yu Yaoyao wondered what kind of blissful family this princess-like girl must have grown up in, that she could constantly exhibit such pure innocence and kindness, tolerating Yu Yaoyao's own solitude and withdrawal. Once again, Yu Yaoyao pushed the strawberries back. Tongtong pursed her lips, her big eyes glistening. But I want to be friends with Yaoyao. Yu Yaoyao remained silent. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Tongtong hugged the strawberries and prepared to walk away. But just then her braid was gently tugged. Turning around, she saw Yu Yaoyao's rather cold gaze. Tongtong felt a little nervous, her eyes soft and timid. Without saying a word, Yu Yaoyao simply placed a mechanical pencil into Tongtong's pocket. After doing this, Yu Yaoyao silently let go and lowered her head to continue staring at her draft notebook. Tongtong touched the mechanical pencil in her pocket, then looked up at her in confusion. It was the very same pencil Yaoyao used every day for writing and drawing. It was a bit old with no decorations, completely different from the pretty mechanical pencils the other girls in the class used. But at least it was something she treasured. Tongtong's eyes curved into a smile again. Yaoyao, let's eat strawberries together. Yu Yaoyao initially didn't want to respond. But seeing her holding a strawberry with her little white teeth looking so innocent and adorable, she couldn't help but soften inside. Okay, Yaoyao, have I met you somewhere before? No, really. Tongtong tilted her little head, feeling that the name Yu Yaoyao was strangely familiar. Perhaps she had heard it from her father or mother. Su Yin was at ease about his daughter's life at school. Tong Tong was at an age where her desire to share was at its peak. She couldn't wait to tell her parents every little thing that happened at school, all her joys and sorrows. So Su Yin knew that his daughter was doing very well at school. In mid-April, Su Yin got his hair cut short and discarded the glasses he had worn for nearly 3 years. Mainly it was because graduation was approaching. He no longer had any interest in being a wallflower in the class. Because of this change, he noticed he was receiving much more attention in his grade. His appearance bore some resemblance to Su Lingling. He had fair skin and a clean, delicate, and handsome look, especially when he smiled. According to Lin Hui, her son looked a bit effeminate. For this reason, Su Yin had always disliked others commenting on his looks. Wen Ning also noticed, but didn't pay it much mind. After all, she had always known that Su Yin was quite good-looking. Until one day at noon. In the cafeteria, Wen Ning had just sat down with her meal when she saw Su Yin waiting in line at the counter. Beside him was an unfamiliar girl, quite pretty, and with an open, generous demeanor. The two seemed to be in conversation. "We need to book the venue for the graduation banquet early," the class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan said seriously. "Besides the classmates, there are 6 teachers." Su Yin thought for a moment. 4 tables should be enough. As the life committee member, the homeroom teacher had entrusted this task to him and the monitor. The main thing was to book the graduation banquet in advance. Otherwise, by June, all the restaurants would be fully booked with no space left. "You're on good terms with Yu. Could you ask if we can book a nice private room?" Zhang Ruoxuan asked cautiously. "Her family's restaurant business is too good. I heard the monitor from the neighboring class had to ask many relatives just to get a reservation." "Okay." Su Yin nodded. "I'll ask you later if we can get a discount." Zhang Ruoxuan sighed with relief. "It's great that our class has a super-rich girl who owns a restaurant. I can report back to Old Wu this afternoon." With the pressure of the college entrance exam, they didn't have much time to discuss this. They could only finalize the details during the lunch break. "Let's add each other on WeChat. We can communicate directly there." Zhang Ruoxuan turned her head and gave a polite smile. "Sorry to trouble you." Despite being classmates for 3 years of high school, the two had never added each other on WeChat. Privately, they had indeed never contacted each other. Su Yin grunted in acknowledgement. "You're welcome. He'll just tell you my number." When Zhang Ruoxuan smiled, she looked very relaxed and carefree, as if a burden had been lifted. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and she was quite pretty. The afternoon sunlight shone on her face, coating it with a soft halo. Seeing the girl pull out her phone, Wen Ning's lips finally tightened into a straight line. "Who was that?" Just as Su Yin finished reciting his WeChat ID, he heard someone calling him from not too far away. "Su Yin." Wen Ning stood up expressionless and waved at him. "Come here." "Su Yin." This was the first time Wen Ning had called out to him at school. Hadn't they agreed that no one else should discover their relationship? Zhang Ruoxuan froze. She immediately recognized the famous school beauty Wen Ning from the first high school. "Come over here and eat next to me." Wen Ning's voice was cool, betraying little emotion. "I have something to ask you." "Su Yin." Zhang Ruoxuan, pondering the relationship between the two, didn't dare linger and scurried away with her tray. Su Yin hesitated for a moment before reluctantly walking over. Just then Chun Hao and Li Yuyu came over to find their good buddy for lunch. "Hey Yin, why are you eating here all alone?" When he saw the girl sitting opposite him, Chun Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Li Yuyu, however, greeted her quite naturally. Wen Ning was silent for a moment. "You two go sit at the next table." "Chun Hao." Li Yuyu. A bewildered Chun Hao wanted to ask something, but was pulled away by Li Yuyu. "What's gotten into you today?" Su Yin was a bit displeased. Only then did Wen Ning belatedly realize what she had just done. She had subconsciously stood up and called out to him. Anyway, she just felt a vague discomfort in her heart. By the time she came to her senses, they were already sitting face to face in the cafeteria. Wen Ning's ears instantly burned. She lowered her head, pretending to be natural, as she bit down on her chopsticks, and said calmly, "Forgotten the promise you made so soon." Su Yin immediately caught on. But he wasn't the least bit guilty. Instead, he found it very amusing. This girl, what was she thinking all sorts of nonsense about? Su Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't explain, and just sat there lazily looking her up and down. Wen Ning was a bit annoyed by his laughter. She didn't know what was so funny. This guy always seemed to laugh at her for no reason. "You've done something wrong, and you're secretly gloating, aren't you?" She thought she should find something to make him unhappy. In the end, Wen Ning reached out with her chopsticks and directly took the only chicken leg from the plate opposite her. "It's just about the graduation banquet." Su Yin didn't mind explaining while laughing. "Other than that, I've barely spoken a word to her." Wen Ning clearly didn't quite believe him. She had seen with her own eyes that girl smiling and pulling out her phone. "Didn't you just add her on WeChat?" "No, she wanted to add me, said it was for easier contact." "And you gave it?" "I did." "Give me back the chicken leg first." Su Yan's eyes were fixed on his chicken leg, as he explained casually, looking completely unbothered. Wen Ning's lips tightened again, her expression darkening. She had been about to return the chicken leg to his plate, but now she withdrew her hand. "Not giving it back. I haven't had enough to eat." Su Yin genuinely found her reaction amusing. The truth was, his interaction with Zhang Ruoxuan was purely business. A grown girl. And so petty. Su Yin laughed some more, his light laughter grating on Wen Ning's ears, making her feel unusually agitated. It was like that feeling of being in a bad mood first thing in the morning. Once he had laughed his fill, Xu Yin stopped teasing her and tapped her tray with his chopsticks. Take a look at your own phone. Look at what? Just look. Wen Ning, her face still tense, took out her phone. She then noticed a new red dot in her WeChat friend requests. Hello Xu Yin, im Zhang Ruoxuan. Please accept when you see this. Ovo. Wen Ning was puzzled. What's this? Xu Yin said casually, I just gave her your WeChat. Now Wen Ning was even more confused. Why did you give her mine? Wasn't it because of my promise to you and Tong Tong? Xu Yin paused, then said slowly, when a girl wants my contact info, shouldn't I first ask if my wife agrees? Wen Ning was stunned. Huh. After a brief delay, her fair ears suddenly flushed a deep red. She looked around in embarrassment. Who's your wife? You're asking for it. Wen Ning lowered her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. What are you shouting about at school? Xu Yin raised an eyebrow. So it's okay to shout it when we're not at school. Wen Ning instinctively pressed her tongue against her right cheek, trying to ease the tingling sensation in her ears. This guy, ever since they came back from the hospital last time, he had been using the term wife to tease her. After a long while, Wen Ning finally managed to compose her expression again and returned the chicken leg to the opposite plate. Not even then. Why did you give it to me? Perhaps feeling that her earlier actions had been somewhat impulsive, Wen Ning attempted to make amends by magnanimously placing her phone on the table. At her, or else what will you do if she needs to reach you later? Her phone wallpaper was a picture of Tong Tong taken that time at the mall. We're not that close, why must we talk on WeChat? Xu Yin said indifferently, looking her up and down. If there's something important, just forward it to me. Otherwise don't bother with her. Besides, aren't you worried? I'm not worried at all. Wen Ning immediately retorted. I'm just supervising you for Tong Tong. Fine, then supervise away. Xu Yin picked at the meat in the dish with his chopsticks. Looks like he'll have to remain faithful to Tong Tong for the rest of my life. Wen Ning felt a chuckle rising, but held it in keeping her composure. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. As if suddenly reminded, Xu Yan's expression turned serious. My mom wants me to go home this week, and am thinking of bringing Tong Tong along. Wen Ning was taken aback. Is that appropriate? It had been nearly 2 months since Tong Tong came into their lives. I don't know. Xu Yin sighed inwardly. But Annie has been subtly asking about Tong Tong a lot lately. It's only because Tong Tong is sharp that she hasn't slipped up. Annie wasn't a fool. Spending time with Tong Tong, she couldn't remain oblivious forever. She was merely hoping Xu Yin would come forward on his own. I think. Xu Yin tapped the table. Auntie is starting to suspect I'm raising my dad's illegitimate daughter. Wen Ning hummed softly, her voice gentle. What do you plan to say? Xu Yin was silent for a moment, then shook his head. You'll see how it goes. Let's take Tong Tong back first. After all, they couldn't keep her hidden forever. Tong Tong was their flesh and blood granddaughter, and it wouldn't be fair to the elders. With the paternity report, any explanation would be clear. The main issue was how to make the family accept this more easily, and come up with a more suitable way to explain Tong Tong's origins. Wen Ning hesitated. Is it inappropriate for me to go now? Logically, she should accompany him. After all, her name was on that paternity report. Matters concerning Tong Tong required both parents to address together. But how could she explain it to Xu Yan's family? That she was their future daughter-in-law. Then let me clarify Tong Tong's situation first. Xu Yan seemed to read her thoughts. But no matter what, before we leave for college, you'll have to meet them. Not as a daughter-in-law, but as Tong Tong's mother, to put the elders' minds at ease. Seeing her solemn expression, Xu Yan reassured her, Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft. Okay. After wrapping up the conversation, Xu Yan checked the time, tidied the dishes on the table, and stood up to head back to the classroom. Xu Yan, Wen Ning called out to him. I feel like it's been a while since I last held Tong Tong. Xu Yan paused. Just say what you mean. Can you apologize to Tong Tong for me again? Wen Ning lowered her gaze, her voice dropping. She had promised Tong Tong she would spend time with her, but with the college entrance exams looming, she was swamped every day. Moreover, since the hospital incident, the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly strange. Apologize for what? Tong Tong wouldn't be mad at you. Xu Yan glanced at her. If you're busy, focus on your work. I'm taking good care of Tong Tong. Wen Ning's eyes remained downcast, still seemingly unhappy. Then suddenly she felt something cold press against her cheek and roll across it. Looking up, she saw Xu Yan tossing a can of iced Coke in his hand. You're only 18. You have 20 more years than the 30-something Wen Ning to be with Tong Tong. Xu Yan chuckled. What's a few days, eh? Wen Ning thought it over, and the tension in her brow visibly eased. She curved her lips. You're right. There was still a long road ahead. With only 20 minutes left of the lunch break, Wen Ning and Xu Yan parted ways, and she quickly returned to the classroom. It was now packed with most students quietly buried in their practice problems, save for a few resting. Wen Ning sat down, instinctively pinched the little rabbit ears on her backpack, and spread out her test paper. But she had barely written a few words when someone lightly tapped her desk. Wen Ning. She looked up at him. It was a boy named Lin Wen Yuan, the class life committee member from the advanced class. The class committee set up a graduation group. Everyone's in it except you. He smiled warmly. Since you're free now, let me add you. On the surface, Wen Ning seemed gentle and mild, but she maintained a clear distance from everyone, including the girls. She appeared soft, but was actually very hard to approach. That's okay, I'd rather not join large groups, she said politely. After graduation, they wouldn't stay in touch anyway. Sometimes Wen Ning wondered if her emotions were too cold, but that was a lesson she'd learned in middle school. Adding classmates on WeChat, especially boys, only led to trouble. Then just add me on WeChat. Lin Wenyuan's expression remained calm and courteous. After graduation, well-organized class reunions and visits to the teachers. I'm worried you won't get the notices. Wen Ning was silent for a moment. Also, the graduation banquet and returning for graduation photos will be announced in the group to ensure everyone is informed. Lin Wenyuan continued. Wen Ning, please understand. As the life committee member, I have to report back to the homeroom teacher. Such a reason was hard to refuse. Wen Ning finally nodded. All right, give me a moment. Lin Wenyuan was visibly delighted as he quickly pulled out his phone. No need for that, just tell me your number. No, Wen Ning said, rummaging through her desk for her phone. I need to check what my WeChat ID is. Lin Wenyuan was taken aback. Meanwhile, back in his seat, Su Yin saw a red notification pop up on WeChat. This is Lin Wenyuan. He'll notify you directly about anything for the group. Su Yin was puzzled. Before he could think much, a message from Wen Ning arrived. Wen Ning can't let you lose out either, right? Su Yin, why do you always like to imitate me? Su Yin, he's a guy, what if he wants to fall in love? Wen Ning, then just date him. Su Yin. After that, the other side stopped replying, probably off to do practice papers. Su Yin thought for a moment and added this guy named Lin Wenyuan. His profile picture had been changed to Doraemon ever since Tong appeared. It really did look like a girl's. Su Yin checked his own moments to ensure there was nothing strange, then locked the phone and tossed it into the drawer. The school actually didn't allow phones, but it wasn't strictly enforced. They weren't allowed during class or between periods, but during lunch break it was permitted. After a while, the back door of the classroom suddenly pushed open. Chen Hao walked in with a dark face, followed by Li Yuyu. He dragged his chair over from his seat, plopped it down loudly in front of Su Yin, and rested his chin on the desk. Su Yin's face remained expressionless. Yin, put your hand on your heart and tell me, Chen Hao said with a scowling face. Has your bro been good to you all these years? Not bad, I guess. Su Yin thought for a moment. Last New Year, when you came to my place, you secretly took 300 from my red envelope to buy a skin. You've taken mine too, haven't you? Chen Hao coughed forcefully. Something this big, and you dare to keep it from us. Although he was quite popular among the grade, he had never really messed with the school beauty Wen Ning. Mainly, Chen Hao was strictly a situational player. Wen Ning was the kind of good girl who was both outstanding in studies and beautiful and never hung out with boys. At first glance, she was from a different world than him. No hope. How the hell did you get to sit with the school beauty and chat happily through lunch? Chen Hao banged on the desk. What's she after? Her grandfather's tea plantation also having a sale crisis. Su Yin shook his head. I didn't keep it from you too. How not? I didn't hide it from you. Su Yin paused for a moment. I just kept it from you. Li Yuyu sat calmly beside him, chin resting on her hand, enjoying the show. When she saw Chen Hao's gaze, she raised an eyebrow. Yeah, only you didn't know. Chen Hao's lips slowly stiffened. His voice turned cold as he stood up and grabbed his friend's neck. Seeing another woman on the side, huh? I'm telling your mom. You're done for. Are you crazy? Su Yin finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled his hand away. Seeing more people in the classroom, Chen Hao straightened his clothes and sat back down, but his eyes were still fixed on Su Yin. Spill it. Did you get her or not? It wasn't that he couldn't accept his buddy doing well. But if you got a Porsche, you couldn't just abandon the old Magotan on the road, could you? Li Yuyu glanced at Chen Hao and couldn't help but snicker. Get her. Su Yin raised his eyelids. Can you not project your own ways onto me? Speaking of which, his view on love was probably quite similar to Wen Ning's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have both remained single until almost 30. Chen Hao thought for a moment. Reliable. This Mr. Zu's temper wasn't exactly great. Because since childhood the Su family had spoiled him, and combined with Lin Hu's influence, his personality and actions had their own unique style. If he didn't like someone, he wouldn't have much contact with them. But once he did, he didn't mind letting everyone know. So, this was the first time he was seen being so gentle and patient with a girl, and always smiling at her. Bring her out to meet us after graduation. Chen Hao deliberately tapped his forehead with a finger. Be strict with her, make sure she knows how to address us properly. Fix your own bad habits first. Su Yin felt he had some understanding of Wen Ning. That stubborn girl wouldn't like someone like Chen Hao. On the contrary, she would be quite resistant. Go tell those girls instead. Chen Hao lounged lazily in his chair, as if boneless. I'm good looking, what can I do about it? That's true, Su Yin said languidly. When a girl sees a pretty dog on the street, she'll want to go over and pet it. Li Yuyu gave a thumbs up. Makes sense. Just then the bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, came in and began handing out last month's exam papers. He was a rather old-fashioned middle-aged teacher, always carrying a thermos, and had considerable authority in the class. Although the foundation was laid in the first 2 years, there's still room for decline these past few months, Old Wu said, seriously tapping the desk. As for whether I'm talking about Chen Hao, I want names here. Chen Hao. Hey, you old geezer. Picking on me, right? Su Yin glanced at his own score, didn't pay much attention, and carefully noted down the wrong answers. Then he asked Yu to pass the exam paper to Wen Ning. As soon as Wen Ning got his paper, she started calculating the score. If the elective module scored 50, the total would be around 620. Especially in English, he had raised his score by 30 points in a short time. It was already a huge improvement. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what she was feeling right now. Although this was just an ordinary monthly exam, a score of 620 was not particularly high for Wen Ning. In the past, even if she did well, she would always be calm and indifferent toward her own papers without too much emotion. But now Wen Ning still felt pretty happy. No matter whether the promises he made were achievable, he would always do his utmost to try. Wen Ning couldn't help it, her eyes curved slightly into a smile, and she covered her face with a thick book. During the break, she secretly sent him 2 messages on her phone. But after sending them, she suddenly felt how silly it was. How could I send something so stupid? So she immediately retracted them. Then resent. Wen Ning, not bad, just so-so. Wen Ning, it wouldn't even reach the average in our class. Wen Ning, compared to me, you're still far off. So that's all you've got. Wen Ning checked, this time the tone should be fine. But the other side replied immediately. Su-yen, I saw that. He even sent back a screenshot of the chat. It was the 2 lines she had retracted in a second. Wen Ning, you've improved a lot already. Wen Ning, oh. Wen Ning, wrong tap. Su-yen never imagined she could have such a side. His hand moved swiftly, capturing a screenshot. Of course, the rapid withdrawal of the message was entirely in character for Wen Ning. It carried a hint of feigned composure and mock seriousness. This girl still harbored a touch of vanity. Amidst the relentless academic grind, time swiftly arrived at Friday evening. Su-yen hailed a car and took Tong Tong home. This was likely his last trip home before the college entrance exams ended. Afterward, his parents probably wouldn't let him keep running back and forth. Holding his daughter's hand as they walked through the neighborhood, he casually asked, Tong Tong, do you remember this place? Tong Tong bounced along. This is Grandma and Grandpa's home. Su-yen led his daughter upstairs and pulled out the key to unlock the door. Hearing the commotion, a ragdoll cat resembling a gas canister meowed and darted out from the room. Spotting Su-yen, it halted abruptly, sat down, and sniffed suspiciously. Then it wiggled its rear and prepared to leave. Are you pretending not to see me, or have you forgotten me after all these months? Su-yen nearly laughed in exasperation as he reached down and scooped it up. Don't you know how to greet people? The ragdoll kicked its forepaws vigorously. Meow meow. Wow. Tong Tong's eye sparkled. Kitty. Her name is Yuan Yuan. Su-yen set Yuan Yuan down on the floor. She was a female kitten Lin Hui had bought from a pet market when Su-yen was around 10. Given Lin Hui's doting affection, Yuan Yuan was in a sense Su-yen's feline sister. Her temperament was excellent, exceptionally affectionate, a perfect cat in every way. However, a cat's lifespan is not that long. By the time Tong Tong was born, Yuan Yuan would likely be gone. Tong Tong couldn't resist crouching down, reaching out a hand to pet her. Yuan Yuan sniffed her, then immediately lay down, rolling over to reveal her fluffy belly, purring contentedly. Tong Tong was overjoyed, crouching on the floor to play with her. Finally decided to come back. Lin Hui, hearing the noise, emerged from the kitchen, still wearing an apron. Your dad nags me every day, saying if you don't come home soon, he'll have another child with me. Su-yen caught a rich aroma and glanced at the dining table, which was laden with all sorts of dishes. They were mostly his favorites. I don't think he missed me, Su-yen said, grabbing a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. He just wants to have a baby with you. Where's my dad? He's on the balcony bringing in the clothes. Lin Hui was about to say more when she suddenly noticed the little girl following behind, holding Yuan Yuan. Her gaze swept the room, not seeing the stunningly beautiful girl from last time. Her expression showed a hint of surprise. Bringing someone home to meet the parents was one thing. Bringing the older one was understandable. But bringing the little one back, was he asking for a beating? Tong Tong said sweetly, hello Grandma. Hello. Your name is? Tong Tong, right? Calling me Grandma again. Though Lin Hui didn't quite understand the situation, she wiped her hands, her tone softening immediately. Did Big Sister not come today? Tong Tong scratched her cheek. Mom, Big Sister is busy. Lin Hui looked at her son suspiciously. We'll talk about it later. I'm starving. Su-yen urged. Mom, let her sleep with you tonight and Dad can stay in my room. Let the little granddaughter get close to her first. Lin Hui had always adored cute children. Lin Hui suppressed her myriad questions, turned, and walked into the kitchen. Fine. Just then Su Minghui walked over from the balcony. He wore a pair of glasses, his features gentle and refined, making him a rather charming middle-aged man. He glanced at his son, then his gaze fell on Tong Tong, who looked like a porcelain doll, and lingered for a long time. Tong Tong, call him Grandpa. Su Minghui finally averted his gaze and nodded. Hello, little one. Don't teach the child to call me that. Lin Hui had already told him about the girl named Wen Ning. She had also mentioned a stunningly beautiful little girl who had left her so captivated she couldn't stop thinking about her for days. But she never expected Su-yen to bring her home. Su-yen crouched down and whispered something in his daughter's ear. Then Tong Tong trotted off to the kitchen on her short legs. Grandma, let me help you. Lin Hui looked down at the little girl, craning her neck, barely reaching the table, and her heart softened. When the little girl smiled, the 2 dimples by her mouth suddenly made Lin Hui realize something. No wonder she found the girl familiar last time. She looked just like a Yen did when he was 7 or 8. So adorable, Lin Hui murmured. I should have had a daughter back then. In the living room, Su Minghui sat down on the sofa reaching for his thermos on the table. What's the story with this little girl? Why did you bring her back? The little girl likes me, that's all. Su Yan watched his dad frantically gulping water, then glanced at his still elegant mother in the kitchen. Dad, life's not easy for you either. Old Su, distracted by the change of subject, coughed hard. I was just thirsty. Thirsty? Then why put so many goji berries in there? Eating them like a meal. I'm getting old, can I look after my health? Su Minghui's head ached with irritation. Why are you so annoying the moment you come back? You should have had a daughter. No, having a daughter wouldn't work either. She'd probably be ruined by that Chin kid. Soon Lin Hui called them over for dinner. Though both were bursting with questions for their son, they held back and didn't ask much during the meal. Yet their gazes couldn't help but drift towards Tong Tong, whose head was buried in her bowl. Tong Tong, eat slower. Su Yan pulled out a tissue to wipe his daughter's face. Swallow what's in your mouth before putting more in. So delicious. Tong Tong's cheeks puffed in and out like a goldfish's. It had been so long since she'd last eaten Grandma's cooking. After dinner, Su Yan took his daughter to the sofa and found a nighttime cartoon for her to watch. The couple exchanged a glance. Su Minghui lowered his voice. What's going on? I don't know, Lin Hui frowned. Ask him later. I have to go out soon to play chess with old Chun. Go ahead, Lin Hui hummed. You're useless anyway. Su Minghui held back, not daring to argue with his wife. Brooding, he greeted his son, grabbed his keys, and left. But today Tong Tong seemed distracted, her attention not on the cartoon, looking a bit dazed and sluggish. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Dad, Tong Tong remembered something. She bit her finger. Grandma's health. Seems a little bad. She's perfectly healthy. Su Yan started to say, then suddenly stopped. Tong Tong was talking about the future Lin Hui, wasn't she? It's just. Tong Tong squeezed her father's hand. She often has leg and back pain, and when she wants to bend down to pick something up, she always asks Tong Tong to help. Dad said it's because Grandma didn't take care of herself when she was young. Tong Tong felt this was something extremely important. Su Yan froze, then turned to look back. Didn't take care of herself when she was young. Just then Lin Hui walked out of the kitchen, her hands still wet. She was about to ask about Tong Tong when her attention was immediately caught by her son. You look thinner lately. Only now did Lin Hui have the chance to observe him. Remember to weigh yourself before coming back next time. She sat down beside him. If you've lost weight, put on more clothes before coming home. I haven't. I've actually gained weight recently. When are you going back? Sunday morning. I need to get back to doing practice problems. Lin Hui wanted to say something, but just nodded. Fine. You staying home too long gets on my nerves anyway. Su Yan's throat tightened, but he said nothing. I folded the thin blanket for you yesterday. Lin Hui put her legs up on the coffee table, lazily rubbing her calves. Take it with you when you go back to school. Use it if you get hot sleeping at night. I also bought you 2 new pairs of pants. They were on sale for the season change. Try them on later to see if they fit. If they don't, I'll exchange them. Oh, and your dad's blood pressure was a bit high before. Lin Hui stared at the cartoon on TV, speaking casually. Remember to ask him about it later. Just show you care. It'll probably make him happy for a month. After saying this, she added, don't tell him I told you. Feeling shed covered enough, Lin Hui thought for a moment. It was in her nature, though her son was home for a rare visit, she couldn't bring herself to say anything overly sentimental. When you leave, remember to take the thin blanket. You just said that. Did I? Lin Hui didn't mind. Then pretend you didn't hear it just now. You never listened to me anyway. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, languid and carefree. Su Yan's personality was largely inherited from her. Got it. Su Yan pulled her legs onto his lap and began to massage them. What are you doing? Lin Hui eyed him sideways. Su Yan freed a hand to rummage through the bags on the coffee table, pulled out a tangerine, and placed it in her hand. Mom, peel me a tangerine to eat. His tone carried a rare hint of childishness. You're 18 years old. Lin Hui rolled her eyes before taking it, lowering her head to peel the tangerine. Its unique, fresh fragrance filled the air. Sons only get more annoying as they grow up. She should have had a daughter. Your aunt sent these tangerines a couple of days ago. Take them all if you like. There's too much stuff. It's heavy to carry. What's so heavy about it? You can share them with your classmates. Every time Su Yan came home, it was the same scene. He would return empty-handed, pockets in his trousers, and a few days later leave with bags and bags full of stuff. It wasn't that you truly needed all these things. You could probably buy them easily at the supermarket downstairs. Maybe it was just, no matter how much you took when you left home, she always felt it wasn't enough. She wished you could empty the entire house every time you came back. After the mother and son finished their conversation, Lin Hui's gaze finally fell upon Tong Tong. She harbored far more questions about the little girl who had called her grandmother upon first sight than Su Yan could have imagined. As a woman, her perception was much keener than Su Minghui's. Mom, take a closer look at her. Su Yan lifted Tong Tong and placed her on his lap. Doesn't she resemble that girl? Especially the eyes and brows. They were carved from the same mold. Though still tender and youthful, it was evident she would grow into a beauty. Do I not have eyes? Lin Hui retorted irritably. Doesn't a younger sister look like her older sister? Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's eyes curved into crescents, revealing her tiny white teeth. Lin Hui was taken aback. And besides, she looks a bit like me, doesn't she? She's far prettier than you were at her age. Don't you think she shares a special bond with our Xu family? Lin Hui furrowed her brow. What was wrong with this boy today? Since he had already decided to confess everything to Lin Hui, Su Yin hesitated no longer. He recounted everything. The prepared family photo, the paternity test, and all the events surrounding Tong Tong's appearance from the very beginning. Lin Hui was nearly overwhelmed by the avalanche of items he thrust before her. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that her son's return home would bring the news that she was already a grandmother. But then she recalled the strange things he had said during his last phone call asking for money. Especially the family photo Tong Tong had brought. The moment Lin Hui laid eyes on it, her gaze was locked. The son in the photograph had completely shed his youthful air, growing into a humble and composed man. He seemed to be gravitating towards Su Minghui's demeanor, turning into a charming middle-aged man. However, Lin Hui's reaction was more intense than Su Yin had anticipated. This stylish and beautiful mother displayed an extremely strong disbelief toward the photograph, even more agitated than Wen Ning had been back then. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hui looked down at the family photo from the future. How could you possibly marry such a beautiful wife? Why would she marry you? Because you're ugly. Because you walk around with that sour face all day. So that's what you don't believe. Aside from the fact that your granddaughter came back from the future, you also don't think I can find a girlfriend, right? Su Yin was unhappy. I'm ugly. Anyway, you're the ugliest in our family. Lin Hui sized up her son, reached out, and pinched his cheek hard. The older you get, the less you look like me. This nose, these eyes, they all take after your father. Without another word, Su Yin placed the paternity report in her hands. See for yourself. The evidence was ironclad, leaving no room for Lin Hui to argue. At first she had thought her son was just playing a joke on her. But the more she read, the more unsettling it became. Lin Hui looked from Tong Tong to her son, her gaze gradually turning icy. The situation before her had slipped beyond her comprehension. It was too absurd. Lin Hui sat in a daze for a moment, then pulled out her phone and dialed her husband. Get your ass home right now. Su Minghui's inn was noisy, filled with the clamor of a group of old men. What's wrong? Your son's been under too much academic pressure lately. He's losing his mind. Su Minghui paused. Then find a chain and tie him up, so he doesn't bite anyone. He'll be back after I finish this game. Lin Hui was silent for a moment. 10 minutes. Come on, I just sat down. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. If you're not back, find somewhere else to sleep tonight. Honey, I'm on my way. Moments later, Su Minghui returned drenched in sweat. He sat down panting and nervously checked the time on his phone. What's going on? Lin Hui, her face grim, handed him the items. See for yourself. Then Su Minghui was also dumbfounded. The illness had gotten this severe. Su Yin didn't expect them to accept it all at once. Throughout the night, he answered every question his parents asked, telling them the truth. He even pulled up the online report from the testing agency on his phone to prove he wasn't making things up. Late into the night, Su Yin first took Tong Tong to bed, then returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. The next morning, when Tong Tong rubbed her eyes and emerged from her room, she found the whole family still gathered in the living room. With enough conversation and evidence, Lin Hui and Su Minghui's thoughts had shifted from, is my son mentally ill? To, am I mentally ill too? Grandma, Grandpa, why aren't you sleeping? Go to Grandma. Su Yin patted his daughter's head. Okay. Tong Tong stumbled over sleepily and nestled into Lin Hui's arms. Lin Hui glanced down and froze. Su Minghui walked out onto the balcony to smoke, his hair disheveled and stubble sprouting. He took just one drag before coughing violently. In fact, when Ian was born, fearing it would affect his wife, he had already quit smoking. Years ago, never touching it again. But today he simply couldn't help himself. Lin Hui unusually didn't scold him, still lost in a daze. After a long while she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Ian, how can you expect anyone to believe this? Su Yin, dark circles under his eyes, looked weary. Either you and Tong Tong take a test, or I have another way to prove it. Dad, come in. What is it? Su Minghui stubbed out his cigarette and came inside. He almost didn't dare to look at the little one curled up in his wife's arms. He couldn't bring himself to believe it was real, and at the same time, he was afraid it might be a lie. Dad, don't you believe it? Who could believe this? Fine. Su Yin got straight to the point. Where do you hide your secret stash? The sudden shift caught Su Minghui off guard. After a long pause, his voice rose. What secret stash? I hand over my salary every month. Ask your mom. Lin Hui snapped back to reality and glanced at her husband, but said nothing. Why are you so nervous? Su Yin nodded. So neither mom nor I know. Su Minghui. Lin Hui looked down. Tong Tong. Tong Tong doesn't know anything. Tong Tong shook her head like a rattle, her voice soft and innocent. Back then, Grandpa had taken money from his little stash to buy her lots of things Grandma wouldn't allow, and he told her not to tell Grandma. Lin Hui's expression slowly cooled as she leaned close to Tong Tong's ear. If Tong Tong keeps secrets from me, you'll be upset. Su Minghui instinctively straightened his back. It was clear that Grandma still held authority in Tong Tong's heart. Those words struck a chord deep within the little girl. She bit her finger, her voice weak. In the second drawer under the TV, in the hidden compartment. It's okay. Su Yin comforted. Maybe Dad has a habit of moving his stash every few days. Su Minghui. Lin Hui got up and walked into the room. Moments later she emerged holding 2 thick red envelopes. She weighed their thickness in her hand and finally smiled. Over 20,000, huh? Not bad, old Xu, you know how to live. That's not mine. Oh. Lin Hu's smile remained unchanged, her voice gentle. Why so nervous? Nobody said you can't have your own little fund. Su Minghui forced an explanation. It really isn't mine. I know you men need money for confidence when you go out. Lin Hui placed the red envelopes in his hand, her tone carrying a hint of affectionate reproach. Don't hide it anymore. What kind of person would that make me? A wicked wife. If you want to go out for a drink or play mahjong with old Chen, just ask me directly. Really? Su Minghui was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Honey, you're so good to me. So is this money yours? Well, last month the company gave out a bonus. Alright, if it's yours then it's fine. Lin Hui got up, drew the curtains, then picked up a feather duster from the counter, her expression languid. Done talking. Now it's my turn. Su Minghui was certain he had never spoken a word of this to anyone. Even in his dreams he would keep his lips tightly sealed. But if it were his own granddaughter, he wasn't so sure. The tradition of doting on grandchildren was deeply rooted in the Su family. Su Yan's grandparents had never thought much of him, yet they showered their grandson with affection. But to expect anyone to believe such an outlandish tale with just a few sentences was utterly absurd. It would be more believable to claim the little girl was born when you were 10. You two go downstairs and play for a while. Lin Hu's voice was cool. He'll message you when you can come back. Su Yan complied without hesitation, scooping up his daughter and leaving. Half an hour later he returned home. He had expected to find a scene of domestic strife, but instead the two of them were sitting calmly on the sofa. Lin Hui was folding clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Old Su sat beside her, meekly sipping water. What are you getting angry about? Lin Hui shot him a glare. Go away. Su Yan was stunned. Wait, what were you two doing just now? Lin Hui remained silent, casting a cold glance at her husband. All men had private savings. The real fear wasn't the hiding itself, but that he might have too much money and get into trouble. Lin Hui took his salary not for herself, but to save for their son's apartment in the city. So after returning the 2 thick red envelopes to her husband's hands, she never brought up the matter of the secret stash again. But it was this magnanimity that made Su Minghui, clutching his private money, feel even more embarrassed. Honey, you keep it. Buy some makeup and clothes. As if I do want that. Lin Hui said testily. I can earn my own money, or why would I need you to buy me things? If you want to hide it, go ahead, just don't let me see it. I won't hide it, I want. Su Minghui chuckled. I earn money just to spend it on you. What you hide I won't take. Wouldn't that make me a wicked daughter-in-law? Lin Hui lifted her chin with pride. Either give it to your son or keep it yourself. Give it to whom? Su Minghui was displeased. Su Yan pointed to himself. Right here. Who's talking? Su Minghui didn't even glance at him. A son? What son? Don't we just have a cat and a dog in this house? Lin Hui rolled her eyes, too lazy to deal with him, stood up and straightened her clothes. Let's go. We're going to the hospital for the test. Without a concrete result, she still couldn't believe it. Then she would consider whether to take her son to a psychiatrist. The results came out on Sunday morning. After collecting the report from the testing facility, the couple sat in the car, looking through the rearview mirror at Tong Tong, who was nodding off with a yawn. The car was exceptionally quiet. Su Yan didn't speak either, leaving them space to process their emotions. He had been in the same state when he first got the report. He had sat on the steps outside for nearly half an hour before going home. Say something. Su Minghui looked at his wife in the passenger seat. Lin Hui stared at the report, reading it over and over without responding to her husband. She was too stunned to speak. Unable to do anything else, Su Minghui turned to his son. Besides the 4 of us, who else knows? No one. Su Yan shook his head. Aunt doesn't know either. I didn't want to tell you at first, but I felt it wouldn't be fair to you. How could this be? Lin Hui glanced at Tong Tong, who was leaning against her father's shoulder, and paused for a long moment. I never got to see her when she was born or hold her. 8 precious years had been lost, from swaddling to standing to her first calls of grandma and grandpa. Ayn, come out of the car with me first. Su Minghui opened the door. I need to talk to you. Su Yan carefully lifted his daughter, propping her against the seat back before getting out. The father and son walked a distance away, stopping only when they were sure no one was around. About Tong Tong, your mother, and I will keep it locked in our hearts. Su Minghui's expression turned serious. You and that girl focus on your college entrance exams. Don't worry about anything else. Su Yan nodded. I understand. Your mother and I will spend the next couple of days figuring out how to handle this. In such grave matters, Su Minghui fully displayed a man's judgment and rationality. Compared to the 2 young people, Su Yan and Wen Ning, they as the elders might need more time to come to terms with it. A child with a blood relation had appeared out of nowhere. It was not just a surprise and an accident, but also a responsibility. Mishandling it could cause a huge uproar, and it would greatly affect that girl named Wen Ning. Su Minghui looked at his son, hesitating, as if he wanted to say something more. They had no choice but to believe it. The facts were right before their eyes. Xu Miaotong, his own granddaughter. Su Minghui glanced at his car, then walked even further away. PSSSD, PSSSD, PSSSD. He waved at his son. Come here. Su Yan rolled his eyes. Are you calling a dog? The old father pulled 2 thick red envelopes from his breast pocket, gazing at them with a hint of reluctance, as if looking at a beloved. After a long moment, he closed his eyes and placed them in his son's hands. Living expenses. Take them. This much. Su Yin looked at him suspiciously. If you give me all this, what will you do? You think I'd hide it all in one place? Su Minghui said with feigned annoyance. You little brat, you're just torturing your old man. Wait until you're married to I'd like to see if you hide money then. Why would I need to hide it? Su Yin was displeased and tried to return the red envelopes. I'm graduating soon and will figure it out myself. It's not for you. It's allowance for Tong Tong. Su Minghui was insistent. And this money isn't free. He continued, let Tong Tong stay with us for a couple of days. Then sometime next week your mother and I will bring her over to see you. Besides Tong Tong, there was another matter that weighed heavily on their minds. In the photo there was a gentle and virtuous woman with a warm smile. We want to see our daughter-in-law. She's not your daughter-in-law now. Su Yin also realized what the old man was trying to do. Su Minghui looked at his son meaningfully. He already had a daughter. How could she run away? I just want to meet Tong Tong's mother. Su Minghui changed his excuse. That's not a problem, is it? After all, as grandparents, it was understandable that they cared about this matter. The father and son talked for a while longer, and Lin Hui got out of the car with a beaming smile holding Tong Tong's hand. Having such a beautiful and adorable granddaughter still felt like a dream to her. What was even more unbelievable was that the beautiful girl who could be a big star was actually her future daughter-in-law. A toad has eaten swan meat. Lin Hui pinched her granddaughter's soft, fair little cheek. What kind of world is this? Tong Tong tilted her head, thought for a moment, her eyes curved into crescents, and she didn't argue. Her future grandmother often said the same thing. Su Yin couldn't be bothered to respond to her, only reminding her to take Tong Tong to school on Monday. Lin Hui agreed readily. What's the situation between you and that girl now? She had met Wen Ning once before. Good grades, beautiful, and well-behaved. As an elder, she was the type Lin Hui liked and was satisfied with at first sight. So it would be best to settle things early. After they finish university, they could directly. You're thinking too far ahead. Su Yin explained, we're only connected because of Tong Tong right now. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't start pursuing me until 10 years later. She pursued you. Su Yin said without blushing or skipping a beat. She chased me for several years. Lin Hui let out a very contemptuous snort. That would only happen if all the men in the world were dead, I reckon. Are you talking about me, Mom? The matters at home were mostly settled. Su Yin went upstairs to pack up and prepare to return to school. Mom, take care of yourself. Su Yin advised with some concern. You sit for long periods at work. Your waist is prone to problems, and your joints too. Don't wait until you're old to regret it. Tong Tong told me this herself. I know you don't need to nag. Lin Hui agreed, but it was clear she didn't take it too seriously inside. Su Yin planned to accompany his parents to the hospital for a thorough checkup after the college entrance exams. It would be good to catch any minor ailments early and take care of them. Don't see me off, I will take the bus back myself. Su Yin carried 2 hands full of bags. Tong Tong, be good with your grandparents. Tong Tong was also helping her dad carry a bag bigger than her face, puffing along on her little short legs. Tong Tong will be very good. He'll miss Daddy every day. She had lived with her grandparents before. Many times when her grandparents missed her too much, they would call almost every day. Then her mom would take her back to stay with them for a while. After bidding farewell to his parents and daughter, it was already afternoon when Su Yin returned to his rented place. Now a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. This trip home, bringing Tong Tong to meet his parents, had gone much more smoothly than he had imagined. He could only say that Lin Hui and Su Minghui were more open-minded and fashionable than traditional parents. Only then did Su Yin have time to check his phone. There were many unread messages, but the one at the top was from someone named Lin Wenyuan. Who was that? Lin Wenyuan, classmate Wen Ning. He sent a poster. It seemed to be for the opening of some new commercial district with lottery draws and consumption discounts, half-price movie tickets, and even chances to get free Haagen-Dazs plush toys and game consoles like PS5. Su Yin didn't finish reading the long paragraph that followed. The gist was that since everyone was stressed with the upcoming college entrance exams, they could relax next weekend. The subtext was quite obvious. Su Yin went to the kitchen to pour some iced water while holding his phone to reply. Opening next weekend. The other party probably didn't expect a reply, but sent a sticker within seconds. Lin Wenyuan, are you interested? Su Yin looked at the poster for a while and simply replied with a thank you. Lin Wenyuan, classmate Wen Ning. Thank you for what? Su Yin closed the chat window and directly forwarded the poster to Wen Ning. Tong Tong's mom, should we take Tong Tong to play? There was no response for a while. It wasn't until Su Yin sat at the table and did some practice papers that his phone rang again. Wen Ning called directly. I just slept for a bit. He hadn't heard her voice in a long time, and now it carried a hint of soft drowsiness and confusion. Are you back? I'm back. Su Yin got to the point. Are you going or not? On the other end, Wen Ning was lying on the bed, her eyes half open and half closed, her reactions a bit slow. After a long pause, she hummed in agreement with a slight nasal tone. I'll try my best. After this monthly exam, her grades hadn't slipped at all, still firmly in 6th place in the science stream. So her father's attitude towards her had softened somewhat. At least he no longer guarded against her classmates like he was guarding against thieves. Although the relationship with Xiao Ziqin and Wen Xiong was still very strained. When you took Tong Tong back this time. Wen Ning finally remembered the main topic and became a bit more alert. Did your parents say anything? It took a long time to make them accept it. Su Yin chuckled, but my mom said you're a toad lusting after swan meat. What kind of world is this? She had never seen such a shameless swan before. To prove some trivial matter, he would slander his own mother. Anyway, knowing Su Yin, the toad his mother mentioned was most likely him. Wen Ning pursed her lips. What else? Su Yin casually flipped through a book. They want to see you. They said they'll find time to come this week. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Wen Ning's startled voice came through. See me? Her breathing was even a bit erratic. Su Yin found it strange. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you just meet them last time? Although Lin Hui was straightforward, she wasn't that scary, was she? It's different. The last time she met Lin Hui, Wen Ning was in the capacity of a classmate. Although it was awkward, it wasn't to the point of being at a loss. This time both his parents were coming, and they were bringing Tong Tong. That changed the significance. Even though she wasn't Su Yan's girlfriend. But she was Tong Tong's mother. This strange relationship might cause the two elders to look at her with the scrutiny of evaluating a future daughter-in-law. But logically and emotionally, Wen Ning had to meet them. After all, Tong Tong wasn't just Su Yan's concern. What day are they coming? Wen Ning quickly got out of bed and sat by the desk. Should I buy something then? I can't go empty-handed to see. No need. Su Yan said casually, just dress casually, it's not a big deal. How can that be? She opened the wardrobe, looked at her clothes and muttered, this is the first time meeting Dad and Mom. Meeting your parents. Aren't you nervous about meeting my parents? Perhaps afraid that Wen Ning would find his reaction strange, Su Yin replied with such words. Wen Ning said, then find a chance to take you to meet my mother. Mother? My mother's grave is at the south suburb Crane Garden. Wen Ning held the phone between her ear and shoulder, picking out clothes from the wardrobe. Let her see Tong Tong. She usually wore mostly school uniforms, had few casual clothes, and rarely bought new ones. Su Yin paused for a moment, his voice lowered. All right, mother will like Tong Tong. It's my mother who will like Tong Tong, don't speak carelessly. Then he'll dress up nicely, otherwise your mother will really say I'm a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. At this point, Su Yin no longer argued stubbornly with Wen Ning. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. No, she won't. She held the clothes up to the mirror and tried them on. Mother is a very, very gentle person, and besides, I'm not a swan either. Su Yin was the real swan. From the moment he was born, he enjoyed the affection of everyone in his family from babbling to adulthood. At 18, not a single person didn't love him. Thus in his bones, he was born with straightforwardness and self-assertion. In this regard, he was vastly different from her own self, who was cautious and lived under someone else's roof. Then, how about next Saturday? Wen Ning thought carefully for a moment. I'll try to communicate with my family and free up a day, but I might have to be home before 6 in the evening. Whatever works. But to be honest, Su Yin looked around and shook his head helplessly. I've been living alone for 2 years of high school. I never felt the house was empty before, but now I really feel a bit lonely. After the little one arrived, his life changed instantly. Tong Tong would hop and skip around all day eating strawberries and watching cartoons on the sofa, clinging to her daddy for hugs and kisses. Sometimes he actually felt she was too clingy. But it had only been 2 months, and with his daughter not around, Su Yin really wasn't used to it. A pure old dad mentality. Wen Ning squinted with a smile. That's good, you'll be a great father in the future. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. I already am. The following week of campus life remained peaceful. However, the surge in his monthly exam scores indeed made Su Yin quite noticeable in the class. The homeroom teacher Lao Wu always liked to mention Su Yin to motivate those students who felt there wasn't enough time and wanted to slack off. Look at Su Yin, it's still not too late to study now. However, this week was ultimately uneventful. But because his daughter wasn't around, Su Yin spent these days without much energy. He could only every night on the phone listen to the little girl's soft, sweet, and happy voice. And judging from the way Lin Hui and Su Minghui seemed to have directly aged 10 years younger. In just a few days, they had completely fallen in love with their incredibly adorable granddaughter. How could you have such a cute child? Lin Hui even said directly on the phone, why couldn't I bear one like that? How did I only give birth to you? Su Yin yawned. Because sons usually take after their mothers while daughters take after their fathers. With one sentence, he completely shut Lin Hui up. Saturday morning, Su Yin and Wen Ning agreed to meet downstairs. Today, the school beauty Wen Ning had changed into an outfit no one had ever seen before. She wore a white long dress and a pair of new white canvas shoes, revealing a crescent-shaped collarbone at her neck. Her earlobes were inexplicably a translucent pink. How is it? Wen Ning brushed her hair, a little nervous. I am not good at dressing up. This is about right. Su Yin thought for a moment and reached out to remove her hair tie. Wen Ning stiffened, and then the ponytail made of her black long hair naturally fell loose. Her entire person had no trace of makeup. Her pupils were crystal clear, but her eyes were slightly upturned, giving a look that was both pure and alluring. A bit like the flavor in Tong Tong's photos. Half an hour later, Su Minghui drove the car with his wife and granddaughter arriving. Tong Tong ran out of the car and threw herself into her mother's arms. Her voice was like sweet cotton candy that one couldn't bear to swallow. Mommy, I missed you so much. Wen Ning held her in her arms, pursing her lips with a smile. Mommy missed you too. Tong, you've gained some weight recently. Mum grandma said being a little chubby is cuter. Even Lin Hui and Su Minghui were startled when they got out of the car. She was really such a beautiful little girl. The mother and daughter were both stunningly beautiful. As for the one beside them, what a sin, how could he have been so blessed? Ning, you are really too beautiful. Lin Hui warmly held her hand. Like a movie star. No, how could a movie star compare to you? Are you the school beauty of no one high school? No, not really. Wen Ning was very shy. Annie, you are beautiful too. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as Xiao Ning. Lin Hui said with a smile, since Annie doesn't have a daughter, why don't you just come and be Auntie's daughter? Su Yan had already told Lin Hui about Wen Ning's family situation a couple of days ago. He also mentioned the matter of her stepmother and stepsister. To be honest, Lin Hui felt quite sorry for her. Losing her mother at such a young age and her father had another child with another woman. The feeling of living under someone else's roof couldn't be easy. She becomes your daughter? Su Yan said with a smile. Great, then I'll have an extra little sister. Wen Ning glanced at him. Seeing his casual demeanor, she was a little annoyed. I'm older than you. As it turned out, Wen Ning was indeed a few months older than him. After getting in the car, Su Yan sat in the passenger seat while the three, grandmother, mother, and granddaughter, sat in the back talking. I took a look. Su Minghui whispered to his son, the down payment for a 100 square meter apartment in the city is about 600. By the time you graduate from college, we should have saved up about. There's no need for you to save. Su Yan turned his head to look at him. I'll save money to buy a house myself. Besides, Dad, why are you in such a hurry? It's not that. Su Minghui glanced through the rearview mirror. Lin Hui, who was talking to Wen Ning, was also displeased. Such a beautiful and obedient daughter-in-law. If they didn't secure her early, what were they waiting for? Well, save if we want to. Can you control us? Lin Hui glanced at her son. Besides, who said it's for you? I'm saving to buy a house in the city center to give to my daughter as a dowry, okay? Wen Ning was stunned, her ears burning. No, Auntie, aren't you being too obvious with your insinuations? Su Minghui glanced at his wife. Giving it to your daughter as a dowry and then marrying her into our Su family, right? I'd be too embarrassed to call you out on it. I heard that Ian's grades have improved a lot lately, Lin Hui said with a smile. Do you usually push him to study? His foundation is actually quite solid, he's just a bit unbalanced in his subjects, Wen Ning said softly. With a little effort, he'll catch up quickly. It has nothing to do with me. How wonderful. The two of them together, their studies didn't decline, but actually improved. They could even motivate each other. This was enough to prove that their temperaments were highly compatible. As noon approached, they found a quieter restaurant and sat down. Lin Hui and Su Minghui quickly guided their granddaughter to sit, leaving the row of seats across from them for the two young people. Su Yan didn't mind. He took off his jacket, hung it on the chair, and sat beside Wen Ning. The waiter brought 2 menus. Wen Ning instinctively pushed hers toward him. You order. What does Ning like to eat? Lin Hui also smiled. Don't be polite with us. Your aunt and uncle are treating you today. Wen Ning quickly shook her head. Auntie, I really don't have any preferences. Su Yan held the menu. Is this how you usually are when you eat out with others? Wen Ning was taken aback. Is there a problem? In matters like this, she really was like that. She just followed others' arrangements. Whatever they ordered, she would eat, including family dinners. Then just order whatever you think is good. Su Yan looked at her for a moment, then opened the menu. This one loves sour and sweet things. Don't order anything spicy. Oh, and she's crazy about cilantro. Wen Ning licked her lips to hide the strange feeling inside. Tong Tong must have told him. Tong Tong loves cilantro too. At that moment, Tong Tong excitedly raised her hand to chime in. Daddy loves it too. Our whole family absolutely adores it. Hearing this, Su Yan was a bit surprised. He thought carefully before saying slowly, Tong Tong inherited it from me. Lin Hui and Su Minghui were visibly startled. They looked at Su Yan, then at Wen Ning beside him as if wanting to speak, but holding back. Seeing Su Yan ordering, Wen Ning instinctively picked up the disposable chopsticks and bowl in front of him, preparing to rinse them with hot water. Su Yan looked up sharply. What are you doing? Huh? Wen Ning hesitated. Washing them. Disposable ones might be a bit dirty. Su Yan wasn't pleased. Are you here to eat or to be a maid? Wen Ning licked her lips. I'm used to it. During family dinners, she used to do this for her younger sister. Although her stepmother had said Wen Xiong should do it herself, Wen Ning still took the initiative to help them with these trivial tasks. Doing more meant talking less. It also avoided awkwardness. It's just a small thing. I can do it myself. Su Yan looked at her for a moment, then pressed his hand on the utensils and pulled them toward himself. Lin Hui smiled, but said nothing. During the meal, they spoke little, only chatting idly. However, they were amused several times by Tong Tong's adorable cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. How did such a sweet little girl turn into this when eating? After everyone finished eating, Wen Ning composed herself. She knew that the two parents had come today to see what kind of person Tong Tong's mother was. Auntie, uncle. Speaking slowly, Wen Ning laid out everything she had planned. Su Yan should have told you about my situation. But there are some things I feel I need to explain to you. Lin Hui nodded. Go ahead. My mother left when I was very young. My father has a new family to support. Auntie Xiao, my stepmother. I don't want her to argue with my father because of me. Wen Ning's voice paused. So, I probably can't keep spending my father's money without feeling guilty. Lin Hui and Su Minghui exchanged a glance. For now I might be a bit financially strained. But once I'm in college, no after I graduate from high school, we'll find a way to be independent. Wen Ning took a deep breath, her expression earnest. I may not have much, but I will give Tong Tong the best I can. The future was uncertain. For now this was the only promise she could make. Su Yan finally looked up from his phone. She rarely spoke so much at once. It was clear she had been thinking about this for a long time. After lunch they planned to take Tong Tong out to have some fun. Su Yan was sent off by the two parents carrying Tong Tong to play in the toy store ahead. Xiao Ning's mother and I came today with no other intention. Su Minghui, who had been silent, finally spoke. It's just that suddenly hearing we have a granddaughter made us uneasy, so we wanted to meet you. Wen Ning nodded obediently. She had known for a long time that Su Yan's parents were very, very kind people. It's just, we only have Ian. Su Minghui hesitated. Though we always scold him, we really can't bear to see him suffer, even a little. We worry he might meet the wrong person, worry that he won't have a good life after starting a family. That was why they had to come and see Wen Ning. After meeting her, they felt reassured. She was pretty gentle, polite, and took Tong Tong's matters seriously. Apart from her family situation, Wen Ning perfectly matched everything they imagined in a daughter-in-law. But in the end it was up to the two young people themselves. After nearly half an hour, Wen Ning walked back in. Where are my parents? Su Yan was holding a white rabbit ear hat about to put it on Tong Tong. The little girl had been entranced the moment she saw it. But the hat seemed a bit big, constantly slipping down her head, the rabbit ears flopping and nearly covering her face. Seeing the little girl struggling to hold it up, Su Yan reached out and lifted it off her. They said they'd go look around over there and find us later. Su Yan didn't mind. What did you talk to them about? Wen Ning's voice softened. Quite a lot. Though Su Yan's family wasn't extremely wealthy, it was already enough to make her envious. Wen Ning bit her lip and said slowly, why are you so good to me? Huh? Su Yan looked at her puzzled. When was I ever good to you? But you don't eat cilantro, right? Like you can't even touch it. Just now when Tong Tong said her dad loved it, the expressions of the two parents were off. This meant, in the future he had never mentioned this to his wife or child. It's not a big deal. Su Yan shrugged it off. Would eating a bite of cilantro kill me? Wen Ning's throat tightened. But I don't want you to accommodate me. You could have just told me. If you don't like it, I can stop eating it. I'm a grown man. I can't have my wife and child deferring to me. Su Yan picked up the hat from Tong Tong's head, ready to get her a smaller one. It's embarrassing. You're always like this. Wen Ning felt a bit sulky and wanted to pinch him. Sometimes I really hate you. Hate me? Wen Ning muttered under her breath. I don't know how someone as arrogant as you ever took a liking to me. Hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly, clearly amused. You're laughing at me again. You always laugh at me. Wen Ning finally got annoyed and twisted his arm hard. What's so funny about this? You're right, Su Yan said, finally stopping after a good laugh. I am cocky, arrogant, and have very high standards for a girlfriend. He placed the rabbit ear hat on Wen Ning's head, his voice still carrying an upward lilt. Whoever catches my eye must be the best. The best. Wen Ning instinctively reached up to adjust her hat, the tips of her ears burning slightly. This guy, did he even realize he always said such overly bold things? Still, from her side, it was probably the same. It wasn't that her standards were exceptionally high, but she wouldn't easily fall for anyone. Yet once she did, it would likely be a lifelong commitment. Both of them were the type to be explosively devoted to pure love, stubborn as mules, otherwise they wouldn't have reached nearly 30 without ever having been in a relationship, still being a perfectly clean double first love. Wen Ning looked at herself in the mirror and felt a bit childish. Her features weren't really suited for sweet and cute decorations. But Tong Tong was different, as she carried all of Su Yan's strengths. The little girl had grown up, and she might be even more beautiful than her mother. Bunny is so cute. Tong Tong imitated her mother, putting a smaller hat on her head. Wen Ning crouched down to hug her daughter, rubbing her soft cheek. Mommy, we each have a bunny ear hat. All right, that way. Tong Tong giggled. Daddy will have two little bunnies. Wen Ning paused for a moment, then slowly took off her hat and held it in her hand. What kind of talk was that? Tong Tong, mommy gets embarrassed easily. Su Yan said earnestly. Next time wait until daddy buys it before saying things like that, got it? Got it. After playing with their daughter in the toy store for a long time, the two took her to a milk tea shop to rest. Lin Hui and Su Minghui had already wandered off somewhere. Tong Tong was a bit tired from playing, so she nestled in Wen Ning's arms and dozed off with her eyes half closed. Su Yan didn't mind and ordered 2 regular cups of milk tea along with a fresh juice for Tong Tong. Before the college entrance exam, let's find some time to go see my mother. Wen Ning poked her daughter's cheek. I've always wanted my mom to see her. Su Yan nodded, spinning the milk tea cup on the table. What kind of person is your mother? I think her eyes must look a lot like yours. Wen Ning propped her chin on her hand, studying Su Yan across from her. The sunlight fell on his hair, blending with his lazy expression, creating a truly leisurely atmosphere on this afternoon. When he mentioned her mother, Wen Ning's eyes couldn't help but curve and her expression softened instantly. My mother is more beautiful than me and gentler too. Wen Ning smiled. It's just, I can barely remember her voice anymore. It had been far, far too long. So long that sometimes when she saw her mother in dreams her face was blurred. Suyin, I rarely talk to you about my family, do I? Wen Ning gazed out the window, her voice calm. Actually, I really wasn't the easiest daughter to get along with. Suyin said nothing, just sat across from her listening to her slow reminiscence. Probably because she had met Suyan's parents today, some things she couldn't help but want to share. Words she had never spoken to anyone before. When I was 6, Aunt Xiao came to our home. Wen Ning said softly. At first she was very, very good to me. When I called her mom, she would be very happy. But soon Qiang was born. Xiao Ziqin was just an ordinary woman who hoped for a happier family and a better life for her own daughter. Which mother doesn't love her own child? How could another's child ever compare to her own? It wasn't a particularly wealthy family. Raising 2 children was a strain. Wen Ning knew she and Xiao Ziqin weren't fated to be mother and daughter. Yet although Xiao Ziqin would occasionally argue with Wen Qiming over matters concerning the eldest daughter, she did raise Wen Ning. Perhaps she favored her younger daughter in some ways. But it was enough to honor the memory of Wen Ning's biological mother who had left her daughter too early. So comparatively, my resentment towards my father might be stronger. Wen Ning bit her lip lightly. Often I feel it's my own fault that I'm not close to anyone at home. Actually, father hadn't done anything wrong either. When mother left he was still young. No, it's not your fault. Suyin wanted to reach out and ruffle the girl's hair, but in the end he just sighed. You were too young, then it's normal that you couldn't accept it. An adult might understand, but for a child, emotion overrides reason. It's very common. That's often how rifts are formed. Actually, I understand. Wen Ning hummed in agreement. But I guess I'm just stubborn in every way. Suyin didn't quite catch her meaning. Wen Ning wasn't in a hurry either. She sat there thinking for a long time. After a while she looked at Suyin with a somewhat inscrutable expression. What's wrong? It's just... Well, it sounds cheesy. Wen Ning sipped her milk tea, then licked the white foam from her lips. Maybe if I fall for someone, even if he's no longer by my side, I'll still love him forever. But of course with Wen Ning's personality such words were hard to say directly. So you're just going to latch on, huh? Suyin couldn't help but squint as he smiled. If someone gets tangled up with you, they must be your enemy from a past life. Wen Ning laughed too, her long narrow eyes narrowing into a rare sly fox-like expression. Good. But I couldn't bear being left behind alone. Suyin thought for a moment. Aiming, when we're old I want to go before my wife. It was the first time Suyin had called her Aiming. Wen Ning found it a bit strange, but not entirely uncomfortable. It felt as if he was always meant to call her that. But she soon snapped out of it. What are you saying? Wen Ning was annoyed by his words. Do you ever think before you speak? Then let me put it another way. Suyin said with interest. Aiming, I wish you a long life. Fie then. Wen Ning suddenly grew indignant. Then I wish you to live one day longer than me. Why, didn't you say I'm your enemy from a past life? Wen Ning reached out and pointed at him, making a gesture of pinching an ear. Then you'll have to keep an eye on me to feel at ease, won't you? The girl's crisp, threatening tone trailed off like a string of wind chimes colliding with the afternoon sunlight. The sound of cicadas began to echo through the city, rising with the temperature. Amidst the passage of such time, their college entrance exams and graduation season were also approaching. As the college entrance examination drew near, time grew increasingly scarce. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, with a growing number of exams, large and small. Most of them served merely as warm-ups. Suyin, the oddball with a skewed academic profile, had essentially reached his plateau. Including the optional module, his scores fluctuated around 630. This was built on the foundation of his exceptionally sharp intellect and prodigious memory. To push further upward would indeed require more than the few short months remaining to make up the difference. Yet it was already sufficient. If he could stabilize this score, it would indeed secure him admission to a decent university. Meanwhile, Chun Hao continued to carry himself with a nonchalant air. His scores were steady. Not enough for a first-year university, but not falling below the undergraduate threshold either. The one who truly worried was Li Yuyu. Every day she would gaze at her papers and sigh silently. She felt that the pressure on her had become almost overwhelming. Sometimes, even when she knew the answer, her mind would go blank the moment she picked up her pen. Especially physics. Ayan, I really envy you. Li Yuyu sat in the classroom, turning around to flip through Su Yan's papers. Her friend had always been this way since childhood, doing everything entirely based on his whims, including studying. But whenever he chose to learn, he would grasp it in one go and rarely forget. A person like that would never do poorly in anything they pursued. Of course, Li Yuyu knew that he would be frantically improving his scores over these months. What he truly liked was not studying, but something else. Chun Hao was also clever, though most of his attention was not on the right things. Keep a calm mind, Su Yan comforted her. I won't spout that useless, just do your best nonsense. Anyway, you and Chun Hao will definitely be in the same university. A little rich girl whose family owned over a dozen restaurants. Why did she seem more stressed than ordinary people? With whom? Li Yuyu pondered. So I won't have to see him every day, even in college. Still, her scores were quite similar to Chun Hao's. Both of them hovered near the bottom of the class. Su Yan chuckled. Based on what Tong Tong said, it was most likely the case. You little wretch. Chun Hao, who had been fiddling with his phone, finally turned around. What are you saying? Li Yuyu flipped him off. It's just, I really don't want to be separated from you two. She sighed. If only we could still be in the same city. That would be wonderful. Then we could still meet often. How nice would that be? Her personality was rather introverted, so she didn't have many friends. Being able to journey this far with these two was truly precious. In fact, that was the very reason she had insisted on choosing the science track. It's no big deal. Chen Hao casually pulled her test paper over. We won't talk about Yan. He's got to chase after his wife. After the Gaokao, let's compare our scores and make a pact. Li Yu shook her head. Scores fluctuate, you can never be sure. It won't be too different. The questions you can answer I can answer too. Chen Hao yawned. And the ones you can't I can't either. Li Yu paused then wrinkled her nose. Bragging. How do you know what I can or can't do? Su Yan found their exchange almost cringeworthy. As time passed, more and more underclassmen with cameras appeared in the hallways photographing the senior classes. Old Wu gave his last lesson to the students. After that, the school would send the students home for 3 days of self-adjustment to avoid mental and physical exhaustion from long hours of preparation and pre-exam anxiety. Su Yan had arranged with Wen Ning to take Tong Tong to visit her mother before the exams. Why did you bring so much stuff? At the bus stop, Wen Ning saw Su Yan approaching with bags in hand and Tong Tong in tow. It's my first time meeting mother, he said with a laugh. I have to bring something. Wen Ning didn't correct him, but leaned over to peek into the bags. They were mostly fresh fruits along with some candies and pastries as offerings. Most of these were items that Wen Ning herself would bring to the cemetery. Things her mother had loved in life. You know so much. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek. You're amazing, huh? Of course. Tong Tong planted a kiss on her mother's cheek. Every year Dad and Mom bring Tong Tong to see Grandma. I've long remembered what Grandma likes. What a good girl. Wen Ning squinted with a smile, utterly content. She took her daughter's hand, and the three of them boarded the bus to Nanjiaohiyuan. The cemetery was in the suburbs at the end of the bus route. Wen Ning had traveled this road countless times. After getting on the bus, she suddenly fell silent. She stared blankly at the scenery racing past the window, lost in thought. The weather that day was also somewhat overcast, as if it were about to rain. When they got off at the final stop, Wen Ning led the two toward the cemetery. Her mother's grave was in a relatively secluded area, surrounded by quiet. A photo of a woman was affixed to the tombstone. Long glossy black hair, a gentle smile, and a face of extraordinary beauty. She looked very much like Wen Ning, a classic Jiangnan beauty. Mom, Xiaoning has brought Tong Tong and Su Yan to see you today. Wen Ning knelt before the grave, gazing at her mother's youthful photo. So many things have happened lately. You might not believe it if I told you. Last Qingming festival, when she had come with her father, she hadn't been able to tell her. Grandma Tong Tong has come to see you. Tong Tong knelt down and kowtowed twice with effort. Wen Ning's heart ached as she gently pulled her daughter up and rubbed her reddened forehead. This is your little granddaughter. Wen Ning pressed her cheek against Tong Tong's. Isn't she adorable? She looks so much like us. Can you see her, Mom? The woman in the photo had eyes exactly like Wen Ning's and Tong Tong's, still smiling gently. Wen Ning softly recounted everything that had happened during this period, speaking slowly to her mother. Mom, I didn't understand before. Her voice grew even softer. I always thought you were too cruel, just leaving me behind. It wasn't until Tong Tong came that I realized you were the one who suffered most, having to leave your daughter. Even now she clearly remembered the night her mother had told her to go home. She had stroked her daughter's head and said, Xiaoning, when you wake up tomorrow morning, everything will be fine. The woman, tormented by illness, had still given her daughter the last of her tenderness. Mom. Tong Tong touched her mother's face, nestling into her arms like a little rabbit. Tong Tong and Dad were sent by Grandma to be good to you for your whole life. Her daughter's words made Wen Ning's nose suddenly sting with tears. Su Yan took out the items from the bags and stood aside, watching the mother and daughter. There was a rare look of dazedness on his face. Though it was just a tombstone that had stood here for years, it still represented the most important person in Wen Ning's life. Wen Ning had probably never brought anyone else here to meet her mother. Just then she turned and saw that the man who was usually fearless in the face of anything was standing still, staring blankly at the photo on the tombstone. What's wrong with you suddenly turning stupid? Wen Ning couldn't help tugging his sleeve. Say hello to Mother. Mother, I am Su Yan. Su Yan snapped back to reality, then paused. I am Tong Tong's father. Wen Ning bit her lip. Kneel down too. She grasped his sleeve. I haven't even introduced you to Mother yet. Su Yan knelt beside her, their shoulders side by side, looking at the woman in the photo. He is Su Yan. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, her voice soft. When Dad was still around, I didn't tell you about him. He is the person Xiaoning met who is so good to me. Mother. Su Yan thought for a long moment before finally speaking. From now on I will take good care of her in your place. Please also bless her that she may always be happy and healthy. But you still haven't told Mother who you are to me. I am Tong Tong's father. Then you have to tell Mother about our relationship. What are we now? Su Yan hesitated. How should I tell Mother about the relationship between us? Perhaps before her mother his thinking had also become unusually slow. The main thing was neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan himself could clearly define the relationship between them. They weren't yet lovers, but they were already raising a child. Idiot. Annoyed by his slowness, Wen Ning pinched his arm hard. She turned her head to look at the woman in the photo. Her ears were suddenly burning. Mother, he is Xiaoning's future husband. Wen Ning was actually a person with a thin skin. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't show her emotions too obviously. So this was also the first time Su Yin heard her refer to him as her future husband. Future husband, doesn't that sound a bit like current boyfriend? If you say so, Su Yin thought for a moment. Does mom already see me as her son-in-law? Wen Ning slowly averted her gaze. Then aren't you nervous? Su Yin touched his face and said nothing. The two of them knelt in front of the grave with their daughter for a while longer, then patted their numb knees and stood up preparing to sit on the stone steps nearby. They chatted idly, and at the same time it was also for Wen Ning's mother to hear. When I was little I really missed mom every day. Wen Ning rested her cheek on her hand, gazing tenderly at her daughter, who was hopping down the steps one by one. Seeing other mothers picking up their children, I often cried alone. My mom also liked eating strawberries. In elementary school, I saved up my allowance for a long time and bought a box of strawberries to visit mom. I was sitting right here back then. Wen Ning lowered her head and smiled. The more I ate, the more unbearable the sadness became. Later, after many years, no matter how I ate strawberries, the taste never felt right. Until Tong Tong came along. That day at Su Yan's house, when Tong Tong removed the strawberry leaves and fed it to her mouth. It was the first time Wen Ning tasted a flavor that felt so familiar again. From now on, don't cry anymore. Su Yan couldn't say many comforting words, he just propped himself up on the stone steps. Otherwise mom will blame me for not taking good care of her little Ning. Wen Ning snapped back to reality. Such a sentence made her nose tingle again. She lowered her head and felt in her pocket, then pulled out that familiar little rabbit doll. Weren't you always hanging it on your backpack? Su Yan was a bit surprised. Why did you take it off? Wen Ning reluctantly tugged at the little rabbit's ears, then placed it in his hand. This for you. A tiny little rabbit plush toy, already very old with a torn belly that had been stitched up with needle and thread. It sat blankly in Su Yan's palm, looking a bit silly. This patched-up little rabbit couldn't compare to the beautiful dolls that filled Wen Xiong's entire room. But this was still Wen Ning's most precious possession. Take it with you during the college entrance exam, it will bless you. Wen Ning instructed very seriously. This was given to me by my mom. In terms of age, even Tong Tong would have to call it Andy. After the exam you can return it to me. Su Yan rubbed the toy with his fingers. After a long moment, he put it into his pocket. With it, I will definitely do well on the exam. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes and hummed. Then I'll be waiting. But... Su Yan looked her up and down. Why are you wearing your school uniform today? I won't be able to wear it anymore. Wen Ning was stunned. After I go to college, mom might not be able to see me for a long time. I want to show her one more time. During high school, Wen Ning, the school beauty, was always dressed in a high ponytail and school uniform jacket. No matter how many times one saw it, this natural, unadorned purity still amazed. Why can't grandma see you? At that moment, Tong Tong happened to jump up from the steps. She was a bit tired from jumping, her cheeks flushed, and she rested in her father's arms. Wen Ning reached out and used her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Because mom and dad are going to college, and we might go to a very faraway place. Faraway place. Tong Tong held her mother's hand. Then, will dad and mom leave Tong Tong? Of course we'll bring Tong Tong. Wen Ning's voice was soft and full of affection. How could mom and dad bear to leave you? So Tong Tong can finally live with mom and dad. Tong Tong was so happy she almost jumped. Yay, mom and dad are the best. Actually, she had always been curious. Why didn't her young mom and dad live together? Although staying with dad was also very happy when mom wasn't around, she always felt that something was missing at home. Wen Ning precisely caught the key words in her daughter's words. Mom and dad. Live together. However, after starting college, if they brought Tong Tong along, they would indeed need to rent a house. She glanced at Su Yan, pursed her lips, and said nothing. Probably sensing her mother's inexplicable mood, Tong Tong scratched her palm. Mom, don't you want to? Tong Tong. Wen Ning snapped back to reality. Mom and dad have to fall in love first, then live together, and then have Tong Tong. Although girls mature earlier, she still didn't know how to explain this to her daughter. After all, having a daughter before knowing each other was already something beyond comprehension. Thinking about it this way, living together with a daughter didn't seem like a big deal. Then mom and dad should hurry up and fall in love. It's not that simple. Doesn't mom like daddy? It's not that I don't like. Suddenly meeting Su Yan's gaze, her words got stuck in her throat. Mom, then what does it mean to be in love? Tong Tong, you little clingy demon, why do you keep pestering mom? Why don't you ask dad too? It means two people have to first like each other very, very much. Under the offensive of her daughter's pouting pink lips, Wen Ning hesitated for a long time before continuing. Then, hold hands, hug, kiss, and then say the words I like you out loud. Only then is it real love. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. You're quite troublesome, girl. Wen Ning lifted her chin and gave a little hum. Well, I am very troublesome. Su Yan clicked his tongue. Troublesome is good, one step at a time, we still have time. Wen Ning licked her lips. Actually, this was also the compatibility between the two in terms of feelings. But when Wen Ning expressed her thoughts, she knew that Su Yan thought the same way. That's why the two of them had exactly the same ideas. In Tong Tong's world, the future Su Yan and Wen Ning must have regretted missing each other's youth. When Tong Tong grows up, she'll understand that mom and dad are the same kind of people. Su Yan ruffled his daughter's head. If you like someone you must like them with all your heart. Tong Tong was half understanding. She looked left at Dad, then right at Mom, put her finger in her mouth and bit it. What does like them with all your heart mean? Probably. Wen Ning rested her chin on her hand, reached out, and poked the dimple on her daughter's cheek. Liking someone so much that you want to do so many things with them, and missing even one would feel like a regret. Amid the rustling of millions of exam papers, summer quietly arrived. Facing the college entrance exam, Xu Yin felt calmer than he had imagined. Just like usual, he entered the exam hall, wrote the answers, and handed in his paper when time was up. Until the final bell rang. Xu Yin felt his performance was fairly decent enough to reach his expected score. As for Wen Ning, it seemed she had exceeded her usual performance. Because of Tong Tong and Xu Yan's relationship, her mindset had been better than ever during this period. Thus for the two of them, Tong Tong might truly be a lucky star. Next came trivial matters, graduation banquets, graduation photos, and then quietly waiting for the scores. As for Tong Tong's identity and household registration, old Su and Lin Hui had almost completed the procedures. Although there was a blood test, Tong Tong's sudden appearance made it difficult to explain her social connections and age. So, over the past few months they had been running around to pull strings. Wen Ning also began to seriously consider and plan for independence. She needed to save up for living expenses, tuition, and the cost of raising her daughter. She would also see if she could get a scholarship in university. In fact, right after the exam ended, many parents had already contacted her homeroom teacher. After all, Wen Ning was a top student in the rocket class of No. 1 high school and a rare female science prodigy. This summer break was when she was most in demand and had the highest hourly rate in the tutoring market. If she worked hard, she should be able to save a decent amount. But that would have to wait until the scores came out, another half-month away. So Wen Ning thought about doing some part-time work for now. Every bit saved counted. There would be many expenses ahead. Part-time work. Xu Yan was at the market chatting with Wen Ning on the phone while accompanying his aunt to buy groceries. During this time, Meng Yufei had gone for training elsewhere, so Xu Yin and Tong Tong were keeping his aunt company. It's tiring, pays little, and likely comes with grievances. Xu Yin vetoed directly, "We're not doing that." Moreover, the part-time market was quite chaotic. Wen Ning was also very pretty. Anyway, Xu Yin wasn't comfortable with her running around in the heat. "But I'm different from you." Wen Ning's voice softened a bit, embarrassed. "Over the years, aside from studying, I don't seem to know anything else." She had heard recently that Xu Yin was helping a university develop some grade retrieval program, staying up late every night. It sounded impressive. Wen Ning had known all along that in many ways he was truly independent and capable. "If you don't know, learn slowly. I want to help you raise Tong Tong too. If you're bored, come cook for Tong Tong and help with her homework." Xu Yin was a bit displeased. "Stop worrying about nonsense." Beside him, Su Lingling gave her nephew a subtle look. "Huh, he's grown up. He knows how to care for his girl. There are plenty of girls with poor grades. If you want to tutor them, go ahead. I can't be bothered to interfere." Xu Yan's tone was unusually stern. "If you dare take a part-time job, I'll come and drag you back immediately. Got it?" "Got it. Got it." On the other end, Wen Ning unconsciously licked her dry lips. "I won't go." Xu Yan said a few more words to her before hanging up. "You've kept it hidden for so long." Su Lingling gave her nephew a firm pinch. "Not trusting your aunt makes me very sad." Su Minghui had already found an opportunity to tell her about Tong Tong. Since she had already spent a lot of time with the little girl, Su Lingling's reaction was the mildest. "I was wrong, Aunt." Su Yan quickly took the bags from her hands, lying down sincerely. "After all, when Tong Tong first came to me, my mind was a bit chaotic." "Humph." Su Lingling tapped her nephew's forehead. "Bring that girl to see me again later." A few evenings later, Wen Ning attended the class graduation banquet. The key class had many students. 2 tables for girls, 3 for boys plus the teachers, making the private room very noisy. Many boys went to toast the teachers, and girls, the atmosphere was fervent. Wen Ning sat in a relatively inner spot, occasionally chatting with the girl next to her. During this time, many boys came to toast her, and some already drunk confessed to her in a daze. At first, Wen Ning would politely refuse. Later, she just pursed her lips, calmly pointed to the juice in her glass, and said little. She only felt it was noisy and boring. It might sound a bit heartless, but in her 3 years of high school, Wen Ning's mind had been entirely on her studies, and she had little emotional connection with her classmates. She had a few friends among the girls, but the relationships weren't particularly close. Moreover, she was highly sensitive to alcohol. She simply couldn't drink. Even touching alcohol made her face red and feel unwell. After eating a bit, feeling half full, she lowered her head to text Su Yin on her phone to pass the time. Midway, she went to the restroom and returned to find her homeroom teacher walking toward her with a wine glass. She was a middle-aged woman with prominent crow's feet, her gaze toward Wen Ning noticeably soft. "Wen Ning, let me toast you," she said cheerfully, "wishing you a bright future." As the homeroom teacher of the key class, she had high expectations for these students. Wen Ning quickly stood up. "Teacher, I should be the one toasting you." She apologized, holding her glass. "Sorry, I can't drink." "It's fine, it's good for girls not to drink." The teacher patted her shoulder. "When you go far away, you can come back to visit occasionally. You'll always be my favorite student." She knew the child grew up without a mother, so she had always taken extra care of her. Now seeing her so accomplished, she felt gratified. "Thank you, teacher." Wen Ning finally smiled, picked up her glass, and downed the juice. But the moment it entered her mouth, something felt wrong. The taste of juice mixed with a strong alcohol flavor quickly spread in her mouth, causing her to cough hard. What's wrong? The teacher looked at her slightly reddened eyes, clearly startled. Nothing. Alright, I'll go over there. Okay. After taking a big gulp, Wen Ning had just sat down when she began to feel uncomfortable. Beside her class monitor, Huang Tingting noticed that the school beauty Wen seemed to have suddenly flushed. Wen Ning, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Wen Ning pursed her lips. When I went to the bathroom, did anyone pour alcohol into my glass? Huang Tingting paused, quickly picked up her empty glass and sniffed it. It had a strong, pungent alcohol smell. Who mixed liquor into her juice? Huang Tingting was furious. She said she can't drink. Her voice was loud and a girl across the table raised her hand. Her expression was nonchalant. Sorry, Wen Ning, I accidentally poured it wrong. The girls exchanged glances. But it's the graduation party. Don't always have that cold face. Yeah, a little won't hurt. Wen Ning remained silent. Wen Ning, call your family. Huang Tingting glared at them, lowering her voice. They're just upset that the boys only toast you. They'll walk you downstairs later. That whole night at the graduation banquet. With the school beauty when present, the other girls indeed felt overshadowed. Thanks. Wen Ning felt increasingly unwell, her reaction slowing. She took out her phone to find her father's number. But somehow she pulled up another number from her contacts. Tingting, I feel sick, can you tell him for me? Huang Tingting nodded, took the phone, and dialed. To her surprise, a young male voice answered. What's up? Wen Ning accidentally drank some alcohol. Huang Tingting was puzzled, but didn't ask further. Can you come pick her up? She drank. Yes, she says she feels unwell. Give me the address and room number. He didn't say much else. Keep an eye on her for 10 minutes, they'll be there soon. By the time Su Yan arrived, Huang Tingting was sitting with Wen Ning on a sofa in the corner away from the crowd. Her face was slightly flushed, brows furrowed, and she looked dazedly at Su Yan walking in from outside. Why did I think to call him? As a stranger pushed the door open and walked straight into the private room, heading toward the back, the atmosphere suddenly quieted. Young man, you might have the wrong room. The kindly homeroom teacher reminded him warmly. During this graduation season, it was common for people to walk into the wrong room. Some boys, even after entering the wrong room, would just stay and drink with students from other classes. I'm not in the wrong room, teacher. Su Yan smiled and pointed to Wen Ning at the far end. I'm here to pick up my girl. Because of Su Yan's words, the teachers exchanged glances, finding it quite amusing. Wen Ning's round fair ears flushed a deep red, a hint of embarrassment coloring her demeanor. Su Yan looked at her. Her entire face was a soft pink, her eyes glistening and moist. Feeling a bit unwell, her reaction seemed slower than usual. But she was still lucid, so it probably wasn't too serious. How much did you drink? Just a little. Alright, let's go. Su Yan reached out and took her arm. Let's go home. Wen Ning pulled along by him, stood up hesitantly, meeting the gazes of the teachers, too embarrassed to speak. The lively atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent. This campus belle Wen Ning had always been quite aloof. Not that she had a bad personality. Wen Ning was usually gentle and easygoing, actually quite pleasant to get along with, but her emotions were a bit too subdued. Let alone boys, she was rarely seen getting close to any female classmates either. She mostly kept to herself in class. Young man, is this your girl? The homeroom teacher looked at Wen Ning with a smile. So how long has it been for you two? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Just a few months. And you're proud of it? The teacher studied Su Yan, pretending to be stern. You were still in school back then. Do you know the consequences of puppy love? Be careful, it'll punish you right now. Make you read a love letter in front of everyone. Back in the day, students in love would hide from teachers like mice from cats, but now that they've graduated, they're all incredibly bold. I haven't written one yet. Su Yan just smiled. We came out in a hurry today. Next time. Fine, write at least 800 characters when you get home. The teacher finally laughed as well. Then Wen Ning, you can help me check it. Su Yan nodded. Alright, I'll write it when I get back. Wen Ning couldn't help but pinch him. Don't talk nonsense in front of the teacher. Go on, hurry back. The teacher waved her hand generously. From now on, no one will push you like high school teachers did. You have to take good care of yourselves. In truth, she had always felt that while Wen Ning excelled academically, she was a bit of a loner. Now seeing her with this boy, it was good. This child would surely get better and better. Su Yan smiled. You're a good teacher. She and I will come back to visit you often. Alright, I'll take you up on that. Wen Ning said goodbye to the teachers again, expressing her thanks, and the two of them left the room. The way the boys in your class looked at me. Su Yan pressed the elevator button. I thought they were going to rush over and force me to drink. Having spent so much time with Wen Ning, Su Yan had almost forgotten that she was the aloof, ethereal campus belle at school. It could only be said that the private Wen Ning was vastly different from the one in front of others. Wen Ning still felt a bit uncomfortable, swallowing hard to suppress that strange sensation. That uncomfortable. Wen Ning rubbed her burning cheeks. Is my face very red? A little. Where do you want to go now? Afraid she might catch a chill, Su Yan took out his phone to call a ride. Where to? Wen Ning thought for a moment, her reaction sluggish. I want to go home. Alright, send a message to your family, then come to my place. On the way, Su Yan got out to buy some medicine. After they arrived home, he first settled her on the sofa, then opened the window a crack to let the air circulate. Feeling better? Still a bit. Wen Ning shook her head vigorously, looking around. Where's Tong Tong? She's staying at my parents' place these past couple of days. So that meant the little one wasn't here, it was just her and Su Yin tonight. Wen Ning cautiously touched her face. She rarely had moments alone with Su Yin, and Tong Tong was almost always around. Su Yin came over, rolled up her sleeve to check, then crouched down to examine her face. You can't handle alcohol. Who made you drink? Her complexion was still a bit off. I just accidentally. Wen Ning explained what happened today. Su Yin frowned. Why didn't you just spit it out? The teacher was there but felt inappropriate. Su Yin paused for a long moment. Fine. But at least you remembered to call me, so you're not too foolish. Wen Ning remained silent. Whether it was psychological or not, after Su Yin brought her home, she did feel considerably more at ease. Take the medicine first. Su Yin poured some hot water and took out the hangover remedy from the bag, then sit and rest for a while. After doing all this, he pulled out his phone and turned into the kitchen. Soon Wen Ning heard the sound of the stove lighting and Su Yin on the phone. I've never made this before. How can I not know anything? I'm learning, aren't I? It's nothing serious. She's right here beside me. Honey and orange peel, right? Hang on, let me find them first. Wen Ning couldn't contain her curiosity. She slowly crept to the kitchen doorway and leaned against the doorframe to watch. Su Yin hung up the phone and in his slippers began cooking lazily. Wen Ning sniffed. What's that? Hangover soup. Su Yin glanced at her. My mom always makes this for my dad after he drinks. It protects the stomach and makes you feel much better. You know how to make this? I didn't before. Su Yin said casually. I do now. Wen Ning felt there was something significant in those words. Before, there was no need for him to do such a thing. Soon Su Yin turned off the stove and ladled the soup into a small bowl. He returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Drink it. Wen Ning held the bowl, took a hesitant sip, then licked her lips, savoring the taste. Not good. It's good sweet. Wen Ning blew on the rising steam, just a bit hot. Su Yin watched her for a moment, then drank it from the edge, circling around. Wen Ning was a bit annoyed. They'll blow on it to cool it down first. Sitting on the sofa watching her slowly finish the soup, the flush on her cheeks fading, Su Yin finally felt relieved. Leave the bowl. Go wash your face, brush your teeth, and rest. Seeing she was mostly fine, Su Yin lounged back on the sofa playing with his phone. Cherish this, and moving out in half a month. Wen Ning was startled. You're not renewing the lease. MMY rent after graduation. In truth, Wen Ning hadn't come here very often before. But for some reason, she suddenly remembered the way he looked in the kitchen just now. Dressed in pajamas and slippers, he seemed lazy, carefree, and casual. Yet he was taking such meticulous and patient care of her. It was only then that Wen Ning realized belatedly. This was probably a scene she would only see much later as his wife. Alright. Su Yin got up, went to the room, and brought out the little rabbit plush. I said I'd return it to you after the exams. Wen Ning said nothing, and didn't reach out to take it. She stared at the silly rabbit doll for a while before suddenly speaking. A yen. This was the first time Su Yin had heard her call him that. After the scores come out, let's compare our preferences and go to a university in the same city. Wasn't that already decided long ago? What I mean is, Wen Ning's expression was a bit unnatural. When we fill out our applications, let's take Tong Tong early and rent a place together. It's just I still want to spend more time with Tong Tong every day. Meeting his slightly subtle gaze, Wen Ning tried to keep her expression calm, extending one finger from each hand. Rent a place with 2 rooms, I'll well split the rent. But Su Yin wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, he looked into her eyes meaningfully. Wasn't this also something we discussed long ago? It had to be said. Wen Ning's pure features paired with her slightly cold, alluring eyes were the kind that grew more beautiful with each glance. When did we discuss that? Wen Ning was a bit dazed, trying to recall. What I said before was, we have to be in a relationship before we can live together, right? Isn't this consent? Su Yan's tone was casual, yet incredibly arrogant. He shook the rabbit plush by its tail. Besides me, who else would you date? Indeed. Wen Ning couldn't refute that. In truth, both of them knew it well, given their current attitude toward Tong Tong. Falling in love was merely a matter of time. Wen Ning patted her cheeks, deciding to drop the topic and prepare to wash up. Whether it was from the alcohol or something else, she felt her face and ears were burning tonight. When she emerged from the bathroom, Su Yin had already spread the blanket on the sofa. How about you sleep in the bedroom tonight? Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Su Yin had gone to pick her up, bought medicine from the pharmacy, made hangover soup, and now he was sleeping on the sofa. No need. Su Yin looked down at his phone. Let's talk about it when I can legitimately enter your room to sleep. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, thinking he might have misunderstood. I meant I'll sleep on the sofa. Su Yin finally lifted his eyes. Then what if I sneak out in the middle of the night and do something bad to you? You're not that kind of person. I wasn't before. Su Yin couldn't help but smile. You can figure out the rest yourself. The same old rhetoric made Wen Ning's brow twitch. In the end, Su Yin slept on the sofa. Wen Ning entered the room, closed the door, and lay face down on the bed, burying her face in the blanket. She felt that ever since she brought Su Yin to meet her mother, their relationship had progressed rapidly. Wen Ning wasn't someone prone to girlish fantasies. She simply let her thoughts drift from the day she first met Su Yin to the present moment. She didn't know how long had passed before she fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the occasional sound of footsteps in the living room. The next morning, Su-yin woke up at nearly 9 o'clock. He grabbed his phone to check the time, then sat up only to see Wen Ning sitting by the dining table with breakfast beside her. She was quietly playing on her phone, making no sound. "Why didn't you wake me?" Su-yin ran his fingers through his hair. "I remember setting an alarm. Mainly since Tong Tong came into his life, his daughter had gotten him into the habit of eating breakfast every day. Although she wasn't around these past 2 days, he had still grown accustomed to it. I turned it off when it went off." Wen Ning snapped back to reality, resting her cheek on her hand as she looked at him. "You've been staying up late lately. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer." Su-yin glanced at the table. "Did you go downstairs to buy breakfast?" "It's still warm." "Have you eaten?" Wen Ning nodded. "I was a bit hungry, didn't have enough last night, so I didn't wait for you." Su-yin stood up. "Do you have any plans today?" "No." Wen Ning thought for a moment. "Dad called this morning, said he wants to see you." During that call, Wen Ning and Wen Qiming talked a lot. In the end, one sentence from his daughter left Wen Qiming completely speechless. "Dad, I've already taken him to meet Mom." "Your father?" Su-yin considered. "Pick a time, then let me know." "How can you be so calm?" Wen Ning couldn't help asking. "My stepmother and Wen Xiong might also come." "Perfect." Su-yin stood up to wash his face. "There are some things I want to ask them too." His reaction made Wen Ning hesitate for a moment before she gradually relaxed. Su-yin always handled things with composure. Since he was willing to meet them, there must be no problem. After washing up, Su-yin sat back at the table ready to eat breakfast. He took a bite of the steamed bun. "I have a graduation banquet tonight." Wen Ning was sensitive. "Are you going to drink?" Su-yin thought about it. "Definitely. For guys, unless there were special circumstances, drinking was a given. Not to mention his good brothers Chun Hao and Li Yuyu would be there. There was no way to avoid it." "I see." Wen Ning held her cup, feeling its warmth in her palm as she slowly pondered. A graduation banquet. It would include his teachers and his friends and classmates from 3 years of high school. It also marked the complete end of one of the most important phases of his life. Su-yin didn't think too much about it. He took the fried dough sticks and steamed buns out of the bag and ate quietly, head down. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, then softly called out, "Yen." Su-yin glanced at her. "Tonight." Wen Ning thought for a long time before carefully asking, "Can I come along?" This time Su-yin was genuinely surprised. "You want to come?" It wasn't that he couldn't bring a +1. After all, the banquet was booked at Yuyu's family restaurant, so she could easily add an extra seat nearby. The main thing was, "Don't you not really like these kinds of events?" Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft and gentle. "But this time I kinda want to go." "Why?" "Just." Wen Ning touched her face. "Because of Tong Tong's appearance, we've known each other for over a decade earlier." She wasn't quite sure how to say it. In the future where Tong Tong lived, the 30-something-year-old Wen Ning could only see what Su-yin looked like in high school from graduation photos. So now Wen Ning felt, if she missed his graduation too, she would definitely regret it later. "I want to do all the countless things she never got to do with you. To witness with my own eyes as you transform from a spirited youth into that steady, mature man." Wen Ning pursed her lips. "Is it not allowed?" "Of course it is." Su-yin put down the bun, his gaze pausing. "But what identity will you attend as?" Wen Ning thought seriously for a moment. "What do you think?" Su-yin couldn't help but laugh. "I think if the campus belle Wen Ning accompanies me to the graduation banquet, people will only believe you're my girlfriend." At graduation banquets, although rare, some did bring their girlfriends along. Then, whatever works. When Wen Ning's emotions fluctuated, she would instinctively lick her lips, as if hiding something. Who cares what others believe? "I'm not going to see them." Su-yin laughed for a long time until Wen Ning was about to get annoyed, then nodded. "All right." He picked up his phone and sent a voice message on WeChat. "Yuyu, add an extra chair next to me tonight." Li Yuyu replied quickly. "What's up?" "I want to bring a +1. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-yin and Wen Ning arrived at the hotel entrance. Li Yuyu stood on the stone steps at the door, idly scrolling through her phone. When she saw the two of them appear together, her expression showed little surprise. She had already guessed it when Su-yin sent her a voice message. "I've been waiting for you too." Her gaze fell on Wen Ning. "You look really beautiful today." "Sorry to trouble you, Yuyu." Wen Ning felt a fondness for this girl as well, and she smiled with pursed lips. "Wen Ning, the school beauty, can I sit next to you today?" Li Yuyu pointed at Su-yin beside her. "Yin and I are very good friends, and in a way I'm kind of the matchmaker for you two, right?" Back then, whenever Su-yin and Wen Ning needed to pass something to each other, she was the one running back and forth, acting as the go-between. "No, it's nothing." Wen Ning quickly waved her hand. "And you can just call me Wen Ning." The three of them went upstairs together. Before they even entered, they could already hear the lively atmosphere inside the private room. Since the dishes had been ordered in advance, some of the boys were already running around with beer bottles in hand. Chun Hao led a group of boys sitting on the sofa. "When a Yin gets here, each of you go over and down a bottle with him." Chun Hao lowered his voice. "We can't let him off the hook today, got it?" "All right, Haozi." One chubby boy chuckled. "Even your own brother, you're going to make him drink." "We all came alone, but he brought a +1. Chun Hao lifted his chin. "If we're not drinking with him, who else are we going to drink with?" "Speaking of which, have you seen the girl Su-yin brought?" "Yeah, in 3 years of high school, we never saw him get close to any girl. Turns out he had one hidden away at home." Shen Hao laughed. You've seen her before. Who hadn't seen the school beauty Wen Ning? Her photo was always hanging on the honor roll for top students. The chubby boy thought for a moment. If we make a yin drink too much and he gets drunk, who's going to take him home? He has a girlfriend, why are you worrying about that? Shen Hao slapped his shoulder. It's better if he gets drunk. When they get married, you all get to sit at the head table. The boys sitting on the sofa understood and let out meaningful sounds. So when Su Yin gets here, we go over and drink with him. You've never drunk before. Shen Hao clicked his tongue, a little annoyed. Let Yin sit down and eat something first before we go. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for you. He really did worry about his good brother. Just as they were talking, the door pushed open. When Wen Ning and Su Yin walked in, everyone's eyes went wide, including the girls. Everyone was staring at Wen Ning. Even without makeup and dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, she was still so beautiful. She looked like she had stepped out of a TV drama. Only Chun Hao was looking at Su Yin beside her. Damn, the two of them standing together. They actually looked pretty good together. Facing so many gazes, although Wen Ning wasn't intimidated, she was still a little embarrassed. She tugged at Su Yan's arm. When everyone saw Su Yin standing beside her smiling nonchalantly, they were instantly brought back to reality. No way, Howsy, you didn't tell me it was Wen Ning. Su Yin, your girlfriend, is the school beauty. One of the bolder girls asked, how come we've never seen you two together before? I have. The class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan weakly raised her hand a few months ago. Stop staring. Su Yin laughed. Don't get any ideas from now on. The boys immediately let out a chorus of boos, and the private room, which had quieted down for a moment, suddenly became noisy again. At this, some of the boys who hadn't initially wanted to drink became resolute in their decision. They had to get him drunk tonight. Wen Ning felt that the atmosphere in the regular class was much more lively than in the advanced class. Or rather, both the boys and girls were more relaxed. Su Yin led Wen Ning to a table at the far end and sat down. Li Yuyu had intentionally saved a few seats. At Su Yan's graduation banquet, unlike in the advanced class, there was no distinction between tables for boys and girls. It was much more casual. Those who were closer just grouped together on their own. Su Yin and Wen Ning sat together with Li Yuyu on Wen Ning's other side. Chun Hao plopped down next to Su Yin. We brothers have to drink more today. There won't be many chances like this in the future. All right. Su Yin smiled. As long as I can make it home. He and Chun Hao had been in the same class since elementary school all the way through high school graduation. But in college, they would probably really have to part ways. From now on, they might only see each other during the new year and holidays. After waiting a few minutes, the food started to be served. Su Yin had only just had a little to eat when a boy carrying a beer bottle walked over. Today everyone else is single, and only you could bring a +1. He raised his glass. I hope at the next class reunion you two can still come together. Su Yin laughed. When will the next one be? It might be hard to have another one. He also smiled. Then I wish you two can always stay together. Su Yin glanced at Wen Ning beside him. She was looking down, drinking her juice, and didn't say much. All right, thank you. Su Yin stood up with his glass. Just a little beer is fine. If I really collapse, she won't be able to carry me. After the two of them clinked glasses and drank, Su Yin had just sat down and taken a couple of bites when another group of boys came over. There were even a few girls mixed and looking eager. Wen Ning hadn't expected so many people to come at once. She quickly wiped her mouth and reached out to take Su Yan's glass. Let me pour for you. You even pour his drinks when you're out? Li Yuyu asked with a smile. Between the two of you, who usually listens to who? Wen Ning pursed her lips. Usually. I listen to him, I guess. Everyone else couldn't help but smack their lips, feeling both envious and jealous. Su Yin, how did you even manage to win her over? Yeah, you kept quiet and stole the white moonlight of all the boys from one high school. Seeing that she was amiable and gentle, a stark contrast to the rumored aloof school beauty, Wen Ning, some of the classmates began to grow bolder. Su Yin turned his head to look at Wen Ning. He didn't pursue me. Wen Ning thought for a moment, then rephrased, well, he hasn't started pursuing me yet. No way, Yin. Li Yuyu's face was stunned. You brought her to the graduation party before you even started pursuing her. You're waiting for Wen Ning to pursue you. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not that dense. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Wen Ning hesitate. Actually, she pursed her lips. I didn't say I wouldn't either. The moment she said this, everyone fell silent. Even Li Yuyu was dumbfounded. The impact of these words coming from the school beauty, Wen Ning's mouth, was simply too great. Wen Ning, however, remained calm and leaned over to pour Su Yan's drink. Su Yin lowered his voice. You're really giving me face out here, huh? I'm happy now. Wen Ning squinted her eyes and whispered, but if you get drunk, watch out when you get home. They'll make you kneel on a washboard. After several rounds of drinks, Su Yin lost count of how many cups he had consumed. Wave after wave of classmates, even the girls, came to toast him. Some who rarely drank even poured themselves a glass to join the festivities, their words mostly filled with blessings. Wen Ning noticed that although the class might not have the highest average scores, everyone was exceptionally kind and warm. By 9 in the evening, many had already left. The lively atmosphere suddenly dissipated, leaving only a scattered few in the private room enveloped in a quiet after the revelry. A Yin, fill it up. It was only then that Chun Hao sat back down beside Su Yin. Let's have a drink, brother. I want to take advantage. I've already had a couple rounds myself. Where's Yuyu? Li Yu seemed troubled today, drinking heavily on her own. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered, Drink. Chun Hao glanced at Wen Ning. What about the family? She can't drink. Having consumed quite a bit, Su Yin spoke a little slowly, but remained clear-headed. They'll cover her share. All right. Chun Hao chuckled, raising his glass to Wen Ning. This guy can be stubborn sometimes, but he's a good person. He added with a hint of emotion. He loves gaming and tinkering with his programs, staying up late every night. Take care of him in college. Wen Ning nodded. I will. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of Chun Hao's personality. He was naturally popular with girls, outgoing, and had many ambiguous relationships. Su Yin had even told her that Chun Hao always liked pretty girls. Yet throughout the evening, he hadn't even glanced at Wen Ning or spoken to her. Now she understood why Su Yin said Chun Hao is a good friend. Su Yin glanced at him, saying, that makes you sound like my ex-wife. Chun Hao clicked his tongue. Ex-wife? If I were a woman, do you think Wen Ning would even have a chance? That's disgusting. A bit. Chun Hao shuddered at the thought. Li Yu cradled her cup, laughing heartily. Didn't you used to call Aunt Lin's second mom when you were little? Wen Ning fell silent. When Su Yin and Chun Hao sat together, their drinking turned fierce. Your mom invited me over last time, said Shed. Introduce me to a little one. You've met her before. It's Tong Tong. That little girl. Is she really your cousin? Sort of. They didn't even bother with cups clinking bottles as they chatted. As the empty bottles piled up before him, Wen Ning grew worried and tugged his sleeve. Slow down. Don't mind them. I'm happy today. Li Yu sipped her drink, already swaying. In a bit, I'll ask Dad to book you a room upstairs. Wen Ning turned to steady Li Yu. You drink less. Not happy. Li Yu nearly buried her nose in her cup. I really don't want to leave. Why did I have to graduate? Isn't graduation a good thing? It is. But I have to part with the yin and them. Wen Ning couldn't fully grasp the unbreakable bond among the three. Yet deep down she felt a twinge of envy. Growing up together from childhood was truly wonderful. You have to treat a yin well. Li Yu's eyes reddened. He's great. When I was bullied as a kid, he always stood up for me. Meanwhile, Chun Hao set his bottle on the table. And me? Do you remember me? You? Li Yu stared at him for a while, her voice nasal. Who are you? I'm your brother Chun Hao. Who else? Brother Chun Hao. She thought hard, looking dazed. Why do you have the same name as my dog? Chun Hao, whether from drink or frustration, felt his head spin. Fine, even drunk you remember Chun Hao as a dog. Brother Chun Hao, I want to throw up. Li Yu's throat bobbed as she looked around. Even on the last day of high school, I have to take care of you. Chun Hao stood up, swaying slightly. They'll take you. Where's the restroom? I forgot. Do you know? Your family's restaurant, and you're asking me. Then. Can I throw up on the floor? Too embarrassing, no. I'm afraid I can't hold it. Can I throw up on you? I just bought this shirt yesterday. Chun Hao grabbed Li Yu's arm, staggering as he dragged the tipsy girl to find a restroom. Though it was only beer, too much could still go to one's head. Su Yin sat in his seat, lost in thought, drinking the last of his bottle alone. Don't drink alone anymore. Wen Ning finally had enough and snatched the bottle away. How can you drink so much? Since she had known him, he always seemed composed and steady. This was the first time she saw him sluggish and dazed. He felt dizzy, squinting as he thought. I need to go to the restroom. Seeing him struggle to stand, Wen Ning grew uneasy. She quickly rose too. Let me help you. You can go in alone. I'm not drunk. Su Yin stood steadily. Just can't see clearly. Wen Ning ignored him, grabbing his arm with both hands. If you can't stand steady, lean on me. Where's Tong Tong? I haven't seen her in a while. Wen Ning was surprised he still thought of his daughter at a time like this. Just 2 days. Tong Tong's at home. Why didn't she come? She said Dad's a drunk. Su Yin straightened his back, slightly turning to look at her. Then, I won't drink anymore. Wen Ning was both amused and exasperated. Your precious Tong Tong will be back tomorrow to take graduation photos with us. Su Yin stared at her for a moment. So you were lying just now? I wasn't lying. You were. He let her lead him out. Tong Tong won't dislike me. Wen Ning couldn't fathom how someone usually so emotionally intelligent could be so annoying when drunk. Yet she didn't dislike it. It was rather interesting. But she resolved never to let him drink this much again. Never again. What I said was Tong Tong thinks Dad's a drunk. Tong Tong never said that. She did. I just called her. Have I ever lied to you since we met? You have. Su Yin fixed his gaze on her face. You said earlier you'd pursue me. I don't believe it. Wen Ning paused for a moment, then slowly turned away. No, I didn't say that. Su Yin thought slowly, a bit dazed. Maybe I misremember. Wen Ning said nothing, leading him out. After they had walked a considerable distance, Wen Ning seemed unable to hold back a laugh. Her breath was soft, her voice gentle and tender. I wasn't lying. Su Yin, who had been drinking, was not rowdy, but talked a bit more than usual. After washing his hands at the sink and rubbing his face, he slowly walked out. Wen Ning was still waiting outside. She studied his complexion, noted it was much better than before, and gradually relaxed. When they returned to the private room, Li Yu and Chun Hao were already seated on the sofa, clearly having drunk too much. As soon as Wen Ning settled Su Yin onto the sofa, her phone rang. Your father has work at the company today. Do you want me to pick you up? Xiao Zichin's voice came through the phone. It's late. Wen Ning glanced at Su Yin, who was squinting and hesitated. Though he seemed fine, she was still a bit uneasy. If you don't come back, don't. If I nag too much, you'll find it annoying. Xiao Ziqing spoke coldly. I'll bring you some clothes. No need, Annie. Aren't you taking graduation photos tomorrow? Your uniform is still at home, and you didn't shower yesterday, did you? Xiao Ziqing was curt. Send me the address. After hanging up, Wen Ning stayed with Su Yan for a while before getting up and heading downstairs. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziqing parked by the roadside, got out with a backpack and handed it over. Wen Ning's voice was soft. Thank you. Xiao Ziqing looked at her for a moment, then handed over the bag. Your father and I will take the day off tomorrow to bring Qiang along for your graduation photos and to meet that boy. Okay, I'll tell him. The two stood on the steps outside the restaurant, both silent for a while. Since you've introduced him to your mother, I don't have much to say. Xiao Ziqing spoke first, but you're beautiful, and you have a gentle nature. Outside you should protect. Her throat moved slightly, and her expression grew complex. Finally she just shook her head. Forget it, it's nothing. Wen Ning pursed her lips. I understand. Xiao Ziqing came and left quickly. It was clear she wanted to say something, but in the end couldn't. Wen Ning stood there watching until the taillights disappeared, then picked up the backpack and went upstairs. The people in the private room had all dispersed. Only Su Yan remained on the sofa, squinting, looking drowsy. Where is everyone? Auntie Fu. Li Yuyu's mom took them upstairs first. Su Yan placed a room card in her hand. I'll wait for you to go up together. Wen Ning held the card, rubbing it with her fingers, a strange expression on her face. So naturally they had booked a room. But she didn't say much, following the room number to lead him upstairs. The room was clean, a twin room with 2 sets of pajamas hanging on the wall. It was clear that Li Yuyu's mother had arranged things well. Or perhaps she had plenty of life experience. Even for the most intimate couples, twin beds were quite necessary. Do you want to take a shower? Su Yan sat on the bed, replying casually, I'll sit here and rest for a while. Then I'll go first. Wen Ning sniffed her own sleeve, then boiled some hot water. If you want a drink, just pour it and let it cool. Wen Ning, still a bit uneasy, watched him for a while before grabbing her backpack and heading into the bathroom. She closed the door, casually, feeling inexplicably nervous. After staring at herself in the mirror for a moment, she took out a white bra from the bag, ready to grab the hem of her shirt and lift it up to take it off. But then she suddenly noticed something. After a while the bathroom door opened again. Wen Ning poked her head out, her face slightly red. The door. It doesn't lock. Su Yan opened his eyes with some effort. Got it. I'm telling you, not asking you to know. Looking at him, Wen Ning slowly closed the door again. Only when the sound of water began to fall did Su Yan lift his eyelids. Perhaps because he had drunk too much, his throat felt parched, and he walked to the table to pour himself some water. After downing a glass of warm water, he began to slowly think about what had happened tonight. When Wen Ning came out, even Su Yan's gaze couldn't help but linger on her face for a long moment. Fresh from the shower, her hair was still half wet and her cheeks were flushed with 2 distinct patches of red, likely from the steam. She looked unusually languid. Sitting at the table, she combed her hair while using a hairdryer to dry it. Then she noticed Su Yan staring at her. What's wrong? Su Yan didn't answer, lowering his head to take a big gulp of water. His head was still spinning, and he was so sleepy, he could barely keep his eyes open. Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. Do you remember what I said to you tonight? Huh? Su Yan looked dazed. What? Wen Ning felt a mix of helplessness, slowly drying her hair. Never mind. Go take a shower. She had never been in love, never liked anyone, and sometimes felt shy in front of Su Yan, a rather reserved girl. Some words were hard to say at ordinary times. But unfortunately it seemed he had really drunk too much today. He might not remember anything by tomorrow morning. You said. Su Yan tried hard to recall. Want to pursue me? Oh. Wen Ning's tone was very calm and natural, but the redness on her cheeks had spread to her neck, so I said that. You did. Su Yan's thoughts were unusually sluggish after drinking, but I remember Tong Tong saying that in the future Dad pursued Mom. Right? Wen Ning's ears suddenly burned and her hand scratched the edge of the table like a cat, making a faint scratching sound. You pursue me? Su Yan squinted and thought for a long time. Otherwise forget it. Wen Ning's expression froze. Her pursed lips slowly straightened and her voice turned cold. What? Su Yan ignored her, his eyelids drooping. The alcohol was taking effect again, and he looked on the verge of falling asleep. Don't you dare sleep. Wen Ning was truly annoyed, reaching out to grab his cheeks, pulling them apart. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you drank. Explain yourself clearly. What did he mean by forget it? Wen Ning pinched his cheek hard. It's just, you're a girl with a thin skin. And then, you prefer someone with a thick skin. Afraid you'll dawdle. And nothing happens for ages. Su Yan opened his eyes with effort, speaking haltingly. Let me do it instead. By the time Su Yan fully regained his senses, it was already the next morning. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, leaving the room in utter stillness. He slowly sat up, rubbing his head. It seemed he had truly drunk too much yesterday, and too quickly at that. One round after another without pause. Still, he hadn't blacked out completely. He could vaguely recall Wen Ning bringing him back to rest afterward. After a moment to steady himself, he glanced at the bed beside him. Wen Ning was still asleep, curled up in a tight ball, the blanket bulging softly as she lay on her side, her chest rising and falling gently. Only half her head was visible, breathing through the covers. Her jet black hair spilled across the pristine white pillow, her delicate lashes utterly still. Su Yan reached for his phone and checked the time. He could only sigh. Drinking truly did cause trouble. Rising from bed, he slipped on his slippers and went to wake Wen Ning. Get up. We have the graduation photo this afternoon. Wen Ning wrinkled her nose, lifting her sleep-laden eyelids, as if she couldn't quite break free from her drowsiness. Don't bother me. She groggily swatted away Su Yan's hand, murmuring, 10 more minutes. She had stayed up very late the night before, only getting into bed after Su Yan had finished showering and fallen asleep. But she couldn't settle in the unfamiliar bed, and with Su Yan's words lingering in her mind, she hadn't drifted off until past 3 in the morning. Then will you head over on your own this afternoon? Su Yan thought for a moment. He'll go home to grab my uniform. Don't lose track of time. So sleepy. Don't want to get up. Wen Ning replied dismissively, the graduation photo. You and Tong Tong take it. I'm not going. Su Yan had no choice but to reach out and pull the blanket down from her face. Then Tong Tong will cry. Hearing this, Wen Ning finally opened her eyes halfway, thinking sluggishly for a long moment. After a while, she sat up with a weary expression, staring at Su Yan with some displeasure. Then I wanted you to sleep a bit longer too. Su Yan tried to reason with her. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose to annoy you. You'll get used to it slowly. This girl usually so gentle and mild. Why was she so irritable in the mornings? What would happen after they got married? Would he have to coax her every morning? Wen Ning grabbed her pillow and flung it into his arms. It's all your fault anyway. You wouldn't let me sleep last night. Huh. You're so annoying when you're drunk. Wen Ning swept her hair back. You repeated the same thing over and over at least 10 times. Su Yan inexplicably felt a bit embarrassed and placed the pillow back on the bed. What did I say? Wen Ning shot him a glance, without a word got out of bed, slipped her feet into her slippers, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yan didn't pay it much mind, standing beside her to brush his teeth and wash his face. Wen Ning studied him through the mirror. You really don't remember? Did I ramble on to you a lot last night? Quite a bit. Tell me about it. Wen Ning picked out a few trivial details, but found his expression lazy and largely unresponsive. She pressed her lips together, then suddenly said, You said you wanted to pursue me. And then she watched for his reaction. Su Yan thought for a moment. And then, Oi. Why are you so calm? I remember that line. Wen Ning coughed lightly, and the slight irritation from being woken up by him in the morning instantly dissipated. The rest didn't matter anymore. After washing up, the two had a meal downstairs. Then Su Yan went home to change into his uniform before they set off together for school. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Tong Tong was already waiting on the grassy field of the playground. The little girl wore a small white dress and white shoes, her sleek, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Hui and Su Minghui stood behind her, faint smiles on their faces. Su Lingling was nearby, holding a camera and taking pictures. Spotting her parents, Tong Tong's porcelain white little face instantly bloomed into a smile. Clutching 2 bouquets of flowers, she ran over. Mommy, Daddy, these are for you. Wen Ning's eyes softened, and she bent down to take a sniff. They smell sweet. Has Tong Tong gained weight? Su Yan placed both bouquets in Wen Ning's hands, then scooped up his daughter, twirling her in the air. Tong Tong's little face scrunched up as she pinched her soft, pudgy belly. Grandma makes Tong Tong delicious food every day. Lin Hui lifted her chin with a hint of pride. A yen. Su Minghui took something out from inside his jacket. This is a graduation gift for you. Su Yan freed a hand to take it and look it over. It was the Su family's household registry with the name Xu Miaotong clearly printed on it. It's already been processed. A few days ago. Su Minghui let out a chuckle. Your mother and I went to a lot of places. To get a birth certificate issued, we even had to find quite a few people back in our hometown. He didn't elaborate much, but it was clear it hadn't been easy. Su Yan glanced at it. So Tong Tong is now my little sister. If she were a granddaughter, the age wouldn't match. Lin Hui added, Your father and I could only do this much. When you and Wen Ning are more capable in the future, you can handle the rest yourselves. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle. Wen Ning stared at the 3 characters, Xu Miaotong, for a long, while feeling as though a heavy weight in her heart had finally settled completely. Don't be so formal with us. Lin Hui laughed. Besides, Tong Tong is our granddaughter too. After taking pictures of the students on the playground for a while, Su Lingling walked back. Her eyes lit up noticeably at the sight of her nephew and Wen Ning in their school uniforms. Binbin, how about your aunt take some photos of you and Tong Tong? She busily adjusted her camera. A daughter being there for her parents' high school graduation, running over to give them flowers. Who would believe it if you told them? Su Yan and Wen Ning exchanged a glance, both unable to hold back their smiles. Auntie, how should we pose? Just like in that photo of Tong Tong. Su Lingling made a leave-it-to-me gesture. They'll take a young version of a family portrait for you. Yage. Tong Tong nearly jumped for joy, running to stand between the two of them, holding her father's hand with one and her mother's with the other. As Su Lingling pressed the shutter, Wen Ning and Su Yan in their blue and white school uniforms with Tong Tong in her little white dress in the middle were frozen in a photograph that could only be preserved in the best of times. After the photo was taken, the family of 3 huddled together to look at it. On the soft grass under the bright summer sunlight, Su Yan was languid and at ease, Tong Tong lively and adorable. As for Wen Ning, she stared at the photo for a long moment, dazed. Was I really smiling that happily? Su Yan said nothing, his gaze fixed on Wen Ning in the photo for a long while. Dressed in the youthful pure school uniform with a ponytail full of youthful vitality, her smile, yet unmistakably bore the shadow of the Wen Ning, who was already a wife. Her slightly upturned eyes curved gently, her thin red lips pressed together, yet the smile on her face was soft and warm. After an unknown stretch of time, Su Yan suddenly said, "When I get back, I'll look it up online." "What? I've never pursued anyone before. This is my first time." After taking several family portraits, Su Yan and Wen Ning returned to their respective classes to take graduation photos with their teachers and classmates. Graduation was imminent, and everyone was pulling friends and classmates aside for commemorative pictures. Many people approached Wen Ning wanting a photo, but she declined each request with a shake of her head. To outsiders, she maintained an utterly aloof demeanor. "Qiang, take a picture with your sister." Wen Qiming had also taken the day off, bringing his younger daughter and wife to accompany their eldest daughter for photos. "It's so hot." Wen Xiong sat under the shade of a tree, sticking out her tongue to cool off with no hint of ladylike grace. "Can I skip it?" "Hurry up and go." Xiao Ziqin patted her younger daughter. "Your sister is going off to university, you might only see her a few times a year." "Fine, whatever. She doesn't want to see me anyway." Urged on by her mother, Wen Xiong reluctantly stood up and shuffled over. "Sis, happy graduation. Wishing you a bright future." She shielded her eyes from the glaring sun. "Let's get this over with quickly. I'm getting ice cream later. Want one?" Wen Ning nodded. "No thanks, Qiang." After the sisters finished, the couple also took a photo with their eldest daughter. Wen Qiming looked at the picture of his graceful daughter and felt a surge of emotion. "Aiming today, we finally all have time, and Qiang doesn't have tutoring." When the time was right, Wen Qiming said with a gentle smile, "Bring him home for dinner tonight." "Don't worry, Auntie, and I won't make things difficult for him." Xiao Ziqin's gaze also fell on her eldest daughter. "They'll go buy groceries later and prepare plenty." Wen Ning and Su Yan had already discussed this matter, so she agreed without much hesitation. On Su Yan's side, it seemed he also wanted to meet her family. After the entire afternoon passed, Su Yan saw his parents and aunt into the car, instructing them to send the photos to his phone before taking Tong Tong to find Wen Ning. "Let's go. To your place now. Are you bringing Tong Tong? She has to meet them eventually." Su Yan hummed in agreement. She is her maternal grandfather after all. Let's see how your dad reacts. As for whether to tell him about Tong Tong, they would decide later. In truth, he had already asked Tong Tong. She did have contact with her maternal grandparents, but it wasn't very close. Of course, that wasn't to say Wen Qiming and Xiao Ziqin were bad. Perhaps it was because the Su family had been so extraordinarily good to Tong Tong, spoiling their little granddaughter, as if they would pluck the stars and moon for her, always thinking of her first with anything good. In comparison, it made Tong Tong seem less attached to them. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the familiar neighborhood. Wen Qiming opened the door. When he saw Su Yan, his expression remained unchanged, appearing very amiable. "So you're Ning's little classmate?" Wen Qiming smiled at him. "I remember. Su Yan, the Yan from language." He had asked his daughter the name before. "Yes." Su Yan smiled and handed over the items in his hands. "I didn't prepare much, just brought you some tea and fruit." This was the first meeting between the two men, but their expressions were calm and natural. It felt like a genuine meeting between an elder and a younger generation. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ziqin also emerged from the kitchen, sizing up Su Yan with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. "Dinner will be ready soon. You two chat for a while." She withdrew her gaze, nodded naturally, and turned back into the kitchen. To be fair, her first impression of Su Yan was actually quite good. He was tall and handsome, and his demeanor suggested he came from a decent family. He wasn't nervous meeting the parents, yet he was very polite. How should she put it? Standing next to Xiao Ning, they had good chemistry. As for other things, she would need to observe further. Wen Qiming's gaze fell on Tong Tong. He paused. "And this little girl is?" Tong Tong looked up at him, blinking her eyes. "Dad, she's Su Yan's sister. She's very close to me." Wen Ning explained. "So I wanted to bring her along to play." It's fine, Ning. You've never brought anyone home to play before." Although Wen Qiming looked a bit puzzled and glanced at the little girl a few more times, he ultimately didn't say anything more. This left Wen Ning feeling a faint sense of disappointment. In truth, Tong Tong looked a lot like her when she was little, especially the eyes. She didn't know if this way of thinking was wrong, but if her mother were still here, she would have known Tong Tong was her granddaughter at first glance. After changing into slippers, the three entered the living room. "Ning." Wen Qiming hesitated, then spoke softly. "Dad wants to talk to you both, is that okay?" Okay." They sat down on the sofa. Wen Qiming poured Su Yan a cup of tea, his expression still gentle. Tong Tong curled up in Wen Ning's arms, staying obediently quiet. Actually, Ning has always been somewhat aloof. I've never seen her get so close to anyone. Wen Qiming began. "Last time she took care of you in the hospital, that was you, right? She cares about you a lot and treats you very well." Su Yan nodded. "But I think she has a great personality. Just a bit stubborn, but in every other way she was a really, really good girl." Wen Ning pursed her lips and listened quietly. She never had many friends. She was always a loner at school. Wen Qiming seemed to be reminiscing. It's been like that ever since her mother passed away. She'd just sit alone in a daze. Qiang was sickly as a child, always running fevers. Wen Qiming sighed softly. Annie Xiao and I were at the hospital every other day. Sometimes we'd stay up all night. From then on, Wen Ning was very well-behaved and sensible. She'd do her homework at home by herself, heat up her own food, and after school, she'd willingly go to the hospital to see her little sister. Xu Yin was silent for a moment, his expression gradually sobering. At that time, Wen Ning was even younger than Tong Tong. Having gone through a family upheaval and then having her father's sole affection diverted by the arrival of a sister. In that childhood, when she needed love the most, she had already started doing things to avoid being a burden. At that same age, Xu Yin was still living a carefree life of mischief, only to come home and get a stern scolding from his parents. In the blink of an eye, Wen Ning has grown into a young lady. Wen Qiming let out a breath. If Qiang were even half as smart and sensible as you, Annie, and I would be relieved. The younger daughter was willful and mischievous, wanting whatever caught her eye. Wen Ning lowered her eyes. Actually, that's not true, Dad. Wen Qiming hesitated. Wen Ning, when I was little, I wasn't sensible at all. Wen Ning said softly. I couldn't do anything right, didn't know anything, but I was afraid you'd find out. As soon as she finished speaking, the living room fell into a dead silence. Even Xiao Ziqin, who had just stepped out of the kitchen, paused noticeably in her steps. When you and Annie Xiao went to the hospital with Qiang, I'd do my homework alone at home, often locking myself in my room to cry in secret. One time when I was heating up food, I accidentally knocked over the pot. All the dinner Annie Xiao had prepared for me spilled onto the floor. I was so scared I started crying immediately. Wen Ning stroked her daughter's head, continuing in a daze. It took me a long time to clean up. When you came back, I lied and said I'd already eaten. Wen Qiming's lips trembled. Wen Ning, in first grade the bunny doll Mom gave me broke. All the cotton stuffing fell out. Wen Ning's voice was slightly hoarse. I cried while hugging the doll and went to find the old lady at the convenience store. She helped me stuff the cotton back in and stitched it up bit by bit. On my 10th birthday, you gave me a crayon Shinchon hair clip. I loved it, but later Qiang broke it. I told Annie Xiao that Qiang didn't mean it, but I went home and tried to glue it back together for a long time. In the end, I couldn't fix it. In middle school, I missed Mom so much I couldn't stand it, so I wrote her letters. In the end, I walked around crying with the letter all afternoon, not knowing where to send it. Wen Qiming's throat tightened, his lips moving silently. His daughter had never told him any of this, and yet she remembered it all so vividly. That I really wasn't that sensible. Wen Ning's eyes reddened as she held her daughter tighter. I was just afraid you'd say I was difficult, afraid you wouldn't want me. At some point, Xiao Ziqin had sat down beside Wen Qiming, also at a loss for words. She had always thought her eldest daughter was a mature and well-behaved child. And I'm very greedy. Wen Ning rubbed her red eyes, forcing back the tears. I just can't stand being neglected. I need someone who only cares about me. Who can always dote on me. Just like Mom and Dad used to. I'm just a very ordinary girl who also wants a lot of things. Tong Tong's eyes quickly welled up with tears, her nose turning red, and soon she was crying. Wen Ning wiped her daughter's face with her sleeve. Why is Tong Tong crying first? Tong Tong couldn't stop her tears. I'm sad. Actually, Tong Tong is just like me. When Mom was little, she was also a crybaby, who couldn't stop once she started. It's just that Mom was afraid to let anyone know. Xu Yin felt a lump in his throat, struggling to breathe. If it weren't for Tong Tong's appearance, he and Wen Ning might not have met until 10 years later. And she would have kept these words locked inside, never speaking them. Someone should have treated her better. From now on, I will treat her better. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming were both at a loss for words. They had always felt that their eldest daughter was mature and capable of taking care of herself. Unconsciously, they tended to devote more attention to their willful younger daughter. But that wasn't the truth. She too had once been a girl around whom the whole family revolved, just like Wen Xiong. When Wen Xiong returned home, she saw several people sitting on the sofa in silence, the atmosphere utterly still. What's going on? Wen Xiong plopped down onto the sofa, looking lazy and irreverent. Why aren't we eating? I'm starving. Where did you run off to? At that moment, Xiao Ziqin glared at her younger daughter, her anger flaring. Don't you know we have a guest today? I don't get along with him anyway. Wen Xiong glanced at Xu Yin, her expression indifferent. Staying here would probably just annoy him. Xiao Ziqin's head ached with anger, her face darkening. Ning, let's eat first. She turned her gaze to her eldest daughter. Don't blame your father. It's my fault, Annie's fault. I haven't fulfilled my duty well. No, that's not true. When Ning shook her head. It's only right that you're good to Qiang. Ning. Wen Qiming's lips trembled. Father has let you down. Compared to Xiao Ziqin, he was the one who had truly made his daughter feel insecure. During the meal, few words were exchanged. Wen Ning silently placed food on Tong Tong's plate. After dinner, Wen Ning helped her stepmother wash the dishes, then took her daughter to play in her room. Xu Yin and the two parents went to the balcony to talk. Uncle Wen, Annie Xiao, may I ask you something? Go ahead. She was so young back then. Xu Yin gazed at the night scene below for a moment before turning back. Why didn't you use a gentler approach to help her accept it, or wait until she was a little older? Not long after Wen Ning's mother passed away, Wen Qiming brought Xiao Ziqin home right when a young girl's heart was most sensitive. Xu Yin wasn't one to demand unwavering fidelity in matters of the heart. But the expiration date shouldn't have been this short. Having become a father himself after Tong Tong's arrival, Xu Yin found it truly difficult to comprehend. This was the question he had always wanted to ask when Qiming. Xiao Ziqin let out a soft sigh. Ning's mother was ill for a long time, always in the hospital. When Qiming was silent for a long time. To treat her illness, we sold the house, went to the capital for treatment, and I borrowed a lot of money from everywhere. Su Yan listened quietly without speaking. In the end, Ning's mother still passed away. When Qiming's voice was rough and slow. At that time our family was in a very difficult situation. I had nothing and I was raising a daughter alone. Then I met Ziqin. She didn't look down on me and was willing to help me pay off the debts. At their most desperate, there was less than 200 yuan in their bank account. He would stand at the shop entrance for a long time just wanting to buy his daughter a new dress. From that time on, Ning had already become very sensible, never asking for anything. That's why even now she would deliberate for ages over buying shampoo at the supermarket. It wasn't until Xiao Ziqin came into the family, and then Qiang was born that the debts were gradually paid off, and their financial situation slowly improved. So, he had also poured a great deal of his heart and soul into his wife and younger daughter. Thinking back now, he had truly failed Ning. Xiao Ziqin squeezed his hand. Don't say anymore. It's my fault for letting Ning down. Su Yan finished listening, looking at the couple before him, silent for a long time. After a while he spoke slowly. Uncle, when if this had happened to someone else I could even understand. Adults have their own hardships. But happening to her, it still makes my heart ache. Su Yan leaned on the railing and sighed. He also thought if it weren't for Tong Tong's arrival, would she have had to wait for me much longer? When Qiming's Adam's apple bobbed, the implication was already quite direct. I'm an only child. I grew up in a happy family with loving parents and healthy grandparents. Every relative was good to me. Su Yan spoke slowly, calmly, yet earnestly, laying his heart bare. So I've always been rather carefree, and they basically let me do as I pleased. When Qiming and Xiao Ziqin listened in silence. My father is an ordinary man. He endured a lot of hardship in his youth. Su Yan paused for a long time before continuing. So he hoped that I could live a relaxed and happy life. Everything I know about being a father he taught me. Personally speaking, if I had a daughter, Su Yan looked into Wen Qiming's eyes. I wouldn't bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. When Qiming was silent for a long time, looking somewhat dejected. Uncle, when I don't really have the standing to blame you either. Su Yan nodded. I just find it hard to feel any fondness for you, and I think to myself that in the future I must treat Wen Ning better than you did. When they left the Wen household, it was already nearly 10 o'clock at night. The distant streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. Wen Ning walked with her daughter to see them off, and the three of them walked the familiar road once more. Wen Ning didn't know what he had said to her parents, but when they came out each of the three had a different look on their face. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming even invited Su Yan to visit again. But it was evident that Su Yan's mood was off. He had his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the distance, unusually silent, lost in thought. Tong Tong was still a little sad, clutching her mother's hand tightly. What's wrong? Wen Ning tugged at him. Why are you so glum? Did you say something to Dad? Su Yan turned his head to look at her. Wen Ning's eyes were still a little red, her face full of concern. It's nothing. He'll take Tong Tong home now. He took his daughter's hand and walked a couple of steps, then couldn't help but turn back and wave at Wen Ning, who stood rooted to the spot. Ning, come here. What is it? Wen Ning leaned in. What's gotten into you today? I'm just feeling a bit of a scare. Su Yan looked at her for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and placed it on her head, ruffling her hair without any ceremony. As Wen Ning stared in a daze, Su Yan messed up her hair before withdrawing his hand. It's okay. This intimate gesture made Wen Ning's chest heave. She belatedly clutched her head, stunned for a good while before slowly coming to her senses. She licked her lips, her eyes involuntarily curving, her voice uncharacteristically soft. It's okay. It's okay that I've met you now. You didn't make me wait much longer. The college entrance exam results came out half a month later. Since they had already estimated their scores in advance, neither of them was too worried. They continued their daily routine of taking care of their daughter. On the day the scores were released, Wen Ning specially came to Su Yan's house. The two of them curled up on the sofa, staring at the laptop in front of them. They checked Wen Ning's score first, which turned out to be 698. In the last year before the reform of Jiang Province's college entrance exam, failing to break through the 700 mark was a bit regrettable for her. However, the exam papers were relatively more difficult this year. Wen Ning's provincial ranking might even be higher than in the mock exams. She could still get into the best universities in the country. Next came Su Yan's score. Su Yan handed her his admission ticket. Check it for me. Wen Ning typed the number wrong twice, then deleted it character by character and typed it in again. Su Yan found it amusing. Why are you more nervous than I am? Wen Ning didn't answer, her eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. The final result was 640. Wow. Tong Tong, clutching the table, though she couldn't fully grasp the meaning of the score, still clapped her hands enthusiastically. Wen Ning double-checked the scores several times, even pulling out the calculator on her phone to add them up. Finally, her tense expression slowly relaxed. You're incredible. Her voice brimming with joy, she added with a hint of playful complaint. It's really easy to discourage others like this. Improving by 50 points in 4 months was something that couldn't be explained by hard work alone. This guy was truly remarkable. Next came the most important step, filling out the college application. Just fill it in based on your score and show it to me when you're done. Su Yan smiled. Then we'll study it carefully and make sure we can be in the same city. Have you thought about what major you want to study? Wen Ning thought for a moment. He'll consider it a bit more. Unlike Su Yan, she hadn't shown exceptional talent in any particular area. So choosing a major was also a difficult decision. Then just pick something you like. Su Yan took a photo of both their scores and sent it to his family. A few days ago, he had already added Wen Ning to the group chat, and it was buzzing with activity. Su Lingling and Lin Hui were discussing the two children's scores. Even through the screen, their joy was palpable since Ban Ban had also done well. Su Minghui said nothing, just sent a red envelope. The envelope bore 4 large characters, set sail. Su Yan thanks Dad. He clicked in to see it was an exclusive red envelope only Wen Ning could claim. Su Yan fell silent for a moment, the pearl in the palm and the dog of the house. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh and also clicked in to take a look. Probably to avoid putting pressure on her, the amount in the red envelope wasn't large, more of a gesture of blessing. After replying with "Thank you, Uncle," Wen Ning gladly accepted it. It wasn't that receiving the red envelope made her so happy, but rather she truly enjoyed the atmosphere in Su Yan's family. There was no pressure in interacting with them. In this small group, whenever the parents wanted to share something, they would just post it directly. They often saw Lin Hui sharing cute photos of the cat Yuan Yuan. Alright, the college entrance exam is over for now. Su Yan tossed his phone into his pocket and suddenly changed the subject, but aiming, "You're too beautiful and outstanding. When you go to university, you'll definitely be the campus belle chased by people every day." Well, you know me. Wen Ning wrinkled her nose instinctively. If it's not a guy I like, I won't even talk to them much. No, that's not what I meant. It sounded a bit like a confession to him. In any case, Wen Ning was a girl with strong convictions. From first love to marriage. What I mean is, Su Yan reached out and picked up Tong Tong, settling her on his lap. Then he pinched his daughter's nose and murmured, "Before going to university, Dad has to quickly win over Mom and make her my girlfriend. Dad, keep it up." Tong Tong felt a ticklish sensation and let out a small sneeze. Wen Ning was stunned, her brow twitching sharply, her expression instantly flustered and at a loss. "Tong Tong, how about Dad takes you out to play tomorrow?" Great, where are we going?" "Wuzhen, have you been there, Tong Tong?" Wuzhen wasn't far. The trip, including travel, would only take 2 or 3 days. It was a perfect chance to take Tong Tong out during the summer break. Tong Tong hummed, tilting her pink chubby face, thinking carefully. It didn't really matter where they went to play. As long as Mom and Dad were there, she would be very happy. "Anyone want to come along?" "Do you want to take Tong Tong out to play?" Wen Ning suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said slowly, "I can. I still have a few days before my tutoring job starts. They'll go back and pack some clothes." Su Yan looked at her for a while, his expression subtle. How could this girl still pretend to be calm and act as if she hadn't heard? It's about taking Tong Tong out to play, but this time it's different from before. Su Yan paused for a long time before speaking slowly. "Right now I want to invite the girl I like to go out with me. Give me an answer." You know, it's not easy for me to say such cheesy things. The two of them suddenly fell into silence, neither speaking. Only Tong Tong looked at her mother, then her father with her big dark eyes. It was clearly visible. Her mother's face instantly flushed a rosy hue, spreading all the way down to the delicate collarbone exposed at the neckline. This was the first time when Ning had heard those words from his lips. She could also sense that Su Yan seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was his first time saying such things to a girl. After a long time, when Ning finally seemed to snap back to reality, her entire face still rapidly heating up. "I am Tong Tong's mother." She took a deep breath to steady herself. "How could I not be there when you take Tong Tong out to play?" "I just said this time is different. I've never been to Wuzhen either. I heard it's a lot of fun. If I don't go, I wouldn't be a true native of Jiang Province." Wen Ning was rambling in response, and she had already started to slander anyone from Jiang Province who hadn't been to Wuzhen. Truly a good girl. "So does that mean you agree?" Then, Wen Ning nervously licked her lips and couldn't help but stutter, "Of course I have to go." Tong Tong was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling into crescents as she ran into her mother's arms and wrapped her arms around her neck. "Mom, is that Wuzhen really as fun as you say?" Wen Ning looked at her daughter's innocent and adorable expression and felt a little guilty as she hummed softly in agreement. "What fun things are there? Mom hasn't been there either." Wen Ning lowered her eyes, pulled out her phone, and searched for a while. "There are whooping boats, opera performances, ancient-style academies, osmanthus flower sugar cakes. Tong Tong will definitely love them." Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. "And what else?" Wen Ning stared at the Wuzhen must-see recommendations on her phone, one of which was a famous attraction. It was a small temple with trees, courtyard walls, and railings, all covered in red wishing plaques, making it look especially festive. And the matchmaker temple. So, even though they were bringing Tong Tong along, wasn't this actually a date? Wen Ning glanced at him twice and remained silent. Su Yan, afraid that the girl might get nervous and bolt away, slowly began to change the subject. "By the way, my mom invited you to come over to our house a couple of days ago. After we get back, let's find a time to go together." Wen Ning came back to her senses. "I've never been to your house before." Indeed, she should find an opportunity to visit his uncle and aunt. Neither of them brought up the outing again, but it was already settled. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Li Yuyu's college entrance exam scores had come out. Both of their scores were just above the undergraduate cutoff, with less than 10 points difference between them. Was it fate or coincidence? From kindergarten all the way to university, their bond continued. In the coming days, the two of them would probably hang out together every day, filling out applications and choosing majors. Half an hour later, they both arrived at Su Yan's house. Upon hearing that the two were going to Wuzhen together tomorrow, Li Yuyu's eyes visibly brightened. I've always wanted to go there too. Chunhao, having walked all the way here, was sweating profusely. He walked into the kitchen with familiarity and opened the refrigerator. He found that the crisper drawer contained 2 boxes of bright, tempting strawberries, several bottles of fresh milk, and some vegetables and meat. Chunhao clicked his tongue and couldn't help but remark, "Every time I came over before, wasn't the fridge always packed with cola?" Thinking that these might have been bought by Wen Ning, Chunhao felt too embarrassed to drink them directly, and instead went to the kitchen to pour himself some plain boiled water. In the past, coming to a Yan's place felt like coming home. Now life was getting worse day by day. Having a wife, it's really different. "Yu, do you want to go to Wuzhen too?" Wen Ning spoke to her from the sofa, her tone mild and gentle. "Yeah, I want to see the Yuelao temple." Li Yu nodded. "I heard it's incredibly effective. Lots of people go there to hang wish plaques and pray for love. Some even say it's the most effective Yuelao temple in the country. It grants all wishes. Although it might just be hype from the scenic spot." But she had seen many photos online of those dense clusters of red wish plaques. "How about we all go together?" Wen Ning thought for a moment. Tong Tong loves lively places anyway. "Wouldn't we be intruding?" Li Yu hesitated and pushed up her glasses. "Better not. It's fine." Wen Ning wasn't too concerned. "You and a Yin are such good friends. Wouldn't you regret not going together later?" Li Yu was clearly tempted. "You believe in that?" Chunhao walked out of the kitchen with a cup. "I didn't take you for a superstitious person. Well, I want someone to like me and pursue me too. Is there a problem with that?" Li Yu frowned hard. "I'm a girl too, you know." She always felt that Chunhao never really saw her as a girl. "I see." Chunhao looked her up and down thoughtfully. "Then how about I go with you? We'll find a place to hang out so you won't be a nuisance to the couple." Su Yan was lounging lazily on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "You?" Li Yu snorted. "Other people go to ask Yuelao for love matches. If you go, Yuelao would think Erling Shun is attacking. Shouty on dog right." Chunhao rolled his eyes in annoyance and decided not to bother with her. "Yin, let's go to the arcade and play some games." Chunhao placed his cup on the coffee table. "It's been so long since you played games with me. The exams are finally over, let's relax." Upon hearing this, Su Yan straightened up slightly and glanced at Wen Ning. "Go ahead and play." Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft. "Come home early. Tong Tong and I will wait for you to have dinner together." It was obvious that the guy had been cooped up lately. From what Tong Tong said, Daddy loved playing games, but Su Yan hadn't touched them in a long time. And at that moment, Wen Ning remembered again the game console and discs he had sold. Her gaze paused and she thought for a moment. "Okay." Su Yan couldn't help but smile. "They'll play for a while and be back soon." After the two guys left, Wen Ning took Tong Tong to the bedroom. She coaxed her for a while, watching her daughter slowly fall asleep in the afternoon, then carefully closed the door and came out. "You, why don't you and Chunhao stay for dinner?" Wen Ning's voice carried a hint of smile. Li Yu stuck out her tongue. "Wen Ning, you're way too amazing. Pretty good grades, gentle personality, and probably a great cook. In this day and age, where could you find such a girl?" "Oh, Yu." At this point, Wen Ning paused and lowered her voice. "Can I ask you something?" It was something that had been bothering her for quite a while. "What?" "Well," Wen Ning touched her face shyly before sitting down beside her. "Well, do you know what a girl is like when a guy is pursuing her?" Li Yu looked at her fair, beautiful cheeks and exquisitely delicate features in surprise. "You're the school beauty, and you're asking me?" Wen Ning tugged at her sleeve subconsciously. "I mean, what should a girl do when being pursued?" In high school, someone had confessed to her, but because of her aloof demeanor, she had never actually been pursued. In fact, she had never even interacted with boys. So when being with Su Yan, sometimes his actions and words would make her nervous and bashful. Then she would instinctively stiffen her expression and deliberately make her voice cool, trying to hide her emotions tightly. That way, didn't seem quite right either. "Oh, I get it, Ning Bao." Li Yu showed a knowing expression and giggled. "You mean being pursued by the guy you like, right?" When Ning's ears grew hot, and she said nothing. Li Yu thought this was a really good question. So, how would she know? She had never been pursued either. Why would Wen Ning ask her? Of course it might be because the only girl Wen Ning was close with now was her. Actually, Wen Ning had searched online for a long time, but hadn't found a definitive answer. Actually, if it's a Yin, if it's a guy who likes you, Li Yu thought for a long time. You don't have to deliberately imitate other girls. He likes you, not someone else. That sounded quite reasonable. Wen Ning pursed her lips and thought for a long while before her brow gradually relaxed. She continued to ask, "So what do you think? How long is appropriate for a guy to pursue a girl?" "What? I mean, how long should a girl take to say yes?" "What weird questions." Li Yu scratched her head. "Half a month, a month. Depends on the person and how much she likes him. Some girls deliberately let the guy chase for a longer time to enjoy that feeling, I guess. After all, during the chase might be the best time a guy ever treats her." Li Yu spent a lot of time online. Although she had never been in a relationship herself, she could certainly talk a good game. Wen Ning was a bit confused and couldn't understand. So, you mean she should let him chase longer? But that's not fair to the guy, right? Li Yuyu shook her head. If she likes him but keeps refusing stringing him along, that's not good. If you overdo it, the guy might think you don't like him, and that would be bad. It feels harder than math problems. Wen Ning was still uncertain. I don't get it. Li Yuyu was taken aback. So Ning Bao. Do you want a yin to chase you for a long time, or to win you over quickly? I don't know either. Wen Ning coughed lightly. I mean, being chased by him would definitely be nice, but I'm afraid if he chases too long it might be a bit. Li Yuyu thought for a moment. Then just wait until you can't help but want to say yes, and then get together with him. When I can't help it. What's wrong? Well, just now, when he told me he wanted to pursue me. Wen Ning with a shy expression licked her lips. I couldn't help but want to say yes immediately. TSK. Ning Bao, you seem to be giving yourself away too easily. Li Yuyu remained silent for a long while. The scene had already formed in her mind, just like those Japanese games. The hero had just picked up his sword ready to fight the dragon. The next moment the princess ran back from the dragon's castle on her own. She grabbed the hero and said, let's just get married. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Feeling a little nervous about every first time you do something with someone you love? That's completely normal. Li Yuyu comforted her. It means you want to show your best side. Just let things take their course. Wen Ning pondered for a moment. But then why did you hold back at that moment? Li Yuyu asked with some curiosity. Seeing how easily you give yourself away. I'm afraid if a yin teases you a few times you might just give birth to his child. But I've never been pursued before. Do you also think that from now on a yin won't treat you as well as he does now? That's not it. Wen Ning was taken aback. It's just, this might be the only time I don't want to miss it. Not might, it's definitely the only time. But Wen Ning didn't have the nerve to say it outright. In her eyes, the love letters and confession she received in high school didn't count as courtship. That counts as harassment. Yuyu, what's wrong? Yuyu, you seem to know quite a lot, huh? Li Yuyu's face turned wooden. Yuyu, you know quite a lot, huh? You're being pursued for the first time, while I've never been pursued at all. I'm just an ordinary single dog. Why do I have to suffer this torment? Too much. Absolutely too much. I never thought you with such a good temper could say such infuriating things sometimes. Li Yuyu gave up and reached out to tickle her waist. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to steal you away. Such a good girl, it's too good for a yin. Wen Ning was a little ticklish, her face flushed as she dodged. Stop it. But still, it's really wonderful. Li Yuyu clicked her tongue, her tone envious. The person you like happens to like you too. Wen Ning actually knew about her, and Chunhao. She also knew that in the future the two of them would have a daughter named Minmin, who would be Tong Tong's best friend. Wen Ning asked cautiously. Yuyu, do you have someone you like now, eh? No. Li Yuyu shook her head decisively. Wen Ning thought for a moment. I think Chunhao treats you quite well. She didn't mean to meddle in others' relationships. It was just that Su Yin cared about his childhood friend, worried that once she went to college and was far away the two might stir up some trouble. But as a guy it was awkward for him to ask. So Wen Ning thought she could help him understand by asking indirectly. Li Yuyu was a bit surprised. Wait, Chunhao is actually a person? Alright, Wen Ning decided she had never asked that question. Just as Su Yin had said, no one else could interfere in the relationship between those two. The two girls chatted on the sofa all afternoon. When dinner time came, the two boys returned. Remember to practice more. Chunhao seemed in a good mood. How did you get so bad now? Your wife won't let you play, eh? That's not possible. Su Yin was displeased. I was just letting you win. Chunhao clearly didn't believe him. Where's your PS5? You used to play games much more fiercely than I did. Su Yin chuckled. The kid next door, 30 years old, still lying at home playing games and watching cartoons, no girlfriend, no job. Alright, stop. The talking points he had learned from Lin Hui made Chunhao's teeth ache. But recently Su Yin really didn't have much time to play games. During the day, he had to accompany Tong Tong and Wen Ning, and at night, he had to code to earn money. Once he got to college, there would be many expenses. Tong Tong's tuition, living expenses, and later the rent for an apartment. Although Lin Hui and Su Minghui were helping now, Su Yin as a father still hoped to handle everything he could on his own. He did love playing games, but it was a waste of time. Back. Wen Ning, wearing an apron, just came out of the kitchen. Go wash your hands and come eat. We've been waiting for you. Tong Tong and Li Yuyu were already sitting at the table waiting to eat. After washing his hands, Chunhao looked down at the table full of dishes and sighed with emotion. Su Yin is truly lucky. He sat down next to Li Yuyu. Look at him. When will I get to eat your cooking? Li Yuyu pouted. Go eat your dog food. It had to be said, Wen Ning's cooking skills were truly outstanding. Even Li Yuyu, whose family ran a restaurant, could hardly find fault with these homestyle dishes. It was very impressive for someone her age. She was indeed the type of girl suited to be a wife. After dinner, Li Yuyu and Chunhao left. Wen Ning didn't act coy and simply stayed. After all, they would be living together in college, so it was better to get used to it early. Before bed, the two sat on the sofa again and looked at the travel guide for Wuzhen. But both of their gazes lingered for a long time on the various pictures of the matchmaker temple. Whether it was a coincidence or if they were actually concerned, it was hard to tell. When Wen Ning went asleep that night, she had a very strange dream. She dreamed of a clear night, the matchmaker temple from the photos, and a woman. A woman nearly 30 years old. She wore a brown coat, her hair tied in a simple ponytail. Her slightly mature face was still porcelain white and delicate, cold but beautiful. She stood in front of a festive-looking small temple, with a plaque above reading, Eternal Union of Hearts. Around her crowds of people came and went, bustling with excitement. The trees, courtyard walls, and railings were all covered with prayer plaques. They were bright red, especially festive. After a long while she stepped forward toward the stall selling prayer plaques, intending to buy one. An old woman stood behind the table, in front of which were many red wooden plaques carved into different shapes. Want to buy a prayer plaque? The woman picked for a while, then took out a plaque carved in the shape of a jade rabbit. They'll take this one. Oh, this one won't do. The old woman took out another jade rabbit and shook her head. This jade rabbit plaque is designed as a pair. You can't buy just one. You can look at the others. The woman looked at the jade rabbit prayer plaque in her hand for a long time. Finally, she touched the rabbit's ear and put the plaque back. But her voice remained cold. Then I don't want it. Hey lass, come back. The old woman, her heart softening at the sight, said, forget it, since you want it, I'll sell it to you. The woman's gaze paused briefly. Thank you. She paid and left, returning to the tree. Then, standing on tiptoe with some effort, she tied the ribbon of the plaque to a drooping branch. As the wind blew, the jade rabbit prayer plaque, with its long ears, round eyes, and chubby mouth, turned in the night sky. When Wen Ning woke with a start, it was already dawn outside. Tong Tong was still fast asleep, a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. She sat up, drenched in sweat. Strangely, even though she was awake, she remembered the dream very clearly. The woman in the dream looked exactly like her, but seemed much older. Still very beautiful, with those captivating eyes. However, her expression and voice were much colder, making her appear very aloof and distant. She was like the version of Wen Ning that she imagined would have been if she hadn't met Xu Yan at this age. Wen Ning ruffled her hair and suddenly felt like going to see Xu Yan. She quietly got up and gently opened the door. As a result, she saw Xu Yan sitting on the sofa, looking drowsy, as if he hadn't slept well. He yawned, looking listless. You're up so early. Xu Yan nodded. I had a dream about the matchmaker temple. Wen Ning couldn't help but let out an ah. Me too. Both of them were stunned. You dreamed about it too. Wen Ning hesitated. Is it a coincidence? It was as if she was watching from a god's perspective as the Wen Ning of Tong Tong's world hung the jade rabbit she had bought on a branch. Xu Yan scratched his head, looking confused. He couldn't explain the matter of time. But because of Tong Tong's appearance, they had become entangled with that future. If they occasionally dreamed of what happened there, compared to having Tong Tong standing right in front of them, it wasn't really that outrageous. There were indeed movies that portrayed this, and both of them had dreamed it together. Xu Yan was more inclined to believe that this was a story from that future. But for now, Wen Ning was more concerned about another matter. What did you dream about? For the Xu Yan and Wen Ning of that future, the difficulty of getting together was many times greater than for the two of them now, and Tong Tong only knew part of it. I just went there alone to play. Xu Yan thought for a moment. I stood under the matchmaker temple. Under Xu Yan's description, the scene gradually came to life. A man stood with his hands in his pockets in front of the small temple, looking up at the prayer plaques hanging on the tree, clinking against each other in the wind. Countless couples were huddled together, making wishes at the matchmaker temple. After a long while, he let out a very contemptuous snort. Then only after the crowd had almost dispersed did he slowly walk to the prayer plaque stall. He picked through them lazily for a long time, looking not very interested. The old woman rubbed her hands. Nothing you like. Take another look. Since you're here, it's nice to leave a souvenir. Forget it, it's cold, and you're not having an easy time. He'll just grab one. He casually picked up a jade rabbit-shaped plaque from the pile. The old woman was clearly startled. You want this jade rabbit plaque too? Why did you say two? This was originally a pair. A beautiful girl bought one just now. I see. The man smiled, casually unconcerned. I just thought it looked lonely and kind of pitiful. How strange. Wen Ning listened, connecting it to what she had dreamed, and couldn't help but drift into thought. Such an encounter seemed rather beautiful too. Two people who hadn't exchanged a single word, nor even met face to face. Yet they were bound together by some peculiar fate, as if it were destined. Compared to that future pair, her acquaintance with Xu Yan was far more mundane and ordinary. Because of Tong Tong's appearance, Xu Yan had sought her out. And then everything fell naturally into place. They were indeed two people who would fall in love no matter what age they met. This time, let's look for that pair of jade rabbit-shaped wish plaques. As he said this, Xu Yan paused. Having come so many years earlier, the hope of finding them was slim. More likely, they might have to wait another 10 years before encountering that pair of jade rabbit plaques. Wen Ning pressed her lips together, silent. In the morning, after packing their luggage, they set off together. Wuzhen was a classic Jiangnan water town, known as the last place where people live by the water, boasting many scenic spots. Thus tourists came and went in droves, crowds bustling. And Li Yuyu quickly revealed her nature as a little rich girl. She had already booked all the tickets for the scenic spots in advance. Xu Yan and Wen Ning had intended to calculate the cost and transfer the money to her, but she firmly refused. With the words, "You're not treating me as a friend," she effectively silenced them both. The happiest one, of course, was Tong Tong. Dressed in a little white dress, she hopped and skipped, her eyes curving into crescents as she alternately held her mother's hand and pestered her father for hugs. In the afternoon, the four of them took the little girl to the Wuzhen Folk Museum for a while, experiencing the local customs. However, what the group cared about most was clearly the matchmaker temple in the Shijia scenic area. So after dinner, when the lanterns lit up, they set off together. Li Yu didn't want to go to the matchmaker temple with Chun. How the two of them went off to play at the White Lotus Pagoda. The so-called matchmaker temple was actually a very modest earthen shrine, its surface covered in climbing vines. It looked exactly the same as what Su Yin and Wen Ning had seen the night before. A familiar old woman stood outside selling wish plaques, smiling warmly at the passing young people. However, her health and complexion seemed much better. Su Yin and Wen Ning exchanged a glance, then their eyes fell on the stall filled with red plaques. Tong Tong let out a wow and exclaimed, "So pretty." Su Yin smiled and struck up a conversation. "Grandma, how long have you been here?" The old woman studied the two young people, a hint of confusion on her face. "I don't remember." She was a local selling wish plaques in the scenic area since her youth. Now she couldn't recall how many years had passed. Wen Ning searched the stall for a long time, looking back and forth repeatedly. "Grandma," she gestured with her hands, "do you have wish plaques shaped like jade rabbits?" A matching pair of jade rabbits holding two tiny medicine pestles in their arms. Su Yin pulled up a photo of a similar design from his phone to show her. The old woman thought for a moment, then said firmly, "We don't have that style." Wen Ning couldn't hide her disappointment. "I see." Though she didn't understand why these two young people insisted on jade rabbits, the old woman remained warm and enthusiastic. "Take a look if there's anything else you like. This pair of twin fish isn't bad either. Let me see, thank you." Wen Ning, holding her daughter's hand, browsed the stall for a long time, but didn't find anything particularly appealing. "Want to buy something else?" "Let's wait a bit." Su Yin shook his head. "Well, keep looking." Though he knew the hope was slim. They might truly have to wait another 10 years before taking away those two jade rabbits that had been separated by fate. Over the next 2 days, they stayed nearby. During the day, they took Tong Tong around to various places. The Coin Museum, the Woodcarving Museum, the Ancient Stage, and more. It was indeed a beautiful ancient town. And at night, they would return to the Matchmaker Temple. "You're here again." After 2 days, even the old woman recognized them, greeting the young couple with a beaming smile. "Still looking for that pair of jade rabbits?" Wen Ning lowered her eyes to look. "Still not here today." "Well, the ones laid out every day are always the same types." The old woman shook her head helplessly. "No matter how much you search, you probably won't find them. Honestly, hanging any plaque is the same. What matters most is that you two are well together." Wen Ning understood this truth, of course. But she truly adored that pair of jade rabbits. Perhaps it was just a few hazy images from a dream, but she had loved them at first sight. Today she still hadn't found them. On the third night, Su Yin and Wen Ning brought their daughter to the stall as usual. Tong Tong immediately leaned onto the table, helping her parents search. "Grandma, do you have little rabbits from the moon today?" The old woman smiled kindly. "Will you come again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow we're heading to the Dongjia area, and after that we might go back." Wen Ning let out a soft laugh, but her tone carried a hint of disappointment. "If we can't find them today, we'll just pick another one to hang up. If we can't find them now, we'll come back with Tong Tong another time." Su Yin turned to look at her. "He'll come with you whenever, okay?" Wen Ning's eyes curved, her voice gentle and sweet. "Okay." The three of them spent a long time at the stall, but couldn't decide. After the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, Wen Ning finally stroked her daughter's head. "Tong Tong, pick one for us. If Tong Tong chooses it, he'll love it too. But Tong Tong also likes the little rabbits from the moon." Hearing their words, the old woman couldn't help but chuckle. They had been here for 4 days and had come for 4 days. Though she didn't know why this young couple was so persistent. "Girl, boy," she beckoned to them. "Come over, help me clean up a bit, and I'll chat with you for a while later." "All right, you sit and rest, we'll help you tidy up." Su Yin and Wen Ning didn't refuse. The two helped pack up the stall, loaded the wish plaques into boxes, and carried them onto the old woman's tricycle. "Why must it be jade rabbits?" The old woman was a bit tired, sitting on a stone block under the tree. "This is the first time I've seen anyone come for 4 or 5 days straight. The tickets here are expensive, you know." Su Yin smiled. "We both like them." Wen Ning also smiled. "That's right." The old woman looked at them for a moment. "That's good then." Su Yin and Wen Ning listened as the old woman chatted with them ramblingly. "My stubborn old man is the one who makes the wish plaques." The old woman tapped her leg as she spoke. "He's been a woodcarver his whole life. When he was young, I told him to go out and make a living to earn more money." Her tone was tinged with emotion, as if reminiscing about something. "But he didn't want to go out, he just loved doing woodcarving." The old woman shook her head helplessly at this point. "So what could I do? He did it his whole life, and I sold them my whole life." Now the old man couldn't carve as much, and she couldn't sell as much anymore. Soon handmade wooden wish plaques like these might no longer be found. Machines work so fast, unlike my old man who carves everything by hand bit by bit. Time-consuming and laborious. Over the years I've seen countless young people. She continued slowly. Many couples with deep affection come to hang plaques, and many girls come crying saying they've broken up with their boyfriends, and want to take down the ones they hung before. Wen Ning stood beside Xu Yin, her gaze pausing. Do you feel sorry for them? I suppose so. The old woman gave a wry smile. When I see them throwing the wish plaques they once hung into the trash, I wonder what it feels like. Xu Yin said sincerely, you truly are a matchmaker. Am not him, just an ordinary little old woman. The old woman seemed amused by his words, laughing for a good while. But I want to be one today. Xu Yin and Wen Ning were stunned. Then they saw the old woman take out a bundle wrapped in red cloth from her bosom. Unwrapping it layer by layer, inside were 2 smoothly polished wish plaques. I went back and had the old man specially make them according to what you described. The old woman squinted with a smile. How are they? Tong Tong let out a cry of surprise. Super cute. Right? The old woman looked quite pleased with herself. They're still a matching pair. It took the old man a lot of effort. If I sold them, I could make a good amount of money. Wen Ning stood frozen, staring unblinkingly at the 2 plump jade rabbits. Both wish plaques were carved into the shape of jade rabbits with long ears and round eyes, adorably holding 2 tiny medicine pestles. Girl, do you like them? Wen Ning quickly nodded. Grandma, can you sell them to me? Did I say I was selling them to you? The old woman gathered the 2 jade rabbits and wrapped them back up. Such beautiful jade rabbits, how could this old woman bear to sell them? Wen Ning stood frozen at a loss. After a moment she tugged hard at Xu Yan's sleeve, her voice soft and pleading. Buy them quickly. Yin, I want these. Xu Yan immediately pulled out his phone. Grandma, I'll buy them at any price. No price can buy them. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the 2 young people's faces, the old woman finally burst into laughter, laughing with a childlike heart. They'll give them to you. The old woman smiled incessantly, her face deeply lined with wrinkles. Just like that, she gave a pair of wish plaques to the 2 young people. She might have been just an ordinary elderly woman, but for Xu Yin and Wen Ning, she was indeed the one who brought them together. Whether in the future or the present, that remained true. For anyone else, I would charge at least a few hundred yuan for these jade rabbits. She tapped her legs as she stood up, so never disappoint an old woman's good intentions. Over the years, she had seen countless couples come to seek fortune. The moment she saw this young couple, she felt that they would be able to walk the path together until the end. Though she couldn't explain why herself. Wen Ning clutched the 2 wish plaques in her hand, feeling a smooth, cool touch. Grandma, wait for me. Her face flushed crimson, her voice dropping to a whisper. When I get married, I'll definitely invite you and Grandpa. Why are you blushing? The old woman chuckled. Ought to be young is wonderful. All right, when the time comes, come find me here again. If you can't find me, then it means I'm probably no longer around. She smiled warmly, looking carefree as she cackled and pedaled her tricycle, wobbling away. Ever since I met you, my luck has suddenly turned for the better. Wen Ning's eyes crinkled into a smile as she waved the plaques at Xu Yan. And I've met such wonderful people. What about me? Tong Tong jumped up unhappily, trying to snatch the plaques. Mom forgot about me. Mom and Dad seemed to be at it again. Sometimes it was as if they only had eyes for each other, completely forgetting their daughter. It had happened so many times. Yes, Tong Tong is wonderful. Wen Ning quickly stroked her daughter's head. You gave all your good luck to Mommy. Oh dear. Tong Tong pouted, hands on her hips. But since you're Tong Tong's mom, Tong Tong has no choice but to spoil you. Both of them were amused by their daughter. They chose the best spot under the tree and hung the 2 wish plaques. The 2 jade rabbit plaques holding tiny medicine pestles clinked and swayed back and forth in the night breeze. From the moment they were carved, they had never been separated. They played with their daughter for a while longer as the night grew deeper. By the time they returned to the hotel with their daughter, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Tong Tong was sleepy the moment they got back, collapsing onto the bed and nearly falling asleep. Wen Ning had no choice but to reluctantly pull her daughter up. Xu Yan sat on a chair, watching the mother and daughter brushing their teeth together in the bathroom. Yin, do you think? Wen Ning crouched, helping her daughter tidy her disheveled hair. When the time comes, should we rent 3 rooms? Xu Yan thought for a moment. What's wrong? We need to cultivate Tong Tong's independence. Wen Ning crouched, using a towel to wipe her daughter's little feet as she sat on a stool. Being too clingy with Mom and Dad isn't good either. She's 8 years old this year. She was slowly beginning to do the same things as the 30-something Wen Ning. Tong Tong wasn't a little kid anymore. In a few years, she would be a graceful young lady. Half asleep, Tong Tong jolted awake, opening her eyes. Mom, you're at it again. So even when you were this young, you still made Tong Tong sleep alone in the next room. But Tong Tong was used to it. When Tong Tong gets a bit older, let's slowly let her sleep alone. Xu Yan pondered for a moment and agreed. Then let's rent 3 rooms. Wen Ning nodded with a smile. Let her sleep alone occasionally, and she'll gradually get used to it. Tong Tong puffed out her cheeks with effort. Mom and Dad are so silly, just wasting money. Wen Ning was taken aback. What did you say, Tong Tong? 2 rooms are enough. Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. By then, Mom and Dad will definitely have a great relationship. Mom's room can be given to Tong Tong. Then where will Mom stay? Wen Ning stopped mid-sentence, suddenly catching on. Tong Tong in 1 room, Mom and Dad in 1 room. Nonsense. Wen Ning licked her lips and pinched her daughter's ear firmly. Then it settled. We'll rent a small apartment or suite with 3 bedrooms. Mom, you'll definitely regret it later. Tong Tong shook her head. Sometimes when dad is exhausted from work and wants to sleep in the study for a night, mom won't let him. She always drags him into the bedroom to sleep together. Wen Ning. Su Yan. The Wen Ning Tong Tong spoke of was probably around 37 or 38 indeed at the peak of her womanhood. And he Su Yan was at the age when he most needed to take care of his health and drink goji berry tea. Oh no. Tong Tong is talking nonsense. Wen Ning poked her daughter's forehead, an unnatural blush spreading across her face. Mom won't regret it. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Li Yuyu, who had finished visiting the White Lotus Pagoda, also arrived at the Matchmaker Temple. Since it was already late, the lively crowd had completely dispersed. I told you to come earlier. Chun Hao looked around. Now we can't even buy a wish plaque. I already bought one. Li Yuyu pulled a bright red plaque from her pocket and rubbed it on her clothes. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you buy one for me? Buy it yourself. Li Yuyu didn't seem bothered. Besides, why would you ask the matchmaker for help? Isn't your peach blossom luck already abundant enough? Chun Hao thought for a moment and said nothing. Li Yuyu walked under the tree ready to find a good spot to hang it. Everyone hangs theirs up high. Chun Hao popped a mint candy into his mouth, hands in his pockets with a nonchalant air. And you're hanging yours at the very bottom for the ants on the ground to see. Well, I'm short, what can I do? Li Yuyu pouted. Actually, the matchmaker is probably biased too. He only ties the knot for pretty girls. Look at Ningbao and Ayan, how perfect they are. Chun Hao was somewhat startled. You shouldn't say things like that. Apologize quickly. Li Yuyu glanced at him sideways. Don't you not believe in this? I don't believe in it, but you do, don't you? Chun Hao clapped his hands toward the wishing tree. I'm afraid if you talk recklessly here, the matchmaker won't bless you. Li Yuyu wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Because she had rhinitis as a child, this was a habitual gesture she made whenever she was upset. She pressed her palms together, imitating Chun Hao, and silently apologized. Afterward, she strained to stand on tiptoe, trying to hang the wish plaque. She struggled for a long time without success. Because of her height, standing on tiptoe for too long made her uncontrollably stumble forward a few times. It looked quite foolish. Chun Hao chuckled, and the sound made Li Yuyu a little unhappy. Just as she was stewing in her frustration, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over her from behind. It's painful just watching you. Chun Hao crunched the mint candy in his mouth. Why don't you ask your big brother for help? I can hang it myself. Hanging it so low the matchmaker might think some kid who's 1.50 meters is messing around. Alright, just wait over there. Chun Hao took the wish plaque directly from her hand, lazily looking up at the treetops. They'll hang it at the highest place for you. After that, the group spent 2 days exploring the eastern water town. Having thoroughly enjoyed themselves, they finally set off on the journey home. This trip was a rare and precious experience for both Su Yan and Wen Ning. On the ride back, Wen Ning and Tong Tong leaned against each other, flipping through photos in the album, chatting and laughing quietly. Hey, Dad looks so silly in this picture. Mom took it secretly. Tong Tong, don't speak ill of your father. I'm not. Tong Tong said Dad is adorable. After a day of rest back home, Wen Ning was about to start her tutoring job in earnest. She had asked her teacher to help find the positions. The head teacher, aware of Wen Ning's family situation, was very attentive to her. She was given the best available resources, high pay, and students who were not too difficult to manage. You plan to take on 3 tutoring jobs a day. The timing works out perfectly. Su Yan sat on the sofa flipping through the lesson plans and materials she handed him. From 8 to 11 in the morning, 1 to 4 in the afternoon, and 7 to 10 in the evening. She had left herself virtually no time to rest. However, the hourly rate was indeed quite high, already reaching the threshold of a professional tutor. Better stick to 2 at most, Su Yan considered. Otherwise it's too exhausting. You can earn money slowly. But this time Wen Ning was quite insistent. She straightened up slightly, her tone turning serious. Then you work on coding every night. Isn't that exhausting? I think it's okay, Su Yan genuinely felt it was fine. Wen Ning pursed her lips, a hint of defiance in her voice. Then I think it's okay too. Alright, give it a try first then. Su Yan thought that the way this girl dug in her heels was exactly like himself. He flipped through the materials in his hand. All 3 students are girls. I specifically asked the head teacher to arrange only female students. Wen Ning nodded matter-of-factly. After all, tutoring requires being alone in a room. Being with a boy would make me very uncomfortable. Of course, she was also considering Su Yan's feelings, worried he might feel uneasy. Su Yan couldn't help himself. He reached out and pinched her cheek firmly. Where did you come from, girl? How can you make me like you more and more? This was probably why they never argued in the future. Both of them were always thinking of each other every moment. His gesture was a bit rough, causing Wen Ning to wince. She straightened her back slightly and leaned back to avoid him. You've been getting bolder lately. Your mother said. Don't be touchy-feely with me. Then you can pinch me too. I don't want to. Su Yan decided to let her try first. If it was too hard, he would have her cut down to 2 tutoring jobs. With only a little time left before he had to check out of the apartment, the 2 of them cherished these moments together. Wen Ning naturally stayed over. They agreed that every evening Su Yan would pick her up on time. Auntie, you'll be going now. Wen Ning stood at the door saying goodbye. Choo-Choo is very smart. Her grades will improve soon. Thank you, Xiaoning. The woman in loungewear saw her to the door. It's so late. Shall I send you back? No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. Family. Something like that. Oh, I see. The woman gave a knowing smile. Boyfriend. Wen Ning smiled shyly. Something like that. When she reached the entrance of the housing complex, she saw Xu Yan already waiting. He was sitting on an electric scooter leaning against a street lamp looking down at his phone. The screen's glow cast light on his face, giving him a languid air. Wen Ning hitched her backpack and trotted over a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Where did you get this? Brother Ming usually rides this when he takes his aunt to school. Now that his aunt is pregnant and staying home, he doesn't need it. Xu Yan pulled out a pink helmet for her. It's mine for the summer. Wen Ning took it with a smile, put it squarely on her head. The helmet had a cartoon pattern on top. It made her look suddenly soft and endearing. Xu Yan studied her. Why are you so happy today? The smile on Wen Ning's face was impossible to hide. She was still in a white short-sleeved top and light blue jeans, looking pure and radiant. Her beautiful eyes with slightly upturned corners were brimming with joy. I earned money, lots and lots of it. Wen Ning raised her fair hand, her voice cheerful. Of course I'm happy. Maybe this tutoring fee was nothing to the truly wealthy, but Wen Ning was still overjoyed. This was money she earned through her own ability little by little. She knew she could earn a lot more in the future. That's amazing. Xu Yan put away his phone, infected by her happiness, and laughed heartily for a while. Then you'll support me. Be good. Wen Ning lifted her chin slightly. When I earn money, I'll give it all to you, and Tong Tong to spend. All right. Xu Yan patted the back seat. Let's go, we'll take you home. The summer evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, feeling pleasant against the skin. Sitting behind him, Wen Ning kept chattering about her tutoring experiences that day. The student who couldn't grasp simple problems, even after several explanations, the warm-hearted aunt who cut her a plate of cantaloupe, a cute chubby cat owned by one student. She told Xu Yan every little detail. Unconsciously, Xu Yan eased off the throttle, slowing down. She was truly happy today. Occasionally, strands of her hair would be lifted by the wind, brushing mischievously against the back of his neck. As they went downhill, the inertia caused Wen Ning, seated behind, to lean forward. Her soft cheek and warm body pressed against his back for a moment, then quickly pulled away. Xu Yan's spine stiffened. Wen Ning quickly sat up straight, her cheerful voice pausing for a moment. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Let's split it half and half then. Wen Ning didn't dwell on it, counting on her fingers. This way you'll soon earn 5,000 yuan. In the following days, Wen Ning still seemed cheerful, showing no signs of fatigue from juggling 3 tutoring jobs. She prepared lesson plans, seriously taught earnestly, and told Xu Yan everything about her days. She seemed to be looking forward to something every day, her eyes bright like a little girl. Then on the weekend, Wen Ning made plans with Li Yuyu to go out for an afternoon. Tong Tong was taken back by her grandparents, who missed her terribly. Xu Yan felt a bit drowsy, so he went back to his room to rest. When he woke up, it was already evening. As he stepped out of the room, the living room was dim. A vague figure sat cross-legged on the fluffy carpet, head bowed, doing something. What are you doing? Xu Yan yawned, still sleepy. Why didn't you turn on the light? Wen Ning was startled and turned back hesitantly. You're awake. Xu Yan flicked the light switch and saw several cardboard boxes scattered around her feet. A brand new white machine sat under the television. A mess of tangled cables lay around, with many unpacked game discs on the carpet. Xu Yan stood frozen for the first time, looking a bit lost. A yen, did I buy a fake? Wen Ning clutched a tangle of wires, her expression tense and flustered. Why won't it turn on? If you want it to turn on, Xu Yan pressed his tongue against his cheek, feeling a numb tingling on his face. First you need to plug in the power strip. Ah, alright. Wen Ning quickly plugged in the power strip, and the TV immediately lit up, displaying the iconic logo. A yen, you're amazing. Wen Ning was astonished. I fiddled with it for a long time, and it wouldn't light up. Xu Yan stood still for a long time before walking over, kicking off his slippers, and sitting on the carpet beside her. I asked Yu about the games you like most. Wen Ning knelt, looking a bit worried. So I bought the console and the discs. Did I get the right ones? This is the latest model. Xu Yan looked at the white machine by his feet, pausing for a long time before saying, Mine is the old version, the performance is different. Wen Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief. She and Yu had spent the whole afternoon shopping, and she even had Yu call Chun how to ask, all to surprise Xu Yan. But when she got back, she couldn't get it to work. No matter how long she tried, the TV just wouldn't light up. She was almost ready to call and complain to the shopkeeper. Ning, how much did you spend today? Just all the money I've earned recently. Wen Ning held up 5 fingers. That's really expensive. Xu Yan picked up the game discs and looked at them one by one for a long time. I've known you for so long, and I've never given you anything. Wen Ning hugged her knees as she sat beside him, her voice soft. You used to love playing games, didn't you? I used to love playing games. Xu Yan lowered his eyes, catching the pure, pleasant mint scent from her clothes now. It's my 3rd favorite. First favorite is Tong Tong. Xu Yan rubbed the disc with his thumb. His throat felt itchy, and he couldn't speak. He freed one hand to ruffle Wen Ning's hair, gave a quiet laugh, and said nothing. Then, you should still love playing games the most. Wen Ning, imitating Xu Yan's earlier gesture, reached over and pinched his cheek firmly, then couldn't help but laugh until her eyes curved. That way, from now on, the thing you like most is something I gave you. When this girl played it straight, it was a little hard to handle. Perhaps Wen Ning herself didn't realize how flirtatious her words were. Xu Yan turned his head to look at her, and meeting those beautiful eyes he felt a tickle in his throat. What's wrong? I understand a bit now. Xu Yan chuckled softly. Why Tong Tong said that whenever mom gets angry dad is willing to kneel on a washboard. It wasn't that Wen Ning after marriage would be domineering or difficult to communicate with. Rather it was the gentleness and virtuousness deep in her bones, her desire to give the best to her husband and daughter. That made Xu Yan willing to entrust her with all the say in the household. Just like Lin Hui and Su Minghui. Over the years Lin Hui had done so much for her son and husband. The two of them willingly placed her in the highest position. Family status perhaps wasn't something you fought for. My. Wen Ning blinked. So you mean if you make a mistake in the future I can make you kneel on a washboard? Xu Yan laughed. I don't think you're the type to get angry with me. I would. Wen Ning nodded quite seriously. If you stay up late every night and don't listen to me, I'll definitely be angry with you. A washboard. Xu Yan thought for a moment, the kind sold in supermarkets. You're so silly. Wen Ning pinched his arm. What Tong Tong meant was the boyfriend-specific washboard sold online. It's a regular pillow made to look like a washboard. This time it was Xu Yan's turn to be stunned. You actually searched for it. Wen Ning's face flushed crimson. I specifically asked Tong Tong. She found it strange too. It made it seem like the married Wen Ning was very unreasonable at home. After asking Tong Tong, she learned it was just a soft plush pillow. And what Tong Tong called kneeling on a washboard was actually just mom pushing dad onto the sofa, tossing the washboard pillow onto his knees, angrily punching it a couple of times, and then starting to scold him with her hands on her hips. Listening to her description, Xu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, with Wen Ning's temperament, her way of scolding her husband was very gentle and soft. Alright, it's a bit late. You play a while longer. Wen Ning suddenly remembered the time. She patted her cheeks, packed up the cardboard boxes on the floor, and said, I'll go cook. Let's order takeout today. Seeing her about to get up, Xu Yan couldn't help but reach out, stay, and play with me for a bit. Wen Ning was tempted. After thinking for a moment, she sat back down cross-legged. Xu Yan picked up a disc for It Takes Two and put it in. The two sat on the carpet holding controllers and playing games together. Wen Ning was very rusty, randomly pressing buttons on the controller. At first she found it boring, not only dying easily, but also causing Xu Yan's character to die. But after slowly getting familiar with it, she began to feel the fun. It's pretty fun. Wen Ning's eyes were moist and sparkling, her cheeks flushed. These monsters look so cute too. The hardest part about this kind of game is finding someone to play with you. So have you played it with Chun Hao and Yu? I'd have to be bored out of my mind to play this with them. Xu Yan hesitated. But they do come over often to play games like Overcooked. Wen Ning blinked, curious. What's that kitchen game like? Is it fun? Is it about cooking? It's fun. Xu Yan was silent for a moment. It's just that usually when playing that game Yu wants to kill Chen Hao. In the following days, every evening after her tutoring job, Wen Ning would sit on the carpet and lean against Xu Yan to play games. She slowly began to appreciate the joy it brought, as if it could sweep away all the fatigue of the day. She also started to understand what Xu Yan meant when he said that the person you play with is more important than the game itself. She could feel it. Initially she just wanted to give Xu Yan a game console, and she would be happy if he was pleased. But now she realized that being able to sit and play games with someone you care about was really very interesting. On Sunday, when Ning had a day off, Lin Hui and Su Minghui were both home that day, and it was agreed that the two children would go back together for a meal. The two tidied up and took the bus home together. This was Wen Ning's first visit to their home, so she seemed a bit nervous and bought a lot of things at the supermarket. She couldn't carry all the big and small bags, and after struggling for a while she was out of breath, so she hung many of them on Xu Yan. When the door opened, a fat ragdoll cat rushed out of the room again. Seeing a stranger, it slammed on the brakes, sat down on the spot, wagged its tail, and stared with wide round eyes. Xu Yan waved at it. Yuan, come say hi. Yuan looked up at Wen Ning without blinking, then lifted its rear end and came over to rub against her ankle. Meowed. So you're Yuan. Wen Ning couldn't help but crouch down and stroke the cat's chin. I brought you a gift too, your favorite salmon cat food. Yuan stared with its lake blue eyes and licked her palm. Wen Ning's eyes curved as she picked Yuan up and held it in her arms. The fat cat didn't struggle and settled comfortably in her embrace. Xiao Ning is here. Lin Hui walked out of the kitchen. Wen Ning replied softly while quietly observing the environment where Xu Yan had grown up. She could vaguely see traces of his growth, the family photo on the TV, the sparse certificates of merit hanging on the wall. Mom, come to the room and help me find some summer clothes. Xu Yan waved at Lin Hui. We'll take them when I go back. Lin Hui was a bit puzzled but didn't ask further. Uncle has taken Tong Tong out to play. They'll be back soon. Xiao Ning, just relax in the living room for a bit. Dinner isn't ready yet. Auntie will help you later. All right. Lin Hui smiled with narrowed eyes. Xu Yan led his mother to the master bedroom and closed the door. What's wrong? Mom, give me the jade bangle grandma gave you. Xu Yan's tone became serious. You usually can't bear to take it out for me or dad to see, but I remember you said it was reserved for the old Xu family's daughter-in-law, right? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Are you ready? Xu Yan nodded. Lin Hui looked at him for a moment, then turned to rummage through the wardrobe and pulled out a wooden box. Opening it revealed a jade bangle that looked quite old without much ornamentation, appearing very understated and simple. But in the impoverished times of his grandparents, this jade bangle had cost them almost their entire savings. It was the best thing they could offer to their daughter-in-law Lin Hui. Lin Hui had treasured it dearly all these years, not even daring to touch it herself, saying it was to be kept for Su Yan's wife. Just as Su Yan was about to reach for it, Lin Hui gently pressed her hand on the box. "Yan, your father and I usually don't interfere much with you," she said slowly. "You need to be clear in your own heart. This bangle was given to me by your grandmother, and there is only one. Once it's given away, it can't be taken back. Your father and I will only recognize this one daughter-in-law from now on." Su Yan nodded. "I know. From now on, treat her like half a daughter-in-law and half a daughter. How are you planning to give it to her?" "It'll in the next couple of days. I've been thinking about it and preparing for a long time." "You little rascal, taking so long to confess." Lin Hui clicked her tongue. "If you told Xiao Ning right now, I bet she wouldn't hesitate and would just say yes. That girl will only be pursued like this once in her life." Su Yan rubbed the cool jade bangle with his finger and smiled with narrowed eyes. "If I'm not serious about it, wouldn't she be losing out big time?" Su Yan had indeed been preparing for a long time. He himself could barely recall when it all began leading up to this very day. In truth, he understood that if he were to speak directly to Wen Ning, now she would not refuse him. Moreover, that girl had undoubtedly been waiting for a long time as well. Su Yan was not an overly romantic man, yet he still wished to be more earnest. This was the first time, and also the last. When the mother and son emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still sitting on the sofa amusing Yuan. She inexplicably felt that the way the two of them looked at her was somewhat peculiar. Although Lin Hui had always regarded her as a prospective daughter-in-law from the very beginning, even Su Yan's gaze now seemed. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Hui pursed her lips and smiled. "Ning, come help Annie for a bit." About half an hour later, Su Minghui returned with Tong Tong. As soon as he entered, he greeted Wen Ning. Tong Tong burrowed into her mother's arms while Yuan, with graceful cat-like steps, leaped steadily into Tong Tong's embrace. They shared a very pleasant dinner. At the dining table, Su Minghui and Lin Hui chatted cheerfully, with her never putting any pressure on the girl who was visiting for the first time. Wen Ning often turned her head to secretly glance at Su Yan. After she rested for a night in the guest room of Su Yan's home, the two of them prepared to return together with their daughter the next day. "Xiao Ning, next time you come," Lin Hui hinted with a subtle smile. "You don't need to bring so many things." Wen Ning didn't suspect much, thinking Auntie was just telling her not to be so polite. Afterwards, she continued her usual tutoring and then waited for Su Yan to pick her up in the evening to take her home. Until one evening, Su Yan didn't come by bicycle. Instead, he stood with their daughter at the entrance of the residential complex waiting for her. "I'm taking you and Tong Tong somewhere." Su Yan let out a low chuckle. "A very important place." "It's so late." Wen Ning was a bit puzzled. "Where are we going?" Su Yan helped her take off the backpack from behind and carried it in his hand. He hailed a taxi. Along the way, Wen Ning chatted with their daughter about the day's events, but Su Yan was unusually quiet. Until they got out of the car and stopped at a place that was both familiar and somewhat strange to Wen Ning. It was far from the city center, and by the river not far from them stood a solitary Ferris wheel. It looked abandoned and old, appearing strikingly out of place amidst the flashing neon lights. On the opposite bank of the river, tall buildings rose from the ground, their neon lights twinkling. "How do you know about this place?" Wen Ning paused for a long while, her lips moving slightly. "It's all been demolished. When she was very young, this was a bustling amusement park where many parents would bring their children to play. Her mother had brought her here. Tong Tong knows about it." Tong Tong held her mother's hand. "Mommy brought Tong Tong and Daddy here before, but back then this Ferris wheel was already gone. Mommy had always felt regret not daring to come see it again for so many years. When she finally mustered the courage to bring her husband and daughter here again, there was nothing left. Back then Mommy was even younger than Tong Tong." Wen Ning was somewhat lost in thought. Grandma brought Mommy here to play. It was Mommy's first time on a Ferris wheel. Although a very long time had passed to the point where she could barely recall her mother's face, now a flood of memories suddenly surged toward her. She could no longer remember why her father hadn't come that day. But every word her mother had spoken, every expression seemed incredibly vivid. At the top of the Ferris wheel, a little girl with two ponytails leaned against the railing. Through the window, she stared at the flickering neon lights outside, her mouth wide open in awe. "Wow, Mommy, it's so beautiful." A woman with a gentle and beautiful face sat beside her, her voice soft. "Be careful, my good little Ning." "Mommy." The little girl turned around. "The amusement park is super fun." The woman stroked her daughter's head. "Then next time you'll bring Xiao Ning to play again." "Really? The woman gazed intently at her daughter, not even daring to blink, as if she could never look at her enough. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the abandoned Ferris wheel in the distance. "Ian, why did you suddenly bring me here?" She rubbed her eyes. "It makes me a little sad. I said I wouldn't cry anymore. This is the last time." Su Yan pinched her cheek. Taking you somewhere else." He took Tong Tong and Wen Ning by the hand and continued forward, drawing closer and closer to the Ferris wheel. And there on the soft grass below were arranged one after another of rabbit dolls densely packed, placed neatly in circles. Some were half a person tall, some palm-sized, white ones, pink ones, ones with drooping ears, ones holding carrots, ones with bows tied on their heads. Wen Ning couldn't even count how many there were. She stood frozen in place, her lips moving. Did Tong Tong tell you again? Wen Ning felt an overwhelmingly intense emotion rush from her chest to her eyes. After coming down from the Ferris wheel, her mother had taken her to a stall and bought a brand new cartoon backpack. Then she bought that rabbit doll and personally hung it on her daughter's bag. That was the most vivid memory she had of her mother. So cute. The little girl vigorously shook the backpack on her back. With her movements, the rabbit doll hanging on it began to wobble. The woman looked at her with an expression full of tenderness and deep reluctance to part. Mommy, can you give me more little rabbits in the future? Yes. Mommy will buy lots and lots of little rabbit dolls and give them to Xiao Ning. Then pinky promise with me, liars are bad. Okay. The woman crouched down and solemnly made a pinky promise with the little girl. As their two fingers gently hooked together in the night, she finally couldn't hold back and pulled her daughter into her arms. Tears as big as beans streamed down her face as she sobbed softly. Xiao Ning, you must not blame Mommy. You must grow up healthy and happy. I'm sorry. Mommy doesn't want to lie to you, but Mommy is the biggest liar in the world. Someone will come, someone who will buy every rabbit doll he can find and give them all to you. Wen Ning finally came back to her senses. She looked at Su Yin and Tong Tong before her, and tears gushed out uncontrollably. Tong Tong tugged at her mother's sleeve. When her mother bent down, Tong Tong sniffled hard, raised her little hand, and wiped away her tears. Grandma didn't lie to Mommy. Tong Tong and I spent a long time. Su Yin bent down, looking into those red and swollen, yet still beautiful eyes, his voice softer than ever before. We went to every toy store and shopping mall we could find. How? How can you confess like this? Wen Ning was still crying uncontrollably. I don't want to cry. I've been preparing for so long, and when I agreed to you, I was supposed to be really happy. I even thought about buying them online, but I ended up spending all the money I earned during this time. He reached out and ruffled Wen Ning's hair. I'll make it up to you later. Su Yin was no veteran of love, nor had he ever done such a thing before. As for methods, a quick search on his phone would yield plenty. A meticulously planned confession could surprise and move a girl. Those were the exact words floating around online. The effect would surely be far better than what he had now. But in the end, Su Yin chose not to follow those templates. Instead, he prepared everything bit by bit himself. It might not be romantic, nor carry much ceremonial weight. And perhaps it would even come off a little rustic. You like rabbits, so we'll buy you loads of them. He had trudged from one mall to another, from one toy store to the next, picking out each rabbit plushie with his own hands. A yen. Wen Ning choked up for a long while before slowly calming down. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and let out a tiny hiccup. I don't really understand this matter, and I might not do it well either. Though her words were muddled, Su Yin grasped her meaning. He paused for a moment. Honestly, I don't know how either. We'll learn together. Thanks to Tong Tong acting as a catalyst, their interactions had already become quite natural. But to truly engage as lovers, neither of them had experienced it, nor had they given it much thought. Or rather, before meeting each other, they had never considered the notion of romance. Wen Ning started to say something only to meet her daughter's bright, inquisitive gaze. The words caught in her throat, lodged there. Given her personality, it was truly difficult to voice such things. Now being eavesdropped on by the little one made her feel even more embarrassed. Tong Tong stood beside them, tilting her soft fair face, ears perked up to catch every word. Wen Ning had to lean in closer, tugging at Su Yan's arm. Yen, I want to tell you something in private. Mommy. Tong Tong looked bewildered. I just wiped your tears for you. Wen Ning let out a small grunt, her cheeks tingling with heat. This kind of thing you'll have to wait until you're older to hear. But, Tong Tong bit her finger. But yesterday Mommy said Tong Tong was already grown up and should sleep in her own room away from Mommy and Daddy. Su Yan lowered his head. What? Wen Ning pressed her lips close to his ear and whispered, from now on, you'll learn bit by bit to become a very cute girlfriend. Her warm breath tickled his ear, making it tingle. Aren't you already? He stared at her cheeks for a long moment, his throat bobbing slightly. This girl truly had no idea how alluring she could be sometimes. Well, Wen Ning reached up and pinched his earlobe, her voice barely a whisper, almost inaudible. I also want you to like me a little more. By the time they got home, it was already very late. Su Yin carried 2 large boxes, set them down with a sigh, and then began taking out the rabbit dolls one by one, placing them on the sofa. When the sofa overflowed, he moved them to the coffee table. Wen Ning first took her daughter to wash up, then soothed her to sleep before returning to the living room. Seeing the dolls scattered across the sofa, she belatedly recalled certain matters. She picked them up one by one, sitting on the sofa to tally the cost with Su Yin. The more she calculated, the more her heart ached. Her initially upturned lips gradually drooped. Don't waste money like this anymore. Wen Ning pinched his arm. We're not kids now. We still have to raise Tong Tong. Already turning into a little penny pincher. Su Yin didn't seem to mind. I bought these for you. How can that be wasting money? Wen Ning was stubborn. It is. But didn't you buy me a game console? That's different. Wen Ning explained with a serious expression, if I give you a game console you'll be really happy, so that's not wasting money. Su Yin was taken aback, so you're saying you're unhappy that I gave you rabbit dolls? No, I mean. Wen Ning paused. Tonight, even if you gave me nothing at all I'd still be really happy. She raised a finger, so isn't this just wasting money? Such impeccable logic. Su Yin found he couldn't argue. After washing up, Wen Ning put on a pair of casual shorts, kicked off her slippers, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, her fair slender legs folded beneath her. Then she began counting on her fingers all the expenses they'd have in the future. She looked every bit the part of someone starting to plan a future for the two of them, and Tongtong, her expression deadly serious. From the very beginning she had intended to walk this path with him properly. Su Yin took a sip of water and watched her, unable to suppress a smile. You don't know how to be a girlfriend, but you sure know how to be a wife for the Su family. Wen Ning was stunned then. What's different about being a girlfriend? She knew of course that her relationship with Su Yin was unlike that of typical young couples. Because of Tongtong they often addressed each other as mom and dad in most situations. This made their dynamic somewhat like that of an old married couple. But if they skipped the passionate honeymoon phase entirely, it would be a shame. Su Yin thought for a moment, I'm not really sure either. He had no experience aside from Yu, he rarely interacted with girls. Wen Ning scrolled through her phone for a long time. Online it says girls in the honeymoon phase tend to be more clingy, wanting to be with him every minute, sharing everything, even getting a little sulky if he replied late. But here it also says that lovers should give each other some personal space to make the relationship more relaxed. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Why does everyone say something different? Su Yin looked with her for a while, but ultimately found no clear answer. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces. There was no such thing as being taught how to love. Since it was already late, Su Yin went to take a shower first, then stood before the mirror brushing his teeth. Wen Ning put away her phone and patted over in her slippers. Then, he'll go rest now. MM'll sleep soon. Su Yin rinsed his mouth and grabbed a towel to dry his face. Wen Ning stood there suddenly looking a bit downcast. This kind of exchange felt all too familiar. It seemed like something that happened every day. Yen. Her voice grew softer, is dating me. A bit boring. She really wasn't the type to act coy, and as for being clingy, she had no idea how to do that. Even though she and Yen were already boyfriend and girlfriend, why did it feel like nothing had changed between them? A flicker of unease crossed her face. Am I really your girlfriend now? Su Yin knew this girl had always lacked a sense of security. He hung the towel back on the rack. Come here. Wen Ning approached hesitantly. The next second before she could react, Su Yin reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Wen Ning froze completely, her mind going blank. All sounds around her seemed to vanish. Having just showered, Su Yin carried the pleasant scent of shampoo, a familiar fragrance that enveloped her. I was afraid you'd lose sleep over this tonight. He held her in his arms, patting her head. Now do you understand? Wen Ning looked up at him, her lips moving, but no words coming out. Take it slow, what's the rush? Su Yin figured he shouldn't hold her too long the first time, so he gradually let go. It's not like we're only dating for a day. Alright, go get some rest. Wen Ning stood there in a daze. Her mind had gone completely blank just moments ago. By the time she came to, Su Yin had already let go, leaving only the faint scent lingering at the tip of her nose. For some reason a hollow feeling settled in her chest, and she finally understood a little why online posts said girls in the honeymoon phase wanted to cling to their boyfriends. Yen. Wen Ning murmured. If you eat the ginseng fruit too fast you really can't taste its flavor. Su Yin was taken aback, and it took him a long moment to grasp her meaning. He couldn't help but laugh, his shoulders shaking, which made Wen Ning's face turn a deep crimson, even her eyes growing red-rimmed. You're laughing at me again. Stop it. Alright, that was quite tactfully put. Su Yin reached out again, his hands sliding around her waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. When Ning's warm, soft body rested against his chest, she obediently didn't struggle, her hands instinctively rising to rest on his chest. In that instant, she went completely limp, all strength draining from her. She once again breathed in the familiar pleasant scent of Su Yin and heard his laughter thick with breathy tones close to her ear. Who was it just now saying she didn't know how to be a girlfriend? You're actually pretty good at this, aren't you? Because of their daughter, both of them had to adopt a more long-term perspective on this relationship. What weighed more in their hearts were the considerations of the future and the transformation of growth. Thus, ever since they got to know each other, their physical contact had actually been very limited. But only now did Wen Ning realize belatedly. Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't be a girlfriend. Even due to her personality and experiences, she might be even more passionate than ordinary girls. This point could also be confirmed in Tongtong's descriptions. After marrying and giving birth to Tongtong, becoming a wife and a mother, she still seemed like a girl in the throes of passionate love in front of Su Yin. Mom and Dad. Tongtong pushed open the door and walked out, rubbing her eyes drowsily. Why aren't you two asleep yet? Hearing her daughter's voice, Wen Ning's back instantly straightened. She instinctively struggled. Let go of me quickly. It's fine if Tongtong sees. Su Yin wasn't too concerned. Who was it that was holding me and wouldn't let go just now? Wen Ning forced a stern expression. I didn't. Tongtong looked at her parents, smacking her lips unconsciously. After all this time, she had actually gradually begun to understand that she had returned to the time when her parents were young. But everything seemed not much different. Mom and Dad would still whisper to each other while holding each other after she fell asleep. When Ning finally broke free from his embrace, her ears still red. However, she also suddenly began to realize something. Tongtong was 8 years old, and in a few years, she would be starting middle school. By then she and Su Yan would only be a little over 20, still in the throes of passionate love. When doing some things, it seemed. Seeing her hesitate and stare at their daughter Su, Yan knew what she meant. He lowered his head, leaning in a bit. Go ahead, Tongtong can't hear. Tongtong blinked her eyes, her voice sweet and naive. Dad, I heard that. Later, Wen Ning leaned in to whisper in his ear, her voice low. When doing this kind of thing, we can't let Tongtong see. Su Yan nodded. Not even married yet, and already starting to hide things from the child. Although Tongtong didn't hear, she seemed to know what her mother had said. She ran over and tugged at her father's hand, shaking it reluctantly left and right. Dad, who is more important, Mom or Tongtong? Su Yan was stunned. Tongtong, don't be naughty. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's ear, then her face flushed as she took Tongtong to rest. In the following days, Wen Ning continued her tutoring every day, then went home with Su Yan, helped their daughter with homework, prepared the next day's lesson plans, and played games with Su Yan for a while. Every day was very fulfilling. She didn't bring it up on her own, and Su Yan couldn't figure out what this girl was thinking. Until near the weekend, Lin Hui and Su Minghui missed their granddaughter so much that they couldn't stand it, so they came over to take her back for a couple of days. Before leaving, they asked their son about the situation with Xiaoning. After receiving a positive answer, they took their granddaughter home with beaming smiles. And that very evening, at just 5:30, when Ning came home, she stood at the door taking off her shoes while looking up into the living room. Su Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa, using the TV as background noise, tapping on the keyboard of his laptop resting on his knees. Home so early today. Su Yan glanced at the time. No tutoring tonight. I asked Danny for leave and adjusted the schedule. When Ning placed her bag on the coffee table, kicked off her slippers, and knelt on the sofa in her white socks watching him code. Tongtong already went back. Yes, she went back this afternoon. Didn't I already text you? Su Yan didn't think much of it, casually chatting with her while flipping through the various statements in the document. Yan, are you tired? Sort of. Take a break. Su Yan looked at her with some surprise. Actually, after being together for so long, he had roughly figured out some of this girl's little habits. When she was nervous and embarrassed, she would secretly lick her lips. Just say it if you want to be naughty. He closed the laptop with a sly smile and set it aside. Do you think I would refuse? You started it. When Ning had a thin skin and defended herself reluctantly. Then come over yourself. It can't always be me initiating. When Ning didn't say a word. She hesitated for a long while, then slowly moved closer and gently and cautiously lay in his arms. Su Yan reached out to hold her waist, making her more comfortable as she embraced him. How about we go see a movie tonight? When Ning looked up at him, her eyes involuntarily curving. I finally have a day off today. That's fine. Su Yan thought for a moment, but in that case, isn't it a bit unfair? Yeah, I really wanted to bring Tongtong too, but she's not here today. We'll take her together next time. I think you deliberately chose today. I didn't. She had recently looked up things that couples do together. It was said that during the passionate phase, a couple would definitely go to the cinema often. It was rumored to be a place that could really heat up a relationship. But she and Su Yan had never been. Eat out tonight. Okay. Su Yan held her for a while longer, then got up to change clothes. Wen Ning sat on the sofa cross-legged waiting for him while scrolling through her phone searching for things. When Su Yan came out, she was staring intently at the screen, looking puzzled. What's wrong? I searched, and it said that when going to the movies with a boyfriend you should buy gum. She looked puzzled. And you have to pick his favorite flavor. So boys like to eat gum when watching movies. Su Yan was taken aback. I don't have that habit. Wen Ning thought for a moment, but didn't understand. But that's what the internet says. What flavor do you like? Still, she felt it seemed important. Su Yan also sensed something off. Let me see. He moved over, looked at Wen Ning's phone for a while, and slowly realized what was going on. Usually people eat before going to the movies. So it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Wen Ning was curious. What? Bringing gum is because some couples kiss in the theater. Kiss. Wen Ning was instantly dumbfounded. She wasn't stupid. After a moment of stammering, she immediately understood. She jumped off the sofa, her face flustered and red. Then her voice suddenly became loud. I didn't think of that. Su Yan glanced at her rosy lips, then naturally looked away. Yeah, I know. Wen Ning tossed her phone into her pocket silently, took Su Yan's hand, and headed out. But her neck and earlobes were still visibly red. She dared not think about what had just happened anymore. What gum nonsense. Only after cooling off in the evening breeze downstairs did she take several deep breaths and gradually calm down a bit. Wen Ning looked at the sky, forced a straight face, and said coolly, Yan, what do you want to eat tonight? Huh. Su Yan was thinking about something with his hands in his pockets, his mind wandering, looking a bit distracted. Wen Ning couldn't help but pinch his arm. Answer my question quickly. Only then did Su Yan slowly come back to his senses. He thought very seriously for a moment before answering slowly. I like strawberry flavor. Wen Ning was furious, wanting to hit him. She reached out to tug at Su Yan's cheek. Who told you to answer that? Su Yan rarely went to the movies either. The few times he had gone to the cinema with the girl were when his Aunt Su Lingling took him to see New Year animated films as a child. Of course, his role was more often to provide cover for her and Brother Ming. They chose a mall, had dinner together, and then strolled to the cinema while chatting leisurely. Which one do you want to watch? Let me think. Wen Ning stared at the big screen, unable to decide. The ticket seller smiled at them with a friendly grin. If it's just the two of you, you could try a campus romance or a horror film. Both have good reviews. What a pretty little lady, she thought. Su Yan glanced over. They were all domestic films. But these were the only two movies with decent attendance recently. Wen Ning looked at the poster for the so-called campus romance and searched for reviews on her phone, finding it uninteresting. Spending over 2 hours watching others fall in love. She might as well go back and play games with the yen. This one. Wen Ning pointed at a poster depicting a pale female ghost in a white dress. Is it very scary? If you haven't seen it, you could give it a try. The ticket seller stopped at that. For domestic horror, the atmosphere is decent. A lot of couples are watching it today. Wait for me a moment. Wen Ning hesitated briefly, took out her phone, opened her notes, and scrolled down. Su Yan leaned in to look. Dense rows of meticulously typed text marked with Arabic numerals alongside carefully made annotations. What is it? Things I must do with my boyfriend. Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. I searched online bit by bit, and it just kept growing without me noticing. Do you have to be this serious about dating? Su Yan found it amusing. A top student is always a top student. Your notes look like a notebook. Oh, anyone would think you're here for an exam. Then, Wen Ning's ears grew warm from his teasing. She leaned in and whispered to Su Yan, I'm going to ace this test this time. Su Yan felt this girl might truly not understand. She often said incredibly flirtatious things in a soft, almost unconscious tone without realizing it. And lately, for some reason, she always liked to pull him close and whisper in his ear. The warm air she exhaled made Su Yan's skin tingle slightly. Found it. Wen Ning held up her phone to him. Watch a horror movie with my boyfriend. Seeing her genuine interest, Su Yan swiftly took out his phone and paid. He was quite brave, the type who could sit alone in a dark living room playing escape games. After buying the tickets, since there was still half an hour before the show started, they sat in the waiting area outside. They discussed school choices when a voice called from afar, Su Yan. Su Yan looked up, his eyes meeting those of a tall, fair-skinned girl. She was quite pretty with shoulder-length hair, light makeup, a loose shirt, and a white skirt. Her demeanor was bright and lively. Chun Hao stood lazily beside her holding 2 cups of milk tea. Seeing them, his expression seemed unsurprised. It really is you. The girl smiled. Long time no see. Wen Ning paused, instinctively turning to look at Su Yan. You don't remember me. The girl's smile remained unchanged. Xia Yiling, we were in the same class in middle school. I sat 2 rows ahead of you. Su Yan thought for a moment. Really? He didn't have much memory of it. I even had a crush on you back then, remember? Well, then I don't know you. Xia Yiling's expression froze, then she smiled without replying. She glanced at the girl sitting next to Su Yan and couldn't help but admire. Sincerely so pretty. Are you waiting for the next horror movie too? Chun Hao clicked his tongue and waved his movie ticket. What a coincidence. Old classmates rarely meet. Let's catch up. Xia Yiling sat down opposite them, open and candid, still so aloof. With that temper, I'm surprised a girl actually managed to win you over. This girl was a bit too familiar. Su Yan looked down at his phone, not in the mood to talk. Wen Ning was taken aback. Aloof. She could tell from Su Yan's attitude that nothing had ever happened. At most, she was just a former admirer. In Tong Tong's future before meeting her, Su Yan had always been alone. But Xia Yiling's words still bothered her, although she sometimes found Su Yan a bit stubborn. The word aloof could describe Su Yan. Yeah, I really liked him in middle school. Xia Yiling rested her chin on her hand and smiled with a hint of complaint. But don't worry, he couldn't be bothered with me back then. Su Yan's looks and height were above average. But he wasn't the type to catch someone's eye immediately. She was a pretty girl herself, with many boys in class liking her. Yet somehow she was drawn to this hard-to-get-along-with guy, finding him different from ordinary boys. But those days were long past. Now speaking about it openly and honestly only brought a sense of nostalgia. Su Yan is the hardest guy I've ever tried to pursue. Xia Yiling said sincerely, you're really amazing. Wen Ning quietly turned to look at her boyfriend. Su Yan happened to lower his head, his lips pressed into a straight line. What's wrong? What's with that reaction? Su Yan raised an eyebrow, displeased. Didn't you hear what she just said? Huh. Wen Ning was stunned. She didn't really mind. Not that she was being magnanimous. This matter had nothing to do with Su Yan. He wasn't like Chun Hao, entangled in ambiguous relationships with other girls. And with Tong Tong around, plus all they had been through together. Wen Ning couldn't possibly get angry at Su Yan over something like this. So her boyfriend was so likable that other girls had their eyes on him. That was normal, wasn't it? After all, they could never win him over. Su Yan clicked his tongue. Ignoring the two sitting opposite, he took Wen Ning's hand and pulled her closer to him. A girlfriend should have a girlfriend's awareness. Wen Ning looked up at him, dazed and soft. What awareness? If some girl says she wants to pursue me in the future, Su Yan reached out and pinched her earlobe firmly. You need to drive her away immediately. Got it. Wen Ning's ear was pinched, causing a slight sting that made her squint involuntarily. Yet his words reached her clearly. At that moment, she seemed to finally grasp why her future self would become like that. still acting like a lovesick teenager, even in her 30s, throwing tantrums at her husband, pounding her fists against his chest, fiercely guarding her food, and even fighting with Tong Tong over it. It must have been all his spoiling. Got it. I know. Wen Ning, having been lightly reprimanded, now had eyes full of allure glistening with a hint of redness. From now on, he'll definitely chase away every girl who has a crush on you. Xia Yiling and Chun Hao exchanged glances, both falling silent for a long while. How could these two be so oblivious to everyone else when they were in love? Is this Su Yan? Xia Yiling looked bewildered. He's not the person I remember. Back in middle school, she had pursued Su Yan for quite a while. But he never gave her a pleasant look. Su Yan let go of his hand and raised his eyes to glance at her. After a long pause, he let out a slow, disdainful snicker. Xia Yiling showed a look of realization. It really is Su Yan. Chun Hao seemed indifferent. Hasn't he always been like this? Having been raised as the cherished child of the Su family, he wasn't exactly the easiest person to get along with. If he didn't like you, he might not even bother to acknowledge you. But ironically, Su Yan was actually a person with intensely passionate emotions. He held nothing back from those he cared about. So Xia Yiling's perception of him as cold wasn't entirely wrong. Wen Ning's belief that everything about him was endearing wasn't off either. Chun Hao, as his childhood friend, knew this well. True enough. Xia Yiling snapped back to reality, pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He was indeed completely different from ordinary boys, the kind you grew to like more the longer you stayed with him. Fortunately, she had discovered this earlier than the girl before her. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't like her. Xia Yiling decided not to dwell on it anymore. It had been so long ago. Instead, she gave a bright smile and raised her thumb. This is the first time I've shipped a real couple. Su Yan noticed the movie was about to start and pulled Wen Ning to her feet. How did you two end up together? He still asked. What about you? Aren't you two working on your college applications? She went back to her hometown. Chun Hao explained. They'll just let her fill in the forms for me. Su Yan nodded, scanned the radiant and pretty girl beside him, and ultimately said nothing more. After bidding farewell, they went through the ticket check and followed the auditorium number on their tickets. Once seated, Wen Ning leaned in to talk to him again. Chun Hao. Wen Ning's voice was low. Does he usually hang out with a lot of different girls? Su Yan placed the complimentary snacks in her hands. He's always been like that. That's not good. Wen Ning held the popcorn bucket in both hands, her eyes lowered, her expression pausing. I really hate. Then she thought better of it, realizing Chun Hao was Su Yan's childhood friend, and speaking directly might be inappropriate. She pursed her lips. I really love your attitude toward relationships. Just say it. Su Yan shook his head. In his family, his parents' relationship is rocky. His father likes gambling and drinking, often arguing with his mother and smashing things. Back in elementary school, Chun Hao often didn't want to go home after school and would come to Su Yan's house for dinner instead. So he tends to look down on commitments and romantic feelings. Just like when Yu mentioned going to the Moon Goddess Temple last time, he bluntly said he didn't believe in it. Wen Ning stayed silent this time. She could probably understand. But don't worry. Su Yan squeezed her hand. Chun Hao knows his limits. He won't hurt Yu. Wen Ning thought for a while and gradually calmed down. Yu was a wonderful girl, and she would surely have good luck. They leaned against each other and put on 3D glasses. A few minutes later, the movie began. Su Yan slowly realized that the film was actually quite good. The plot might have been cliched. You could guess the ending from the start. But the atmosphere was well-crafted, evoking a gripping and immersive tension. Wen Ning's back was rigid. Just then, in the pitch-black theater, a pale face, streaked with bloody tears, suddenly lunged forward, filling the entire screen. It was accompanied by a mournful, resentful crying sound. Even Su Yan couldn't help but squint and lean his head back. Wen Ning felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. She visibly shuddered and immediately clutched Su Yan's hand to her chest. That scared. I've never watched a horror movie before. Aunt Xiao and Dad thought it wasn't healthy for me. Wen Ning lowered her voice, afraid to look at the screen, and couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Besides, she had been a bit afraid of the dark since childhood. She had improved a lot as she grew older, but a dark environment paired with a ghostly face. Should we leave? Su Yan also thought the film was almost too good. The voice acting and visual effects were clearly crafted with care. Just close your eyes and listen to the sound. No. Wen Ning shoved several handfuls of popcorn into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged as she made tiny crunching sounds like a hamster trying to soothe her nerves and fear. I promised to watch a horror movie with you. Though frightened, she stubbornly kept her eyes open and watched through to the end. When the movie ended and the lights in the theater came on, she finally relaxed. Su Yan held her hand and felt that it was slightly damp. Still, she wasn't like the girl behind them who was gasping and burrowing into her boyfriend's arms. When they got home, the night was already deep. Su Yan turned on every light in the house. After both had washed up, Wen Ning changed into a white pajama set and sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone and staring at her notes. Didn't you like the horror movie? No, it was great. Very thrilling. She hesitated. I just don't understand why watching a horror movie with your boyfriend is a must-do for couples. Watching any other movie would be the same, wouldn't it? If she said that watching a horror movie made her instinctively grab Yan's hand, then watching a romance might make her even more. No, that's not right. They mused over it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. since it was already very late when Ning gave him a hug before padding back to the bedroom in her slippers. Suyin didn't think much about it. After turning off all the lights, he lay down on the sofa. The entire house fell into silence, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. He wasn't very sleepy, and the ghostly face with bloody tears from the movie suddenly surfaced in his mind. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he propped his head up with his elbow in the dark and slowly began recalling the plot. It was really quite scary, especially when you thought about it while trying to sleep. Just then the bedroom door swung open. Wen Ning, barefoot, and without even wearing her slippers, dashed out. Suyin was startled by the noise and immediately sat up. What's wrong? Yen. She jumped onto the sofa, clutching a pillow tightly. When I was sleeping alone, there was a strange noise under the bed. Now she finally understood why watching a horror movie with a boyfriend was a must. When Ning was experiencing this sort of thing for the first time, she had always been a light sleeper, prone to restless thoughts before bed and easily startled by the slightest sounds. After turning off the lights, she couldn't help but recall the ghastly face she had seen earlier. Suyin didn't think much of it. Tuck your feet under the covers, and the ghost won't be able to grab you. When Ning complained, am I a child? Seeing that she had even run out without her slippers, clearly unable to sleep, Suyin decided to stop teasing her. He fetched a new mattress pad and blanket from the cabinet, preparing to make a floor bed in the bedroom. When Ning stood by watching him, her cheeks flushed. Sleeping next to her boyfriend. That was actually on her to-do list too. Of course it was buried somewhere near the bottom. Suyin spread out the bedding, turned off the lights in the living room, and walked back. To his surprise, Wen Ning was already kneeling on the mattress, reaching out to touch it, ready to lie down. Suyin adjusted the air conditioner temperature with the remote. Where do you think you're lying down? Get on the bed. Wen Ning covered her stomach with the blanket, looked up at him with utmost seriousness, and said, making your boyfriend sleep on the floor counts as domestic violence. Then you sleeping on the floor doesn't count. I'm the one choosing to sleep here. Wen Ning urged, go to bed, it's so late. Seeing her close her eyes, feigning drowsiness, Suyin had no choice but to turn off the lights and lie down. Wen Ning listened to the rustling sounds beside her and couldn't help but speak to him. Yen, get some rest. If you don't sleep enough, you'll throw a tantrum at me again tomorrow morning. Suyin rubbed his eyes and yawned. Whatever it is, we'll talk after we wake up. The bedroom fell silent. Listening to his steady breathing, Wen Ning gradually felt her eyelids growing heavy. People tend to get drowsy in a secure and tranquil environment. This too was a sign of dependence. Wen Ning didn't even know when she drifted off. When she opened her eyes again, the sky outside was already dim with dawn. Suyin was lying on his side with his back to her, his chest rising and falling gently. She sat up groggily, went to the kitchen to drink some warm water, and when she returned, waves of drowsiness still washed over her. As she quietly lay down, Wen Ning belatedly realized something. It seemed she had lain down in the wrong place. She struggled to open her eyes and immediately saw a face close to hers. Suyin seemed oblivious to what had happened, still sleeping peacefully. Wen Ning was too exhausted to even keep her eyes open. She stared at him blankly for a long while. The thought of having to get up and go sleep on the floor sparked an inexplicable anger rising from within her, like a kitten's clawing irritation. Forget it. She couldn't be bothered to get up again. When Ning's thoughts were sluggish, instinctively, she moved closer, breathing in his scent, then closed her eyes peacefully. When Suyin woke up, the room was already flooded with daylight. As he reached for his phone on the nightstand, he felt something soft and delicate curled up beside him. Suyin finally became a bit more alert. Why do you always like stealing my spot? When Ning was still deep in sleep, her face pressed against his arm, her breath hot against his skin. She seemed to sense some movement and murmured, She even reached out and pulled all the blanket over to her side. We've only been dating for how long, and we're already sharing a blanket. When Ning half opened her eyes in a daze, she looked at Suyin with a hazy, lingering gaze, then quickly closed her eyes again. She spoke in broken sentences. Don't bother me while I'm sleeping. Didn't you come over here yourself? Suyin found it amusing and pinched her nose. Now I'm the one bothering you. Perhaps truly annoyed by him, the corners of Wen Ning's lips slowly drooped. What's wrong with taking advantage of my boyfriend? She spoke drowsily but with a hint of petulance. Sooner or later you'll be mine anyway. This girl, when she woke up groggy in the morning, seemed to have grown quite bold. She could even shamelessly speak with such righteousness, as if he were the one at fault. Still, what she said wasn't wrong. She had been working hard at tutoring lately, so Suyin decided not to disturb her. He tucked her hands under the blanket, then quietly got up and left the bedroom. After playing on his phone for a while, Li Yu called. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Today, Dad insists on throwing me a graduation banquet. Li Yu sounded cheerful. It's just a family dinner. I only invited Chen Hao and you. Oh, and don't forget to bring Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Had those two girls become so close? Suyin thought for a moment and quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Chen Hao had just woken up not long ago and was getting dressed to go out. But as he stepped into the living room, he was met with intense arguing that shattered the rare morning tranquility. Xiao Hao is about to start college. Have you asked about his grades? The woman slammed the mop heavily on the floor. Have you prepared his tuition and living expenses? I give you money every month. Where else am I supposed to get it? The man sat on the sofa, still reeking of alcohol. If not, borrow a bit more from old Sue. The kid still needs to go to college. He's only willing to help our family because of Xiao Hao. The woman's voice shot up. We already owe them tens of thousands. Are you planning not to pay it back? Back when they first got married, the Su family wasn't even as well off as theirs. But now Lin Hui and Su Minghui were doing better and better. Rumor had it that their son's college entrance exam scores were also excellent. A couple of days ago when she saw Lin Hui holding a little girl's hand at the market, she couldn't help but marvel. Lin Hui seemed to be getting younger, her skin growing fair and delicate. It looked as if she had encountered some tremendous stroke of luck. Then she thought about her own family and her own man, and fury surged within her. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Her voice was shrill. Xiao Hao will need to buy a house and get married someday. Have you ever thought about any of that? If that's the case, we can move to the countryside and sell this house. The man's face darkened with displeasure. We'll buy a small apartment for Xiao Hao in the city where hell work. Though the house was old, the location was still decent. How could I have been so blind as to marry you? The woman pointed at her husband's nose and cursed. If it weren't for Xiao Hao, I would have divorced you long ago. Fine, it's not too late for you to regret now. All you do is drink all day, Chen Weihua. Are you even a man? I worked at that factory for decades, and suddenly they laid me off. Who can I complain to? That's still because you're incompetent. Chen Hao's head throbbed from the noise. Enough. Can't you two keep it down this early in the morning? He grabbed his keys, his face turning cold. They'll handle my own affairs. You don't need to meddle. Only then did the couple realize their son had been listening for a while. They fell silent, and the living room suddenly sank into an awkward stillness. Xiao Hao. The woman took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Just go to college peacefully. The rest doesn't concern you. I said I'll handle it myself. Chen Hao picked up the mop from the floor and placed it back in his mother's hand. Focus on your own lives. Are you husband and wife or enemies? Stop breaking things every day. They cost money, don't they, eh? Chen Weihua sat on the sofa, his face dark and silent. Chen Hao didn't want to stay any longer. He left the house, shutting out all the noise behind him. He had originally planned to visit Ayan, but now he had completely lost the mood. He sat on the curb, expressionless. Actually, when he was a child, his parents had a good relationship. But it was around the time he started middle school that his father Chen Weihua lost the job he had held for over 20 years. He had worked there since the factory first started, never thinking of jumping ship, even during the hardest times. But in middle age he was laid off. The blow was devastating to Chen Weihua. He fell into anxiety and self-doubt, which gradually turned into apathy. He drifted aimlessly, spending his days drinking or playing cards. After that, his mother's attitude toward him slowly changed. Chen Hao didn't know whether to blame them. They still cared deeply about their son. But the trivialities of life and the pressures from all sides had strained their relationship and their lives. Every day, when Chen Hao came home, he would either hear them arguing or the sound of things being thrown. Most marriages are about the mundane necessities. That saying was true. As he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. The WeChat call showed the name Little Potato with a profile picture of Chibi Marukakin. Chen Hao stared at it for a long while before picking up. Where are you? Li Yu said in a commanding tone. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Chen Hao chuckled, his voice lazily nonchalant. You're back from your hometown. Li Yu hummed. I've been looking at majors these days. What are you interested in? Whatever you pick for me. Chen Hao didn't care. It doesn't matter. You're the one going to college, and you're not even putting in any effort. Li Yu clicked her tongue in annoyance. I looked around. Food science and engineering. What do you think? Why would you want me to study that? Didn't you say I could pick whatever? Li Yu took a gulp of water to wet her throat. It sounds. Chen Hao pondered for a moment. Like I'm going to end up working for your family. You good for nothing can't do anything. If you can't find a job after graduation, I'm afraid you'll starve. Li Yu snorted with a hint of pride. When that happens, if no one wants you, just submit your resume to my family's restaurant. They'll pull some strings for you. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. So you mean I'll have to serve you after I graduate? Then you choose the major yourself. Li Yu sounded a bit displeased. I'm not forcing you to pick this one. Chen Hao laughed a few times. Fine, fill it in. He stood up, lazily dusting off his pants. What about you? What are you going to pick? Chinese literature. Nice. You've always loved reading, and your handwriting is beautiful. Then he'll really fill it in. Don't regret it later, and blame me if you're not satisfied. Fill it. That evening the group arrived at Li Yu's home. It was a nearly 300 square meter flat in the Riverside district of the city center, an impressive property with top-notch transportation, shopping, hospitals, and schools all around. Li Yu's mother was named Fu Xiying. She bore a strong resemblance to her daughter, single eyelids, small eyes, and not very tall, with winered wavy hair. But she carried herself with elegance and grace, and her face was impeccably maintained. This wealthy lady was extremely warm and approachable. When she opened the door, she smiled with her lips pressed together, beaming. Fu Xiying showed not a hint of rich snobbery, personally fetching slippers for them. So you're Xiao Ning. She blinked, examining the girl. Just as pretty as are you. Wen Ning greeted her softly, standing obediently beside Su Yan. Mom saying that in front of Ning Ning makes me shy. Li Yu rolled her eyes from behind. She's the school beauty of our one high school. Fu Xiying's eyes crinkled with laughter. In Mommy's eyes, Yu is the prettiest. Li Yu ushered them in and had them sit on the sofa. Chen Hao had arrived earlier, and was already sitting there greeting the two. Uncle Li will be back soon. The nanny is cooking. Fu Xing took an orange from the coffee table and handed it to Wen Ning. Xiao Ning, have some fruit first. Thank you, Auntie. Then she watched as Wen Ning peeled the orange, carefully removed the white threads, and placed the peeled fruit in Su Yan's hand. Fu Xing. Such a sweet girl. Li Yuyu laughed. They're really close. They've already met Aunt Lin and Uncle Su. They've already met the parents. Fu Xing's gaze fell, then a look of understanding dawned. On Wen Ning's wrist was a simple green jade bracelet, understated and elegant. Wen Ning blushed slightly, pulling at her sleeve to hide it. She thought about how it was a keepsake from Su Yan's grandmother. She usually didn't dare to wear it, keeping it safely stored in a box. But today when she went out, she couldn't resist putting it on. And then she discovered something quite amusing. Years ago, when the elderly couple bought the bracelet, they had chosen it based on Lin Hu's size. Yet to their surprise, it fit Wen Ning perfectly. Moreover, it suited her exceptionally well, making her wrist look even more fair and delicate. Wen Ning didn't know whether to call it coincidence or fate. After Su Yan saw it, he wouldn't let her take it off, saying it looked beautiful. It seems Sister Hui really likes you. Fu Xing gave a thumbs up with a smile. All right, before you leave today, I must give you a big red envelope. Chen Hao had just peeled an orange when Li Yuyu snatched it away. He turned to look. The little potato had already stuffed the whole thing into her mouth, cheeks bulging. She even raised her chin defiantly, as if daring him to do something about it. Chen Hao didn't mind and laughed. Auntie Fu, do I get a red envelope? What would you get one for? Fu Xing turned and glared at him. When you bring a girlfriend over to play, I'll give you an even bigger one. For some reason, every time she saw Xiao Yan, she wished she had a son like him. But Chen Hao always rubbed her the wrong way. Just like her daughter. She found him annoying in every possible way. It was a peculiar feeling. Sit up straight. Fu Xing smacked him on the back of the head. You never have proper posture, standing or sitting. When Uncle Li gets back, he'll scold you again. All you do is play games. Make time to discuss college applications with Yuyu. Show some initiative, will you? Fu Xing's barrage of scolding left Chen Hao a bit stunned. His lips moved. But Ah Yin plays games too. You dare talk back? Fu Xing put her hands on her hips, fuming, and reached out to tug his ear. He plays games all day and still has a girlfriend. Do you? No. Then what are you jabbering about? Fu Xing pinched his arm, clicking her tongue in irritation. And you've been losing weight again. Feel this, it's all bones. Girls nowadays like skinny guys. What, like skinny? What do those little girls know? A bit of flesh is better. You're going to drive me crazy. Wen Ning was utterly bewildered. It was hard to imagine that the gentle, elegant woman from moments ago had suddenly turned into this. Anti-fuss attitude toward Chen Hao was exactly like Yuyu's. If this wasn't a mother-in-law, what else could it be? Yuyu, same for you. After you start college, make more friends. Fu Xing turned to speak to her daughter, her tone softening. If you meet someone you like, bring them home. That's what your father and I care about most now. Chen Hao fell silent for a moment, his brow twitching slightly. After a while, he scratched the back of his hand and laughed casually. Don't worry, during college you'll definitely help you, and Uncle Li vet them. Fu Xing glanced at him. Vet what? Yuyu has such great qualities. There are bound to be plenty of people in college who like her. Chen Hao just smiled, his voice dropping a little. It'll take a guy who's outstanding in every way and has a great personality to barely match her. Li Yuyu's expression froze. She lowered her eyes silently, inserting a straw into a carton of milk, not saying a word. Fu Xing was stunned for a long time, then clicked her tongue in annoyance. What are you saying? This is why I find you so irritating. Chen Hao was a bit confused. No matter what I say, Auntie Fu, you always scold me. We have everything in our family. When Yuyu graduates, if she really doesn't want to run the restaurant, she can just help us collect the rent. Fu Xing felt that the more she looked at him, the more annoying he became. How could there be a boy this insufferable in the world? What's all this about matching or not? Fu Xing smacked him hard on the head again. As long as Yuyu likes him and he treats her well, that's enough. After about 10 minutes, Li Wenba returned. He placed the car keys on the counter and greeted them warmly. Li Yuyu's father was a well-known entrepreneur in the area, yet whether dealing with clients, employees, or family, he was always a humble and gentle person. At any rate, Wen Ning didn't sense any arrogance from them. Of course, it might have been because the two boys like Yuyu had grown up under their watch. During the meal, Li Wenba retrieved 2 bottles of very expensive red wine from the cabinet. Xiaoyan, you did exceptionally well on the exams this time, he said with a smile. Your father called everyone bragging about your grades and how wonderful your daughter-in-law is. Wen Ning lowered her head to sip her juice, her ears burning slightly. Su Yan nodded with a smile. Ning taught me well. Li Wenba looked at them with growing satisfaction, finding them utterly endearing. But when he turned around, he saw Chen Hao wrapping a duck roll. No sooner had he finished than his daughter snatched it away and ate it. Li Wenba's expression gradually cooled. Xiao Hao, will you have some wine? He'll have a bit with you, Uncle Li. Quick to agree. Instead of learning good things, you pick up these habits fast. Then, I want drink. A grown man who can't even drink. How will he handle business in the future? Chen Hao coughed violently. Make sure you learn something in college, Li Wenba said sternly. If you come back knowing nothing, he'll teach you a lesson. Throughout the dinner, aside from showing concern for Su Yan and Wen Ning, the two parents mostly scolded Chen Hao. Wen Ning found it amusing, yet couldn't help feeling a twinge of emotion. When Tongtong grew up, she and Su Yin would probably scrutinize their son-in-law the same way. Surely they'd find fault with everything. As they were leaving, Fu Xing indeed gave them a large red envelope. No wonder Huajiao likes you. You're truly a good girl, she said, patting Wen Ning's hand. Sounding congratulations on your advancement. You two will surely achieve great things. Afterward, Chun Hao put on his shoes and prepared to leave. Li Yuyu reluctantly stood up and walked him out. When they reached downstairs, she pulled a red envelope from her pocket. Here, a graduation gift from my parents. Li Yuyu explained, they found you annoying so they didn't give it to you personally. Chun Hao didn't reach for it. Are you sure it's not from you? Li Yuyu rolled her eyes and shoved the envelope into his chest. Go home now. I'm leaving. She turned and walked away without looking back. Chun Hao stared at the envelope in his hand, rubbing it with his fingers as his smile gradually faded. When Li Yuyu returned home, her father was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. She paid no mind, sitting down on the sofa and pulling out her phone to send messages. Yuyu. It was then that Li Wenbo put down the paper. Dad needs to tell you something. Li Yuyu was immediately alert. What? You know Xiaoheo's family situation. Li Wenbo spoke gently, slowly. Setting personal feelings aside, this isn't exactly a match of equal status, is it? Li Yuyu's head shot up. Dad, do you actually look down on him? Just moments ago she had heard her mother say family background didn't matter, and now her father was bringing this up. That's not what Dad means. Realizing his daughter had misunderstood, Li Wenbo quickly set down the paper. Your grandparents built everything from scratch. Our family hasn't always been well off. Li Yuyu felt confused, unsure why her father was saying this. Do you think? Li Wenbo paused. That Xiaohao might think that way. He had sensed this long ago. Though Chun Hao seemed carefree, he was actually sensitive and had strong self-esteem. Especially when visiting their home despite appearing at ease on the surface. Li Wenbo could tell at a glance that the boy was inwardly uneasy. He himself had never thought about who was worthy of his daughter. But, you need to understand one thing. Li Wenbo looked at his daughter's delicate rounded face. Someone who truly cares about you will wonder if they are the best for you. If this continues, you won't end up together. Li Yuyu was stunned for a long moment before stammering. When did I ever say I wanted to? With him? Li Wenbo patted his daughter's head. Dad was just speaking casually. Don't take it to heart. In the following days, the summer heat grew more intense. Every evening, Su Yin and Wen Ning huddled together, choosing schools and filling out applications. Balancing their scores while ensuring they'd be in the same city was time-consuming and demanding. Tongtong sat in her mother's lap, blinking as she helped pick from a pile of materials. Mommy, this school looks so pretty. Do you like it, Tongtong? Yes. Su Yin scrolled through the computer screen. Have you decided on a major? Nothing particularly interests me. Wen Ning smoothed her hair and leaned in for a closer look. With high scores, she had many options and popular majors were essentially open to her. But she didn't have much of a plan in this area. Su Yin considered this a crucial matter that required careful deliberation. In Tongtong's future, Wen Ning had studied medicine, specifically the lucrative field of ophthalmology. A few years after graduation, she became a well-known eye doctor with excellent salary and benefits. But Tongtong had said her mother didn't truly enjoy her work or the hospital. For Su Yin, it was simpler. Head leaned toward computer science. As for the city, they ultimately settled on Hangzhou. Moreover, it was where Tongtong had always lived. This time the two of them would take their daughter to the city where the future Su Yin and Wen Ning would settle. So when you were young, you never went to Hangzhou. Tongtong's voice was sweet and cheerful. Then Tongtong will take you to explore. Wen Ning smiled in agreement, pulling out her phone to browse rental listings near the schools. Gradually her brow furrowed. So expensive. A 3-bedroom apartment cost several thousand and prices were sky high in decent locations with good transport. That's normal, Su Yin said thoughtfully. For students, a 3-bedroom is indeed a luxury. Wen Ning calculated the money she had earned recently. She let her daughter play in Su Yan's arms for a while, then took out paper and pen to roughly estimate expenses. Costs would definitely be far higher than she imagined. After calculating for a long time, she felt overwhelmed by the pressure. Wen Ning tossed the pen and paper aside, reached out, and gently hugged Su Yan. Feeling down, she held her boyfriend for a while. Seeing her slightly drooping lips and worried expression, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. From my parents. Su Yan placed a card in her hand. There's 100,000 yuan inside. They were afraid you wouldn't accept it, so they insisted I give it to you. Wen Ning was stunned, quickly sitting up straight. How can we take this? Lin Hui and Su Minghui had already done so much for Tongtong. The two parents had worked their whole lives for their son. Now they should be enjoying their golden years with their granddaughter. These daily and financial burdens should be handled by her and Su Yan as parents. If we don't accept it, they won't be able to eat or sleep well at home. Su Yan shook his head. They're just worried we'll struggle out there. Wen Ning held the bank card, pressing her lips together, unsure what to say. Though she knew it wasn't right to accept, for some reason the anxiety in her heart suddenly vanished. Lin Hui and her biological mother had very different personalities. But Wen Ning could feel something long lost from her. Lin Hui and Su Minghui were people of their word. Now they truly treated her like a daughter. Once we're settled at university and can support Tongtong and ourselves, Su Yin said, ruffling her hair, we'll find a chance to pay it back. though he knew his parents probably wouldn't accept it. During college, he needed to start figuring out how to earn money to support the family. Writing papers for others wouldn't be enough. Ian. Wen Ning leaned in to whisper, when we have lots and lots of money in the future, we have to be especially good to mom and dad. And Tong Tong will be good to grandma and grandpa. Tong Tong was eating a strawberry, her lips stained bright. Su Yin pinched his daughter's nose. You've already called them mom and dad. That one sentence will probably keep them awake all night with excitement. Wen Ning's ears turned red silently. I can't keep calling them uncle and aunt. She had already accepted the jade bracelet. She'd have to find a chance to change how she addressed them. Wen Ning carefully stored the card in the cabinet. When she returned, she sat on the floor and continued browsing rental listings. To ensure a good living environment for her daughter, she couldn't be too casual about this. It didn't need to be luxurious or compare to their future home, but at least Tong Tong should feel comfortable and not cramped. She clicked on the filter options and stared for a long time, then froze. After a moment, she nervously put her phone away as if she'd seen something she shouldn't have. What's wrong? I noticed. 2-bedroom apartments are much cheaper. Wen Ning licked her lips guiltily like a thief. After a long pause, she murmured, maybe. We could try having Tong Tong sleep with me first and figure out the rest once we're settled. Tong Tong paused her strawberry eating. She shot her mother a suspicious look, then suddenly understood. No way. Tong Tong's voice was sweet and whiny. Tong Tong is a big girl now. Tong Tong wants to sleep alone. Wen Ning was taken aback. But last time you didn't say that. No, Tong Tong shook her head firmly. I want my own room. It was the first time Tong Tong had acted spoiled in front of her parents, shaking her head adorably. Su Yin was indulgent. Then should we rent a 3-bedroom? No either. Tong Tong pouted hard. That's too wasteful. That money was hard-earned by mom and dad. Tong Tong isn't a bad, ungrateful daughter. Tong Tong. Wen Ning's ears burned red as she reached out and pinched her daughter's cheek. You just want mom and dad to share a room. Su Yan's final choice was Hangzhou Electronics. As for Wen Ning, she unhesitatingly applied to Jiangda, ranked among the top 5 nationally and first in the province. Given their scores in the provincial ranking, their admission was virtually secure with almost no risk of being rejected. What now needed consideration was Wen Ning's major. Maybe. Wen Ning hesitated, should I pick clinical medicine? Even though she had disliked hospitals since childhood, she could navigate them with her eyes closed. She truly wasn't fond of this field. As long as it pays well, it's fine, Wen Ning reasoned pragmatically. Whether I like it or not doesn't really matter. Even Tong Tong the future, Wen Ning chose this. In fact, many people choose majors in schools with the same mindset. Considering starting salary and benefits is perfectly normal. But in that future, she didn't meet me in college, did she? Su Yin murmured, flipping through Jiangda's major rankings and popular disciplines. A major I like. Wen Ning thought for a moment, then leaned in quietly. How about the major of the person I like? Su Yin blinked. Are you interested in computer science? Computer science is one of Jiangda's flagship programs, right? She had actually considered it. The future Su Yin, when she met him, had already amassed considerable savings and assets, all earned through his own efforts. Wen Ning hadn't lived through that stage and didn't know if he had faced hardships or setbacks in society. If this time she could grow and struggle alongside him, that would be wonderful. But it's going to be very tough. Su Yin hesitated. Having experienced it himself, he couldn't bear to let Wen Ning study computer science. Although to excel in any major requires hard work. Wen Ning argued logically, with my score, wouldn't it be a waste not to choose a flagship major? Jiangda's computer science program was among the best in the country, a true leader in the field. In terms of ranking alone, it outperformed clinical medicine. When you put it that way, it's not a bad idea. Su Yin pondered for a long time. Doctors also work hard sometimes on shifts. If you're with me, I can find ways to make things easier for you. During college, she would undoubtedly want to help support the family. She would also aim for scholarships, and if there were research projects at school, he could help. It's your decision. Su Yin placed the materials back in her hands. If you really choose Jiangda's computer science department, you might even surpass me someday. How could that be possible? Wen Ning smiled teasingly. She knew her boyfriend had extraordinary talent and skill in this area, especially considering he was mostly self-taught. With the decision made, the two filled out their college applications. When the admission letters arrived, there were no surprises. Unexpectedly, Li Yuyu and Shunhao also chose universities in Hangzhou. Although Hangzhou is vast, being in the same city made meeting up convenient. At this point, the college entrance exam ordeal was finally over. Soon they would embark on their university lives. Toward the end of the month, they began packing and preparing their belongings. Since there was a lot of luggage, Lin Hui and Su Minghui decided to drive them there personally. They planned to head over a few days early to familiarize themselves with the city and rent an apartment before school started. However, 2 days before their departure, Wen Ning had another long dream. The dream was so vivid that it felt as if she had actually lived through those events. The faint scent of disinfectant seemed to linger around her nose even after waking up. Dr. When you've worked hard, the nurse on shift giggled. We had so many patients today. You should go home and rest. She washed her face, took off her white coat, and left the hospital. As the sun slowly sank, she stood outside waiting for a ride, and only then belatedly remembered that today was her 29th birthday. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped into a roadside shop and bought a cake no bigger than her palm. Then she boarded a bus, she didn't know where it was heading, and sat in the back. There were no other passengers, the evening scenery of Hangzhou whizzed past. The wind from the window hit her face cool and refreshing. Wen Ning placed the cake on her lap, took a photo with her phone, and edited a WeChat Moments post happy birthday to me. Then she set it to only visible to me. After that she gazed at the orangered sky outside, opened the cake box, and began to eat slowly. A sudden emptiness filled her heart. Turning 30 soon. She had been drifting aimlessly in this city, and even when buying herself a birthday cake, she didn't know what wish to make. The bus went on for several stops before a man carrying a bag got on. He sat on the opposite side, phone pressed to his ear, his tone tinged with helplessness. Alright, I get it. It's just I strained from overuse. I went to the hospital to get some eye drops. It's not a big deal, so why does everyone have to call me about it? She snapped back to reality, eating her cake in silence. The bus was quiet except for the man's voice on the phone with his mother. Girlfriend, why is that the first thing you ask every time you call? It's not that I won't date, I just haven't met anyone I like. How is that a psychological problem? Wen Ning listened to his exasperated voice, tasting the sugary sweetness of the cake on her tongue. He had a mother who cared deeply about him. He must have a good relationship with her. That was nice. The heaviness and loneliness in her heart suddenly dissipated a little. She couldn't help but eavesdrop on their conversation. Xiao Xian, Aunt Lin's eldest daughter. The man thought for a moment. Didn't I make it clear to her? He was probably scolded by the person on the phone because he tilted his head and rubbed his ear vigorously. Why did you suddenly use vulgar language? I explained it to her properly, and only then blocked her. But I really don't like her. What can I do? He rummaged through his bag. You know my temper. If I don't fancy someone, I don't. If I do, it's for life. I can't just settle. Wen Ning finally glanced at him. He wore a simple black shirt, his expression casual and lazy, but his tone carried no frivolity. She felt that his words seemed to describe her own situation. The man seemed to notice her gaze, and quickly turned his head. He didn't say much, but his eyes lingered on the half-eaten cake in her hand. After hanging up, he asked casually, birthday today? Wen Ning averted her gaze, quickly lowering her eyes to continue eating her cake. She didn't like talking to strangers, so she only gave a soft Nothing more. But perhaps because of his earlier words, she didn't feel particularly hostile toward him. Why are you alone? He raised an eyebrow. My grandmother says you shouldn't spend your birthday alone. It's bad luck. Wen Ning paused, slowly swallowing the cream. She remained silent, turning her head to watch the neon lights gradually brighten outside the window. My parents are very particular about that too. No matter where I am, they come to celebrate my birthday every year. He looked at his phone screen, speaking casually. Even if you only have one person with you, it's still better than being alone. The whole year will bring good luck. Wen Ning's lips tightened into a straight line, her expression blank. Seeing that she wasn't keen on continuing the topic and her face was growing colder, he stopped pressing. He simply sat in his seat, scrolling through his phone. Silence once again filled the bus, punctuated only by the gentle clatter of the overhead handles. The cake Wen Ning had bought was small, though after a few bites it was nearly gone. Savoring the lingering sweetness, she decided to save the strawberry on top for last. She stared blankly out the window, a pang of sorrow rising in her chest. It wasn't that she couldn't afford another cake. She just wanted to stretch out this simple, unnoticed 29th birthday for as long as possible. Time passed, and the darkness outside deepened. Finally, she heard his lazy voice again. I've already missed my stop by 3 stations. How are you still not finished with that? Wen Ning woke up very early today. She got up, packed her things, and then woke Tong Tong. In her mind, she was still intermittently recalling the dream she had last night. It was as vivid as if it had really happened at some point. When she walked out of the bedroom, the living room had become somewhat empty. Cardboard boxes one after another were stacked in the hallway. Even the rabbit dolls that had been tossed on the sofa were packed away one by one. Since she was renting a place, she decided to take everything she could. Xu Yin sat on the sofa texting his parents on his phone. Wen Ning went over and hugged him, then slowly described her dream to him. Is that how it was, eh? Xu Yin thought for a moment. What happened next? He hadn't dreamed at all last night, and had slept straight through until dawn. After I celebrated my birthday by myself, you just got off the bus. Wen Ning said with a hint of grievance. You didn't even tell me your name, nor did you ask for my contact information. Celebrating a birthday alone was a very unpleasant experience. So meeting him also felt inauspicious to her. And after the lonely girl on the bus had finished her birthday, he had no other concerns. The 29-year-old Xu Yin had exactly the same temperament as the current Xu Yin. My grandmother did tell me that our family takes this matter very seriously. Xu Yin put down his phone. From now on, remember that every birthday must be spent with us. So, Wen Ning patted her cheeks and suddenly asked, who is Xiao Xian? Because her topic jumped too quickly, Xu Yin was stunned for a long moment. She seems to be the daughter of my mom's friend. Not close. Then why did your mom think of introducing her to you? How should I know? Xu Yin hadn't expected to be backstabbed by Lin Hui in the future. He was an only child and had been reluctant to date, so it was only natural for Lin Hui to become anxious. But, Wen Ning sighed softly, it feels like that future version of us had it so hard. The 29-year-old Dr. Wen had a personality that was more withdrawn and cold. And Su Yan was the same. His family had introduced him to countless suitable women from good families, but he just couldn't be interested. The most important person was in the same city, yet they kept missing each other. Fortunately, the ending was good. It wasn't luck. Su Yan shook his head. There was no such thing as good fortune. Like Wen Ning, if he didn't meet the right person, he would rather stay single. It was precisely this stubbornness, somewhat out of place in today's society, that allowed them to have a sufficiently happy life together. So no matter at what age or where they met, they would always end up together, even if it took a little longer. In the afternoon, Su Yan accompanied Wen Ning home to pack the remaining things. Then they prepared to leave for Hangzhou together. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming had taken the day off to see off their eldest daughter. Wen Ning didn't have many belongings, just some books and clothes. She tidied up her room for a short while, and that was about it. She even brought the 2 neatly washed school uniforms from one high school. Xiao Ziqin crouched down to help her organize the suitcase. Watching her eldest daughter wiping the photo of her biological mother at the desk, she touched her pocket, hesitating to speak. In the end, she sighed inwardly and said nothing to her eldest daughter. She only took out a thick red envelope she had prepared long ago from her pocket and pressed it at the very bottom of the suitcase. Xiao Ning, you seem to have gained a little weight lately. He thinks I'm too thin. Wen Ning put the photo in her backpack before walking back, pursing her lips into a smile. He always tells me to eat more. I can't argue with him. By now she could talk about these things naturally. Looking at the suitcase on the floor and her eldest daughter's room, which had been her home since childhood, now empty, Xiao Ziqin couldn't quite define the emotions within her. She wanted to say something, but the words rolled in her throat twice and slowly sank back down. In the end, she just patted her eldest daughter on the shoulder. A little plump is good, it brings good fortune. When the two walked into the living room, Su Minghui and Wen Qiming were sitting there talking. Su Yan sat on the other sofa listening quietly. It was the first meeting of the two fathers, and it was more harmonious than imagined. Wen Qiming asked about his daughter's recent situation and some things about the Su family. Su Minghui answered every question without concealment. Our family isn't extremely wealthy. Su Minghui's tone was steady. But I can guarantee that when the 2 children graduate, it'll help them find a house in Hangzhou, and it will be in both their names. He would take care of the down payment. After that, the children would pay the mortgage themselves. Su Yan glanced at his father, tapped the back of his hand, and didn't say much. Su Minghui said gently, if there's anything else you're worried about, just say it. Wen Qiming was silent for a moment. How can we let your family bear all the responsibility for Xiao Ning's matters? Xiao Ning has told us everything. Su Minghui shook his head. Old one, it's not easy to find a woman willing to stand by you when you're down. Treat them both well. Let's settle it this way, I'll well handle it. Only then did Wen Qiming understand. Only a man like Su Minghui could raise a son like Su Yan. Wen Qiming sighed. It's my fault for not doing better. From now on, old one, if you ever need any help, just give me a call. Su Minghui didn't continue the topic. Ian's mother and I will definitely treat our daughter-in-law better than our own son. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, completely unbothered. When Wen Ning and Xiao Ziqin came out of the room, they all stood up. Dad and Xiao. Wen Ning took a bag from Su Yan and pulled out 2 neatly packaged coats. They were on off-season sale recently. Ian and I picked them out for a long time before buying them. They're for you. Wen Qiming and Xiao Ziqin were stunned. They looked at their poised eldest daughter and almost hesitated to take them. Xiong, we got you a gift too. Wen Ning gave her younger sister a Bluetooth speaker. You like listening to music? This can connect to your phone. I've tried it, the sound quality is excellent. Wen Xiong hadn't expected to receive a gift from her sister and took it awkwardly. Your sister is going to university now. Wen Ning stroked her sister's head. Xiong will grow more and more beautiful. Make sure to study hard and make good friends. No. Wen Xiong didn't know what to say, so she looked at Su Yan. Hey, you better treat my sister well. She's so easy to push around with that temper of hers. Don't you bully her. Su Yan glanced at her. You're the only one who bullies your sister all the time. Wen Xiong hugged the speaker to her chest, her face flushed, her lips moving. Afterwards, they all went downstairs together. Lin Hui and Tong Tong were already waiting by the car. Su Yan took the suitcase from Wen Ning and stowed it in the packed trunk. Dad, Aunt Xiao, Xiong. I'm leaving now. Wen Ning held Tong Tong close and bit her lip. You all must be happy every day and stay healthy. Looking at the trunk full of luggage and her eldest daughter standing beside Su Yan, the family, seeing her off, couldn't quite articulate the feeling in their hearts. When they returned home, they would probably find it harder and harder to trace the traces of their eldest daughter's life, leaving only an empty room. Watching her eldest daughter get into the car, Xiao Ziqin slowly realized. That little girl who from their first meeting had shyly tugged at her sleeve and called her mom, who had spent so many years trying to please her, was now truly leaving home. Xiao Ning, Aunt Xiao, is just an ordinary person. She will favor Xiong, lose her temper with you, and feel irritated when she sees you secretly looking at your biological mother's photo. I have never been a very good mother, not as good as your biological mother. But now that you are leaving home, I also hope that you will always be well. And I hope that there will be many people better than me who will always love you. By evening they arrived in Hangzhou. Renowned as the land of fish and rice, the home of silk and a paradise on earth, the city was nevertheless marked by a more oppressive humidity. The hours-long drive had left both Su Minghui and Lin Hui feeling weary. And remember to learn driving while you're in university, Su Minghui advised. You might not have time after graduation. Make sure you don't forget. Got it. Lin Hui holding Tong Tong sat in the back, with Wen Ning exchanging heartfelt words. Annie, may I ask you something? What? Lin Hui immediately turned her head. I didn't catch that just now. What did you call me? Mom, mother. Yes, dear. Lin Hui beamed. Good daughter, what is it? Wen Ning glanced at Su Yan, who was playing with his phone in the passenger seat, and hesitated. Who is Xiao Xian? Huh. Su Yan suddenly coughed. How could she still be holding on to that? Xiao Xian. You mean Fong Xian? Lin Hui was taken aback. A girl from our housing complex about the same age as Ian, also graduating this year. Why? Mom, you wanted to introduce her to 29-year-old Ian, saying you were a good match. Lin Hu's voice caught in her throat. She was silent for a long moment. Then she kicked the back of the passenger seat. You little rascal, you were 29 and still hadn't brought Xiao Ning home to meet me, is that it? Huh. Su Yan turned around. What does that have to do with me? If it's not your fault, then is it mine, eh? Lin Hui retorted, exasperated. If you'd brought Xiao Ning home sooner, would I have needed to introduce you to other girls? Setting aside the facts, it was all Su Yan's fault. They headed to the hotel they had booked earlier, planning to rest a while before going out for dinner. There were still 2 weeks until the start of the semester at Jiangda and Hangzhou Electronics. Tomorrow and the day after they would look for a rental, and then Lin Hui and Su Minghui would help resolve Tong Tong's school enrollment. They wouldn't be staying long. Once the 2 children and their granddaughter were settled, they would return. After dinner, Lin Hui and Su Minghui went out for a stroll. The couple had visited Hangzhou in their youth. Returning after so many years stirred a sense of nostalgia in their hearts. Suddenly Tong Tong expressed a desire to see her own home. She missed the place where she had lived for so many years. But it's not our home yet, Wen Ning thought for a moment. Tong Tong, it's 10 years ago now. Our home might not even have been built yet. Then we can still go take a look, Tong Tong said, her beautiful eyes innocent and bright. Su Yan took out his phone. Tong Tong, do you remember where our home is? Yes. Tong Tong will tell Daddy. Tong Tong quickly leaned in. Room 2201, Building 4. Lezhu Yaju Nanshan Road, Shihu District. Shihu District. In such a prime location, property prices 10 years from now would undoubtedly be higher than they were now. The 2 of them took their daughter out, following Tong Tong's directions, to Shihu District. Because of the 10-year gap, many places had changed significantly, making it quite difficult to find their way. Su Yan and Wen Ning could only rely on their phones, using Tong Tong's descriptions and some landmark buildings to roughly pinpoint the location via navigation. They spent most of the evening searching before finally finding the future site of Lezhu Yaju. However, for now it was just a large old neighborhood. Grocery stores, snack shops, fruit stalls. In the land-scarce city of Hangzhou, this place felt like a corner forgotten by time. Unexpectedly, it retained a vibrant atmosphere of everyday life and the local market. In other words, it was the old Hangzhou that many local elders reminisced about, a place almost on the verge of extinction. Tong Tong, holding her parents' hands, looked around, but couldn't find any scenery she recognized. Yet she wasn't unhappy. Instead, she giggled merrily. Home is wherever Mom and Dad are. That was a truth she had understood since she was very, very young. They wandered for a long time, silently memorizing this place. If in the future they could still bring their daughter and buy a home here, it would actually be wonderful. There would be a feeling of 2 timelines intertwining. After wandering for a while on their way back, Wen Ning suggested taking the bus. Su Yan, understanding what the girl was thinking, stopped by a cake shop and bought 2 palm-sized strawberry cakes. Aren't you having any? Too sweet. I tend to get tired of rich flavors. Hangzhou's metro was highly developed, and at this hour the late-night bus was nearly empty. Occasionally a few people would get on, only to get off again soon. They sat in the back with their daughter, enjoying the peace. Tong Tong sat on Su Yan's lap, stuffing cake in her mouth with her fork, finishing it quickly, and then eating the strawberry on top. Wen Ning opened her cake box, slowly savoring the cloying sweetness with the tip of her tongue. Just like the 29-year-old Wen Ning had done when celebrating her own birthday. How are you just like Tong Tong? Su Yan looked from his daughter to Wen Ning. You both saved the strawberry on top for last. Is there a reason? A personal habit. Wen Ning licked the cream from her lips. It's like when I eat noodles, I'll finish the noodles first, then eat the egg and minced meat. Actually, quite a few people probably did the same. She just felt that eating this way brought her more joy. It was also a kind of cherishing, a way to create anticipation for herself. Su Yan's eating habits were quite different from Wen Ning's. He ate whatever he wanted in no particular order, much more casual and spontaneous. These seemingly insignificant little habits were deeply tied to family and upbringing. Actually, about the strawberries. Watching her treasure that small strawberry, saving it for last, as if it were precious. Su Yan paused for a long moment before continuing. I can buy them for you every single day. Wen Ning hesitated. Is it a bad habit? No. Su Yan couldn't resist pinching her porcelain white cheek. I'm just afraid that someday you'll encounter something you don't like, and you'll force yourself to eat it first, just like this. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. She said nothing, only lowered her head and ate the remaining strawberry. She took out a tissue, wiped her mouth, and checked her reflection in the window. Only then did she lean in and tug at Su Yan's sleeve. I want to whisper something to you. What? Su Yan tilted his head so she could speak close to his ear. Even if you buy me strawberries every day. Wen Ning looked up, a faint blush spreading from behind her ears to her cheeks. Her voice was unprecedentedly soft and sweet, like a marshmallow one longed to hold in the mouth, but couldn't bear to swallow. I still won't be able to change this habit. Why? Before Su Yan could continue, a scorching, fervent breath suddenly brushed against his cheek, accompanied by a soft, light smack. Two warm, moist things quickly touched his cheek. The last bite must always be my favorite. Su Yan's brow twitched, and his expression froze for a moment. The soft touch on his cheek vanished as quickly as it came, yet it left half his face tingling. How had she grown so adept at stirring his heart? Usually she was a quiet young woman, not particularly bold, but then she would suddenly pull something like this. These were indeed firsts for Wen Ning, and she was somewhat unaccustomed to them. Yet she was willing to gradually adapt and take the initiative in seemingly intimate gestures. A relationship requires both parties to nurture it. Kissing her boyfriend was also on her checklist. Of course, a peck on the cheek was only part of it. Dad, what's wrong? Dad's about to be hooked by Mom, his mouth gaping like a bass. Su Yan paused for a long moment before continuing. Indeed, Dad is destined to be wrapped around Mom's finger from now on. Wen Ning's face flushed crimson as she gave him a pinch. In the following days, they began searching for a rental apartment near their university in Hangzhou. There were many two-bedroom, one living room options, and several layouts caught Wen Ning's eye. Jiang University and Hangzhou Dianzi University were some distance apart, so they needed to find a compromise location. They also had to consider Tongtong's schooling. The enrollment standards for private elementary schools in Hangzhou were relatively flexible, but there were still hurdles, especially for children from other provinces. This was the issue Su Minghui and Lin Hui had come to Hangzhou to resolve for Tongtong. They didn't disclose the difficulties to the young couple. But after the first evening, when Su Minghui took his wife for a stroll by West Lake, the following days were spent mostly running errands. They even sought help from Li Yuyu's parents, who had extensive connections in Hangzhou. For their granddaughter to thrive in this society, the couple had indeed incurred many debts of gratitude during this time. After days of house hunting, Su Yan and Wen Ning finally made their decision. A lightly luxurious two-bedroom apartment with an open layout connecting the living room to the balcony, offering north-south ventilation and close proximity to the subway. The environment was excellent, and it was being rented for the first time. The rent was slightly higher, around 520 yuan per month. After signing the contract, they moved their belongings in that afternoon. The master bedroom was larger, so she and Tongtong would share it, while Su Yan took the second bedroom. Throughout the afternoon, Wen Ning wiped down tables and windows with a cloth, then fetched a broom and mop to meticulously clean every corner of the entire house. She found joy in these somewhat tedious chores. After organizing her and Tongtong's things, Wen Ning rolled up her sleeves and entered the second bedroom. When Su Yan carried in boxes, she was kneeling on the floor, taking clothes out of the suitcase one by one. She would shake out each garment, take some to air on the balcony, and neatly hang others in the closet. Let me do it, you sit and rest. Unable to free his hands, Su Yan called for Tongtong. Tongtong ran in from outside and carefully wiped the sweat from her mother's forehead with her sleeve. Tongtong wants to help too. Just watch Mama from the side, Tongtong. Wen Ning said with a tender smile, these are things I'll have to do anyway, or I need to get used to them and learn slowly. She might be spending 4 years or even longer here with Yin and Tongtong. Su Yan couldn't dissuade her. The young woman had taken on the attitude of making this place a true home, even if it was small. At this moment, looking at her, he increasingly felt she resembled the gentle woman in the photograph. Occasionally, he even had the illusion that they had been married for a very, very long time. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already evening. The once empty apartment gradually felt full. Rabbit dolls lined the sofa and clothes swayed gently with the breeze on the balcony. Just then Su Minghui called to invite them out for dinner. Wen Ning remembered something, went into the room, and came back with 2 photo frames. One held their graduation photo. In it, Wen Ning was hooked onto Su Yan's arm, smiling with pursed lips, while Tongtong stood between them, looking as if she might jump for joy at any moment. Wen Ning carefully wiped the frame with a cloth and placed it squarely on top of the TV. The photo in the other frame was already old, its colors slightly yellowed, showing a gentle and beautiful familiar woman. She wore a light green floral dress, her jet black lustrous hair flowing down the corners of her eyes slightly upturned. In her hand, she held a small girl. The little girl had a sweet face with 2 pigtails and a backpack. Her smiling cheeks were rosy, looking adorable and happy as if without a care in the world. The setting sun behind them seemed to blend their smiles with the tranquility. Tongtong looked up, her voice soft and sweet. Grandma. Mom, this is Xiao Ning's new home. Wen Ning patted her daughter's head, looking down at the woman in the photo. Perhaps for a very, very long time to come I will live here. Su Yan stepped beside her, unsure what to say, so he simply reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The woman in the photo still smiled warmly. Her beautiful eyes, so strikingly similar to Wen Ning's, seemed to gaze unblinkingly at her daughter. Just as when she had to leave her daughter's side long ago, it was as if she could never look enough. Wen Ning's mother had a very lovely name, Jianghe. Her name, like herself, was like a lotus blooming in the Jiangnan water towns. Mom, after coming to Hangzhou, Xiao Ning might not be able to visit your grave often. Wen Ning's voice grew softer, but don't worry too much about me. Xiao Ning will be exceptionally happy every single day from now on, and will walk through life with a yin and tong tong. Mom, you must take good care of yourself over there too. If there is a next life, Xiao Ning will surely be your daughter again. Then I will find a yin and let you see him with your own eyes. When that time comes, you will surely smile until your eyes crinkle want you. After this, Su Minghui and Lin Hui also had to return. The two parents could not stay in Hangzhou for long. They had taken annual leave to accompany them. When the time comes, go find this teacher, Lin Hui said after dinner, pushing a WeChat contact to Su Yin. Just go directly to Jinxiu Shidai Primary School with Tong Tong for enrollment. This matter indeed required thanks to Li Wenba and Fu Xiying. Without their help, it would not have been so easy to arrange. All right. Lin Hui waved her hand nonchalantly. Your father and I are leaving tomorrow morning. Remember to bring Tong Tong home during holidays. In truth, they were reluctant to part with Tong Tong, this granddaughter they had only met a few months ago. But Tong Tong had to stay with her parents. Children, after all, must go farther. All parents can do is guard the place where they grew up. Su Minghui looked at Su Yin, who was now taller than him, and wanted to say something, but thought it would be too sentimental. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, you and Xiao Ning. He pushed up his glasses. Sitting in front of the computer all day, you need to take care of your eyes. Su Yin hummed in acknowledgement. Up ahead, Lin Hui was holding Tong Tong's hand, and Wen Ning was gracefully holding her mother's arm, chatting idly. Lately I keep thinking back to when that little brat was just born. Lin Hui couldn't help but smile. He cried so much, bothering me late at night, often keeping me up all night, coaxing him, unable to sleep. Back then she had just become a young mother, and wasn't exactly the most diligent. Moreover, she and old Su were always busy, and the child was clingy, leaving them in a constant fluster. A Yin was very late in learning to walk, and he often fell crying every time he did, so the family called him Ban Ban. Lin Hui had indeed complained about this mischievous little brat, who loved to lie on the floor and wail. When a Yin was a few years old, Lin Hui even sent him to his grandparents' hometown for a while. But that very night she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, she drove back with red eyes to bring her son home. When he was around, she found him annoying, feeling she owed him from a past life. But the moment she couldn't see him, she felt something was missing from the house. Later, Lin Hui slowly learned how to be a mother. Now in the blink of an eye, a Yin was already 18. Xiao Ning, please take good care of him for me in the future. Lin Hui patted her hand. With you here, Dad, and I can rest assured. Wen Ning nodded obediently. Okay. When they reached the hotel entrance, Lin Hui and Su Minghui turned around. The couple crouched down to bid farewell to Tong Tong, then looked at their son. As your mother, I've never been good at saying nice things, Lin Hui said, looking him up and down with a lazy tone. We'll head back early tomorrow morning. No need to see us off. Mom, when you chat with me on WeChat, please send something else instead of that smiley and the sweating yellow bean emoji. What's wrong? They don't look very friendly. Do you really think I'm some old woman with a generation gap? Lin Hui said dismissively. I know what those emojis mean, and that's why I send them to you. Su Yin paused for a few seconds. Fine, send them as you like. That way when I'm in college, I can still see you rolling your eyes at me every day. Not bad. Lin Hui couldn't help but laugh. She pinched her son's arm. Ban Ban, if things don't go well outside, remember to call me. I know? Su Yin smiled and nodded. You know me. I can't stand being wronged in the slightest. That's for the best. Afterward, the couple returned to the hotel and began packing. Su Minghui sat in a chair watching TV. Seeing a Yin and Xiao Ning reminds me of when we were dating. Oh, back then you were the flower of your department. Lots of young guys like you, many with better conditions than me. Su Minghui's tone was nostalgic, yet you took a liking to me at first sight. Married into our Su family, never really lived a good life, and worked hard for most of your days. Lin Hui glanced at him. We're old married couple now, save that talk. Sickeningly sweet. Su Minghui was stunned. Lin Hui handed him his pajamas. Go take a shower. Make sure you wash properly. The day after the parents left, Wen Ning and Tong Tong both fell ill. After a hospital visit, it was confirmed to be just a common cold with fever. The mother and daughter got sick together. Perhaps it was because they had just arrived in Hangzhou, and the large temperature difference between day and night made them uncomfortable. The doctor gave them both 4 drips and prescribed some medicine. After returning home, Su Yin went to the kitchen to cook some thin rice porridge, worried that it would be too bland for them, so he added some sugar. Tong Tong had no major reactions other than a runny nose and cough. Su Yin first fed his daughter some porridge, then took her to the secondary bedroom, soothed her to sleep, and tucked her in. Then, he turned to take care of Wen Ning. Her condition was much worse than Tong Tong's. Headaches, sore throat, and a fever. Ning have some porridge before resting. Su Yin helped her up from the bed, letting her hot, limp body lean against his chest. How is Tong Tong? Wen Ning opened her eyes groggily. Remember to open the windows a bit for ventilation, but don't let her catch the draft. Have you eaten dinner? Her lips were pale from the illness. Sweat-dampened strands of hair clung to her face. Tong Tong's fine, her symptoms are mild. She just took her medicine and fell asleep. Su Yin brought the porridge, testing the temperature with his hand. It seemed just right. I don't want to eat. Wen Ning leaned against him, swallowing involuntarily, her voice hoarse. My throat hurts. I know. Seeing you like this hurts me too. Su Yin softened his tone, but have a little. You can't go on an empty stomach. Now he finally understood why his aunt had been so upset when he was hospitalized, and why Wen Ning insisted on staying with him. Then, he'll have a little. Wen Ning held the bowl with both hands, sipping the warm porridge in small mouthfuls. She could taste a faint sweetness spreading across her tongue, but swallowing caused a sharp, unbearable pain in her throat. Still, Wen Ning tried to drink as much as she could. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't rest easy. Xu Yin couldn't bear to watch her frown in discomfort, so he looked away. In some ways, Ning was a bit delicate. She couldn't handle alcohol, got grumpy when sleep-deprived, and suffered severe cold symptoms. It took a long time for Wen Ning to finish the small bowl of porridge. You should sleep too. Xu Yin fed her the medicine, then reached out to feel her forehead. Still very hot, showing no sign of cooling down. Because of the fever, her face was flushed, giving her a fragile beauty. Wen Ning rested against him for a while before realizing something belatedly. Colds can be contagious. She instinctively tried to sit up for the next couple of days. Don't get too close to me. How can you say that? Xu Yin almost laughed at her in exasperation. I'm serious. Wen Ning placed the bowl in his hand. If you catch it from me, you'll suffer too. I'm with you every day. If it were going to spread, it would have already. Xu Yin shook his head. My immunity is strong. Even if I get a cold, I barely have symptoms. Don't worry. Over the years, aside from that appendicitis, he had rarely been seriously ill. In that regard, Tong Tong probably took after him. Besides, it wasn't flu season, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But still be careful. How could I just leave you alone? Xu Yin shook his head. Do you want to stay in my arms a little longer, or take your medicine and rest directly? I can keep you company. Wen Ning's head was buzzing slightly from the fever, but she really wanted to linger in his arms. She said hypocritically, let's just rest. Xu Yin ignored her and pulled her closer, letting her nestle more comfortably against him. Wen Ning felt it wasn't right, but it was so comfortable in his arms that she didn't want to get up. Whether it was because of the medicine or something else, she felt much better. Still, her voice was hoarse. Both Tong Tong and I are sick, so the healthy one at home needs to be more careful. Oh, so you're afraid of giving me the cold and won't let me take care of you? Wen Ning nodded seriously. This time Xu Yin was genuinely displeased, narrowing his eyes. So if you get a cold again in the future, I should stay far away, terrified of being infected? Yes, if you get sick too, you'll only make yourself miserable. Sometimes the things you say really give me a headache. Wen Ning looked up at him stubbornly, but before she could answer, he pinched her cheek firmly. Then a scorching heat suddenly covered her lips. Wen Ning was caught off guard, stunned. It was so sudden. Just like the time she had impulsively kissed Xu Yan's cheek on the bus. She froze instinctively, wanting to close her eyes, but forgot to move. She just stared at him with her beautiful bright eyes wide open. The quiet, comfortable room seemed to grow stiflingly hot. After an unknown time, perhaps only a few seconds, Xu Yan pulled away from her lips. His voice sounded displeased, but it made Wen Ning feel her lips go numb, a rush of heat flooding her cheeks. There, now you don't have to worry about me catching a cold. You're definitely infected now. Wen Ning stared at the corner of his mouth, dazed for a long moment. After a while, she forcefully steadied her breath. She grabbed a pillow from beside her and threw it into Xu Yan's arms. I think you. Wen Ning pinched the soft flesh on his waist in anger. Are asking for a kneel on the washboard. No wonder Tong Tong said her mom occasionally gets mad at dad. Sometimes Xu Yan's spoiled nature from childhood was indeed a headache. Wen Ning felt that this guy showed no sign of remorse. His expression was calm and composed, even a bit arrogant, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. Both were stubborn, each holding onto their own principles in the relationship. Talking to him nicely probably wouldn't get through. Wen Ning decided to try a different approach. I'm doing this for your own good. She softened her tone. You need to listen. Xu Yan glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Are you treating me like a child? He'll do it again next time. Wasn't it only natural for him to take care of his girlfriend when she was sick? He had never heard of anyone getting mad over that and being made to kneel on a washboard. Wen Ning coughed and let out a silent sigh. You need to be careful when you have a cold. She leaned in closer, her voice soft and warm. When I'm better, you can kiss me however you want, okay? Do you know you were wrong now? It wasn't until Xu Yan walked out of the room with the bowl that he realized what had happened. How did I let this girl get the upper hand again? He knew that in their relationship he was usually the more assertive one. And Wen Ning, with her gentle temperament, always spoke to him softly. But when this girl really wanted to take control, it seemed effortless. A few words could make him obedient. How could this be? After washing the dishes, Xu Yan pondered for a long time, then went to the cabinet and took some preventive cold medicine to drink. Forget it. It's not shameful to be controlled by your wife. Over the next 2 days, Tong Tong fully recovered, and Wen Ning gradually began to get better. Apart from a bit of a runny nose, her fever had completely subsided. However, her throat was still a little sore, and it would probably take a few more days for her body to adjust on its own. And the start of school was approaching. After handling Tong Tong's enrollment, the two would officially begin their university lives. It was at this time that Xu Yan had another dream, dreaming of himself at 29. Team leader, you haven't slept in days. How can you handle this? Go home and rest. The damp morning air slipped in through the slightly open window, bringing a chill. Xu Yan, who had just dozed off on the desk, was shaken awake. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and said wearily, I'm fine. A young team member typing at the keyboard turned around. This project is almost done. Leave the rest to us. Yin, good, drinking too much coffee is bad for your health. Xu Yan nodded, and didn't say much, just went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. He looked in the mirror and realized he couldn't see clearly. Everything was blurry with double vision. He had had this symptom before and had gotten some medicine, but it didn't help. In fact, it seemed to be getting worse. His sleep schedule had been irregular lately, and he wasn't getting enough rest. Plus he had some insomnia. Xu went home and lay down for a while, but still didn't feel any better. With no other choice, he decided to go to the big hospital in the evening for another checkup. It was almost closing time, and there was no one else in the department. The doctor on duty was a woman wearing a mask with a simple ponytail. Half of her face was covered by the mask, making it hard to see her features. But her eyes had a captivating beauty. "Is it you?" The female doctor's voice sounded familiar, but with obvious distance and caution. "What?" Xu frowned at her, and also found her familiar. After a moment, he slowly remembered. "Oh." Xu raised an eyebrow. "I almost didn't recognize you with the mask on." He glanced at the nameplate on the desk. Wen Ning, ophthalmologist at the First Municipal Hospital. It sounded like he had heard that name somewhere. Wen Ning didn't want to chat with him. Expressionless, she asked, "What's the problem?" "Sometimes I can't see clearly." Xu sat down across from her. "It also aches, and I can't control the tears." Wen Ning looked down at the name on the medical record. Then she stood up to examine his eyes. "Eye strain plus mild conjunctivitis." She sat back down. "The symptoms aren't severe. They'll prescribe you some medicine. Reduce screen time during this period. No TV or computer, and limit phone use." Xu frowned. "Can't use a computer? Your body is your own. I can't force you." Wen Ning wrote on the medical record, her voice cold. "Severe conjunctivitis can lead to bleeding, affect vision, and even risk blindness. Weigh it carefully." Sensing her difficult personality, Xu lost interest in continuing the conversation. He took the prescription and medical record and left. But on the subway, he saw her again. This time Wen Ning had taken off her mask and white coat. Without makeup, her natural face still had a stunning beauty. She was still alone, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance like a prickly hedgehog. After a few stops, she got off. Xu didn't pay attention and closed his eyes to rest. But when he was about to get off, he saw an old rabbit doll lying on the ground not far away. It looked familiar. He had seen it in the ophthalmology department that afternoon, placed on Wen Ning's desk. At the time, Xu thought the rabbit was terribly ugly, so he couldn't help but glance at it twice. So now he still had some impression. This rabbit doll must be something precious to her. She kept it neatly on her desk at work and even carried it with her when going home. Xu didn't want to meddle at first, ready to get off the subway with his phone. But somehow he suddenly remembered the time he had seen her before spending her birthday alone on a bus. Isolated and withdrawn, she looked quite similar to this rabbit doll, which seemed to have been mended many times, covered in stitches. Xu stood there for a moment, then clicked his tongue in annoyance. A moment later, with a sour face, he picked up the doll and reluctantly got back on the subway to return. He waited a long time at the platform outside the hospital before he saw Wen Ning rushing off the train in a hurry. Actually, Xu didn't know much about her, but for some reason he was certain this girl would trace her way back. Wen Ning's face showed obvious panic and confusion. She lowered her head, carefully checking every corner of the ground, searching back and forth many times. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, as if she was about to break down. In over 20 years, she had never lost it. But today, for some reason, when she got home and felt her bag, she found it missing. She clearly remembered putting it carefully in her bag after work, but after searching over and over, she couldn't find it. Her mind went completely blank at that moment. Having waited a long time, Xu expression was somewhat displeased. Lost something. With insufficient rest and recent company troubles making his head buzz, he irritably unbuttoned his collar, his unhappy demeanor making him seem hard to get along with. Wen Ning didn't know why he was there, and nodded hesitantly. A doctor can still be so scatterbrained. "If you lose such a little thing, do you think you'll ever find it?" Already upset about losing the doll, his harsh scolding made her feel even more suffocated. Her eyes moistened, but she stubbornly didn't make a sound, only bending the corners of her mouth downward. Xu expression softened a bit. "Alright, it's no big deal." He handed the rabbit doll to Wen Ning. "Don't lose it again." Wen Ning took it, still looking gloomy. This rabbit doll hadn't been lost in 20 years, but today it mysteriously disappeared when she met him, and he happened to find it. She felt a vague unease, something off. "This doll is very important to me." Wen Ning took out her phone. "We'll find a way to thank you." "No need." Xu glanced at her. "I just picked it up. Oh, I didn't know it was yours." Wen Ning shook her head stubbornly, her tone gradually cooling. "I don't like owing others." She had held on to this belief for a long time. She wouldn't trouble others, nor did she want to owe anyone anything because of her own matters. It made her very unhappy. So, today's incident weighed heavily on Wen Ning's heart. "Suit yourself." Xu didn't want to say more. "But I might not always be free." "Then he'll wait until you are." Seeing her lower her head to add him on WeChat, Xu couldn't help shaking his head. He felt she was unlikable in many ways, bad-tempered and prone to overthinking. Feeling unhappy about owing someone. TSK. She was a rather awkward girl. All this talk of owing annoyed Xu as well. He patted his pocket, thought for a moment, and left something on the bench. Then he stood up and left directly. Wen Ning didn't say much. Seeing no one around, she pressed her soft cheek against the rabbit doll and carefully placed it in her pocket. Only then did she notice something on the bench where Su Yin had been sitting. She picked it up and looked. It was an employee badge. The man in the photo wore a white shirt with a casual, carefree expression. Jiwei Company Development Team, Leader Su Yin. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment before remembering to call him. Oh, I must have dropped it there. Su Yin didn't seem concerned. Keep it for now. He'll get it next time I'm at the hospital. Forget about the thanks. Now you don't owe me anymore. The next morning, Wen Ning coaxed the drowsy Tong Tong to eat breakfast while listening to Su Yin recount his dream across the table. Upon hearing that her future self had lost the rabbit plush, her expression shifted noticeably. How could that be? Wen Ning found it hard to believe. I would sooner lose myself than lose the rabbit plush my mother left me. Perhaps. Su Yin paused, its mother helping us. Wen Ning was visibly taken aback. After a long moment, she lowered her eyes and let out a soft chuckle in her throat. Such a notion was rather beautiful. It made her feel as though her mother had never left, always watching over her daughter. So even mother doesn't want us to miss each other again. Su Yin pushed the 2 cups of oat milk he had prepared toward the mother and daughter, but the 20-year-old Yu had quite a prickly personality. She was more withdrawn and stubborn than the Wen Ning before him now. Her face barely bore any smiles, and she was cold and indifferent to everyone. You too. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. The future doctor one had wanted to thank him, and this guy simply ran away. Truly. Someone unlike any other. I've always been like this. Su Yin thought for a moment. All that talk about owing. It's irritating to hear. Remember that from now on, and don't say such things. After the meal, Wen Ning went to her room, took off the jade bracelet, and placed it in a box. She was afraid of bumping or damaging it if she wore it to school. She decided she would only wear it on particularly important days. Afterwards, time arrived at September 1st. The day for Jiangda and Hangzhou Electronics to start their semesters had come. Jinqiu Times Elementary School opened the day after so the two could finish their respective enrollment matters first before taking their daughter to elementary school. Time-wise it was just enough. Tongtong, mommy and daddy are going out today. Wen Ning crouched down to fix her daughter's hair. We'll be back in the evening. Tongtong can play at home by herself for a while, watch some TV, or read a book, anything is fine. A couple of days earlier they had bought their daughter a new phone. If anything happens, call mommy and daddy, okay? Go on, go on. Tongtong waved her hand like a little adult. She wasn't afraid or bored staying home alone. And Tongtong knew that if she showed even a hint of unhappiness or reluctance, her parents probably wouldn't be able to go to university with peace of mind. That wouldn't do. Tongtong was a good girl. Tongtong, there's milk, strawberries, and cake in the fridge. Su Yin also crouched down, still a bit uneasy. If you get hungry, have a little something. If a stranger knocks on the door, don't open it, okay? An 80-year-old child was already quite independent. When Su Yin was that age, Lin Hui and Su Minghui had simply let him roam free. But he and Wen Ning hadn't been parents for long, so they naturally paid more attention to such things. I know. Tongtong kissed her mother, then her father. I'm all grown up, don't treat me like a little kid. The two of them mimicked her kissing their daughter before dragging their suitcases out the door. Their schools were in different directions, so at the subway station, they had to part ways for now. We'll have military training in a couple of days. Su Yin smiled. Once we're both settled, I'll come visit Jiangda. From now on, if neither of us has anything at school, we should come home every day. Wen Ning instructed, even if you can't make it back, call ahead, got it? Su Yin felt this was a bit like a wife telling her husband, and he quickly agreed. Only then did Wen Ning lean in to straighten his collar. Then, checking that no one was around, she quietly lifted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Yin was startled and couldn't help but click his tongue. When he lowered his head to continue, Wen Ning, blushing, shoved him hard. We'll talk when we get home tonight. There's no time. Was she getting shy again now? Afterwards, the two boarded the subway to report to their universities. Jiangda was a truly century-old prestigious school. Wen Ning stood before the ancient and grand gate, unable to contain her awe. She couldn't resist snapping a photo and sending it to the old Su family group chat. Because she had arrived a bit late by the time Wen Ning got her key and went to the dormitory, the other beds were already taken. But her roommates weren't there, leaving the dorm empty. Wen Ning didn't mind, as she probably wouldn't be staying in the dorm much anyway. She cleaned her bed and took out her belongings from her bag. Having lost track of time, while busy, by the time she arrived at her classroom in the afternoon, the class meeting had already begun. The homeroom teacher Chun Hai stood at the podium holding a thermos. Looking around, although there were some female students among the freshmen, males were clearly the majority. This was the norm for most classes in the computer science department. Report. Wen Ning. Chun Hai was surprised. You're the last one to arrive. Come in. The others in the class also turned their eyes to this late arriving girl. Then both boys and girls fell silent instantly. Computer science was indeed a major department at Jiangda, but there were very few female students each year. Where did such a beautiful girl come from this year? Can our CS department have a goddess like this? Didn't you hear the teacher call her just now? Wen Ning, she's indeed a girl from our class. The CS department's goddess. She's Jiangda's goddess, isn't she? A male student showed his phone to the person next to him. Ran Sinyu, the beauty from the sophomore art school. I don't think she's as pretty as her. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Your classmates have already introduced themselves. Chun Hai said amiably with a smile. Why don't you come up and say a few words too? Wen Ning shook her head. There's nothing much to introduce. She really didn't like such things. It's no big deal. You'll be classmates for 4 years. Wen Ning was silent for a moment, unsure what to say. Relax a bit. Chen-hai felt the girl seemed a bit withdrawn and encouraged. You can talk about yourself. Your name, age, hometown, hobbies, anything is fine. Wen Ning had no choice. But she was also reluctant to just let everyone stare at her, especially many of the boys below whose gazes made her uncomfortable, though she had encountered such things since high school. Or say something you want everyone to know. Something I want everyone to know. Wen Ning paused. My name is Wen Ning from Jiangcheng. Standing on the podium, Chen-hai and the freshmen below hadn't yet reacted when they heard this stunningly beautiful girl, who could even contend for the title of Jiangda's freshman campus belle, smile a little shyly. My boyfriend's name is Su Yan. He's also from Jiangcheng, and he's studying in Hangzhou with me. Chen-hai could even hear the faint sounds of hearts shattering from below. How often did the School of Computer Science produce a girl of such striking beauty? Wen Ning's words were far too direct. So direct that, bro, I think I'm falling in love. No. She said she has a boyfriend, and they came together from Jiangcheng. I know I didn't get to say it earlier. Chen-hai had never heard such a self-introduction. This girl likely realized that many boys in the class harbored thoughts about her exceptionally dazzling face. In the future, she might encounter trouble on campus. So she thought of using this method to directly avoid such trouble. Chen-hai didn't mind. Instead, he found the girl quite interesting, having never seen anyone like her before. After the class meeting ended, Wen Ning went to ask the homeroom teacher about commuting. Jiang University assigns dormitories to every new student. So in principle, finding a place to live outside is not allowed. Actually, aside from classes, everything is free. Chen-hai, holding a thermos, spoke with unexpected leniency. Just don't get caught during occasional bed checks. If you do, the school will issue a harsh notice, understand? He was an experienced teacher and wouldn't resort to platitudes. Jiang University was not an ordinary school. Too many outstanding people were here. Whether you studied or not was your own affair, and no one would care. In such an environment, even a top scholar could fade into mediocrity if they didn't strive. Moreover, the school couldn't really control students staying out overnight. In the automation department, many students spent all night in labs and libraries. I understand. Wen Ning visibly relaxed. Thank you, teacher. Just as long as you don't cause any trouble. After a moment's thought, Chen-hai still advised, if you're dating, that's fine, but balance it with life and studies. When she returned to the dormitory, Wen Ning had just sat down when a girl leaned in from beside her. With an oval face, shoulder-length curly hair, big eyes, and pouty lips, her style was cute and girl next door. You're so cool. She warmly started a conversation with Wen Ning. Your boyfriend must be overjoyed. Even I, a girl, feel envious. Wen Ning nodded politely. Jiang University had 4-person dorms. The other 2 roommates were nowhere to be seen. Qinwan from Suching. Qinwan spoke with a playful lilt that naturally made people feel at ease. Very warm, yet not annoying. She studied Wen Ning, her eyes almost glued to her even as a girl. So beautiful. Just call me Xiaowan from now on. Qinwan generously sought topics that interested Wen Ning. Does your boyfriend also study at Jiang University? No, he's at Hangzhou Electronics. Oh, that's a good school too. Qinwan showed no sign of looking down on a regular first-year university. You two are a good match, both from Jiangxing. No worries about separation after graduation. This girl was a bit too enthusiastic, though without malice it made Wen Ning slightly uncomfortable. She smiled and didn't say much. By evening, the other 2 roommates returned one after another. One was a bespectacled girl named Wan Wenjing, small in stature, whose greeting carried a clear note of timidity and restraint. The other was a pretty girl named Shenxi. Her attire was striking, a gradient light blue dress, hair in waves cascading over her shoulders with light makeup. The smile on her face bore a mature confidence that was far from reserved. Hey, everyone's back. She placed a bag on the table. Come on, big sister treats you to some fruit. Qinwan looked at her curiously. You're about our age, right? I'm probably older than you all. Shenxi sat on the bed, crossing her legs. I retook the exams for a year to get here, can't compare to you. That's impressive. Qinwan was amazed. I couldn't handle another senior year of high school. Let's create a group chat later. ITLL, be more convenient. Wen Ning listened to her roommates chatting, but had no interest in joining in. Su Yan sent a photo of a lecture hall, probably still busy. Wen Ning checked the time, got up, and packed her things ready to leave. Not going to eat together. I'll join you tomorrow for lunch. I have something to do. Studying so seriously on the very first day of college. No. Wen Ning knew they misunderstood, feeling a bit embarrassed. Going back to cook for my boyfriend. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Even Ruan Wenjing, who had been lying in bed, couldn't help but poke her head out. Qinwan's expression was blank. You two are already living together. This new roommate, with her pure yet radiant beauty, was icily indifferent, as if she didn't care for anyone or anything beyond a single word. But at the mention of her boyfriend, she seemed to exude the unmistakable emotions of a girl in love, eager to tell everyone that the boy named Su Yan was her boyfriend. A very strong sense of contrast. Qinwan had never been in a relationship, nor had time for one in high school, but she absolutely loved watching others in love. She was the type who, while reading a romance novel or watching a TV show, would twist herself into a pretzel under the covers. Oh no. She felt this couple's purity would be exceptionally high. For the next 4 years of college, she might just end up shipping Wen Ning and her boyfriend to death. After bidding farewell to her roommates and leaving the campus, Wen Ning glanced at the sky. It was still early. On the subway, Su Yan called. Are you done over there? Just got out. There was some noise on Su Yan's in the buzz of lively conversation. Wen Ning faintly heard a boy calling him to join for dinner. She could tell that Ian's first day at college seemed to be going pleasantly. Su Yan moved to a quieter spot before continuing. They'll grab some stuff from the dorm, then come pick you up. Wen Ning was taken aback. No need. What do you mean no need? Have you already gone home? Not yet. Then wait for me a bit. Su Yan didn't give her a chance to refuse. It's the first day of college. I want to pick up my wife and go home. Really, there's no need. As Su Yan paused on the other end of the line, Wen Ning finally couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks, flushed lips curving upward, her mood simply wonderful. Even her voice carried a soft, silvery laugh. She exited the subway station and soon spotted the gates of Hangzhou Electronics. Your wife has already come to pick you up. You're already there. Just arrived. Wen Ning's voice carried a clear hint of laughter. Familiarize yourself with the route. He'll drop by for a surprise inspection next time. All right. Su Yan chuckled along with her. Wait for me, he'll be out soon. He had just reached the dormitory, chatting with Wen Ning on the phone while hastening to pack his belongings. Just then a male student walked in from outside. He was half a head shorter than Su Yan, with fair skin and hair nearly covering his eyebrows. His features carried a hint of femininity. In girls' terms, he could be described as somewhat cute. His name was Qiao Zhe, a native of northeast China. Su Yan, let's have dinner together as a dorm tonight. The other two have already gone to save seats. In stark contrast to his appearance. The moment he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, a textured, low male tone. Qiao Zhe looked slightly puzzled. Are you heading out? Yeah, count me in when you pay. Su Yan nodded. He'll treat you guys another time. He wasn't particularly close to these roommates yet. But male friendships usually formed quickly, so he wasn't worried about it. As long as their personalities weren't problematic, they'd gradually grow familiar through interaction. Without further delay, Su Yan packed up and left the dormitory. He glanced down at the photo Wen Ning had sent. The girl had already wandered into the campus on her own. Spotting her downstairs at the library, at once he saw her. Though her attire was simple, she stood out strikingly among the passers-by. Just at that moment, a stranger mustered his courage and approached. Junior, are you a freshman? The boy seemed nervous, his voice faltering. Could I get your WeChat? Wen Ning's good mood suddenly dimmed a little. No. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. The boy then noticed Su Yan approaching from not far away, his expression turning awkward. He had hesitated for ages, egged on by his roommates, before summoning the courage to ask this exceptionally beautiful girl for her contact info. Sorry to bother you. He coughed. Well, just think of it as a couple of stray animals barking at you by the roadside. No big deal. Then he fled swiftly. Su Yan watched the boy's retreating figure, clicking his tongue in slight displeasure. After a moment, he shifted his gaze back to Wen Ning. Must have been a lot of people asking for your WeChat today, huh? Wen Ning replied honestly, but I ignored them. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing. Wen Ning thought he might be upset, her lips parted, a sudden tension rising in her heart. At a loss for words, she simply unlocked her phone and placed it in Su Yan's hand. If you don't believe me, check it. Su Yan snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a laugh at her gesture. He locked the screen and handed it back. What are you overthinking? I believe you. You looked a bit upset. Wen Ning's expression relaxed slightly as she took the initiative to hold his hand. Su Yan let her. It's not that I'm upset, I'm just worried you might run into trouble. Mainly the atmosphere at university was quite different from high school. It was more open and free, and such situations would only become more frequent for Wen Ning. There was no helping it. With her looks, even at Jiang University, she would probably be at the level of a campus belle. If they were as straightforward as that boy just now, it would be fine. What he feared were those troublesome people who might pester her. Su Yan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. They'll come to Jiang University often to see you. Okay. How was your first day at university? Not bad, my roommates are pretty decent. Wen Ning walked out holding his hand, just a bit worried about Tong Tong. I've sent her dozens of messages today. Tong Tong had been cooperative, sending photos of everything she did to the group chat. Today she had eaten strawberry cake at home, watched TV, played games, and even taken a short nap in the afternoon. It'll be better once Tong Tong starts school, at least she won't be home alone. Su Yan thought for a moment. We'll take turns picking her up from school every day. I feel like Tong Tong has grown quite a bit lately. Wen Ning scrolled through the photos her daughter had sent, and she's suddenly become very mature. When they first met Tong Tong, she was tiny like a porcelain doll. Perhaps because her childhood had been overly sheltered, Tong Tong was more innocent and naive than the average 80-year-old girl. But the two could sense that their daughter was growing up day by day, understanding more and more. Still, Tong Tong had always been sensible and very clever. She had inherited all the best traits from her parents. Let's go pick up Tong Tong first and eat out tonight. Su Yan glanced down at his phone to reply to a message before continuing. Chun Hao and Yu Yu arrived in Hangzhou this afternoon. They want us to join them for dinner. The two took the subway home and Tong Tong came bounding out of her room. She showed no sign of unhappiness, instead boasting about how well-behaved she had been at home and eagerly asking about what happened at school today. Children at this age were at their peak of curiosity and desire to share. Tong Tong helped Mommy mop the floor this afternoon. Tong Tong raised her little hand, and after my nap, I even folded the blanket. Wen Ning paused, then couldn't help but kneel to hug her daughter. Mommy can do those things. But Tong Tong is already grown up. Tong Tong nuzzled her cheek against her mother's like a kitten. I can help Mommy with chores from now on. Wen Ning bit her lip lightly. They say children can be annoying sometimes, but how could her daughter be so endearing? So Mommy, can Tong Tong sleep alone tonight? Wen Ning hadn't expected such a sudden shift in topic. She pinched her daughter's cheek in mock irritation. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. In this world, the biggest fan of him and Wen Ning was probably their daughter Tong Tong, wasn't it? The two put away their things, then took their daughter out to eat. Chen Hao and Li Yuyu were from the same school, but they hadn't come together. Li Wenba had originally planned to drive both kids over, but Chen Hao had declined and taken the train instead. At the mall, they spotted Chen Hao from a distance. He looked the same as ever, just with his hair cut shorter. When he saw Tong Tong, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he greeted the little girl with a smile. Those close to them knew that there was an extra person in Su Yan's household register. Though he was curious about where Su Yan had gotten such a young sister, and why he had brought her to Hangzhou, Su Yan had told him not to ask too many questions. Where's Yuyu? She should be here soon. Chen Hao checked his phone. I haven't seen her in over a month. When I asked, she won't say what she's been up to. Just then a girl with a crossbody bag walked in from outside. She glanced around, then trotted over and tossed her bag into Chen Hao's arms. Come on, let's eat. I'm starving. Chen Hao froze. Su Yan asked uncertainly, you? Her face was rounder than before, her hair longer with slight waves at the ends. The thick glasses were gone, making her eyes appear larger. And she seemed to have learned to dress up. I just had laser eye surgery. Li Yuyu wrinkled her nose. Why are you all staring at me like that? Chen Hao looked at her momentarily dazed. Wen Ning was also surprised. Yuyu, you're actually very cute. My grandparents said that even if girls don't wear makeup in college, they should at least make a bit of an effort. Li Yuyu ran a hand through her hair, a little embarrassed. I can't keep looking like a tomboy like in middle school. Is the change really that big? Su Yan nodded. Huge. It might not be stunningly beautiful, but without the glasses, and with a bit of grooming. It was as if the gloominess had been shed, transforming her entire aura completely. Hey cat, got your tongue. Li Yuyu turned to him, not a word. Chen Hao was silent for a moment, then let out a dry laugh. Let's eat first. It was clear he was still adjusting. They found a restaurant, sat down, ordered, and began chatting casually. Throughout the meal, Chen Hao didn't say much, occasionally glancing sideways at Li Yuyu. Since they were still in the same city, it was obvious she was happy. But because they both had to get back to school, they prepared to part ways after dinner. They agreed to hang out again when the weekend was less busy. Li Yuyu rummaged in her bag and pulled out a few photos. I found these in my dad's camera the other day and had them printed, one for each of you. They were from elementary school, a time they could barely recall. In the photo, the three of them were young and short, wearing the uniform of Jiangsheng Experimental Primary School. Wen Ning took one and immediately spotted Su Yan from his elementary school days. Hands in his pockets, chin raised. He had to admit he looked a bit rebellious back then. Wen Ning glanced at the arrogant little boy in the photo, then at the Su Yan before her, crouching to tie his daughter's shoelaces. Her eyes curved into a smile. After the couple left with the little girl, Chen Hao and Li Yuyu took the subway back to school together. So you haven't been in touch all this time? Chen Hao rubbed the photo in his hand before pocketing it. Because you had surgery. Needed time to recover. And you got the surgery dressed up. Did you even get your hair permed? Chen Hao looked her up and down. What's with the sudden interest in looking good? Planning to date in college? Li Yuyu stared at her phone, ignoring him entirely. Later they got off the train and entered the campus together. What kind of person do you like? Spill it. Chen Hao chuckled, pressing on. Let your big brother vet them for you so you don't get taken advantage of. Li Yuyu struggled to suppress her anger, fighting the urge to hit him. This guy was just too annoying. Su Yan and Wen Ning returned home and spent a while playing with their daughter on the couch. Tomorrow Tong Tong would start school, and then the two of them would begin 2 weeks of military training. Checking the weather forecast online, they saw nothing but scorching sunny days. It was bound to be tough. But there was no way around it. Military training was something every freshman had to endure. Then Wen Ning calculated their expenses over the past few days. Tuition, various living costs, and rent. It all added up to a significant sum. She meticulously recorded every item, each entry clear and organized. When it was about time, she took her daughter to bed. You should get some rest too. Wen Ning seemed about to say something, but with Tong Tong beside her, she swallowed the words. Then she led her daughter into the room. Su Yan's mind was occupied with thoughts of Yuyu and Chen Hao, so he didn't pay much attention. He turned off the lights and returned to his own room. But about half an hour later, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. In the dead of night, Su Yan was startled for a moment. After a pause, he went to open the door. Shoo! Wen Ning stood outside in her white pajamas, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. She raised a finger to her lips, lowering her voice urgently. Don't wake Tong Tong. I waited until she fell asleep before sneaking over to see you. You might as well let Tong Tong sleep on her own. Yin looked at her for a moment then chuckled. I think it's only a matter of time anyway. Wen Ning shot him a glare with little conviction, then carefully closed the door. Seeing Yin lounging lazily on the bed, she felt a surge of irritation and went over to tap him on the head. You agreed this morning. Wen Ning complained, don't you remember anything? Yin finally caught on. Watching her blush, he found it amusing. Wouldn't let me this morning, but now you're sneaking over yourself. Wen Ning leaned closer, nestling into his arms, her eyes fixed on him. In the faint light filtering in from outside, she could see the bridge of his nose and his thin lips. Didn't you say before that once I was better I could do whatever I wanted, eh? Yin laughed, you tricking me. No, I'm not. Wen Ning pouted, I never trick you. But she stammered, her face red, unable to find a good reason. So she simply resorted to being stubborn. You heard wrong. Heard wrong. Wen Ning hummed in agreement, then wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. It was only then that she understood. When you truly loved someone, you could be this proactive. Even though shyness and inexperience still lingered in her heart. Along with her voice, a warm and tender sensation descended. What I meant was, once I'm better, I'll kiss you however I want. You? Be more careful next time. The next morning, Yin stood before the mirror. He reached out and touched the tiny cut at the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Wen Ning dared not utter a single word, lowering her head as she silently brushed her teeth. It was plainly visible that her ears had turned completely crimson. I have one too. She lifted her eyelids, slightly catching sight of the rosy hue at the corner of her own mouth. Last night, she hadn't really felt much. One could only say that under the cover of night, people truly do lose some clarity. Afterward, they would need to exercise restraint. After breakfast, the two of them prepared to head out together. Come home early. Tong Tong stood on the floor in her little white socks, tilting her head back, staring at her parents with eager eyes. She wouldn't start school until tomorrow, so she might have to stay at home for another day. Wen Ning gazed at her exquisitely beautiful daughter, and her heart softened by half. Tong Tong, go change your clothes. She placed her bag on the floor. Mommy will wait for you. Today I'll take you to play at school. Tong Tong froze for a moment, really. After receiving her mother's affirmative answer, she nearly jumped for joy, skipping off to change clothes. Wen Ning watched her daughter's cheerful demeanor, her expression tender. Tong Tong staying home alone. Must have been a bit lonely. Only she never showed it. After her daughter changed into a light-colored dress, Wen Ning took her hand and led her outside. Yin thought for a moment. If it's inconvenient for you, Tong Tong can come with me. It's fine. Wen Ning smiled. Today's just registration for returning students, so there shouldn't be much going on. The military training starts tomorrow. Later, when there's a chance, Daddy will take you to play at school too. Yin crouched down and pinched his daughter's nose. Tong Tong, listen to Mommy at school, and don't run off. Okay. Tong Tong raised her hand. It'll be super good. The weather was lovely today, and Wen Ning walked hand in hand with her daughter through the campus of Jiangdai University. The mother and daughter were both extraordinarily beautiful, who every passing student couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Some girls had even walked ahead only to turn back. Tong Tong, however, was not at all shy. She curiously opened her big, beautiful eyes wide, looking around in every direction. Today there was only one class, the so-called orientation for new students. When Wen Ning arrived at the lecture hall, her roommates were already there and had even saved her a seat. Your mouth. When Xinwan saw her, she was taken aback. What happened? Wen Ning paused, then explained in a low voice. I ate too much hot pot, got some heatiness. Xinwan looked puzzled. Did the hot pot bite you? Shensi stared at the corner of Wen Ning's mouth, lost in thought. It was only then that the others noticed Tong Tong peeking half her head out from behind Wen Ning. The little girl was holding her mother's waist, her curious big eyes blinking as she looked at them. Where did this little girl come from? Xinwan's heart melted with just one glance. Though young Tong Tong already possessed a charm that made people unable to look away. She's my little sister. Her name is Xu Miaotong. I brought her to Jiangda to have some fun. She really does look a lot like you. Even Ruan Wenjing, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but say, she's truly adorable. Wen Ning finally sat down, holding Tong Tong on her lap. But the smile on her face was impossible to conceal. Except when she was with Su Yin and Tong Tong, she rarely smiled so happily. To be honest, having someone praise her daughter for being beautiful and cute was far more delightful than being praised herself. Tong Tong grinned broadly. Her face bore two deep, sweet dimples. Hello, big sisters. Just call me Tong Tong. Wow. Xinwan couldn't resist leaning in and pinching her cheek. Tong Tong, you'll definitely grow up to be a great beauty, just like your sister. Little sister. Shensi thought for a moment. How come she has the same surname as your boyfriend? Wen Ning smiled and explained, she's my cousin. During the orientation class, Tong Tong was well behaved and didn't make a sound. She sat up straight, her hands neatly placed on the desk, accompanying her mother in class. This was something she had never experienced with her parents before. Soon it was time for the lunch break. Xinwan stretched lazily, letting out a soft, coquettish sound. The others couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as they noticed the curves revealed by her stretching. No wonder. She always wore such loose clothes. Xinwan seemed to sense something, and her face instantly flushed. She quickly lowered her hands. Xiaowan, you've been hiding quite a treasure. Shensi chuckled. Guys all love your type. Among university girls nowadays, having such a figure was still quite rare. "I'm just a little chubby." This remark made Wen Ning slightly self-conscious. She glanced down and fell silent for a moment. In terms of appearance, she was flawless. Only in this particular aspect. It seemed she took after her mother. One could only say that small things could also be cute. Afterward, the girls surrounded Tong Tong and headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Jiangda's cafeteria was famous far and wide, the prices weren't too high, and the variety and taste were both quite good. "What do you want to eat? Today the big sisters will treat you." "Thank you, big sisters." Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. Tong Tong wants the same as mom. As big sister, Wen Ning smiled and went to the counter to order 2 servings of omurice. Tong Tong was the same as always, as she loved to stuff her mouth full while eating, just like a little hamster. Su Yan and Wen Ning had once asked their daughter about this habit. Tong Tong said that filling her mouth to the brim made her feel incredibly happy. During the meal, Wen Ning kept watching her daughter eat with a smile in her eyes. Over this period of time, she had become more and more natural in her role as a mother. Whenever something got on her daughter's lips, she would immediately use a tissue to gently wipe it clean. The other girls stared at Wen Ning in a daze. Though they had only known her for 2 days, they knew Wen Ning's personality leaned toward being reserved and aloof. Except when she mentioned her boyfriend, she usually didn't show much expression. But they had never seen her look so gentle. The maternal instinct on her face was practically overflowing. "You know, Wen Ning, you don't seem like a cousin." Shin Si rested her chin on her hand, watching the little girl's puffed out cheeks. "You're more like her mother." "Yeah." Qin Wan bit into a piece of radish on her plate. "You even look like mother and daughter." However, they didn't let their thoughts wander into anything strange. They simply felt that this family had incredible genes, enviable in their high level of beauty. But during the meal, many girls came over to ask if they could pinch the little girl's cheeks. Even from a distance, no one could resist the allure of this porcelain-like little girl. Many boys also secretly took pictures of them. Who knew if they were going to post them on the campus wall? Wen Ning didn't know whether to feel pleased or worried about this situation. She had personal experience with this. Because of her beauty, she had encountered no small amount of trouble since childhood. Tong Tong was indeed too beautiful. But she was only 8 years old now. When Tong Tong grew a bit older and entered her teenage years, it would certainly give her and Su Yan plenty of headaches. Meanwhile, Su Yan had just finished his class and was heading to the cafeteria with his roommates. Besides Xiao Zhe, the young man from the northeast, the other 2 roommates had also quickly become acquainted. One of them, stout and build with a kind and honest face, was named Miao Jinghao. He didn't mind being called Little Fatty and said to just address him as such. The other roommate, tall and lanky with glasses, was fiddling with his phone while walking. His name was Lin Yuan, a devoted otaku. Posters and merchandise of anime characters adorned the dormitory desk. Despite his slightly unkempt hair, he kept himself clean and tidy. "There's a welcome party tonight," Xiao Zhe said while eating. "Want to go together?" "What's there to see?" Lin Yuan replied, eyes fixed on his phone game. "Better to grind instances in the dorm. There'll be girls. I heard some pretty senior girls are performing." "Then, I guess I'll go." Lin Yuan changed his stance without principle. "What about you, Su Yan?" the little fatty asked. "Going to see your girlfriend again tonight." They had learned during their chats that he had a brilliant girlfriend studying computer science at Jiang University. They also knew the couple had been together since high school and now rented a place off campus. It was somewhat enviable. "If it's about checking out senior girls, forget it," Su Yan scoffed. "Could they be as pretty as my girlfriend?" The roommates exchanged glances, unsure what to say. "Actually, you're afraid your girlfriend would be upset, right?" the little fatty teased with squinting eyes. "Su Yan, you're henpecked." "Me?" Su Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Where'd you get that idea?" Xiao Zhe asked curiously. "Who usually calls the shots between you two?" "She always listens to me," Su Yan declared. A real man afraid of his wife. How embarrassing. In truth, Wen Ning was always gentle with him. From the moment they met, aside from times when she hadn't slept enough, they never had a single disagreement. Occasionally he might fluster her or make her sulk, but those feelings would dissipate in no time. Being with him always lifted her spirits. Yet for some reason, as he said this, Su Yan felt a premonition that karma would soon come back to bite him. In the afternoon, they attended freshman orientation and collected their military training manuals. It was nearly dusk by the time things wrapped up. Su Yan walked out while on the phone with Wen Ning. "My roommates want to have dinner together tonight," she said with the sound of girlish chatter in the background. "Tong Tong is here too. Can you come?" Su Yan thought for a moment. "Would it be awkward for me to join a bunch of girls? They're nice people. They helped me during the dorm check last night," Wen Ning chuckled. "So I'd like to introduce you." He could faintly hear laughter and Tong Tong's soft, sweet voice on her end. Su Yan realized that since being with him and having Tong Tong, the girl had indeed become a bit more outgoing. She was gradually starting to make friends and wanted to share every part of her life with him. That was nice. "All right, wait for me," Su Yan said, checking the time. "I'm heading to Jiang University now. He'll be there soon." After hanging up, he quickly boarded the subway. When he arrived, the girls were already waiting at the school gate. Tong Tong ran over and leaped into Su Yan's arms, her face beaming with joy. He picked up his daughter and greeted the others with a smile. Shin Si glanced at the corner of his mouth and gave a subtle smirk. "You two had hot pot together yesterday, didn't you?" "It was quite intense." "Hot pot?" Su Yin slowly caught on. No, that's from Wen Ning kissing. Don't you dare say it. Wen Ning pinched him hard, her ears turning crimson. How could he just blurt out anything? Hello, Su Yin. Qin waved, her voice incredibly sweet. No wonder you managed to win over our campus beauty queen. You two look perfect together. Su Yin nodded with a smile. With a compliment like that, today's meal is on us. They decided to eat near Jian University, where the surrounding business district was thriving. While Tong Tong was led ahead by Qin Wan, Wen Ning sidled up to Su Yin. Ian, I want to ask you something. Wen Ning hesitated for a long while. Do you like big or small? Shen Si's earlier remark had made her self-conscious. Su Yin was puzzled. What? I don't get it. Embarrassed by the intimate topic, Wen Ning's ears turned red. You know, do you prefer a larger size, or? Su Yin was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward. She had the curves typical of most girls her age, not non-existent, just not particularly prominent. But she was naturally the pure innocent type, and Su Yin actually considered that an asset. Wen Ning tugged at her clothes. Where are you looking? Why are you worrying about this? My roommate said that many guys prefer bigger ones, and even on the street they can't help but sneak a peek. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Why do you always overthink things? He wasn't just trying to comfort her, he genuinely felt her proportions were perfect, slender waist, long legs. Moreover, in the photo Tong Tong had brought, Wen Ning in her 30s remained an impeccable beauty. In fact, as her temperament matured, she became even more captivating and radiant. Wen Ning murmured, girls tend to care about these things. Is that so? Su Yin thought seriously. I think our aiming is just right. Really? Yeah, enough for the kids in the future. That single sentence turned Wen Ning's face crimson. What are you saying? Tong Tong is 8 years old, she's long-weaned. I wasn't talking about Tong Tong. Su Yin lowered his voice. We're still young, there might be a second child someday. What second child? Wen Ning choked, reaching out to tug his ear. That kind of thing. She had to search online for even the basics of holding hands, hugging, and kissing with her boyfriend, let alone matters involving childbirth. Though they lived together, they tacitly avoided the topic. Not before marriage. Su Yin let out a low chuckle. Alright, I'll wait. You're already mine anyway. He knew Wen Ning was relatively traditional and conservative. After all this time together, she still blushed easily at his teasing. That meant she took relationships very seriously. And in such matters, Su Yin was also a blank slate. So he was willing to let the girl decide. Wen Ning's ears were burning red. Glancing at the roommates ahead, she secretly took his hand and whispered, not yet. Once I've finished everything else in my memo that I want to do with you, then it'll be okay. When Wen Ning studied, she was indeed meticulous and rigorous. She would start with simple problems and work her way up to the most challenging ones, steadily achieving her goals. Little did she expect she approached romance with the same seriousness. She planned everything step by step, listing all the things she wanted to do, and then completing them one by one with earnest dedication. This was in fact the only time she ever wanted a perfect score. After strolling through the shopping district for a while, the group chose a well-known hot pot restaurant and sat down. Since there was a child with them, Shen Si thoughtfully ordered a split pot with both spicy and mild broth. Did you two start dating in high school? As soon as they sat down, Qin Wan couldn't help but ask eagerly, you two look so affectionate. She was the type who loved to find sweetness in others' stories, especially since this couple's chemistry seemed even purer than she had imagined. Well, Wen Ning calculated, from when we met until now it's been about half a year. Qin Wan found it hard to believe. How can it be only half a year? Xiao Wan, have you never been in love? Shen Si propped her chin on her hand, holding back a smile. Whether a relationship is good or not has nothing to do with how long it's lasted. Well, no, I haven't. Qin Wan rubbed her head. In high school I was busy studying, and my family and school were strict. Besides, my personality isn't like most girls, so guys just treated me like a buddy. Even now, she wasn't really interested in romance. Watching others in love made her happy, but doing it herself might just feel like a hassle. What about Wen Jing? No. Wen Jing shook her head cautiously. In high school, isn't that just puppy love? Actually, teachers and parents have a point in forbidding puppy love. Shen Si propped her chin on her hand, a subtle smile playing on her lips. There really aren't many high school couples who can make it through graduation and into college with such strong feelings. She spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it. Qin Wan keenly sensed that this roommate might have a story to tell. Sensing the gazes of her roommates, Shen Si said, "Don't look at me like that. I feel like you're so much more mature than me." See. Qin Wan peeled a tangerine for her. You're more like a college student while I still seem like a high schooler. All she did was roll around in bed under the covers, unable to do anything else. Say what you want to say. Shen Si looked a bit resigned. I do have experience in this area. She wasn't really bothered by it, and spoke about it openly. I dated a guy in high school, but after the college entrance exams he came to Jian University, and I chose to retake the exams, so that was that. Qin Wan was stunned. But you got into Jian University now. Yeah, but he already has a girlfriend now. Shen Si blew on the hot tea in her cup. I saw a photo. She's a pretty girl. Qin Wan's lips slowly turned downward, clearly displeased. What's with that expression? Shen Si couldn't help but laugh. And the one who got dumped, so why do you look more upset than me? But how can someone just stop liking you all of a sudden? Wen Ning looked dazed. Isn't this supposed to be something very serious? Not everyone is like that. Shinsi thought for a moment. A year of long distance. He was in college, I was in retake classes. We couldn't even find common topics to talk about. Isn't it normal to break up? A yen wouldn't. Wen Ning seemed to want to refute her point. Even though I was never by his side, and we hadn't even met by the time he was 29, he was still alone. The other girls had no idea how she arrived at the conclusion of 29 years old. But seeing her utterly serious expression, they found it strangely convincing. So, Shinsi smiled with narrowed eyes. Only he could win over our great campus belle one. Forget those who change partners as often as they change clothes. Breaking up and getting back together, such things are common in college too. Ordinary boys and girls experience it as well. In this day and age, few people hold such pure attitudes toward love. It's also rare to find someone who can calm down and truly commit to a relationship. So a stubborn girl like Wen Ning was indeed a treasure. Shinsi liked her and found her truly special. The topic was a bit heavy, so Qinwan waved her hand and quickly moved on. The girls chatted while eating, occasionally asking Su Yin questions that weren't too intrusive, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Speaking of which, have you two ever fought? Shinsi could somewhat discern Su Yan's personality. From certain actions, she could tell he was a guy with a strong sense of self. His expression was somewhat lazy and casual, making first impressions suggest arrogance. And since Wen Ning tended to be softer in front of her boyfriend, Shinsi was curious about their usual dynamic. Well, just as Wen Ning was about to say something, she noticed Su Yin sneakily giving Tong Tong an ice cream when she wasn't looking. Tong Tong licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she gripped the spoon. She already secretly had one earlier. Wen Ning's smile instantly faltered. Don't give her any more. Eating both hot and cold food will upset her stomach later. Su Yan's smile remained unchanged as he nodded naturally. Okay. When Wen Ning turned back to talk to her roommates, Tong Tong leaned in to tug at her father's sleeve, pouting heavily. I want some. Didn't you hear? You've already had one today. He'll buy you another tomorrow. Tong Tong wants it now. Want it. No pouting allowed. It won't work. When Wen Ning turned around again, she saw him already sneaking a spoonful of ice cream into their daughter's mouth. Wen Ning had seen this happen far too many times. She had told Su Yin repeatedly not to spoil their daughter too much, not to let her have her way in everything, but he never learned. The moment their daughter pouted, he completely gave in. Feeling her gaze, Su Yin froze, then acted as if nothing had happened, wiping his daughter's mouth with a tissue. Tong Tong guiltily pushed the ice cream toward her mother. I don't want it anymore. But under Wen Ning's calm stare, Su Yin had no choice but to hold her hand under the table. Wen Ning didn't pull away, just stared at the father-daughter pair for a while. After a long moment, she pinched Su Yan's palm before turning back to chat and laugh with her roommates. Little girls love cold treats. Wen Ning's voice was soft and gentle. A yen spoils her too much. I just worry, that's all. Yes, children are delicate. Qinwan chimed in. Tong Tong should be careful. I used to be greedy with cold food, and now my stomach is always acting up. Shinsi found it amusing, propping her chin as she observed the couple across from her. Now she understood why they never fought. Ruan Wenjing was quiet, just listening to them talk while eating. At this point she felt like she was about to burst. Why aren't any of you eating? Wenjing, eat more. It's all yours. Qinwan cheerfully piled freshly cooked beef into her bowl. We're already full from watching Wen Ning and Su Yan. Ruan Wenjing. Tong Tong leaned close to her father's ear and whispered, Dad, why were you so scared of Mom, even when you were young? It was the same after Mom and Dad got married. Usually at home Dad acted all tough, and Mom was always gentle, as if she listened to everything he said. But the moment Mom put on a stern face, Dad would immediately soften. Tong Tong, don't talk nonsense. Su Yan was a bit annoyed and whispered back, when it comes to things, Mom listens to me, okay? Right when you both agree, Mom listens to everything you say. Tong Tong poked the dimple on his cheek. When you disagree, Dad listens to Mom. By the time it ended, it was already quite late. However, Zhang University didn't close the dormitory doors until after 11, so there was still plenty of time. Ruan Wenjing leaned against the wall, feeling her stomach bulging from fullness. She had finished off most of the food on the table. Su Yin went to pay the bill, then came out and handed the receipt to Wen Ning. Perhaps because Wen Ning's personality was more outgoing, or perhaps because these roommates were genuinely decent. In just one evening they were already calling her Ning Ning this and Ning Ning that. The military training opening ceremony is tomorrow morning. Ning Ning, remember to come early. You all should head back too. Qinwan made a reassuring gesture. If there are any dorm checks in the future, leave it to us. Wen Ning nodded with a smile. Sorry for the trouble. Ning Ning, why are you being so polite with us? After parting ways with her roommates, the two of them took Tong Tong on the subway home. The next day would be busy, first taking their daughter to enroll, then returning to school for military training. So after washing up, they prepared to rest early. Su Yin closed his eyes and soon drifted into a deep sleep. It was on this otherwise unremarkable night that he once again dreamed of himself at 29. In the hazy dream, he seemed to hear the clatter of a keyboard and smell the rich aroma of coffee. At 29, Su Yan's life was routine and monotonous. Every day was work, commuting home, often working overtime, an existence of utter tedium. In truth, from his university days to stepping into society, many girls had liked him. Among them were plenty who were beautiful and had pleasant personalities. But Su-yin didn't know why. He simply couldn't bring himself to like them. At first he would politely refuse, but later, finding it bothersome, he wouldn't even give them a chance to get close. If he couldn't meet someone he liked, then he would live alone. It was no big deal. He understood that his family's anxiety was normal. As an only child, he was approaching 30. But Su-yin was unwilling to hastily and carelessly find a woman to marry and have children with. He hadn't deliberately thought back to that Dr. Wen, whom he had met only once. When he had contact with her again, it was already the end of the month. Just as he was about to leave work, he received a phone call. "When are you coming to get your employee badge?" The voice on the phone remained calm and indifferent. "I called you several times over the past few weeks, but you never answered." Hearing that voice, Su-yin finally remembered something. "Just leave it there, it's not that important. They'll bring it to you after work." "Forget it. They'll go to the hospital after work and have you check my eyes again while I'm at it." When he arrived at the hospital, Su-yin registered and walked into the consultation room. Wen Ning was still the same, as always, in her white coat and mask covering a small part of her pretty face. She first examined Su-yin's eyes and found that there was no longer any major issue. Afterwards, she took his employee badge out of the drawer. "Thank you for before." Although her expression was quite calm, her sincerity was evident. "That little rabbit doll. It really is very important to me." "You're welcome." Su-yin toyed with the employee badge in his hand. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it." Seeing that he truly didn't seem to care, Wen Ning didn't bring up the matter of gratitude again. She could also sense that he didn't seem to like such talk. Su-yin didn't say much more. He stood up and left. But just as he reached the hospital entrance, he discovered that a torrential downpour had suddenly started outside. Standing there looking at the sky that had instantly darkened and changed without warning, he felt a surge of irritation. The weather had been fine when he arrived. It was as if a sudden rain had come to trap him in the hospital. Still, such occurrences were occasional in Hangzhou. Without an umbrella and unwilling to get soaked, Su-yin sat on the steps waiting while scrolling through his phone. He planned to wait until the rain lightened before heading to the subway station. Not long after, Wen Ning, now off work, came out in casual clothes with a shoulder bag slung over her. Then she immediately spotted Su-yin sitting on the steps. Dressed all in black with his long legs stretched out, he stared expressionlessly at the heavy rain, his hair seeming slightly dampened by the blown-in raindrops. His lips were thin, and in the hazy wet rain he appeared somewhat sharp and aloof. Wen Ning watched him for a moment. "You don't have an umbrella?" Sensing her presence, Su-yin turned his head to look at her. I didn't expect it to rain when I came out." Wen Ning's hand had just reached into her bag when she suddenly paused. Somehow seeing him sitting there on the steps expressionless and impatient waiting for the rain to stop reminded her of the time he had accompanied her on her birthday. Then she recalled how he had picked up the rabbit doll and returned it to her. At this, a trace of irritation slowly crept onto Wen Ning's face. The rain came down merrily. "You don't have one either." Seeing her standing under the eaves, Su-yin raised an eyebrow. "I'm telling you. Besides being scatterbrained, you don't even keep an umbrella at work." Wen Ning's expression turned somewhat sour. She didn't intend to brave the rain, either, just stood there beside him, her face set tightly. No one knew what was going through her mind. After a long while, she suddenly asked out of the blue, "Last time, why did you wait until my birthday was over before getting off the bus?" And on top of that, he had missed his stop. Wen Ning found his behavior truly hard to understand. She had never found the chance to ask him. Su-yin hadn't expected this girl to suddenly speak to him. "It has nothing to do with you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "My grandmother passed away a few years ago. Seeing you like that reminded me of something she once told me, so I thought I'd wait for you a while. Nothing else." "Indeed. It was that simple." Wen Ning was silent for a moment, saying nothing more. Since she wasn't talking, Su-yin didn't speak either, and the two of them waited quietly for the rain to stop. Su-yin found it rather hard to understand how someone could go to work without an umbrella, or at least borrow one from a colleague. But since she remained quiet, Su-yin didn't bother to pry. Spring rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After about 10 minutes or so, the sound of the rain subsided. Only a fine misty drizzle remained drifting in the wind and landing coolly on their faces. Feeling it was about time, Su-yin stood up ready to head back. "There's still a bit of rain." Wen Ning looked at the small puddles formed by the accumulated water. Her face still taut, her voice cool. "It's not heavy, a little won't hurt." Su-yin put the employee badge in his pocket. "You can wait a while longer, go back when the rain has completely stopped." Wen Ning tilted her head, her strikingly beautiful eyes staring coldly at Su-yin. After a long moment, she slowly looked away. Then she took a folding umbrella from her bag and opened it. "I'm going back too." When Su-yin opened his eyes, the morning birdsong lingered in his ears. In a daze, he couldn't tell if it was 10 years later or the present. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. The fragments from his 29-year-old self were merely fleeting images. Yet they were incredibly clear, as if he had experienced those events himself. Su-yin closed his eyes to recall the scenes in his mind before sitting up. By the time he changed clothes and stepped out of the room, Wen Ning was already awake. At that moment, she was in the kitchen making breakfast, wearing an apron with her hair tied up high, revealing her smooth neck. Lately, the girl seemed to have gained a bit of weight, or rather become fuller. Before she had been so thin that he could feel her bones when holding her. Xu Yan walked into the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Up already. Wen Ning lowered her head, pouring cereal and milk into a cup. In a little while go wake Tong Tong. Just then a pair of hands wrapped around her from behind, encircling her slender waist. Wen Ning's back stiffened and her movements halted. But she didn't pull away, letting him hold her. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well. Xu Yan rested his chin on her shoulder, gradually relaxing. Wen Ning suddenly realized had a dream. They still hadn't fully understood what these images appearing in both their dreams brought about by Tong Tong's arrival truly meant. At least it wasn't a bad thing. After hearing him out, she found it amusing. I was that aloof. You were like that when you first met me. Wen Ning thought about it, and figured she was right. Whether at 19 or 29, the way she first saw Xu Yan was always the same. Not endearing, not close, and awkward in every way. The difference might be that the 29-year-old Wen Ning, having lived alone in Hangzhou for many years, was even more reclusive and withdrawn. But Wen Ning pondered before offering her assessment. I feel like you, Yan, are also much gentler now than at 29. Because I have you and Tong Tong. Xu Yan pinched her cheek. Only you mother and daughter dare to provoke me daily, and I can't do anything about it. Wen Ning's eyes curved upward as she smiled softly. So his personality had always been this way. He was different only with her and Tong Tong. One more thing. Xu Yan finally let her go, pausing for a moment before continuing. 10 years from now my grandmother seems to have passed away. Wen Ning froze, her smile slowly fading. She was naturally sensitive to such matters. Is grandma in poor health? We take both elders for checkups every year. Xu Yan shook his head. Apart from some minor aches in their legs and back, they've always been fine. Deep down he had some expectations. Grandpa and grandma were still in good health now, but they were indeed getting older, and that day would inevitably come. Still, grandma never got to see her grandson settle down. She never met Tong Tong nor Wen Ning. By the way, Yan. Wen Ning looked up at him, whispering, you haven't taken me and Tong Tong to meet your grandparents yet. My grandpa is a retired teacher, quite old-fashioned, and doesn't let us younger ones casually bring people home. Xu Yan explained, if you bring someone back, it's basically set in stone. Besides, the Xu family came from the countryside. People from grandma and grandpa's generation still held on to some simple customs, and their views on gender weren't as open. They despised fickle people the most. Xu Yan still remembered the scene when his aunt first brought Meng Yufei home. Grandpa lit candles, gave red envelopes, called the whole village for a feast, and handed out candy, flour, and oil door to door. Within a few days, the entire village knew who Meng Yufei was. At the time, my mom and dad thought we had just started dating and wanted to wait a bit. So it's like, Wen Ning thought, an engagement. Yeah, pretty much like a rural engagement. Though not formal, the elders take it very seriously. Xu Yan looked into her eyes. As for Tong Tong, I thought I'd bring you both back together, otherwise I'm afraid they won't believe me. Though he spoke calmly, Wen Ning could sense the turmoil in his heart. Missing grandma and grandpa. Then, Wen Ning moved closer to hug him, then leaned in to gently kiss the corner of his mouth. She thought it would lift his spirits. Then, they'll go back with you during the National Day holiday. Are you willing? Let grandma and grandpa see me and Tong Tong. She took his hand earnestly, and then, they won't want to leave, and they'll stay with you for many more years, living a long life. Xu Yan was stunned, then suddenly laughed. It was clear that this girl didn't know how to comfort people and had probably never done such a thing. But still she racked her brain to say something. A bit awkward, but her earnest demeanor was reassuring. Don't overthink it, it's nothing serious. Xu Yan pinched her ear. If you think it's too early, we can wait. It's fine. Wen Ning licked her lips. I like your family, and I like every single person in it. Though she had never met his grandparents, she felt they must be wonderful elders. Besides, National Day is also Tong Tong's birthday, right? Thinking of this, she whispered, you must take her back to be with family then, and he'll come too. The third day of the National Day holiday was Tong Tong's birthday. It was the first birthday their daughter had celebrated with them, and Lin Hui and Su Minghui also placed great importance on it. They had started preparations a month early. Then he'll let grandma and grandpa know in advance. Okay. Wen Ning's eyes curved as she handed him the prepared oat milk. Afterwards, she ladled out the cooked congee, prepared a few small dishes, and then went to wake Tong Tong for washing up. Probably because she had slept well today, Tong Tong was in a good mood and didn't have any morning crankiness. The little girl sat by the dining table humming a song while drinking her congee, her legs swinging back and forth. After breakfast, they would rest a bit before taking her to school. But for now, both mother and daughter had their hair loose, making them two black-haired beauties, one big and one small, so they still needed to tidy up. Xu Yan leaned against the bathroom door watching. Ning, teach me how to do Tong Tong's hair. Leave that to me. When Ning took the hair clips and bands combing her daughter's hair, it's troublesome and time-consuming. It's fine. Xu Yan took the items from her, pulled up a chair, and sat behind his daughter. Seeing he was determined to learn, Wen Ning let him be. After all, Yan already doted on their daughter. This was no different. Let me teach you a simple style first. Yan, put the hair tie on your wrist, it'll be easier. Then comb Tong Tong's hair up. Ouch! Just then Tong Tong yelped. She reached up to hold her head, pouting, Dad, you're hurting me. Xu Yan, being scolded by his daughter for the first time, gave a dry laugh. while holding the comb, while Dad has to learn slowly. Watching Su Yin, who was clumsy but earnest in learning to do his daughter's hair, Wen Ning couldn't help but smile softly. Tong Tong, what wish are you planning to make for your birthday this year? A wish. Tong Tong sat on the stool pouting as she turned to look at her mom. But Mom and Dad already got me a gift. You can make another wish to Mom and Dad. Wen Ning raised a finger. Anything you want or anything you want to do. Anything. Really? Then Mom has to pinky promise with Tong Tong. Her daughter was sensible and well-behaved. Wen Ning didn't think she would make an unreasonable request. But looking at her soft, adorable face and innocent, naive eyes, Wen Ning felt something was off. After pinky promising with her mom, Tong Tong glared angrily at her dad, who had hurt her several times while doing her hair. Mom, Dad, after my birthday, Tong Tong will be another year older. She pointed at the room Su Yin was currently using. Tong Tong wants her own room, her own bed, and lots of bunny dolls on the bedside table. Tong Tong wants to sleep alone. Wen Ning's expression paused. Indeed, it wasn't an overly demanding request. But, Su Yin thought, then where will Dad sleep? This girl didn't really want her own room. She was just trying to get her way. Of course. No, Tong Tong doesn't know. The little girl immediately shook her head. Tong Tong knows nothing. She blinked her bright eyes. Anyway, Mom said any wish is okay. Wen Ning's words got stuck in her throat and her expression turned awkward. She wondered if other girls in love were like this. Perhaps because of Tong Tong, she and a Yin weren't just lovers in a passionate romance, they were also parents of a child. Besides shyness, she didn't feel much resistance. It was after all inevitable. Then on Tong Tong's birthday, after a long pause, she looked away as if to hide, finally squeezing out, Mom will fulfill this wish for you. Su Yin glanced at her, and after a moment let out a low chuckle. Mom is the best. Just as Tong Tong was about to say something more, she couldn't help but hiss quickly, holding her head. Dad, you're hurting me again. Tong Tong, look at the hair Dad did for you. Is it pretty? Not pretty at all. Then let Mom redo it. Su Yin looked in the mirror and thought it was indeed quite ugly. There was a hairstyle called Dad's hairstyle for his daughter when Mom's away. He sighed helplessly. Better leave this to Mom from now on. Dad is a big dummy. Tong Tong pouted, looking at her own slightly goofy reflection in the mirror due to the ugly hairstyle. Tong Tong just said it's not pretty, not that she doesn't like it. The hair Su Yin tied for his daughter was a bit messy, but Tong Tong was usually dressed up beautifully by her mother. Seeing her with that lopsided bun for a while, it actually looked a little adorably clumsy. So although the little girl was pouting, she still wore that hairstyle, slung her backpack, and prepared to go to school. After all, she could only spoil her own father. Then the two of them held their daughter's hands and walked out. Jinxiu Sherdai Elementary School, though a private school, boasted top-tier teaching quality. Renowned for its educational atmosphere and facilities, it was also conveniently located near their home. The only drawback was the high tuition fees. But everything had its pros and cons. Private elementary schools had smaller class sizes, allowing teachers to pay more attention to each student. Besides, there was a midday care program. Tong Tong, as a transfer student, directly entered the 3rd grade. The homeroom teacher was a Chinese language teacher named Xu Yue, a middle-aged woman with a kind face. When she smiled, fine wrinkles appeared around her eyes. Hello, Xu Miaotong. Hello, Teacher Xu. Xu Yu had been a teacher for many years, but she had never seen such a beautiful little girl. She looked like one of those child stars on TV. Are you her brother and sister? Xu Yu took out the school badge from the drawer, then crouched down to pin it on Tong Tong's chest. Ms. Lin has already told me everything. Don't worry. Tong Tong shook her backpack and touched the badge on her chest with her finger. Teacher Xu, the summer homework has all been collected. At that moment, a little boy walked into the office carrying a stack of exercise books. He looked curiously at Tong Tong standing beside the desk. Her name is Xu Miaotong. Teacher Xu smiled and introduced. She will be a part of our class from now on. Tong Tong waved her fair little hand. Hello. Staring at Tong Tong, who looked like a princess, he instinctively stepped back, his face slowly turning red. He placed the summer homework on the desk, then turned and quickly ran away. Tong Tong said with a hint of grievance, doesn't the little boy like me? Yeah. It's not that he doesn't like you, Teacher Xu chuckled. Maybe. He's just a little shy. This situation was actually within Su Yin and Wen Ning's expectations. Their little cotton-padded jacket was growing up, getting taller, and becoming more beautiful every day. It was fine now, but when she reached adolescence, her popularity might even surpass Wen Ning's during her school days. Xu Yu took out a few test papers. Tong Tong, do you want to do some questions? She needed to assess the little girl's current level so she could teach her more effectively. Tong Tong wasn't afraid at all. She earnestly bent over the desk and started writing. Tong Tong is very impressive. Xu Yu watched from the side, amazed. May I ask, where did the little one study before? Not only was she writing neatly and fluently, but her handwriting was also quite beautiful. For a primary school student of this age, she was exceptionally outstanding. She had definitely received a standard education and came from a family with excellent upbringing. At a primary school in Jiangxing, hearing someone praise her daughter, Wen Ning was delighted and pursed her lips into a smile. Tong Tong has been very smart since she was little and learns things quickly. Yes, I can see that. Xu Yu smiled too. And Tong Tong has a great personality, optimistic and cheerful. I think no teacher wouldn't want to teach her. After the procedures were almost done, she led the group to the classroom. Teacher Zhu would like to say a few words to Tong Tong first. Alright, just call me when you're ready. Zhu Yu smiled and walked into the classroom to calm down the noisy children. Tong Tong. Wen Ning half crouched and took out the rabbit plushie that had been with her for a long time, hanging it on her daughter's backpack. This was given to me by Grandma on my first day of school. She tugged the rabbit's ear. Now Mom entrusts it to you. You must take good care of it just like you take care of Mom and Dad. Okay. Tong Tong hugged her backpack. Mom, Dad, Tong Tong wants a hug. The two of them hugged their daughters separately and kissed her on the cheek. Then they watched as Tong Tong giggling ran into the classroom, led by Zhu Yue, and stood on the podium. Facing so many people, she was completely unshy. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she introduced herself in a sweet, soft voice. The rabbit plushie hanging on her backpack swayed, looking honest and adorable. She truly seemed to radiate light. She's really growing up. Standing outside the classroom watching her daughter, Wen Ning couldn't help but think of her own childhood. Tong Tong was more outgoing and had a better personality than her. Her emotional intelligence and intelligence were probably a perfect inheritance from Su Yan. It was hard for anyone who met Tong Tong not to like her. Su Yan casually replied, his gaze subtly scanning the little boys in the classroom. What's wrong? I'm just checking. He raised an eyebrow. Who dares to set their sights on my little cotton-padded jacket? After a moment, he suddenly pointed to the back row. That kid's face just turned red. Wen Ning felt a bit amused. After Tong Tong's birthday, she'll be 9 years old. Wen Ning flipped through the photos on her phone. They recorded the changes in her daughter since she came into their lives, clearly showing Tong Tong's growth. It was indeed time to give her her own space. So, is what you said this morning still valid? Su Yan turned his head to look at her. Are you really going to let Tong Tong sleep alone? Wen Ning felt a little guilty, her ears slowly turning red. Even if we don't move her now, we'll have to eventually. Actually, it couldn't be delayed for too long. After returning to see the grandparents during this National Day holiday, things would be truly settled. Although it wasn't too formal after settling, it might still be many years before they got married. After all, they were only freshmen in college now. But Wen Ning felt she had transitioned from a girlfriend to a role more closely tied to a yen. If you find it hard to adjust all at once. Su Yan reached out and pinched her cheek. Start by sleeping in the same room like last time. I can sleep on the floor if needed. Moreover, he knew that Wen Ning had always had poor sleep quality. They really needed to take it step by step. After all, there were still many days ahead. This girl wanted to seriously date, and Su Yan was happy to accompany her. Wen Ning nervously licked her lips. She actually quite liked it when Su Yan made such gestures toward her. Although they weren't as intimate as hugs or kisses, these slightly affectionate actions made her particularly happy. It's almost autumn now. Wen Ning awkwardly smoothed the hair behind her ear. It'll get cold soon. How can you still sleep on the floor then? Su Yan looked at her for a moment, then squinted with a smile. Wen Ning felt as if she had been laughed at again, and a bit annoyed, she reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. She whispered, besides, I don't sleep very well. Because she had lacked a sense of security since childhood, she liked to curl up when sleeping. Also, she was easily woken by small noises. If she didn't get enough sleep, she would be irritable in the morning. After sleeping with Tong Tong for a while, it had improved a bit. It was actually a minor issue that needed gradual adjustment. And Tong Tong's sleeping posture was similar to hers. Not particularly good, as she liked to kick and move around. But, again, you sleep very well. Speaking of this, Wen Ning couldn't help but lick her lips again. I've seen it a few times. You're so quiet. You don't make a sound, and you hardly move. It was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Sleeping while holding him would probably be very comfortable. Once you settle down, your sleep quality will improve. Su Yan pinched her cheek, noticing it had gained some flesh. Her skin had also become more nourished, porcelain white and delicate. Nurture yourself slowly, eat well, and sleep well. Su Yan chuckled. A few years after graduation, we can give Tong Tong a little brother or sister. Wen Ning touched her belly. I've gained quite a bit of weight recently. When she stepped on the scale, it was almost 50 kilograms. With her height of over 165 meters, being a bit heavier was no issue. In fact, she was gradually approaching the Wen Ning of their post-marriage days. Time was already tight. After parting at the subway station, they quickly returned to their respective schools. Su Yan dropped his backpack off at the dormitory before heading to the opening ceremony with his roommates. In the afternoon, the formal military training began. The first day's content was monotonous basic drills and standing at attention. The temperature in Hangzhou remained high these 2 days, making it quite grueling. Even Su Yan found it hard to endure after standing for a long time, his back soaked with sweat. When the instructor blew the whistle for a break, he plopped down under the shade of a tree. Here, 1 bottle each. Xiaozhe carried over 4 bottles of mineral water. They're all cold, drink slowly. The other 2 roommates, panting heavily, took the bottles, twisted off the caps, and gulped down nearly half. Su Yan, however, waved his hand and declined. He pulled out his thermos and opened the lid, steam rising from it. Xiaozhe leaned in for a look. Goji berry and chrysanthemum tea. You're drinking this as a freshman? My wife won't let me have cold drinks. Su Yan took a sip from the lid before continuing. She specially prepared it for me this morning. I have to finish it today to put her mind at ease. You're... Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. Makes me want to fall in love too. If you want to go for it. Xiaoze glanced at him sideways. There are plenty of pretty freshmen and senior girls at our school. Join more campus activities, meet more people, and ITLL happen naturally. Activities. Right. Lin Yuan suddenly realized and quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. Haven't done today's activities yet. Xiaoze was silent for a moment. Hopeless. By 5 in the evening the temperature gradually dropped, and the instructor finally blew the whistle to dismiss. Their class instructor was quite strict, and the training was intense with hardly any breaks throughout the afternoon. Su Yin greeted his roommates before sending a message to Wen Ning. Afterward he returned to the dorm to shower, and then set off for Jiang University. On the first day of military training under scorching heat, Su Yin was somewhat worried about her. When he arrived, she was already waiting downstairs at the dorm. Wen Ning's face was etched with exhaustion, her lips slightly pale. As she stood up she swayed a little, and instinctively furrowed her brow. Very tired. Su Yin took her bag. Maybe I should take you home to rest first, and then I'll pick up Tong Tong. I never knew military training could be so draining. Wen Ning gave a dry smile. My calves hurt so much. And the soles of my feet too. After just the first day, she felt like she could barely hold on. Several of her roommates were the same. As soon as it ended they went straight back to the dorm to lie down, without even eating. Let's go. Pick up Tong Tong. Wen Ning grabbed his arm and tried to walk a few steps, but her calves still ached and felt sore. The elementary school had already been out for a while. Tong Tong was waiting eagerly, and when she saw her parents, she skipped over with her backpack bouncing. Then she paused. Mom, what's wrong? It's military training today. Mom's a bit tired. Wen Ning smiled weakly. Was Tong Tong happy at school today? Did she make new friends? Oh. Tong Tong obediently held her backpack straps with both hands. I was happy. The other kids welcomed me warmly. Let's head home first. Su Yin picked up his daughter's backpack too and led the mother and daughter home. After arriving home, Wen Ning was still listless. Tong Tong looked worried and gently massaged her mom's calf. Does it hurt here? Just a little. It's fine. Wen Ning sat on the sofa for a while before suddenly remembering something and trying to stand up. I'll cook dinner. I'll do it. Su Yin placed a glass of warm water in front of her. Rest today. Yen. Aren't you tired? I'm okay. Su Yin went to the kitchen, quickly stir-fried a few dishes, ate with them, and then washed the dishes. By the time he was nearly done, it was almost 7 in the evening. When he walked out of the kitchen, Wen Ning was already curled up on the sofa, asleep, her head tilted to one side, strands of hair falling from her ears. Probably still feeling awful after the training, she frowned slightly, even in her doze. Tong Tong was watching TV nearby, but had turned the volume all the way down. Every now and then she turned to look at her mom with a hint of concern. Shoo. Tong Tong raised a finger. Don't wake Mom up. Su Yin nodded and sat down on the sofa gently. After watching TV with his daughter for a while, he checked the time and went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of hot water, testing the temperature with his hand. Ning, soak your feet. Su Yin bent down and gently squeezed her arm. ITLL help you sleep better tonight. When Ning was half asleep, and after being shaken a few times, she groggily opened her eyes. Seeing it was Su Yin, she instinctively reached out to hook her arms around his neck. So tired. And my legs hurt too. Her voice was weak and listless. I don't want to move at all. Can I touch your feet? I'm a bit ticklish. When Ning mumbled a vague sound in her throat, her lashes fluttering slightly. She didn't answer, so Su Yin had no choice but to slip off her slippers and check the soles of her feet. Fortunately, there were no blisters. It was probably just from standing at attention for too long, combined with the scorching sun that made her whole body uncomfortable. Su Yin helped her soak her feet in hot water for a while and dried them with a towel. Want me to massage your soles and stretch your legs? Su Yin hesitated. Otherwise you might hurt when you get up tomorrow morning. Back when he and Shun Hao played basketball for too long, his legs would ache at night too. Lin Hui used to help him massage his feet and stretch his legs like this. It wasn't a miracle cure, but it helped relax the leg muscles. Wen Ning was ticklish and occasionally tensed up instinctively. But whether it was psychological or not, she did feel the soreness fading somewhat. Su Yin on his part wasn't keen on describing the feeling. It was his first time touching his girl's feet. All he could say was that Ning was naturally beautiful in every way. Alright, go to your room and sleep. Feeling it was enough, he picked up her slippers. They'll turn off your phone alarm later. Sleep in tomorrow morning, they'll get up and make breakfast for you and Tong Tong. By now Wen Ning felt much more relaxed. Along with that came waves of drowsiness spreading through her fatigue. The high heat and sun had indeed drained her energy. Wen Ning clung to his neck, without letting go, her whole demeanor languid and soft. I still don't want to move. Yen, carry me. Tong Tong couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Mom, you're a little clingy too, huh? Tong Tong, go take a shower, and then head to your room. Su Yin instructed. Rest early with Mom tonight, and don't disturb her. Okay, Tong Tong will be good. Hearing this, Wen Ning slightly opened her eyes. How could that be? She murmured softly. Tong Tong is such a restless sleeper, she always kicks me hard at night. And steals my blanket. Mom. Tong Tong immediately pouted. Her sleeping posture was indeed a bit wild. After all, she had always had a big room since she was little where she could bounce around and roll on the bed. Like this. Wen Ning buried her face in his neck, mumbling sleepily. Holding me like this feels so good. Then let Tong Tong sleep with me tonight. Suyin couldn't help but smile. You get some proper rest. I don't want to sleep alone. Then sleep with Tong Tong. Suyin had no choice, and seeing her pale lips made him feel sorry for her, so he indulged her rare stubbornness. So are you going to hold on like this all night? Then you. Wen Ning slowly lifted her eyelids, tightening her arms around his neck instead. You can carry me. The following morning, Wen Ning only came to her senses at dawn. When she opened her eyes, she gazed somewhat sluggishly at her surroundings. The room was silent, the air conditioner hummed lowly in sleep mode, and the crisp chirping of birds drifted in through the window. A trace of bewilderment flickered across her face, and it took her a long moment to gradually recall the events of the previous day. The military training at Jian University was rigorous, and the instructors treated male and female students equally. There was no special treatment like letting girls train under the shade of trees. The intensity was indeed a bit too high for her. Even now she still felt a dull ache in her limbs, and lacked the energy to move much. After a while she felt a warm hand resting on her waist. Wen Ning turned her head like a startled fawn, and met Su Yan's sleeping face. His eyes shut, his breathing steady and calm. She was silent for a moment, then belatedly realized something. Her spine slowly stiffened, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. After all, using the excuse of being worn out from military training, she had somewhat cunningly snatched the sleeping spot from Tong Tong. It was still quite early, and Su Yan was fast asleep, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Wen Ning timidly licked her lips, then reached out to touch his face. She knew that when he was asleep, he was completely different from his usual self. Peaceful and docile, utterly unresisting. This was indeed closely tied to the environment he had grown up in. Raised under Lin Hu's doting care, he could fall asleep with ease and a full sense of security, no matter the circumstances. Sensing the movement, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly for a moment in a drowsy haze. After a while he saw Wen Ning lying in his arms, her eyes wide open. Is it morning already? He fumbled for his phone on the bedside table and glanced at it. It was 5:40 in the morning. Su Yan paused for a moment, then turned off the phone and tossed it under his pillow. He lay back down, yawned sleepily, and then reached out to pull Wen Ning entirely into his arms. He even sniffed the faint scent of shower gel lingering on his wife's neck. Let's sleep a little longer. Such an intimate gesture made Wen Ning's body stiffen. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze suddenly froze on Su Yan's neck. Not far above his collarbone there was a reddish mark, still looking quite fresh. It must have been left not long ago. What's this? Wen Ning reached out suspiciously and touched it. Did you get hurt during training yesterday? Su Yan half opened his eyes, his lashes fluttering. Did you have a dream last night? I think so. Wen Ning then remembered. She had dreamed of her mother. It had been so long since she last dreamed of her that she had stopped hoping to see her mother's face even in her sleep. But last night she had dreamed of her. I dreamed that Mom took me to an amusement park and bought me lots of delicious food. Wen Ning's eyes curved, her usually striking gaze softening into an exceptionally gentle look. The details are a bit blurry, but I remember Mom was happy. Really happy. She had dreamed of her mother, and when she opened her eyes there was Ian. No wonder she felt in such good spirits this morning, even though her body still ached. She wasn't about to grab anything and throw a tantrum either. What did you eat? Cotton candy, sugar-coated hawthorn strawberries. So how did you really get that? Su Yan glanced at her delighted expression, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. You were groggy last night, half asleep, and you clung to my neck and kissed me for a long time. What? Wen Ning's brows twitched. I don't remember that. Could she have actually done that? You say Tong Tong is restless when she sleeps, but you're not much better. Su Yan pulled her closer, his expression drowsy. I mean, usually you seem so gentle and obedient, but when you're sleepy, you're so unreasonable. You insisted that I carry you to my room. Wen Ning bit her lip and stammered, and probably only like this in front of you. Where's Tong Tong? Don't worry, Tong Tong was pretty happy about it. Su Yan couldn't help yawning again. She thinks that Mom and Dad should sleep in the same room. That way their feelings will keep getting better, just like us when we're in our 30s. But since this was the first time Tong Tong had slept alone in her own room since she came to live with them, Su Yan had gone to keep her company the night before, only returning after she fell asleep. Ask me anything later, but let's sleep a little more. I'm really tired now. Wen Ning stared at his neck for a long while, then finally curled her legs and burrowed back under the covers. She buried her entire head in his chest. She really did enjoy being held by him like this. She had gotten used to it faster than she had imagined. Gradually drowsiness washed over her again, and she closed her eyes. She didn't know how long had passed when, in a hazy state of sleep, she heard rustling sounds beside her. Su Yan kissed her cheek, then changed clothes and left the room. After preparing breakfast, he went to wake up the mother and daughter. While washing up in the bathroom, Wen Ning kept staring at his neck, her ears slightly red. Do you need to cover that up when you go out today? No need. Su Yan finished washing his face and said slowly, what's there to hide? But won't people ask how you got it? Just say my wife kissed it out. Su Yan tilted his head to look at her, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You dare to do it, but not admit it. Wen Ning felt a little flustered and reached out to cover his mouth. Don't say that. She rummaged through the drawers for a band-aid, thinking she could stick it on. That would only make it more obvious, Su Yin said, examining the red mark on his neck in the mirror. Do you think people won't notice? Then what should we do? It's nothing to be ashamed of. Su Yin wrung out the used towel and hung it back on the rack. When I was a kid and got bored in class, I used to do this on my own arm all the time. Then, Wen Ning hesitated. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? It looks pretty painful to me. Su Yin was taken aback. It doesn't hurt. Still, not everyone liked such things. There was some kind of risk, though the probability was very small. Su Yin personally didn't mind at all. He truly couldn't feel any pain, or being held and kissed hard on the neck was actually quite. Well, he definitely didn't feel any discomfort. Wen Ning reached out and touched his neck, looking hesitant. It's not good. People will definitely laugh at you. Let them laugh. They don't have a wife. Su Yin said casually. If you want, you can do it on my neck every day. I actually like it. It's called claiming territory. It's nice. It also tells people I have a pretty clingy partner. Is that what it's for? Wen Ning was stunned by his words. She hesitated for a long time, then reached up to touch her own fair, smooth neck. She turned to glance at Tong Tong sitting at the dining table. After a long pause, she suddenly scurried over to the bathroom and quietly closed the door. What's wrong? I want one too. So people will stop asking me for my WeChat every day. How did you get that on your neck? Standing on the playground awaiting the start of military training at 8 in the morning, Qin Wan noticed the mark on Wen Ning's neck. Her skin was naturally fair, making it quite noticeable even through the green uniform. A small patch of red. Qin Wan asked with some confusion, did you get sunburned yesterday? Wen Ning's lips moved slightly as she murmured, Her face was rather thin-skinned. She still couldn't bring herself to admit as boldly as Su Yin would that her partner had left it. Her boyfriend did it. Shin-Si glanced at it and immediately understood, quite lovey-dovey. What? Qin Wan's expression slowly shifted. Ning, did he hit you? Wen Ning. Shin-Si sighed, then leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Huh, how could that be from kissing? Qin Wan suddenly caught on and quickly covered her mouth. Then her face flushed bright red as she hurriedly waved her hands. The meat buns at the second canteen are so delicious. Ruan Wenjing was munching on a bag of buns, her voice slightly muffled. Ning, do you want one? As for what they were discussing, she couldn't follow. No thanks. Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. I already had breakfast with a Yin and Tong Tong this morning. You two come to college and still bring a kid every day. Shin-Si rubbed her chin. Are you getting a head start on married life? Moreover, it was clear they had become quite adept at childcare. It gave Shin-Si the illusion that these two had been married for ages and already had an adorable daughter. Meanwhile, Chunhao, who had also begun military training, took advantage of the lunch break to call his childhood friend whom he hadn't seen in days. Come out for dinner tonight with your girl. Forget it. Su Yin thought for a moment before refusing from the other end of the line. She's too exhausted from the training lately. If not, you and I can come find you. Let's wait until training is over. I also need to take her back to my hometown. Chunhao raised an eyebrow. So now that you've got a girl, this is how you treat your brother? Forgotten who you first brought home to meet grandma and grandpa? Get lost. Su Yin let out a scoff. How are things with you and Yu? Just baking under the sun, every day, nothing exciting. Chunhao sighed. But the Chinese department's been busy lately. Training plus the teacher assigning books to read. Seems like she doesn't have much time for me. It felt a bit like being an empty nester. They chatted a while longer before Chunhao hung up and pulled up Li Yu's number from his contacts. Hello. Unexpectedly, a strange girl's voice answered. Who is this? Oh, I'm Yu's roommate. The girl explained. She felt unwell during training and is in the infirmary now. She left her phone with me. Heat stroke. Chunhao was taken aback. Why didn't she tell me? The girl hesitated. Are you Yu's childhood friend? She said she didn't want you to know. What? Chunhao's voice carried a hint of disbelief. I'm on my way. After hanging up, he hurried toward the campus infirmary. In the sweltering heat, the small room was packed with freshmen in green uniforms. In the corner, Li Yu sat on a chair. Her face was pale, strands of sweat-soaked hair clinging to her cheeks, and then 4 dripped into her hand. Beside her stood a boy, probably a classmate, looking quite concerned. Chunhao paused for a moment before quickly walking over. Why are you here? Li Yu's expression shifted slightly. Having been sent to the infirmary after just 2 days of training, she felt it was a bit embarrassing for him to know. Are you Yu's childhood friend? The boy sized him up with curiosity. Chunhao's features were handsome with deep-set eyes. He was indeed good-looking. In the class monitor, I brought her here. Chunhao smiled. Thanks for the trouble. The boy merely returned a polite smile, without saying much. Yu, if you still feel unwell, just let me know on WeChat. He adjusted his glasses. He'll ask the counselor and instructor for leave, so you can rest in the dorm this afternoon. Li Yu shook her head. No need, I'll attend on time. The boy smiled, but didn't leave. Are you two childhood sweethearts? Yeah, we grew up together. So enviable. Are you two dating now? Li Yu was taken aback and blurted out no. The boy's brow relaxed as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. That figures childhood friends are like that. If it was meant to be, it would have happened already. He added a few more words of concern before getting up and leaving the infirmary. Who was that guy? Chunhao finally sat down, asking slowly. He seems pretty interested in you. Like I said, he's our class monitor. Li Yuyu frowned. The teacher just asked him to escort me, nothing else. Chunhao hummed an acknowledgement, poured some warm water from the flask beside him, and was uncharacteristically quiet. Come to think of it, they really had known each other as childhood friends for a long time. Head watched her grow from a scruffy little girl with a yellow ponytail to a bespectacled bookworm in high school, and now to a young woman slowly learning to dress up. If it was meant to be, it would have happened already. That guy's words actually bothered him. How many pretty senior girls WeChat have you added lately? Li Yuyu took the cup from his hand, looking contemptuous. Let me see. None, I've been busy. Chunhao smiled, slowing down the foredrip. Are your hands cold? Want me to borrow a hand warmer from the school doctor? Not cold, it's summer. Chunhao smiled, and sat down beside her to keep her company. With her phone left with her roommate, Li Yuyu grew drowsy from waiting, yawning several times. 20 minutes later, she called the school doctor to remove the needle, but still swayed slightly when she stood up. Still feeling unwell. A bit dizzy. Skip the afternoon session and rest in the dorm. Chunhao glanced at the blazing sun outside. Want me to carry you? At over 1.8 meters tall, carrying the petite Li Yuyu would be effortless. They used to do this often when they were kids. But as Yuyu grew up and developed the girl's modesty, she no longer wanted him to carry her. No. Li Yuyu wrinkled her nose. You just finished training too, you're all sweaty. Chunhao couldn't help but let out a laugh. On the way back to drop Li Yuyu off, he occasionally glanced sideways at his childhood friend with an unreadable expression. Yuyu? Does that guy have a thing for you? Li Yuyu was startled. What are you on about? If you ever want to date, you have to tell me. Chunhao thought for a moment. It'll help you vet him. He has to be better than me in every way. Li Yuyu seemed to sense something and turned to look at him. What's wrong with you lately? Why do you keep saying stuff like that? It's just... Chunhao chuckled softly. That little girl I watched grow up. I can't just hand her over to anyone casually. I'm not willing. I mean, not at ease. Li Yuyu was stunned, remaining silent for a long time. After a long silence, her face suddenly flushed, as if she wanted to say something, but the words died in her throat. Finally, she turned away, her tone stiff and forced. Fine. If I ever want to date, you'll be the first to know. The freshman military training lasted for a full half-month. Though the intensity was high, Wen Ning gradually adapted to it. She was still exhausted every day, but her condition was much better than at the beginning. Moreover, she was actually quite happy in her heart. After all, returning home every evening, she could snuggle comfortably with Su Yin, too tired to move. On the day the training ended, Wen Ning felt a subtle sense of loss instead. Just as she was about to pack up and go home, Su Yin called. My roommates want to have a gathering tonight. Su Yin asked, do you want to go? If not, I'll come back and eat with you all. Wouldn't that be bad? Wen Ning thought for a moment. You didn't go to the last roommate dinner. Su Yin was rather indifferent. You two are always more important. It's fine, let's go. Wen Ning smiled slightly. It would be good to meet your roommates. Su Yin also smiled. We'll go pick you up and get Tong Tong first, and let them order the dishes. After hanging up, Wen Ning returned to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes before waiting for him downstairs. The two went to pick up their daughter and then boarded the subway. A few more days of class, and it will be National Day. Su Yin held his phone. I bought tickets for all of us in advance. We'll go straight back to our hometown then. Wen Ning nervously gripped his arm. Should I bring something? What do Grandpa and Grandma like? According to Su Yin, his grandfather was a teacher from the old days with a rather serious and old-fashioned personality. This was also why the younger generation he taught held quite traditional views on certain matters. My grandpa likes to drink. Su Yin shook his head, but we don't let him. He usually hides a little on his own. Wen Ning hesitated, then Su Yin thought for a moment. You could buy a carton of Wangzai milk. The granddaughter-in-law meeting for the first time, bringing a carton of Wangzai milk. Wen Ning muttered softly, won't Grandpa kick me out then? Su Yin chuckled and reached out to pat his daughter's head. This time Grandma being able to see Tong Tong, and Wen Ning held a different significance for him. The gathering place was at a barbecue restaurant near Hangzhou Electronics University. The other three had already arrived and were sitting in a row ordering. Wen Ning nodded politely and led Tong Tong to sit down across from them. Xiaozhe pushed the menu over. We've ordered, see if you want to add anything. Su Yin handed it to Wen Ning and then used hot water to clean the utensils. He looked suspiciously at the two, bowing their heads beside him. Why are you so nervous? It's nothing. They said they were bringing a girlfriend to dinner. But you brought the campus belle of Jiangda. Xiaozhe, however, seemed quite natural. Yinzi, are you drinking? Su Yin instinctively glanced aside. Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft. It's fine, I'll take you home later. Xiaozhe, claiming he wasn't afraid of his wife. Because Wen Ning and Tong Tong were there, the others seemed a bit restrained, afraid to speak much while eating. In this regard, boys seemed somewhat different from girls. When Wen Ning's roommates met Su Yin, they were quite natural and warm. Especially Lin Yuan and the chubby guy, they looked very tense. Only after drinking some alcohol did they start talking a bit more. However, they mainly spoke to Su Yin, still not daring to converse with Wen Ning. Perhaps because this girl was too beautiful, or for other reasons. They always felt a slight pressure when she sat quietly. There's no need to be so scared. Su Yin said helplessly, she has a good temper. Leave them be, what's fine. Xiaozhe, holding his glass, asked curiously, your girlfriend is the campus belle of Jiangda. It's normal not to dare to talk. Wen Ning was startled. Campus belle. At this Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. He thought seriously for a moment. The campus belle of Jiangda is from the art department, named Ran Xinyu. As an avid internet surfer he remembered this clearly. Su Yin leaned back in his chair and chuckled. That was last year before Wen Ning came to Jiangda. Xiao Zhe raised his thumb. What's with your neck? Su Yin instinctively replied, my wife kissed. Wen Ning's face flushed red, and she pinched him hard under the table. Don't say that. When they were almost done eating, Su Yin got up to pay the bill. After saying goodbye, the roommates quickly returned to school under the cover of night. I always felt they didn't want to talk to me. Wen Ning, holding Tong Tong's hand, felt a bit embarrassed. Should I not have come? It's always like this. Su Yin crouched down to fix Tong Tong's hair. If they brought their girlfriends, I probably wouldn't talk to them either. On the way back, Su Yin received a call from Lin Hui. Since there were no outsiders, Su Yin put it on speaker. Kid, have you bought the tickets yet? Her voice was still boisterous. Don't end up unable to come back. This is my granddaughter's birthday. Su Yin casually replied, don't worry. How are you and Xiaoning doing lately? Lin Hui suddenly changed the subject. You're not still sleeping in separate rooms, are you? Su Yin paused and turned his head. Wen Ning blinked, her ears reddening, and said nothing. Sometimes we sleep together. Su Yin hesitated. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I see. Lin Hui hesitated. Is Xiaoning beside you? Don't let her hear what I'm about to say. Su Yan's gaze lingered on the speaker button of his phone, then he looked at Wen Ning, who was pursing her lips, and Tong Tong, who was looking up with curiosity. Just say what you need to. Su Yan said impatiently. You have to hide it from her. You? Lin Hui paused for a moment. When you sleep together, besides kissing and hugging, do you do anything else? No. Soon Lin Hui sent a link via WeChat. This is very good, and it's on sale now. Buy some and keep them. Su Yan clicked in to look and immediately wanted to exit. However, Wen Ning, curious, leaned in to look at his phone screen. When she saw the product name, her face instantly turned red hot, and she stared blankly at the ad copy for a few seconds. Kid, why aren't you talking? Don't you dare have a baby in college, you hear me? Su Yan handed the phone to Wen Ning. You talk to her directly. Lin Hui on the other and instantly fell silent. Mom. Wen Ning took the phone, her voice stammering. Good evening. Oh, Xiaoning, good evening. Lin Hui seemed very awkward and didn't speak for a long time. But after thinking it over, she felt she needed to make this clear. Xiaoning, mom is serious. Don't ignore the advice. Lin Hui said earnestly. When feelings reach a certain level, such things happen naturally. You may feel shy now, but you'll understand when the time comes. She knew a thing or two about young people's affairs. As a mother, she had to offer some advice. When Su Yan's father and I were dating, Lin Hui said boldly. He said at first he'd just hold me while sleeping, but in the end, he had to run out in the middle of the night several blocks to buy some. If feelings deepened and they couldn't control themselves, something might go wrong. Dad, what is grandma talking about? You'll understand when you grow up, Tong Tong. Su Yan reached out and covered his daughter's ears. Either you sleep in separate rooms. Lin Hui continued. Otherwise, with you two young people cuddling every night, I'm really a bit worried. Even if you don't need it immediately, you should be prepared. That's the truth. Talking about such things with her daughter-in-law was indeed a bit embarrassing, but Xiaoning's mother was gone, so she had to handle it. Though both sides were dear, Xiaoning was still in college. Lin Hui felt she was doing the right thing. Of course, she also hoped her son would hurry up and... forget it. Got it. G got it. Wen Ning glanced at the link. She had little experience with such matters, and stammered as she spoke. Ban, are you listening? Lin Hui called her son again, her tone more serious. You two are in college, don't do anything reckless, you hear? It was okay to be reckless, but they had to take precautions. It wasn't just protecting Xiaoning, it was also protecting Su Yan. After giving them both instructions, she hung up. Wen Ning lowered her head, locked the phone screen, and placed it back in Su Yan's hand, her face still flushed. Su Yan looked at her, and knowing she was shy, put the phone in his pocket ready to drop the subject. After a long while, Wen Ning tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Since starting to date Su Yan, this had become her habitual move. Ian. Her voice was very low, her warm breath brushing against Su Yan's face. Mom said I need to protect myself. Su Yan felt a tickle. So, do you want to sleep in separate rooms? Wen Ning pinched his earlobe, her eyes downcast, not daring to look at him, her voice so low it was almost inaudible, to put Mom's mind at ease. You buy it in advance and put it in the bedside drawer. In this regard, they might have read about it online, but encountering it in real life. Both were still novices, yet learning together slowly could truly strengthen a couple's bond. After returning home, Wen Ning first accompanied Tong Tong to do her homework. Tong Tong was very clever, a top student like her mother, and worry-free in every aspect. After finishing, she returned to the sofa, curling up comfortably, with Su Yan under the air conditioner. Tong Tong lay nearby, watching cartoons, occasionally letting out crisp laughter. Su Yan, while massaging his wife's calves, scrolled through the link Lin Hui had sent. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to lean in and look. Seeing her almost press her face against the screen, torn between reluctance and curiosity, Su Yan found it quite amusing. This? She pointed a finger. My middle school teacher introduced it, but never explained how to use it. Ning, are you a robot? Su Yan touched her face. You fill it with water and drop it from upstairs. It should be quite fun. Wen Ning reached over and pinched him hard. I wasn't asking about that. Xu Yan chuckled, filled in the address, and placed the order. You can study it slowly later. In this regard, Xu Yan generally went along with her wishes. Thus, relatively speaking, Wen Ning was the more proactive one. Though thin-skinned, she was willing to learn and do the things couples should do with Xu Yan. She was truly a rare and precious girlfriend. In the following days, formal classes began. After military training, university life returned to its normal track. The computer science courses had just started and the textbook content wasn't particularly difficult. In summary, Xu Yan found it quite basic. Whether one could delve deeper and master it depended more on oneself. Wen Ning, being a beginner, found it somewhat challenging. For parts she didn't understand, Xu Yan had to explain repeatedly several times before she grasped it. But she was smart and had strong learning abilities. Xu Yan believed it wouldn't be long before she adapted to this way of thinking. Soon National Day arrived. They bought tickets and boarded the train back to Jiangqing. Ein, what do you think the future trends in computer science will be? Deep learning, artificial intelligence, big data, and the like. Xu Yan scrolled through his phone in his seat. Game development isn't bad either. He loved gaming himself, so he had looked into this area early on. When Ning held a book reading, they all sound quite challenging. After the brief military training, they needed to start considering their futures earlier than ordinary college students. As Tong Tong grew day by day, as parents they had to provide her with a better life. There were many opportunities to earn money in university, it just depended on whether one could seize them. Xu Yan had been pondering this recently, and had a vague idea. With a computer science degree from a school like Jiangda, you'll be sought after anywhere. He thought for a moment, it's best if you can pursue a master's degree. When Ning looked at the code in the book somewhat distressed, it's so hard. The competition is fierce. Pay attention. If any professors have research projects, be sure to participate. Xu Yan advised, they'll help you when the time comes. Making a good impression on Jiangda's faculty would be very beneficial for the future. When Ning nodded obediently, I won't fall too far behind you. Why say that? Xu Yan pinched her cheek. If our resumes were side by side, everyone would pick you first. But you're definitely more capable than me. When Ning stuck out her tongue. Still, this was truly heartwarming. Though they still relied on their parents for now, building this home together as a couple was a meaningful endeavor. By the time they exited the train station, it was already afternoon. When Tong Tong spotted Lin Hui, she ran over and threw herself into her arms. Grandma! Oh, my precious Tong Tong! Lin Hui beamed as she held her. Have you gained a little weight lately? Her joyful mood made her look much younger, her skin radiant and smooth. Just a tiny bit. Tong Tong raised her finger. Mommy makes me delicious food every day. Xiao Ning, you've worked hard. Lin Hui appraised her daughter-in-law with utmost satisfaction. You are getting more beautiful by the day. Having her by her son's side was a tremendous relief. Mom. Wen Ning's cheeks flushed as she smiled, taking the initiative to link arms with her. So many good things are happening together this time. Lin Hui opened the car trunk, helping her son load the luggage. Your aunt is due soon, and with Tong Tong's birthday, we've been looking forward to this for so long. They first bought some fruit and flowers to visit Wen Ning's mother, then set off together for the hometown. The Su family had originally come from the countryside. The younger generation later moved to the city and bought homes. However, the two elders had remained in the village all these years, living quite happily. The village was large with many elderly residents. Since it was National Day, several cars were parked in the square at the village entrance. As they got out, many children were running around the square. Auntie Lin, long time no see. A young woman playing with a little boy ran over, greeting them with a smile. She appeared about the same age as Wen Ning, fairly attractive and dressed fashionably. Fangxian. Lin Hui paused. You're back for National Day. Hearing that name, Wen Ning's eyelids twitched sensitively. Yeah. The girl nodded casually. Came back to visit the elders and help my parents take care of my little brother. Where are you studying now? Lin Hui greeted. I ran into your parents earlier. They said you did well on the college entrance exam. I'm studying in Hangzhou. Wen Ning instinctively tightened her grip on Xu Yan's arm, staring at the girl's face. Fangxian was the girl her future mother-in-law had wanted to introduce to Ian, wasn't she? Although Xu Yan had clearly rejected her. That meant this girl had feelings for him. Fangxian waved her hand. Xu Yan, remember me? Your aunt brought us to play together when we were kids. Xu Yan was about to say he didn't recall when his arm was instantly pinched. He stood still, saying nothing. Lin Hui seemed to remember something too. After a long pause, she spoke somewhat awkwardly. Found anyone you like in university. You should find a good girl like our Ban Xiao Ning so the parents can rest easy. Xu Yan's girlfriend? Fangxian looked curiously at the trio behind them. You're so beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl. And she had an air of grace, clearly a well-behaved girl. She extended her hand generously. Hello there. No. Wen Ning shook her hand, speaking softly. Not his girlfriend. Fangxian was startled. What? Wen Ning clutched Xu Yan's hand tightly, her face taut. I'm his fiancé. Fiancé. They should only be freshmen in college, shouldn't they? Fangxian touched her face, a little puzzled. She felt that this overly beautiful girl's attitude toward her was somewhat strange. It wasn't hostility, just an indescribable feeling. Lin Hui hadn't expected Xiao Ning to act like that, either like a cat guarding its food. As she always said, setting the facts aside, it was all Xu Yan's fault. He was nearly 30. If he had brought Xiao Ning home earlier, would she have needed to introduce him to other girls? Bring your parents over for dinner at our place sometime. Lin Hui invited. From now on, Xiao Ning is set to be the wife of our Xu family. Sure, I'll tell them when I get back. Fang Xian greeted everyone before taking her brother's hand and heading to the square to play. Did Annie used to play with you when you were kids, eh? Wen Ning squeezed his hand. She seems to get along well with your family. Auntie just likes kids. How would I remember things from when I was in diapers? Su Yin thought for a moment. It's not my fault, it's all my mom's doing. Hey you. Lin Hui was displeased and quickly distanced herself. How dare you speak to my daughter like that? But bringing Xiao Ning back this time was meant for everyone to get to know her. Calling her a fiancé wasn't wrong. Wen Ning finally let him go, raising the jade bracelet on her wrist. She's studying in Hangzhou too, we might run into each other someday. Su Yin picked up his daughter who was eating fruit. Tong Tong, your mom is being abusive to daddy. Tong Tong was munching on an apple, mumbling, this is nothing yet. They walked a bit further, dragging their luggage and bags of gifts for the elders until they reached a large courtyard. Su Lingling was lounging lazily in a deck chair, basking in the sun, with a plump ragdoll cat named Yuan Yuan in her arms. A gray-haired old man stood before her, scolding her. Now that you're pregnant, you need to get out and walk more. He said sternly, all you do is eat and sleep without moving. Are you a pig? I know, Dad. Su Lingling squinted, thoroughly comfortable. They'll lie here a bit longer. Yufei, don't always indulge her. You need to speak up when needed. The old man turned around. She's been home for months and has become so lazy. Meng Yufei stood nearby, grinning and saying nothing. It was then that they noticed the group outside the yard. Su Yan smiled and called out, Grandpa. You're back. Seeing his grandson, who seemed to have grown taller, Grandpa frowned again, looking him up and down. Where's Grandma? She went to pick vegetables in the garden. Grandpa's gaze fell on Wen Ning behind him, then lingered on Tong Tong for a long time. Lin Hui and Su Minghui had already informed them in the gentlest way possible. The two elders, initially finding it hard to accept, had since been eagerly looking forward to Wen Ning and Tong Tong's return. Grandpa, I brought you a gift. Milk. Grandpa rummaged through the bag, his tone displeased. Do I look so old that you'd bring me something kids drink? Next time I won't let you in if you do this. It's from your granddaughter-in-law and great-granddaughter. The old man's expression froze. After a long pause, he said stiffly, it's enough that you came, no need to bring gifts. Don't just stand at the door. Come in. Wen Ning nervously led Tong Tong into the yard, feeling much like she had when first meeting Lin Hui. Tong Tong looked up, her big eyes fixed on the stern old man. She giggled and ran over, calling out in a soft, sweet voice, Great-grandpa. Only then did the old man become flustered, at a loss for what to do. Oh. He instinctively softened his tone. Tong Tong. Your name is Xu Miaotong, right? Oh. Grandpa patted her head, then turned to Wen Ning. Stay a few days and let Su Yin take you around. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out 2 red envelopes. Xiao Hui and Yufei got them when they first came. Seeing her hesitant, Grandpa finally smiled. Take them. Thank you, Grandpa. Just then an old woman carrying a vegetable basket walked in from outside. Her features were gentle, radiating kindness. Seeing the young people in the yard, her face lit up with surprise, her wrinkles deepening as she beamed. Grandma, you're looking well lately. Su Yin instinctively ran over to hug her. The two people who doted on Su Yin the most besides his aunt Su Lingling were his grandmother. Since childhood, they had practically given him the moon and stars to satisfy his every wish. I've been thinking about you for so long. Not seeing you for months drove me crazy. Grandma quickly set down the basket. Let me have a look. I'm back now. Su Yin bent down with a smile. You can see me every day. This was a cherished ritual between them since he was a child. In the past, Grandma would half squat and reach out to pinch her grandson's cheeks. Now Su Yin had to bend down. But this time things were a little different. Ban, wait a moment. Grandma pinched his ear affectionately. Let me see Xiao Ning and Tong Tong first. Lin Hui watched like a bystander, unable to suppress a laugh. Tong Tong hugged her mother's waist and obediently called out, Great-grandma. Though it was their first meeting, Tong Tong felt an instant connection with her. Oh my, what a good girl. Grandma bent down to pinch her cheek. I knew she was our child the moment I saw her. She looks exactly like Ban when he was little. Wen Ning shyly greeted her. Grandma. You must be Wen Ning. Grandma looked her over with great satisfaction. Just like Xiao Hui when she first came. Ears all red. Ah, Grandma loves girls like you. Wen Ning's face flushed even more, but she visibly relaxed. Though she had expected the elders to treat her well, like Su Yan's parents had. Seeing it in person still made her a little nervous. Grandma looked at them, her eyes crinkling with joy. Ban talks about you all the time. He's called me several times. Hearing this, Wen Ning murmured, I was always listening nearby. Ban told me everything about your family. Her voice grew gentler. From now on, only good days lie ahead. Whatever makes you unhappy or wronged, you can tell us. From now on, every holiday our Xiao Ning has a home to return to. Wen Ning nodded firmly, a sudden sting in her nose. Ban, don't just stand there. Come in. I bought all your favorite foods today. Grandma chuckled and reached for Tong Tong. Let me hold you. Oh, you're quite heavy. She tried several times, but couldn't lift her, panting a little. Grandma, be careful. Su Yan went over to support her. Don't hurt your back, or you'll be bettered in for a long time again. Getting old means accepting your limits. She smiled, still cheerful. So you kids must visit often. Who knows, Grandma might not have many years left. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yan frowned. You and Grandpa will be alive and well when Tong Tong grows up. Grandma looked at Tong Tong, who nodded earnestly, and said in her soft voice, Grandma used to hold Tong Tong when she was little and take her out to play. Wen Ning stepped closer, gently taking Grandma's arm. Grandma and Grandpa just need to be happy every day and you'll live a long life. The old woman saw right through their intentions. By the time Tong Tong was born, she would probably be too frail to walk. Maybe she wouldn't even. She might never hold Tong Tong, never see Xiao Ning marry Ban Ban, never witness Tong Tong's birth. But hearing the children's words, she couldn't help but smile. I know. He'll definitely live to be 100. Grandma glanced at Wen Ning, then patted her grandson's hand. If Grandma Lees want the ones who love you most in this world, be one less. Before the two children returned, Lin Hui had already prepared the guest room. From now on it would be Wen Ning and Tong Tong's room. The room was not large, but it was cozy and well furnished with all the necessary furniture. Through the window one could see the pond in the courtyard and the lush tree growing there. Tong Tong was taken by her grandmother to bond, while Wen Ning returned to the room to put away her belongings. Afterward, she went to Su Yan's room, knocked on the door, and entered. Su Yan's room in his hometown was slightly larger than the guest room, but it was simply furnished, nothing much besides a bed and a table. The walls were adorned with certificates and photographs, traces of his growth from childhood to adulthood. Wen Ning opened his suitcase, took out the clothes one by one, and smoothed them flat. I'll do it myself, Su Yan said as he emerged from the bathroom. You've been sitting in the car all day, I take a rest. I'm not tired, Wen Ning smiled. Actually, I quite enjoy doing this sort of thing. Just then Lin Hui pushed the door open and walked in. Don't just shove everything into the suitcase haphazardly, she said, carrying a plate of cantaloupe. You take the fruit to Xiao Ning, and he'll help you organize. It was at that moment she saw the two of them sitting cross-legged on the floor. Wen Ning was carefully folding each piece of clothing on her lap. Mom, she said. Oh, Xiao Ning, don't sit on the floor. Lin Hu's expression paused for a long moment, her gaze lingering on their faces before she set the fruit plate on a nearby chair. Somehow what should have been a heartwarming scene suddenly made her feel a hollow emptiness inside. This was just how it was when a son grew up. In the past, every time he came home she would grumble and fuss while packing his suitcase, finding everything displeasing to the eye. But now she suddenly realized. As time passed, these tasks would gradually be handed over to Xiao Ning. Lin Hui was stunned for a while before she too sat down cross-legged beside them. She opened her mouth instinctively, not knowing what to say. It felt a bit strange. Su Yan seemed to read her mind and shoved a t-shirt into her arms. Are you letting your daughter-in-law do everything? Are you some kind of wicked mother-in-law? Lin Hui was taken aback, then, after a long pause, she laughed. What nonsense are you talking? Am I supposed to serve you until you're 30 or 40? Su Yan thought for a moment. That works too. Lin Hui squinted with a smile and slowly began folding his clothes. You wish. So, they were like a pair of bickering mother and son, never saying anything nice to each other, yet their bond had always been exceptionally close. Wen Ning pursed her lips and smiled too, helping Lin Hui finish tidying up before sitting and chatting for a while. It wasn't until evening that they were called to dinner. The meal was exceptionally lavish, covering the entire table. The whole family gathered around the round table, and Wen Ning felt a little dazed, recalling what her grandmother had said to her earlier. What are you thinking about? Su Yan squeezed her hand. Sit next to me. Okay. After dinner the family sat in the living room, chatting idly while watching TV. They asked Wen Ning many questions as well. The two elders absolutely adored this great-granddaughter. She was lively and knew how to please them, and she was already becoming the new family darling of the Su household. Su Yan sat with his grandmother, finally having a moment to whisper to each other. Ban Ban, be honest with Grandma. Grandma smiled softly. Tong Tong has never met me before, has she? I mean, when she was born I was already gone, wasn't I? Don't think I can't tell. Grandma continued. Tong Tong is a bit distant with me, but she's especially close to your grandfather. Tong Tong had said that her great-grandmother used to hold her a lot when she was little. Probably something Su Yan and Wen Ning taught her to make her happy. Su Yan paused for a long moment. Now it's time for you to enjoy life. You need to take care of your health and live longer. That's not something I can decide, Grandma said with a smile. But, at least I have to see you settle down before I can rest easy. She turned around and patted Wen Ning's hand. After you finish your studies, get married soon. If you can't hold Tong Tong, then hold your second child. Wen Ning nodded obediently, humming in agreement. The two elders had a regular routine, so they went back to their room to rest after 9 o'clock. Tong Tong was taken to Lin Hu's room. Feeling a bit bored, Wen Ning decided to go to Su Yan's place for a while. Are you getting used to it? Su Yan sat on the bed and reached out to take her hand. Wen Ning sat sideways on his lap and nodded. Everyone in your family is so nice. At first she thought Grandpa was a very stern and old-fashioned man, and she had worried he might have some opinions about her family. But later she realized that was just how Su Yan saw him. Because Grandma spoiled him too much, Grandpa was worried it might spoil the child. But from her brief interactions, Wen Ning felt that Grandpa was actually quite an endearing old man. So now, am I really your fiancé? Su-Yen smiled and pinched her cheek. After chatting for a while, as soon as he held her, she couldn't help but lean in to kiss him. With each passing time, the two of them became more and more adept at this. But even after all this time, every time she kissed a Yin, Wen Ning still felt her legs go weak involuntarily. Today she hadn't tied her hair in a ponytail, but she simply let it fall loose behind her head, exactly the same hairstyle she had after marrying and giving birth to Tong Tong. Perhaps because they had just met Grandpa and Grandma today, both of them seemed to be immersed in this romantic atmosphere. Time slipped by, and suddenly Wen Ning came back to her senses. She felt Su-Yan's fingers slowly lifting her clothes from below. By now most of her clothes had been lifted, revealing large patches of smooth fair skin. This made the corners of Wen Ning's eyes flush red, as if she had been wronged. Wait. Her mind went blank. She took a soft breath, then bit his lip. Yen. Don't. Hearing her trembling voice, Su-Yan suddenly snapped back to reality. He paused for a long moment, then slowly fastened the clasp on Wen Ning's back and pulled her top down. After a while he pinched his wife's ear, his expression a little unnatural. I wasn't paying attention for a moment. No, that's not what I meant. Wen Ning bit her lip. I'm your fiancé now. You can touch me. Anywhere. Su-Yen was momentarily stunned, staring at her face, which was beautiful beyond words with a rosy flush. He felt his own temperature slowly rising. Wen Ning breathed lightly, a hint of allure in her eyes, and her voice carried a distinct nasal tone. First go lock the door, then turn off the light. Half an hour later Lin Hui returned holding Tong Tong by the hand. She knocked on the door, and after a long pause, Su-Yen finally came to open it. Why did it take you so long to answer the door? Lin Hui frowned. And why aren't the lights on? What were you two doing? Su-Yen paused, said nothing, and turned to switch on the room's light. Wen Ning stood inside the bathroom, washing her hands repeatedly with a bar of soap. Her ears were still a vivid red, and a bright flush of pink crept up from her neck. After a long while she dried her hands with a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. When she saw Lin Hui, her gaze flickered away, and she stammered a greeting. Mom. Lin Hui hesitated. What's wrong with you, child? Wen Ning quickly waved her hands, her voice faltering. And nothing, it's nothing. Lin Hui didn't dwell on it, merely assuming the two had been stealing kisses and cuddles in the room. Young people, everyone understood. When she was dating Su Minghui, she might have been even more lovey-dovey than these two. She handed Tong Tong over to them, gave a few instructions, and then left with a knowing smile. They'll take Tong Tong back to rest now. Wen Ning's eyes darted away slightly. She took Tong Tong's hand, and head bowed, hurriedly tried to escape. Though she was usually unfamiliar with such matters, she had seen a thing or two. Since they were at home, they hadn't dared go too far. But in truth, they had already crossed a very improper line. Why go back? Su-Yen reached out and grabbed her hand. We've been parents for so long, yet we've never slept with our daughter. Tonight you two stay in my room. Indeed, it was only when the child was very young that a family of 3 would do such a thing. Su-Yen and Wen Ning had never experienced that stage. After this birthday, it was truly time for Tong Tong to have her own room. After this, there might never be another chance like this. Wen Ning's lips trembled, her gaze wandering. After a long pause, she silently let go of Tong Tong's hand. Yage. Tong Tong pressed down on the bed, kicked off her slippers, and jumped up. She wore white pajamas, her bare feet patting on the bed, beaming with joy. In truth, she was gradually beginning to understand the concept of time travel. After returning to this era, her parents often explained such knowledge to her, including movies and novels. It could be said that she had witnessed with her own eyes how her parents' relationship had gradually grown better. Su-Yen turned off the light, adjusted the air conditioner, and then returned to sit on the edge of the bed. Wen Ning sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring at her fair, soft palms with a dazed expression. When she was in the heat of passion with her boyfriend, she threw caution to the wind, as if she dared to do anything. Sometimes when comparing, she felt she was actually the more proactive one. But now, as she carefully replayed the events in her mind, she thought, how could I have been so bold? And, deep down, she didn't even dislike it. Su-Yen played with his daughter for a while. After a day of traveling, Tong Tong soon grew tired. Like a sleepy cat, she rubbed her eyes and let out soft, languid yawns, even the strands of her hair starting to droop listlessly. Now let's rest. Wen Ning helped her daughter remove her hair, tie her face, still slightly flushed. Let Tong Tong sleep in the middle tonight. That's fine. Su-Yen went to turn off the lights and came back, and the two lay down to rest. Wen Ning closed her eyes, feeling the steady breathing of her daughter in her arms. She had always had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places, and today, she had too many thoughts churning in her mind. She tossed and turned for a long time, only falling asleep close to the wee hours. Until the next morning. When Su-Yen woke up, he felt a scorching, soft body pressing against his own. Warm breath hit his neck, carrying what sounded like dreamy murmurs. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wen Ning's peacefully sleeping face. Tong Tong, who had been sleeping in the middle, had somehow been pushed to the other side. She lay sprawled across the bed like a starfish, a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth, deeply lost in her dreams. Su-Yen thought. She said our daughter had bad sleeping posture. But you're not much better aiming. Wen Ning was only wearing a thin nightgown over her, her body hot and soft, pressed tightly against him. Her hands had even slipped under his shirt, groping randomly at something. Su Yin carefully pulled her hands out and quietly got out of bed. Today the two of them had to go back to the city to pick up the birthday cake Lin Hui had already ordered and also buy some gifts for Tong Tong, so they had to get up early. After washing up, Su Yin returned to wake Wen Ning. Let Tong Tong sleep a bit longer. Wen Ning sat up with a yawn, her eyes still heavy, and glanced at the time on her phone. What time is it? I'm so sleepy. Want to sleep a bit more? Su Yin thought for a moment. You two can just stay home today. I'm getting up. Wen Ning ruffled her hair, lingered in bed for a while before finally getting up. Seeing Su Yin sitting on the sofa looking at his phone, she slowly got dressed while walking over to snuggle into his arms. Then out of habit, she reached behind her back to fasten the clasp of her bra. But after trying for a long time, she couldn't get it to close. Wen Ning felt inexplicably irritated. After a long moment, she turned around. Ian, could you help me? I have no idea how to do that. Just give it a try. Wen Ning slumped lazily in his arms, half closing her eyes, looking weary. You'll have to learn eventually. That's true. Su Yin looked at her smooth back, reached out, and fumbled for a long time without success. Wen Ning let out a sigh, a bit displeased. It seems you broke it yesterday with all that pulling. I told you not to yank it. Well, it was my first time too. Su Yin thought for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. They'll buy you a new one today. Wen Ning got up and took a new one from the wardrobe. Still half asleep, she didn't mind as she lifted her clothes, intending to put it on herself. Ning, you've been getting a bit bold in front of me lately, haven't you? Su Yan's brow twitched as he looked at her smooth, fair waist. You dare to change clothes right in front of me now? After putting on the clothes, Wen Ning yawned again and leaned into his embrace. I'm already yours after all. Last night, I already gave you. Nothing. My mom was right after all. Su Yan pinched her cheek. That thing should be prepared early. It'll come in handy sooner or later. Wen Ning still looked a bit drowsy. When we get back to Hangzhou. Let's take our time to figure it out. Aren't you ashamed anymore, girl? Ashamed? Wen Ning thought for a moment, then curved her eyes into a smile. She leaned in to kiss his lips. That's not what you said last night when you were taking off my clothes.